欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请斗舞战队登台喊话。
准备好了吗？该开始了。
有请斗舞白纸南陈某人程仔西同学启言。下面有请 AXIZ 战队登台喊话。
全勝を目指して頑張ります。
有请 AXIZ 阿斗、高子、林武、喵、ツナ、卡卡卡、卡基里。这一场对战的2支队伍是斗舞和 AXIZ， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待这一场精彩纷呈的对决。接下来
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 8th day of COABYSS group stage. I'm Elio, and I'm joined here with Nello. And now we're getting towards the end. I mean, we've been over a week in. It's been a fast week here, and these final teams trying to find a spot in the playoffs, trying to find a way to win this COABYSS tournament. And today we have some very, very good matches in front of us here. But I don't know, Nell, it's been a long week, or it's been a quick week, but also a long week. We've had a lot of matches. How you feeling so far about these games?
Well, first of all, thank you for welcoming me back, and of course, welcome to everyone in the chat. I guess they were nervous waiting for the stream to go online. Yeah, but we're here. Don't worry, we're here, safe from the abyss. But yes, I'm feeling really excited. It's been a long week, but it's been non-stop action throughout the entire week with all these exciting matches. Yeah, I'm super excited to see what's going on for the last 3 days of the group stages because, like what you said, it's going to matter all the more now. They gotta rake up those last-minute points, right? Eli? Yeah. But coming to this game, are you super excited for this first game that we're having, Dou versus AXIZ?
I'm very excited. The reason why is because we've seen the Chinese mainland division usually be the dominant region, right? But AXIZ in this tournament, they have won every single game they played so far. So going up against another Chinese mainland team today, this is going to be very exciting. I want to see if AXIZ can go 4-0. I think they're 3-0 right now, if I'm not mistaken. So if they win this game today, they'll be the #1 seed. They'll be undefeated in their group as a Japanese region team, defeating some of these Chinese teams, which is very, very impressive. Looking at Group A here, we do have AXIZ in first, as we talked about, 3-0. Very impressive from them. Group B, GG currently in first over there, but Wolves fighting for that first place spot as well, followed by RC. We have Zeta Division currently in first. Very impressive performance from them. And I unfortunately did not see the last one. But yeah, this first match is going to be very exciting. Looking forward to AXIZ. And not only that, we also have RVL versus Weibo after that. So you guys will also have some NAU action. I know there are some NAU fans who want to see that match as well. So it should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you caught a glimpse of what happened in the group of where Dou and AXIZ is, that's going to be an interesting match. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later on. But like what Eli has mentioned, WBG versus RVL will follow after in match number 2. ACT versus RD in match number 3, and followed by the last match of the day, Wolves versus RC. So just back to a little bit of what we've seen just now in the group stages with the points and everything. Apparently AXIZ, like what you mentioned, yeah, they're top of the pack right now. But though with a -3 wins right here, Eli, if they manage to get a win over AXIZ today, will it help their chances for the remaining days to get into the top 3? Because they need to get into top 3 with
right
in order to qualify.
Don't think it would be possible at this point. Even if AWG ends up at 1-3, AWG has already beaten them, so they would already be higher anyway. Plus, Dou's net wins is already very low compared to the rest of the team, so I don't think it would be possible. But if they could get a 2-0 victory today, there might be a chance. We'd have to calculate. It would take a little while. But from what I know as of right now, it doesn't seem likely. But as for AXIZ here, they're really looking to secure the first spot. If they win today, they will be the number one team in Group A at 4-0, completely undefeated. And I think even if they lose, I think they still would be secured in first at this point in time. So I think in reality, this match may not matter too much for how the placement ends up. But of course, we are going to see both teams doing their best here. We have COAⅧ here with a 45 seconds of average containment time, 0.6 rescues, and 191% decoding. That's currently 5th, and 60% escape rate. So definitely goes to show that the DOU survivors, they're not getting 4-killed that much. They're getting a lot of escapes here, and if they're able to continue doing that today, we're going to hope for them that they're able to pull out the victory.
Yeah, I mean, just from what they said when they were being introduced at the stage, right? They came out, said a little something on the mic. They're saying that they're going to give their best here, and they're definitely going to fight till the very end. And I believe that's the spirit that every single team should have in COA, because this is the best of the best coming to compete in the grand stage. And of course, leaving a lasting impression is also super important. And next one up the bat, COAⅧ spots the patient and of course the explorer, a character that's always used. Is going to be mostly used to counter this round 1 meta hunter. So Kurt, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of Kurt appearance today, especially if it's in Leo's memory, right? It's super good.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, it's kind of interesting. We actually see a lot of hunters actually ban Explorer too. That's how good Explorer and Mechanic can be in the first round. A lot of hunters, in the first round, they want to get a 4-kill, with the Hullabaloo, with the Goatman, and with that Explorer being banned, with that Mechanic being banned, it makes it a lot easier because those are good tie survivors. They increase the Cypher Rush. They help them get to the end game quicker. The goal is to not get to the end game if you're the hunter. But we're going to see Chen here as well with 49 seconds of containment time, 0.4 rescues. But you see, again, 60% escape rate here. Very, very high from Chen and from DOU. So consistently, this team is getting survivors out the gate. They're not getting 4-killed. They're doing their job on the survivor side. I think the question is, can Yan on the DOU hunter side, what is he going to be able to do against AXIZ survivors? We know how strong AXIZ is. They've obviously at this point 3-0 in this event. So, and that team in particular has been very good at getting ties in the early rounds. So if DOU is able to get a tie here, then Yan's going to have to at least replicate that result. But yeah, that's one more DOU survivor, I think, up here. And now why don't you take us through this one?
Yeah, I mean, just super focused in this game. That's Nan from Team DOU. That's also the rescuer for the team.
Right.
Unfortunately, does not share the same fate as his teammates. He only has a 20% escape rate. And I think that's very common, especially since, while being on the walling, you don't necessarily have to have borrowed time, right? And playing as a rescuer, you probably died rescuing half the time. But hey, very impressive 1.6 average rescue, placing 4th. So definitely a very reliable rescue coming in, especially when needed. And yeah, especially since during the past few days as well, I think between Hullabaloo and Goatman, I think more and more teams are actually getting survivors out against Hullabaloo.
Yep. Yeah, I think they're really figuring out the keys to dealing with these round 1 hunters, whether that's the Mechanic, whether that's the Explorer, whether that's the Embalmer, whether that's just really good characters that are strong at getting ties. But Kakiri here, wow, look at that, look at how much that yellow is in that web. We see 11,400 deduction here, 3.5 average eliminations. That is ridiculously high here. He is currently 2nd in average terror shocks as well, and down survivors in under 60 seconds here on average, 50% for elimination rate as well. I mean, wow, now we can really see why AXIZ is becoming victorious here in their last few matches, and it's largely due to this guy right here.
Yeah, Kakiri definitely making a splash in COA 8. And of course, guys, if you are in the chat as well, please do give your support to AXIZ and DOU. You think we should assign a color or an emoji? What has been assigned before this?
For DOU, well, I know their thing is like the battery, but I don't think there's a battery emoji. Is there?
There is a battery emoji. Yeah, there's a battery emoji. And yeah, I think that's good for DOU. What about for AXIZ?
It looks kind of like a Pac-Man, but
like a
ghost Pac-Man ghost. You know, like
Yeah,
the
they can
Pac-Man
do that.
ghost. You know?
Yeah. The
I
Pac-Man
don't know.
ghost.
I don't know if they have that for.
If you guys can find it, then
I
you
mean,
can do it.
oh, they could just use the ghost emoji. There's like the ghost emoji.
The
you
ghost
know? You get
emoji.
the-
Yeah.
Let's go with
Peekaboo. Yeah, the stuff they definitely need it. Yeah, but right here, like what you mentioned, the stakes here are not particularly high for AXIZ. Of course, they want to continue their win streak, but regardless of the situation, I feel like they are pretty much in a safer spot compared to Dowu. But right off the bat, I can see one of the viewers' predictions coming true, Chu, saying that he wants to see a Lakeside map ban in the first round. So we're gonna go to Red Church here. So what does this mean in terms of the hunters?
So Red Church is one of the common early maps. It's a smaller map, which makes it easier for hunters to play abnormal. So we sometimes see hunters lead with peepers, whether that's peeper goatman, sometimes peeper hullabaloo, but on Church it's a lot smaller. It makes it easier to go for abnormal plays because the cipher machines are closer. Now, some things you do have to think about is that there's a lot of places to hide, so sometimes using peepers is good as well, but typically we see abnormal builds for the early runs. I think we saw Antiquarian. Well, it didn't show up on our screen yet, we see the Exploring the Mechanic immediately banned here, so really getting rid of those Cypher Rush characters. Kakiri saying, okay, I really want a 4-kill. I don't want to let these survivors get to the end game here. I'm going to ban a lot of decoders here so I can slow down their Cypher Rush as much as possible.
Yeah, taking out the Kurt's definitely going to take a toll, as well as the mechanic as well. But banning out the first officer and the aeroplanist, making that 4 total bans. And right now, Dowu just trying to settle for the 4th survivor. And apparently that's going to be the female dancer. Oh, what do you think about this? I know it's really strong in the middle church, but against a hullabaloo, against a goatman?
Yeah, well, Dancer is a character we see usually used in later rounds, although we did see, I think it was RVL who also tried to use Dancer a lot in round 1, and it didn't always work the best for them, but Dancer still can be quite good. Obviously, the slow boxes against something like Hullabaloo can slow him down. If you have the slow boxes in the Goatman's cage as well, if you can prioritize keeping yourself in the boxes, maybe make the Goatman use the cage with the boxes being inside the cage, you can use those to help you kite out the cage. So Dancer can be effective. It's difficult. It requires a lot of good raw kiting skills to avoid getting down by those hunters while utilizing the boxes, but it can be very strong if utilized properly here. So Kakiri at this point deciding, do I want to play Goatman? Do I want to play Hullabaloo? I think Hullabaloo would be the better choice. Obviously, we have Antiquarian here, very good against the Goatman. Same with the Puppeteer. We're going to see the Hullabaloo here from Kakiri. I definitely agree with this decision from him.
Yeah, I mean, like what you mentioned, right? Play Hullabaloo, bring an abnormal. It's a pretty small map. Take out the decoders. It's a pretty good recipe for a successful ban pick so far. So right now we're gonna see female dancer, antiquarian, gravekeeper, and of course the puppeteer going up against a hullabaloo. No particular decoder in the team. No Kurt. That's definitely a big loss as well. Going up against a hullabaloo, antiquarian. We've seen antiquarian, right? Disarming hullabaloo as well. Just making the Hullabaloo's life really difficult as well. And we've seen some instances where Hullabaloo did not get a 4K in this map. So let's see if Dowu will be able to replicate some of that his past successes against a Hullabaloo.
Yep.
But right now, this spawn location. Oh, okay. So ideal chases here, Eli?
Well, you could go for Dancer first. Dancer's that bad kid. We've also seen a lot of Hullabaloos chase the Gravekeeper first, since he does feed presence with the shovel. Hullabaloo, as we know, really wants to get to that full presence quickly, so they can have the extra bomb every time they hit the survivor. So that's definitely an advantage that Kakiri wants to gain as soon as possible. So you could see him go for Grave. Now, the only thing to consider is there's a lot of pallets in reception, which the Gravekeeper could shovel under, so that's why we do see that Gravekeeper spawn in that area. So maybe we'll just go for the Dancer. We actually see an Excitement build here, so in preparation of maybe a Dancer Pallet Stun or a Antiquarian stick here. So here we go. This is the first half of the first round of the Dowu Survivors versus AXIZ Hunter side. I'm Eli, joined here with Nello Brunello, and we bring you the live commentary for this match.
All right, Kakiri starting from the graveyard, trying to make a way for Axis Wave. Kakiri trying to look for the first target here, going to rotate towards the middle of the map. Chan will be rotating away. The communication's just going, but COAⅧ apparently got lost. Maybe just wants to leave a blood trail, wants to take that first kite. He is the antiquarian after all, so that's pretty good so far. But he does not know that the first trait of Hullabaloo is actually excitement. So COAⅧ has to be really careful taking this first kite.
Yeah, he's going to get a double bomb right away too. Already a very good start here for this Hullabaloo. One more red zone hit will get the first damage onto this Antiquarian. He's going to have to use that stick a little bit early before he gets put into the red area. Trying to juke here. We see the fast boxes though, but it doesn't even matter. The clone to snipe out the Antiquarian plus a white bomb right away. Now we will see the stun finally get utilized. He's actually in excitement early here. He's going to walk through the pallet because he's in excitement, and the red to get the down.
Wow.
He can't even use the flywheel there, and that is one of the fastest down we've seen from any Hullabaloo player here. He can even share near both Cypher machines. That excitement ended up being the perfect trait. Not typically a trait we see being used on Hullabaloo that often, but it ended up being exactly what Kakiri needed here.
Exactly. Like, just look at this, right? They are forced to make that early rescue. Otherwise, he's just going to keep disrupting the Cypher. Rescue is going to happen with the help of Tide Turner. He's going to try and run a little bit further, but you know, it's a Hullabaloo with a trapeze available. The swings, the desperate swings, and even using the flywheel is not going to be able to help him get away from this onslaught. He's gonna try and die at the corner right here, Eli, and I don't know if this is gonna be far enough from where they're decoding.
Yeah, he's still gonna chair near these Cypher machines. Initially, these boxes are just not having the effect
Much
that
impact,
the survivors.
right?
Yeah, the survivors really would have liked this to help the kite a lot more, but Antiquarian, yeah, unable to get the flywheel off at the right time. Already on chair for the second time. They only have one Cypher machine done at this point, and even Kakiri will have a trait very soon, the next 25 seconds after this rescue. So at this point in time, it's going to be very difficult for Go to even get to the end game here. We're going to see the Gravekeeper is going to go ahead and get himself out of shovel. Can he get the extra hit onto the Grave here? He's not able to get the hit on the Grave, so nice job from Nan to avoid getting hit. And we're going to see the Antiquarian with the double stun, but one more red bomb hit will down her. Is she even able to make it to the pallet in time here? She is, but he's just gonna have a clone ready, I think, and that's gonna get it down. Onto the Antiquarian before the Tide Turner even runs out here.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is probably just to run away from the Cyphers, but yeah, I think he pretty much gave up on surviving. He's just trying to get away from his teammate Cypher as much as possible, because what's happening right here is in less than 3 minutes, it's already done. One survivor's out, and now Kakiri using the trump card, using teleport, going to where Chan is. Chan will be the next kite. This kite is going to be super important. If he does not get that second kite good enough, Dou will not be able to last the late game.
Yeah, we do see the Puppeteer is able to use that ability there. He's only at a quarter health, though. As soon as his puppet expires, he will get down to a red bomb hit here. Will Kakiri land this? Wow, he avoids it and gets a pallet stun to extend the kite here. So a little window of opportunity for Dou, able to avoid the first hit, and finally does get knocked down. So pretty good kite there from Chen, but even at this point, the Cyphers are just too far behind. That's how fast Kakiri got that down. And with no more Tide Turner available as well, there's just not much time that Dou can even waste here to finish those Cyphers. Still 3 remaining.
Yeah, they used up all their resources, all their Tide Turner resources from the beginning, right? So even if Nan manages to get this rescue here, it's a very high risk of getting a double down situation here, right?
Yep.
So because Nan is just one hit away, just one more white that's gonna end it. But wait, Nan's actually doing a pretty good job stalling for time. That opens up opportunity for Chen to run away, but he's gonna settle for Nan instead. So Puppeteer living to fight another day.
You see why that full presence is so good too. As soon as he gets the first one on the Gravekeeper, Gravekeeper already has a white bomb on him, because the most recent bomb, what full presence does is the most recent bomb hit that the survivor took when they got damaged, that will stay on the survivor. And so the Gravekeeper already had a white bomb on him. Then he just needed to get a black plus a red, which he used with the clone and the regular hit. And we're gonna see the missed flywheel here from the Dancer as well. She is able to make the rescue in time here, but I think she's just gonna go down right away, and no chance to get away here. We're gonna see one Cypher machine pop with the Puppeteer, but they still have one more Cypher to finish, and teleport is available. So if Kakiri sees that last Cypher moving, he could just teleport right over there, and Gravekeeper can't even get to that rescue. He just has to leave. So yeah, I mean, as long as Kakiri continues at this pace, should easily be enough for win. He just needs to make sure he doesn't let the last Cypher machine get decoded. He needs to make sure he's watching that with his teleport.
Yeah. At this point, right, he's just getting ready for the late game. He knows that the Cypher might be able to get popped. But that's the thing. They need to rescue female dancer as well to make it to increase their chances of surviving the late game. But with the last Cypher not being touched and both of them at half health, I'm not really sure how they can play this out. It's really, really hard. And maybe they should just sacrifice at this point, you think?
Well, if he just gives a free rescue to the Puppeteer, then he could just take it, yeah. I think the problem is the last Cypher is the reception Cypher, so
yeah,
that's why they're not able to do it. Yeah, so we're going to see the chair for the Gravekeeper here. I think this is his second time on chair. Puppeteer could still save, but again, they don't have the last Cypher machine ready. He's going to try to pressure it, but no, he's not going to allow that to happen. Just going to keep pressuring these survivors away from the Cypher and preventing them from finishing that. But another free rescue here, so he's gonna now change onto the Dancer. Gravekeeper able to get away here. I remember Dancer's dead on share. We're gonna find out. Oh, they're really rushing the Cypher though. 85%.
God. Yeah, it's not enough. If it's 95, maybe that makes sense. But obviously, he knows that all the action is drawn towards where the reception area is, which is why he doesn't really mind just rotating the survivors on chair. Chan's gonna go down. Nan is just half health away. Female Dancer's at the last leg of his chair. This is really, really hard. Two of them just running around, and I'm not sure if they even have a clear objective at this point. Like, what are you gonna do? He's not even chairing Chan. Chan's gonna take a little bit of time to heal up. COAⅧ is on the last chair. He's down right now. 83% on the Gravekeeper. You don't have an Explorer to just pop the Cypher. This is really, really hard. The moment he gets Nan down, yes, Puppeteer will be able to get up, but right now, Kakiri just making sure to rotate and just waste as much resources as available. First exit path being wasted. Now, what can Dou do oh my god, in response to the onslaught of Kakiri here?
Yeah, he's just going back between the Cypher and the Survivor. Dancer's actually going to self-heal right next to the Hullabaloo here. Puppeteer is going to get that puppet off. He needs to go back to the Cypher so Grave doesn't pop it. He is going to go back. And the Survivor's just continuing to pressure this. At this point, maybe they would want to start that middle broken Cypher or continue on it. It already has 17%. He's actually just going to completely abandon the Cypher at this point and go straight for the Survivor here. Can he down this Survivor in time here? Cypher Machine, 91%. Oh, he's got him in the corner, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Oh my goodness,
but he does have borrowed time, so he is able to pop for the end game, and he just abandons the Cypher, and that allows them to potentially get a tie here.
That was very weird. I thought that he would at least try and keep pressuring. He knows how close the Cypher is to be completed, right? And now, he's gonna have to chase with full health survivors. Nan's gonna be the victim. No more teleport to be used. And look at this. He doesn't even have the tension, right? Because he's gotta down the survivors as fast as possible. So Dou fighting back super hard. And look, even the back gate is being open. Dou surviving from being 4K and getting that 2-man out. Kakiri.
I honestly think if he just stayed near the Cypher Machine, he would have just won. So
yeah,
that's why I was kind of curious why he left the Cypher. I guess he thought the survivors were going to leave the Cypher, go heal, go start a new Cypher, something like that. But they didn't. Obviously, they just go back to the Cypher. So I guess that's a really curious choice. I guess he thought he could down the Puppeteer before the Cypher was primed. Yeah, but he couldn't. And Puppeteer even had borrowed time as well. That was a great character to have borrowed time on. And that was enough for the tie. But yeah, I feel like really if he just continued to camp that Cypher Machine, didn't get too far away from it, he would have definitely been able to get the win there.
Yeah, I was bamboozled by that decision as well. I was like, wait, what's going on? Like all of a sudden you've been doing great, rotating all of them, trying to slug all of them, trying to dwindle their resources, and he did a good job. They have nothing to work with. They were just kiting. Raw kiting at that point, right? And all of a sudden, he decides to be tunnel vision and allowed a 2-man escape from Dou. Like, I'm kind of bamboozled too. I don't really understand too.
Yeah, but we are going to see our match statistics here, 63 seconds from the Antiquarian. You saw how fast that down was, which we thought would have been enough for the win with how quickly he was able to get the anti down. But yeah, the Survivor's able to contain enough in the endgame. Puppeteer and Gravekeeper at 120 plus each there. Puppeteer staying alive long enough for the Cypher to pop, able to make it out the back gate with the Dancer, and that is the tied round 1. So if there's any chance for Dowu to win this, in which we think AXIZ seems to be the favored team, as Dowu is currently 0-3, AXIZ at 3-0. But getting a tie in round 1, that's a very optimal result for round 1. That's a very good result. That means that Dowu, essentially, their survivors are doing exactly what they want to do in round 1. Getting that tie there, it's basically like getting a 3 escape in a later round. That's how strong it is against a round 1 Hullabaloo here. So that's going to mean that Dowu's in a very good position right away here against this AXIZ team that's been very strong so far. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Or maybe just a little bit of being, complacent, right? Just losing track of the real objective. Because I was saying, like, throughout that map, what's the end game objective that Dowu can do? But apparently, it's not Dowu. Dowu was still focused on that late game objectives. Found an opening, realizes that Kakiri lost sight of his true objective, which is to stop them from decoding, going after the Puppeteer. And I feel like, this is definitely a giveaway, considering how fast he actually downed COAⅧ and stopping the ciphers in the first 3 minutes. So, well, I guess after all has been said and done, I guess it's up to AXIZ survivors right now to make a comeback, to try and get a better score, essentially, in order to go up against Dowu and win this round number 1. Right off the bat, that's Atto. He's the prisoner main, of course, has a Kurt as well. Expect that to be banned after that. He is, he has a really, really high escape rate at 62%. So I guess that translates to their victories as well so far at 3-0 in the group stages. So Atto, super dependable player for AXIZ.
Yeah, definitely. Atto has been one of the reasons why they're able to, the survivors have been able to consistently get escapes with that decoding progress you see. He has quite a bit of that with those decoding characters. And that's why we see characters like Exploring Game Mechanic get banned, because they're so good in that round 1 situation. And getting our next player here, we have Takako with a average containment time of 62 seconds, 1.25 rescues, of course, being the main rescuer player here for AXIZ. Decoding of 128 and only 38% escape rate, which is a little bit lower for a rescuer player. Usually the rescue player's escape rate, usually around 50 plus, since they're the most durable characters and usually have the best chance of making it out the gate. It is a little bit on the lower end there, unfortunately. But again, AXIZ, they have to get a tie here, so that's going to be very important. Someone said, who's craving a steak right now? That's very off topic, but
Are you?
Did you eat breakfast now, or?
I did. What I did was, before going for commentaries, I learned it the hard way to always have something to eat first.
Yeah.
And I ate chicken with rice from a shop. Yeah, I ordered 2 plates of chicken rice. And obviously, I didn't take 2 of them. I gave 1 of them to a stray dog after that. But yeah, it's very important. Yeah, it's very important to bulk up, not bulk up, just be well fed. Because the moment you feel the hunger coming in, everything seems like food in Identity 5.
You know who doesn't eat is Chocho doesn't eat before.
She doesn't?
Games. No, I'm like, Chocho, did you eat already? She's like, oh no, I didn't eat anything for the last 8 hours because I was commentating. So now I go eat dinner. I was like, okay, bro.
She forgot to eat. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, I mean that happens, right? Sometimes when you're super tuned into a game, and like just look at Nyan. He's also super tuned in. And as the survivors, I would imagine that they're saying, Daijobu, it's okay. Kakiri, we got your back. We're gonna at least try and make it a draw, right? Because that's the criteria to not lose the game. Just at least get a draw, drag it out to BO3, and that way they can still build up their lead of trying to get a 2-round wins over Dowu. So right now in the hunter seat, that's the Yan from Dowu. He's just getting ready to capitalize on this. He's probably thinking, I'm not going to make the same mistake. I'm going to make sure this time I'm going to be super focused on the objectives. So Dowu Yan has the Shadow in the spotlight, has the Goatman as well. And quite honestly, I feel like stats don't tell the whole story. He has a 20% for elimination rate, 2 average eliminations, and in most cases, right, it's actually kind of fine, I think. Especially when you're going to BO2, BO3. But Yan, right now, he needs to get that win. He needs to get that 3K.
Yeah, and you see the 2 average eliminations. Unfortunately, right now, in this meta, that's lower than a lot of hunters would like. We see a lot of hunters, they want to try to be 2.5 or higher usually, maybe even 2.6 or higher. Does get a lot of terror shocks currently, averages a terror shock per game, which is quite good, but the reality is going to be, can he actually win here? Can he get more than 2 eliminations? Only a 20% 4 elimination rate. Can he get a 4 elimination? Can he win this first round here for Dou? That's going to be the key factor here. I think if AXIZ manages to tie this round, I think that their AXIZ chance of winning goes up a lot and Dou's chances falls a lot. I think Dou really needs to take this first round. With the way that AXIZ team has been playing in this tournament, they're 3-0. Kakiri's been so consistent. Survivors have been playing well. I don't think, I think if this round ends in a tie, I think Dou probably does not win this series in the long run. I think that's how well AXIZ has been playing, how much of an advantage they have, and so I think that this is really crucial for Yan here. He has to get at least a 3 kill. He has to try to win this first round here for Team Dou.
Yeah, or we might see the unseenable before. Like we haven't seen anyone gotten a 3-man escape yet. If correct me if I'm wrong, no one has gotten a 3-man escape yet against a Hullabaloo. Was it?
There was one against. I think it was Hutian on Sky.
Yes.
Escape,
But the Chinese mainland and Japanese teams, not yet. I guess, not yet. But I mean, if they could replicate that success, I think things would be very grim for Dou. But we're gonna put that advantage to Dou at the moment. If Yan can get that 3-man elimination against AXIZ survivors, that's gonna increase their hopes of winning this encounter against AXIZ. And honestly, not too bad considering you are kind of like the team at the last place in the group. So getting that 1W would definitely be a motivating factor, right? It's like you play really good basketball, but then you just lose. You just lose so much. Like for example, you go up against a professional team, you lose so much, but hey, you managed to get that 1 goal, you get that 2 points, one encounter, and you gotta be feeling good, like, hey, at least I got that 1 point, right? So maybe that's how Dou might be feeling. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like that's a good point. Like in basketball, let's say you score a lot of points. Like let's say you're scoring all the points, you make a lot of points for your team, but then the rest of the team, maybe they don't play very good defense, and the other team scores a lot, and you still lose something. But
you're still the MVP.
Still carried. Put them in the.
It's my team's fault.
Put them in a backpack, carried them around. I don't know.
And then make a banner saying I carried my team.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not the problem. Oh God. But yeah, I mean, it's here in IDV. I can't imagine them doing it. In other genres, I can imagine that there's going to be a lot of team reshuffles, squabbles, quarrels, especially after tournaments, right? You shouldn't have done this. You should have done this. But in here, IDV, it's very wholesome in the sense that they don't really squabble or shout or like, hey, it's all your fault. I'm out of here. I'm done playing. It's really wholesome here. So I'm just really happy for the Identity 5 professional teams and non-professional teams. It's just a wholesome thing to see. And guys, make some noise. Battery emojis for Dou Yan, because right now he needs to get that 3K in order to keep the hopes of Dou alive. Stronger chances in the later rounds.
We'll see the mechanic ban first. We talk about how good that mechanic character is in the first round, especially for survivors that want to get a tie here. And Yan, obviously, he wants to win. He wants to win this first round. He doesn't want to give any opportunities for ties. We might see that Explorer in that case. But no, it looks like it's going to be Seer and Aeroplane is here. Also banning out that first officer. So getting rid of that Rescuer character means that he could ban Gravekeeper next if he really wants to eliminate all the strong rescue characters for that round 1 spot. A Gravekeeper would actually be a very good ban here if he wants to continue with that Rescuer ban. Or you could just go for more decoders like the Explorer. Also an option, as we have seen a lot of hunters do that when they want to try to get a win.
Yeah, Yan, every ban picks here would count. Just banning out the characters that he really doesn't want to deal with. Antiquarian as well, so he's taking out the the rescuers. He's taking out the antiquarian, the one that can harass him. So taking out the antiquarian, you think he wants to go with a mirror match, a hullabaloo with abnormal? That's why he wants to ban out these choices instead? Hullabaloo, abnormal, or maybe he's just more confident of the Goatman.
Yeah, I think he's confident with the Goatman. I think he doesn't want to have to play Goatman against an Antiquarian. As we know, Antiquarian is a character that can be good against the Goatman. You can stun the Goatman and prevent him from essentially hitting you and then break through the cage while he's stunned. So there's some really good plays Antiquarian has against that Goatman character. I would imagine that's what he wants to play. We have seen him prioritize Goatman as well as his first round character. So I think he's probably banning for Goatman. Probably say Puppeteer ban last year if he wants to play that Goatman. Enchantress, interesting. Okay, Enchantress also is a good ban as well. We've seen a lot of the Japanese teams favor Enchantress for the first round. So Enchantress, as we know, also good against Goatman because you can just single stun. He puts up a cage, he gets close to you, and then you stun, and then you keep running. And then he goes to the cage to get close to you again. You just stun, you just keep running, and you can kite out a cage that way as well. So, and finally, actually going coordinator here. So no Puppeteer at all from AXIZ. They really would prefer to have this coordinator here instead.
Yeah, I mean, we are just thinking, yeah, if you can kite, you can kite. We're just gonna be there to provide one all support, one flare gun, and quite honestly, I feel like that's a safe bet that they can do. Like, it's fine. We don't have the tankiness, but hey, at least we have the utility to work with. Especially coordinator, right? You can just pick up items after that, so that's doable. So right now, Gravekeeper, the Seer, the Coordinator, and the Aeroplanist going up against Yan. Pretty sure it's going to be a Goatman here. And Yan, I mean, he has only but one job. That's to get a 3-man elimination and winning round 1 for Dowu. And just looking at the chat itself, guys, make some noise again. The batteries for Dowu and the batteries for Dowu and the ghost emojis, like what Eli has mentioned, the Pac-Man ghost emojis for AXIZ Wave. But wait, Yan's going for Hullabaloo, so a mirror match this time.
Yeah, this is interesting because we expect Yan to play Goatman in the first round. That seems to be his favorable character. But yeah, I mean, against this team comp, Goatman is definitely not as good. You have the Seer, which is very strong against the Goatman for obviously just kiting out a basic hit since he's a single hit hunter. The Aeroplanist, as you know, a very great character for kiting out the cage. And the flare gun as well, also a very good item. That is very strong for kiting out the cage as well. The Goatman puts up the cage, you shoot him with the flare gun, and you just break the cage while he's stunned, and you can kite out the cage for free with the Antiquarian. Sorry, I keep saying Antiquarian, with the Coordinator. So, Coordinator, yeah, also jobs. A very good character. But
what's this lineup? What's this spawn location? Okay,
wait. No, never mind.
For a moment, I thought they were doing the IV spawn location.
Yeah.
All right, but just a quick shout outs to Merrick Max, giving shout outs to Eli and me on Instagram. So thank you so much for tagging us on Instagram. And of course, for those of you who we haven't said hi to, Melly, Carol, thanks for asking about how I feel. I feel much better. I had fever the past few weeks, but the past few days, but I'm feeling much better than now that I'm here. So guys, thank you for making so much noise. And please feel free to tag me and Eli in this upcoming match. We're gonna see, it's gonna be a super exciting one. And let's see if you manage to get some funny screenshots to tag us on Instagram. That'll be great. But right now here for the skill setup, it's gonna be excitement. On the Hullabaloo, there's going to be only one borrowed time. That's Nian, and the rest of them will have flywheels. So a full flywheel team. Bringing you the commentaries is me, Nalo, and Eli O. This is round 1, second half.
Jump fresh into the game here. Yeah, we have the Hullabaloo here of Yan going straight for middle broken. That is the location of the Aeroplanist, but Aeroplanist already going to get out of range here from this hunter. Now, does he continue to look for him in this area? Looks like he's going to rotate towards church. We know Takako as well, the Gravekeeper in reception, could chase the Gravekeeper. Sometimes we see this from Hullabaloos. They go for the rescuer first, get that insolence up, and get the rescuer option out of the way here. First hit onto the Gravekeeper. Will we see that shovel getting utilized? He's going to want to use this pallet here first, but tries to walk through the pallet. Oh, he's able to avoid that. There's the black bomb hit. And can he use the shovel here?
Use it now? He has time. Put down the pallet. Use it now.
I think you'd use it right now, right? Oh, he almost cancels it.
Oh, that's so good.
That was so risky from Takako, but it does work out here for him.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? You think that Gravekeepers are punching back to wield presence, but that's only if you manage to hit him. That's what's going to happen now. But the pallet slam in response. Yan's not even going to use it. He has trapeze, though, so he can just jump over. But Takako is going to reach the next pallet pretty soon, I guess. He still needs to land that 2 marks onto him.
He has the owl too here, actually. Will we see owl? Oh, does get the owl to absorb the hit, but already 2 bombs right away here. Does get that next hit. Takako's gonna need to use the shovel soon enough, but no, he's not able to use the shovel as the red zone does shut it off there. No, and he's gonna get knocked down. He wasn't able to flywheel either. It was just all shut down. It was all locked up there. If Gravekeeper was able to get off the shovel there, I think that's a 3 Cypher Kite. Look at the Cypher progress. That would definitely be a 3 Cypher Kite. And actually, it would have made it so AXIZ could win for the survivors, but that he's able to prevent that shovel from being activated. Now, it does mean he still has it, so he can use it for a rebound kite, but the biggest problem here is that it's just, he would have liked that kite to be a lot longer. Airplane is getting double hit there, trying to double down the airplanes, but he's just going to use that jetpack to ensure he does not get doubled down here. No.
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, we've seen a shorter kite, and yet they still got a 2-man escape, right? That's on the side of Dou. So right here, Takako, he's going to go down as soon as the last effort expires. And the good news is, even though he's going down, he's not disrupting anyone's Cypher. It's really, really far away from everyone else. So not too bad. Not the 3-minute mark yet, so I think it's still okay. Although, that does mean that they have to expend another Tight Turner. But they don't have any more Tight Turner. That's just the gun left. And Yan has excitement ready for that.
Does have excitement ready. The survivors, do they know that? We're going to see the flare gun.
Use it.
He is going to use it. And there's the hit. Can he make the rescue in time here? Does make the rescue in time. But Gravekeeper still has shovel and flywheel. So Gravekeeper can actually still kite here. The question is, can he get the down? Does not have another jump, which means Gravekeeper does. Oh no, the shovel got canceled.
No shovel. Yeah, he got canceled. Yeah, that's huge. He has a flywheel though. Time the flywheel. Double surprise coming in. Let's see. Oh, he manages to time it well. He's gonna escape that by the breath of a hair. And look at the ciphers going on, Eli. It's super fast going in here. 3 ciphers are being decoded. Takako, he has to make this kite work for the next 10 seconds. He's still kiting. Takako, he refuses to go down. He's finally going to go down, but it's enough. The Cypher's already at 90%.
The Cypher's gonna be enough. He does not have trump card either, so if they all rush to one gate, they might be able to make it. But Nian actually is gonna run away. He's gonna run to the gate closest to the hunter. I would have expected him to go to back gate. If they all ran to back gate, I think they actually would have get that escape, but
Nian was the one. Was Nian the one decoding? I mean, I'm not really sure why.
He wasn't. Yeah, he did.
Why was he here then? I thought that he would go to the back gate too. That's unfortunate.
Maybe, but the dungeon is top broken. Maybe he can push the dungeon.
Maybe
here.
He can. Oh, it is. The dungeon's open. Double surprise.
Can he avoid this hit? He's trapped in the corner though. The switch.
White mark.
No. He's gonna get down there.
Valiant effort though. Valiant effort by Yan getting that draw. But yeah, a very, very tough fight. For a moment, I thought it was gonna be a 3-man escape, but without the flywheel, it's gonna be pretty hard to do at that instance. AXIZ Wave definitely tried to take their shot. Misses the 3-pointer, but it's okay. The rebound into a 2-point, still pretty good. Like, that's a draw ultimately. And like what you pointed out, Eli, in the long run, AXIZ Wave would have a better advantage, right? Going into the later rounds.
Yeah.
So, but pretty good stuff. Yan, holding on to that, it was so scary. It was almost a 3-man escape, honestly.
I feel like if they all ran to the back gate, when they pop the Cypher, then they could just make it, because they know he doesn't have trait because he just used his excitement. So, and there's already one survivor close to back gate, so they're already going to start the gate immediately. So I feel like they can just all run to the back gate area, and they would have made it. They would have made it out the gate before the Hullabaloo can make it to back gate, because he doesn't have teleport because it's on cooldown. So if they all if they all just rush the back gate, I guess the idea is, okay, well, one survivor will distract, maybe go for dungeon. We'll play a little bit more safe. That means 2 will get out for sure. But I feel like, yeah, if they just all run to back gate there, Hello Blue just does not have enough time to make it. He's not even close to the gate. So if they pop the cyber machine, one survivor immediately starts the gate immediately. 18 seconds to open the gate. They all run to back gate. Yan, he does not have enough time to make it there, and they could have gotten a 3 escape that way. So I think that's a missed opportunity for AXIZ, but still able to get a tie here. And I think, as we mentioned, if AXIZ can tie this first round, I think they have the advantage as the match will continue along here.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that 108 seconds of containment time, thanks to the shovels, thanks to the all support as well. But honestly, if they kited a little bit longer in the beginning, like what you've said, that would have been so different, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, it is also thanks to Yan. He didn't lose focus of his objectives. He still managed to get the bare minimum, which is a draw. So I feel like, yeah, I mean, it's okay. At least we didn't lose round 1. We're pretty much reset. But going into the later rounds, that's where things are going to be super scary. And Eli, going to the later rounds, who would you say have the more of the advantage in terms of either the hunter side or the survivor side? We're going to talk about this a little bit later because right now we're going to see the highlights.
OK， 要指拿你自己
伸出来，爷先交，传中交了，不管，
我知道，9，加油，8，听我们倒计时守门，守地跳。
ナイス。おでこ。ナイス。どこ入ってないんだ。入ってない。5回ってる。全然いいよ。よやな。いや無理か入っていいよ。2、1。
Yeah, there you have it. The highlights there, Eli.
Yeah, so we were talking about which team has the advantage. I think AXIZ I think has the advantage because we know Kokiri,
Hunter side, Survivor
I think
side.
Mostly the Hunter side because their Hunter Kokiri has such a high 4-kill rate, and that's not just round 1, that's also round 2 because of round 2 Opera Singer and Ivy, and we've seen him get a lot of 4 kills in round 2 as well. So I think that Yan has that option as well, obviously, to play those characters in round 2, but I think maybe he's not as consistent with them, maybe not as comfortable with those characters, and I think that the Hunter side from AXIZ really gives them the advantage in the later rounds. I think that's why round 1 was the most important round for Dou.
Yeah, super important, but hey, I mean, the mistakes can happen, right? Especially in round 1. You've also seen like the 4K, the usually 4K Hunter Kokiri only got a 2-man elimination in the round number 1. So Dou, if they continue this this determination, if they continue this focus, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to put up a fight all the way until the very end, up to BO3, right? But yeah, while we are waiting for the next round to be prepared, all the teams are getting ready for the next round. Let's just say a few highs to the people in the chat. We're at 700 strong right now. It's a happy Good Friday to all of you who are celebrating as well. And yeah, I see a few names. Rennie, thank you so much for being here. Hand Sharks as well. I've seen that. I see Hosu Hisepic. I have to give my shout outs to you. Always tagging me in stories and always saying hi. And yeah, Eli, see anyone you want to give shout outs to?
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Sublime, who apparently says that China put Joseph in A tier, which I don't know if I believe that one, but I'm not sure where that information came from. But it better be I'm not sure about the source on that, but yeah. Shout out to Lucien. Shout out to oh, I like that name, Spoon. Shout out to Spoon. Interesting name. Good name, Spoon. Yeah, that's Spoon. A good name.
We use it all the time. It's very undervalued, right? Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah.
Don't take things for granted, especially your spoons.
Exactly.
You could not have. You ever get like sometimes I get food delivery, and I put in the app, I say, okay, supply, like put the cutlery, right? The fork and the spoon and stuff. Oh, we'll talk about it after actually, but I have a good thing I want to talk about this.
我觉得我们的备战来说，其实一直还算是比较充分的。 然后很多时候其实是赛场临场的一些发挥或者心态方面，可能没有达到自己想要的那个预期吧。对，就继续加油吧。
All right, we'll just keep working hard. Eli, just looking at they're arguing about not talking about the A-tier Joseph right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, spoons really important. I know you have something to say about Eli, but before that, let me just ask you one question. Have you ever eaten without spoons before? Like just using your hands and eating rice?
Oh, I don't think. Well, actually, yeah. Sometimes we have like the sticky rice, and they put it in the package and you eat it like you know how when you open like a energy,
like an
energy
right?
bar, like and you eat it like out the package, just like you know.
Oh no,
like a bar, like you eat.
I know.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just straight up.
No, not
food,
like that.
Food
No,
on
I
your
didn't.
plate on banana leaves, and then you just use your hand.
No, I didn't do that.
Apparently, that's what we do. Like some of the people do here in Southeast Asia, especially in Malaysia, especially in Indonesia. Fellow Muslims as well. The reason why they do this, a little bit of cultural lesson here, right? Cultural lesson here is because apparently by mixing the food together, the rice with the gravy, with the meat, right? Mixing it, putting it together, it tastes better with your fingers, the essence of your fingers going into the food. It's not because we don't have spoons, by the way. Oh, God.
But yeah, because the reason why I say is like sometimes when you get food delivery and you're like, oh yeah, please supply the cutlery, and you can actually mark in the application, you can say you want the fork and spoon or you don't want it. You know, you can like say yes, I want it, or no, you don't want it. There's an option for that, and I usually say yes because I want that, right, when I eat my food. But sometimes they just don't put it in anyways, and you get it and they don't have the fork and the spoon or any cutlery for eating. Yeah. And then you're like, man, I really wish I had a spoon right now. So definitely, it's a very you'd be surprised how undervalued that eating utensil really is. I'll just say that right now. It happens quite a lot where they just don't put it in even though you ask for it. So it's actually a big deal, believe it or not, guys.
Do you use chopsticks?
Yeah, it depends on what meal it is. For some Thai, for some Thai food, don't use chopsticks. To just use like a fork and a spoon. And actually for this is something that's really interesting. In America, we only use fork. You know, we just use the fork to scoop the food and eat it that way. But in Thailand, you actually use the fork to push the food onto the spoon, and then you eat it with the spoon. That's how you do it in Thailand. Yeah. So usually for some Thai food, it's just fork and spoon. But for like Japanese food, yeah, use chopsticks. Chinese food, use chopsticks. Some Thai food also can use chopsticks. Yeah.
Here's a fast quiz before we get into the band picks. You know what's a spoon? You know what's a fork? What's the name of the combination of both? A spoon and a fork.
Oh, it's I know this. It's like what do you call it? Like a spork or something?
A spork, you're right. A spork.
I've seen those before too. I remember I used that one time before, yeah.
Super useful. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, fingers are really important. # clean fingers, by the way. So you
wash your hands, guys.
Yeah, wash your hands, please. Yeah. It's useful for eating your food, but it's also super useful for playing your games, especially Identity V on mobile phones. So right now, they're banning out all these characters, Eli, Antiquarian, the Explorer, the Puppeteer, and the Knight. That's Yen, banning all of them. Takako's gonna go. AXIZ Wave is gonna go with what's this? The Wildling, the Prisoner, Coordinator, and the Fire Investigator. So in Chinatown, what are you expecting Yan to play in response to this lineup right here?
Yeah, so they really are trying to counter. This looks like Opera Singer counter usually. We see Coordinator as a very good Opera Singer counter, not only for rescues, for kiting, and for support. Probably the best character in the entire game for going against the Opera. We have the Prisoner as well. Prisoner we know is a very good character for going against Opera because if the Opera Singer is mid-dash, if she's dashing, if she's not in one of the shadow realms, the shadow areas, if she's mid-dash between the shadow and you shock her, it'll put the dash on the cooldown. So if you time it right, it can be a very good kiting opportunity against the Opera Singer. Also, with the Fire Investigator, just very good for wasting time. So I think this composition is pretty well rounded for going against Opera, but we might see Yan go Ivy, as Ivy seems to be a little bit better, I think, against this comp than Opera. I think Opera is countered pretty well by this comp. I think Ivy's slightly stronger here, but let's see what he ultimately decides with. No, still going with the Opera Singer, really going with his preferred character here. So even against a tough composition, he's gonna take that risk. I think AXIZ has a really good team comp here then.
Yeah, I mean, you want the Cypher Rusher, that's Prisoner. You don't chase after Luca. You have other characters that are really hard to chase. So I guess Yan really needs a really good game, like a really good chase in the beginning. Do you think he should bring Abnormal here, or do you think just go for the standard 3-6 and a Blink?
I think that he should go through for either Blink or Excitement. The problem is because like you're not losing right now. Your team is tied, so you can play a more conservative build with Blink. With Excitement, you don't have to take a, like an aggressive, risky build with Abnormal. So I think definitely bring Excitement, which can be used against something like Coordinator, or just bring Blink to be safe as well. I think we'll just see one of those. Probably Blink, Detention, Trump Card, or Excitement here. And looking at this chase target, Coordinator seems to be the closest target, which for the Survivors is actually pretty good here. Now they want the Coordinator to get chased first. Coordinator has a longer chair time. She has the flare gun. She's a strong kiter against the Opera Singer, and also has the hotel area, which is a very strong kiting area to work with. So looks like it will be Excitement. So he is bringing that in preparation of the Coordinator. And we have the double tide turner. Only 2 borrowed time here. So this is gonna be the first half of the second round of the AXIZ Survivors versus the Dowu Hunter side. And I'm Eliao, joined here with Nella Miller, bringing the live commentary for this match. Okay,
all right. It's fine. Yan, with a spoon and a fork in both her hands, trying to make his way towards the cafeteria before it closes. Right here, trying to find the first target, actually. Gonna rotate away from the starting point, missing Yan altogether, trying to find someone in the middle, but unfortunately everyone has transitioned away, so trying to go back to his starting point, trying to find whoever's left here, and unfortunately Yan and Atto are in the same area, so Yan gonna be the first juicy target.
Nice transition from Nian here all the way to the misses the dash here too, so actually Nian can get all the way up the stairs for free here and get to the pallet. That is a great start for Yan. That is a big missed opportunity for Yan here. He's gonna go ahead and drop down. Does the Coordinator look behind her? Does look behind her here. Will we see the flare gun get utilized? Now keep in mind there's Excitement. He's gonna use the Excitement, just to guarantee the first hit here.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad, right? Since they have to do that rotations again, the transitioning is gonna waste a little bit of time, but they are set for success. Atto is gonna be in the vicinity though. Nian has to be really careful not to fall down here. Unfortunately, without Flywheel, that's not gonna help Nian transition any further after that. So pretty fast start, pretty fast down on the side of Yan, and Atto is actually in the vicinity. So disrupting ciphers, that's gonna be hard for AXIZ at the moment.
Yeah, that's actually a very fast down here. So a really good early game here for this Opera Singer. We're gonna see the Wildling, I think, be the one coming. No, it's actually be the, is that the Fire Investigator? Fire Investigator with Tide Turner coming in for the rescue here. We see even with the Prisoner Cypher Rush here, the Cyphers are just not very far along. Will Fire Investigator be able to support off the rescue? There's the hit. There's the Tide Turner save. Does he use the airbag as well? Nope. He's actually just going to allow the Coordinator to get hit and die away from the Cypher machines here, so they can continue along with that Cypher Rush.
Yeah, just get away from your teammate Cypher, right? And now he's going to say, sorry, I'm going to go to the next Cypher, actually. That's going to be Takako Cypher. It's going to be done. No, yeah, it's going to be done pretty much. But
will we see Harass, from the Wildling?
A little bit,
well, now he gets hit, so...
Yeah.
Now I think he'll just leave.
Yeah, he has to leave, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Cyphers are barely enough. The harassment is... I'm not sure if that's going to pay off. So right here, they have no flare gun. They still have a big... like two balls on the side of Fire Investigator. But yeah, this seems like it's really, really hard. Cyphers are not really fast. And the problem that exists also, like if you do this rescue now, you're not going to have any more Tide Turner in case another teammate falls later on, right? So I guess Takako's gonna do it regardless.
Yeah, we're going to see the rescue there as he gets knocked off the board. There is the save onto the coordinator with Tide Turner, but coordinator just not going to be able to go very far here. Going to take that hit and get knocked down, which is fine. The survivors are moving along their ciphers pretty quickly, but the biggest issue is that, what? Did he lose the coordinator?
Oh, wait, what? I lost the coordinator.
Oh, no, he sees. Okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah, he's going to see.
Okay.
Because it's like, yeah, I know where you're going to go. The direction, right, the angle of which is going. Nyan's gonna fall down here, unfortunately. It's gonna be at 3.5 ciphers, unfortunately. So the last 2 ciphers not as fast as when it was in the first game, actually, Elarn. So I guess the big map really plays into factor here. Not to mention the early first down. Because right now they're gonna have to fight 3v1 and they don't have any more flare gun to work with. 2 ciphers here. Next kite's going to be super important.
Yeah, we're going to see he is trying to find the prisoner. That is going to be his best chase target here. Prisoner hiding out behind the window. But he did not see the prisoner here. He saw the wildling. Going to go ahead and change back here. Still not able to find a chase target. AXIZ doing a very good job of breaking line of sight from this opera singer, so he doesn't see anyone. We're going to switch to teleport, but he teleports on the wildling. That is probably the worst target for him to find here, as wildling can just contain in this area. Wildling needs to make sure he does not get terror shocked off his board, though. He's going to take the hit, then vault over, and then run away here, and just going to give up on the chase. This is why wildling is such a great character in round 2 against opera singer and Ivy. They have such a hard time killing that wildling. Wildling will just get off his board. He's going to go right back to decoding here. And then if he gets chased again, he'll just go right back on the board. And again, we'll have to change targets for another time and find a different target. So it just wastes so much time for free here. And there's really nothing that the opera singer can even do about it.
Yeah, the mind games too, right? Like he's probably expecting the cipher that shakes the most to be where one of the decoders is. But unfortunately, that's going to be the walling. Like, what the hell? I don't want the walling. But right now, chasing after prisoner, that's definitely the right choice to do. But Atto still has an electric shock to work with, and a flywheel now! The pallet slam! Beautiful play. The mind games back and forth, breaking ankles. Yan has to be super mad about this. Wait a minute. He's going to go right in. He's going to play right into the second floor. There's no pallets on the second floor, by the way, so probably has to drop down pretty soon. He's not going to drop down. He's just going to wait a little bit more. That hit is going to register. Last cipher at 52%. Will Atto be able to kite until the duration of late game? Because right now, Yan, just one more hit away. Terror Shock, that's going to land. Atto down for the count.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the last cipher machine is almost done here. The trait's not available for 2 seconds. Will he teleport there, or is he just going to camp this out? 90%. I think he's going to just... Oh, no, he's just going to camp this out. He's going to let the fire investigator prime the cipher. He wants to hold that teleport for endgame here. Here comes the wildling for the rescue. Going to try to go for a farm. I think he knows that prisoner does not have borrowed time, so he wants to farm this. Wildling really wants to take the hit here. Will we see the rescue? He's just... He doesn't mind getting terror shocked because he can body block, but will we see the body block? No! What? He hits the prisoner, and he's going to have to go for another rescue here now. He's actually even going to hit the wildling, and that's going to force them to pop it a little bit early here. Yeah, so now wildling can't rescue, so they're just going to go for that cipher pop. Prisoners get placed on chair again, but wildling can still pressure safe. He can stay in this upstairs area, feed tinnitus, and he has the boar, so it's not over just yet for AXIZ. Additionally, AXIZ can also open up the other exit gate, so Yan is not even going to be able to 4-kill for sure, but he could potentially try to play for 3. Here comes the wildling. Is he going to go for the rescue, or is he just going to run away? I think he's just going to run away here and maybe try to play for that dungeon.
Yeah, the boar is too valuable, you know. Like, I don't want to get down, rescue, and then both of us end up getting down as well.
The dungeon is there, so...
Oh, it's very close. He can make it. Expire.
He missed the dash. He missed the dash.
Wait, he can.
There's the push. He needs to get off the board here. There's the dash, but he has to mind game the pally here.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's going to be a mind game here. What can Takako do? There's a swing and a miss. Swing and a miss again. What's going to happen?
One? 4th time? The jukes? 4th time? 5th time? No, oh my god,
wow.
5th swing! 6th swing! How many times is Takako gonna make Yan miss? 6th time? Bait one more? He needs to land this. He needs to land this stun if he wants to get to the... Oh my god, the 8th swing! He's finally gonna re-land.
I think he's He's dead here.
Oh my god, that was so
Yeah.
close. But valiant effort by AXIZ and Yan. Improving from the first game. That's a 3-man elimination on
Yep.
Yan's opera singer. So Eli, what a game, Yan, showing us that, hey, you think I'm just a average 2 elimination hunter? Well, I just showed you. I just got 3 men against the top of the group right now. God, what a game, Eli. I mean, super consistent, right? I mean, I wouldn't say super consistent. I would say he was struggling to find the first target. He was constantly looking, and the missed teleport into a walling cipher. So what exactly happened there? How did he manage to pull it all the way to the very end and win? Because there was a few hiccups left and right.
Yeah, I think, well, he was able to farm the prisoner who doesn't have borrowed time, so then he could just share him. And then he was like, okay, well, if I go for the wildling, if I just hit the wildling here, then I can make it so he can't rescue. But even then, wildling could actually rescue. He could come in for the save, get hit with borrowed time, and then make the save. But I guess the stars wouldn't be able to make it anywhere. It's really tough in that situation. They just wanted to go for the Cypher Pop. You see, Nian, I think the biggest problem was Nian's early kite was just not very good. Only 53 seconds. The flare gun into the excitement was a very good pick here from Yan. He was able to excitement the first hit, but then Nian just kind of ran in the open, just ran to a very suboptimal area. I feel like maybe he could have used the inside of hotel. The downstairs hotel pallet was still there. So he could have dropped down when he got hit upstairs, gone left, gone into hotel, used that pallet, and at least kited in that area a little bit. But instead, he actually ran away, ran in the open, and then died near the prisoner. So very curious decision from Nian there. I think that ultimately cost him on that first kite.
Maybe he wants the action, right? Like, hey, is there a food fight? I want to be shown. I want to be seen. And maybe that's the point, right? Because you mentioned in the early games, right? Even if he's the one to get chased and goes down, he sits on the chair pretty long. But unfortunately, when you're not the target and you're the one who has to do the rescue, that's not the objective. You don't want to be seen, right? So that's very unfortunate. But hey, let us know what you guys think in the chat about what just happened. Why do you think that why do you think that Yan was able to get that 3K? Was there a particular instance that you guys can spot? All right, and just share it with us so that we'll be able to read it. And shout outs to Vanilla Kinda as well, tagging me and Eli. Thank you for being here, guys. If you guys have just joined, we're currently at Dou versus AXIZ games. So let us know how your apples are doing so far, and who did you put your apples for? Eli, who did you put your apples for?
For this game, I have AXIZ. So yeah, I had for this group actually I actually thought that TE was going to win this group, but I think AXIZ will win this group here, and TE will be second. I had Dou at third. I think I had third, but yeah, I think they're going to be getting fifth in this group. So
well, I mean, not if they have something to do about it. They're like, oh yeah, we want fourth. Oh god. But yeah, I mean, they're still fighting, and you gotta admire that about him, about them, because right now the hunter is doing a pretty good job. Like, they got a 3-man elimination in round number 2, and Kakiri is definitely feeling a little bit of the heat that Dou's throwing at them. And yeah, Happy Eyes. Yeah, it's me. It's me. Happy Eyes. Glad to see you. Hope you don't fall asleep before it's over. And yeah, guys, I hope you guys are having a good time. And let's listen to the interview.
崩しづらいイメージがあるので、ちょっと難しいと思いますが、頑張ります。まあ嬉しいです。まあでも、まあ全勝して、気抜かずに頑張ります。
Yeah, I mean, gentle yet determined statement, right, Eli? Yeah, the charm coming in. Can feel the charm coming in, right? Kakiri now needs to get a 4K in order to win round number 2. Otherwise, a 3 elimination would equalize the round. But AXIZ Wave, I don't think they really want to go for a one round win, because that's gonna ultimately reduce their points a little bit. So a two round wins would be pretty good here. But against Dou survivors who have gotten 2-man escape from him. Do you think how high do you think is Kakiri's chances of getting a 4K here, and with what hunter you think?
Well, we've seen him play. I think it was Opera Singer last time, but yeah, obviously he's gonna want to try to win here in the second round. We talked about how the later rounds as the later rounds progress here, it favors AXIZ, but Kakiri is going to want to try to play for a 4-kill. We know Opera Singer is more of a tie or 3-kill hunter, whereas Ivy is more of a 4-kill hunter. So I think he wants to prioritize playing Ivy here, which means that there's two options here for Do. They can countercomp that. They can be like, okay, well, we don't want to play against Ivy. We don't want to get 4-killed. We'd rather play against Opera Singer here, get a tie, and put ourselves in a position where we win this round that way. Or they can be like, okay, well, Kakiri typically favors the Opera Singer in round 2, so let's countercomp the Opera and make him play Ivy. But I think Ivy actually would be a better option at this point. Looks like we're going to see Prisoner, though, and the Explorer band here. So these are definitely Opera Singer bands for Kakiri.
Yeah, a mirror match would make it super intense, right? Yeah, just taking out the coders here. And what would Do typically want to do here? Maybe bring out the Embalmer? An Embalmer here will be pretty good, right? I mean, they do need a draw, and they'll be able to win this round against AXIZ Wave. And of course, shoutouts to Leah as well. I don't mind the yanking, obviously, as long as it's not yanking too hard. But yeah, Do right now, they gotta lock in. They gotta be focused, because right now, if they get They gotta get at least a 2-man escape, and that's gonna help them a lot in round number 2. But getting 3-man eliminated, or a worst case scenario 4-man elimination, and Yan's efforts will go to waste, so the survivors need to pace themselves. Kakiri does not look really bothered. Seems like he's just really focused here, and apparently he's gonna ban out the Fire Investigator. So definitely looking, I agree with you, it's definitely looking like a Sangria mirror match choose here.
Yeah, he knows that you know, he's a very good hunter. He knows that he definitely 3-kill for him is definitely doable here. The question is more going to be, can he actually get a 4-kill win and win the round? So I think here at this point we're going to see the Priestess. The reason why the Priestess is picked mostly just for that Chinatown support. Priestess is not particularly good against Opera Singer, because you just dash up to you go through the portal. Even though you get stunned, you continue to catch up very, very quickly because of how fast the Opera Singer dashes. So we know Priestess is not very good against Opera, but Balmer here for Do as well. They really just want to get a tie here, and Balmer is a good last pick for securing a tie. They can put him in a really good kiting area like Hotel, and he'll usually be able to kite quite well in that position. So now does Kakiri actually play the Ivy? Ivy would be very good against this comp here, no, because Novelist has a hard time farming the book against the Ivy, because you don't want to look at the Ivy, obviously, and you need that to farm your book. Ivy has ability plays that can catch up to Priestess very easily by teleporting after with the Ghost. You can cancel the portal with the Scare. You can get to the Novelist Coffin quickly with the Ghost. So Ivy is in general just very good against this comp. This comp is definitely built to counter the Opera Singer. So does he take the risk of playing Ivy? Ivy, again, would be a better hunter for getting a win here than Opera Singer, and better against this comp. I just think that Kakiri definitely prefers the Opera Singer instead.
Yeah. I mean, Novelist is it's just so hard for Novelist to go up against the Shadow Ivy, right? Simply because you gotta watch, you gotta look at the hunter, and that's sort of the point. You don't want to look at the Shadow because you built up that stack. But here feels almost like an Ivy trap. Like, hey, we're drafting this composition, super good against Sangria, super good against OS, but at the same time, we just want to say we're open to you picking Ivy here with our composition, and we're pretty confident that you will not choose Ivy. Regardless, you're gonna force your way out, because that's who Kakiri is. Super proud hunter, especially with his achievements. 4K, a lot of 4Ks, high rate of 4K eliminations. He's gonna persist on the Opera Singer here, and I don't know. Do you think this is just pride or confidence here? Because you said it, Ivy would be so much better in countering this composition.
Yeah, I think it must be that
confidence,
just not
pride.
Well, I think it's confidence, and also it's a Ivy's not a hunter that he's maybe comfortable with, so
Oh,
he just
okay.
prefers the Opera Singer. And sometimes we see that in these situations where one hunter prefers Opera instead of Ivy, and that makes it easier on the survivors because then they can really just counter comp one of those characters. And in this case, they're gonna counter comp the Opera Singer. So it looks like Kakiri choosing to spawn on the right side. That's going to be into the Novelist. It's actually going to make it so the Embalmer is in a safer location here. And he has a few options, though. He can actually chase any of these survivors. He could go to middle and chase Priestess, considering that Priestess, as we know, is not very good against the Opera Singer. Novelist as well is a pretty good kiter against Opera. So I think the Novelist here is definitely not your most optimal target, although it is the closest. So I'm very interested to see if he actually chases that or goes for the Priestess instead.
Yeah, I mean, go for the weakling, right? Last game, for those of you who have just joined in, COAⅧ was the one who got the first chase and didn't really do exactly well with the Antiquarian. But here, we have one person only with borrowed time. That's the Wildling. Everyone else has flywheels, except for the Wildling. And that's going to be an excitement brought by Opera Singer. I'm Nello Mello, that's Eli O. We'll be bringing the commentaries for this second game, second half.
Okay, so we're going to see Kakiri's going to dash towards middle. Yeah, going straight for that Priestess, as we talked about here. Good rotation from Dou, able to avoid being spotted by the Opera Singer so far. Looks like Nan is in the area. That is not a target that Kakiri can chase. So he's just going to rotate away. Finally seeing the Priestess in the distance here, and has found his ideal chase target at this point. Priestess is going to have that portal set up to transition away here. Does have the pallet for speed boost as well, so nice little setup there for the Survivor. But the switch back into the shadow, cutting off the Survivor.
Wow.
And Wildling needs to be careful that he doesn't give a free hit, but actually just going to leave the Wildling straight up here and go for that Priestess.
I thought it was going to be a free hit too, right? Because he could just swing by across and just get that hit. Wildling wouldn't be able to avoid it, right? But it's okay. At least he's locking in. He's like, yeah, I just want to lock in one survivor first. What a minute. Wait, what a play. The flywheel negating that hit. COAⅧ still kiting really, really well. Still has one portal to work with. Kakiri just needs to be really careful not to lose target, not to waste too much time here anymore. He's gonna be teleport down here. COAⅧ just trying to rotate around the palace that he has placed. No, COAⅧ. He has to go back. Kakiri just doubling back, and he's gonna get that first down. 1.5 minutes in, Eli.
Yeah, he's able to get that first down. Still a pretty good early game kite. Probably going to be enough for a tie. Well, technically it is enough for a tie, but the question is going to be, can Kakiri actually turn it into a win from this spot? We know these Opera Singers play these late games so well and can easily create a lot of injuries and create a strong end game here. It looks like 3 survivors again. Yeah, no borrowed time. 3. We call this the suicide build here. 3 builds, just going straight in for kiting, max kiting builds. Looks like we're going to see the Wildling come in for the first rescuers. He does have Tide Turner to work with. There's the push all the way up to the chair, and trying to go for a Terror Shock here. Can he get this hit? No, it's going to be a basic hit. Nice rescue from the Wildling, and Priestess will go down pretty quickly after, but they do get that Tide Turner effect, and Priestess also getting the coffin as well here. So can use that to resurrect after this chair.
Wow, that's such a play, by the way. Like the timing as well, just not getting hit after the rescue and just enabling that coffin to be utilized, right? So I guess Kakiri has no choice right now but to change to teleport. But honestly, the closest Cypher is also on top of Chen. Are you just gonna teleport to where Chen is? Yeah, that's really hard because oh my god! Almost getting stunned with a switcheroo, but he's gonna persist onto the Priestess. A global portal! That's very risky, Eli. I don't think she'll be able to make it.
No, she's not gonna. I guess you might as well try, because if you think about it, well, I don't know. Maybe it might have been worth it just to kite. I mean, Priestess had flywheel.
Yeah,
Priestess had this that really strong pallet. Priestess had a portal to work with, so she could have easily kited in this hotel area for a while, or for at least for a bit. But trying to go for the global portal. Yeah, just not the right decision here, unfortunately, and that's going to cause her to go down a lot quicker than she would have liked.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem as well. You see the novelist using the skill just to stop Kakiri from dashing forward a little bit longer, right? But unfortunately, that strategy did not play off. If it did, that would be amazing. That would be genius. But unfortunately, it didn't. Unfortunately, that's going to be 3v1 at the moment. 3v1 with only 2 ciphers being done at the point and no decoders with the walling as well. It's very slow, right, Eli? So 3v1 here with a walling. Ciphers are going to be super slow especially if one of them's getting chased. Still looking for the next target though. I mean, who does he technically want to find here?
Well, he wants to find the Embalmer since it's the easiest target. Embalmer does not have Coffin anymore, and he does miss a dash though. So Do Survivor's doing a good job of just avoiding the Hunter here, but nobody is decoding at this point. That's going to be the biggest problem. Finally, we see Novelist get onto a Cypher machine, but they're just losing out a lot of time to decode here. Wildling will get found out here. The board's on cooldown for 6 seconds. He needs to kite out until it comes back here. Is he able to do so? 3, 2, 1. He gets it back just in time, but I think he's still going to be knocked off the board, maybe, if Kakiri can get this hit. No, he gets the speed boost to get away, and that's going to save the Wildling there.
Wow, what a play. Nan avoiding death. You can see his life flash before his life there, but now Chen's going to be the target. Novelist has a flywheel to work with. Oh my god, what a calculation. He anticipated the flywheel, waited half a second later, and got that hit onto Chen. So right here, this last cipher is going to be canned, but I don't think it really matters, Eli, because the 2 ciphers have a lot of progress.
It's interesting because the problem is a lot of these survivors don't have borrowed time. So even if you get to the end game here, Kakiri can still 3-kill from this spot. The question is, can he? I think he definitely can 3-kill this. The question is going to be, can he 4-kill in this position? Most likely no, unless he misses a dash, so that's not going to be very good. But he's going to go for the Wildling here. Wildling just gets off the board. If he can kill the Wildling and share on the last cipher before the board's back, he could win, but they have another cipher machine already here.
Yeah, same situation, right? But of course, the Wildling cipher has the most progress. We know this. 81% versus 53%, but you got to be really careful because they're just going to heal up. They're going to take this to the long battle, and Kakiri, quite honestly, you don't have a trump card to use anymore. You're fully committed into teleport. Fortunately for him, right, the 2 ciphers are pretty close to each other, considering he can dash. So that's the good thing. But now he's finally going to commit to the Wildling after his board is off cooldown. So does this make sense? Like, shouldn't he be committing way earlier than this?
Yeah,
right? When he was off cooldown.
I guess the idea is that the board is only going to last a few more seconds because he's already used it multiple times, so the energy on the board is a lot lower. And we're going to see the Wildling get down, but the cipher machine's going to be ready. They're going to be able to pop for the end game here. The fact that the borrowed time survivor, the 1 out of 3 borrowed time survivor was the one that got down there is absolutely optimal for Dou, but he's still going to go down anyway. And the teleport's available. Nobody to the exit gate yet. We're going to see Dou survivors. They're going to split the gates here. That means they can get 1 out the gate, out each of the gates here. But Kakiri can easily teleport, and actually he's going to have to leave the gate. There's the teleport onto Chen. Does he see his trail here? Does see the trail of the Embalmer, and Embalmer has nothing to work with, only a flywheel here.
Oh my god, this is so hard. He's not even going to teleport back, right? He's not even going to teleport back.
Novelist.
Yeah, Novelist is going to be the next, but Wildling is going to be rescued behind the scenes. So, wow, Dou might be able to make this 2-man escape because Kakiri has nothing left in the tank. Well, he has no teleport left.
The only thing is they have not started the other gate yet, so he does have some time to figure out his options. Does he want to go straight for that gate, or does he want to try to look for the Wildling who could be pressuring the rescue here? Looks like he's going to choose to go. He does not have Tinnitus yet, so he knows the survivor's not nearby, at least not yet. So he's going to try to push that exit gate here. And he does find the survivor before the gate is open here, and also teleport's going to be back online in 40 seconds, but he's actually going to choose to go back. He sees the Wildling. If he's able to find the Wildling,
wrong area. Wrong area.
He didn't see the Wildling. The Wildling was right there, but he didn't see him, and he's gonna be able to make the backdoor rescue now.
Go back to the chair. My goodness, Kakiri. Oh my goodness, this is so hard to see. And he's gonna get Chan, fortunately, but now Nan's on the board again. And not to mention, he's trying to cut Nan off guard here. I mean, the other gate's already open, right? So this is the danger. You chair Chan, and there's a dungeon available for Nan to drop in if he wants to.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to get... the Wildling's just going to stay on the dungeon here. And Bomber will run out.
Wow.
Yeah, the Wildling's going to make it out the dungeon. And they actually win this round against AXIZ here.
What a play. Dou does not play like a team that's in last place in the group, right? They're playing like champions, and it really shows like what a game. Like the band pick was super good in countering the opera singer. Kakiri persisted on it, but unfortunately 2 is the name of the game. They just needed 2 men to go out.
Yeah.
And Eli, like what a turn of events. Like everyone that's putting their apples in right now, you gotta be worried because those up 1 round at this moment.
Yeah, I don't know if this match, though, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if this match will affect the standings too much, because AXIZ is already 3-0. The only team that's competing against them for first spot is AXIZ, but they've already defeated them, so that means they're already going to be higher than them anyway. So basically how the points work, if I'm not mistaken, at least this is how it was last year, so if it's the same for this year, if there's a tiebreaker, it goes off of if one of those 2 teams play each other, whichever team beat that team automatically is higher. And then if that's not... and then if there's a tiebreaker of 3 ways, like one team beat one, another team beat another, another team beat another, then you go off of net wins, which is also a factor as well. So I think even if Dou wins here, AXIZ will still be first seed no matter what. The question for Dou is, can they get into 4th instead of being 5th? I think that's going to be the big thing here for them.
If they lost the next 2 games, like in a really bad manner, I guess that's possible. But honestly, the game's not over yet. The game's not over yet. Happy Eyes, I know you're getting tired, but the game's not over yet. After all, the points are very, very minuscule. The point difference is very minuscule, right? It's a 5-3, right, in game number 2. So in game number 3, as long as one of the factions on the side of AXIZ gets a 4-man elimination or a 4-man escape or 3-man escape, the point difference is still going to make a difference, right? Because it'll be 1 round wins each. But hey, the team with the more points is going to take it, right? So yeah, I think it's ultimately not over yet. So right now, I don't know. Should Kakiri still be going up? Or do you think it's like, yeah, maybe Kakaka should step in BO3? We're going to find out. We're going to find out really soon. Yeah, I mean, just enjoy the highlights first while we wait for the next up stage.
OK、準備で俺置いた。追い切り。うまいよ。うまいそれ。うまっ。はい、OK、OK、大丈夫。OK。持ってる、ガンオイ、ガンオイ、ガンオイ。死ぬ、もう死ぬ。球場どうする？あ、上げて、待って待って。待ってから。这边4台。我可能会死，我死不了技能。我需要脚，我需要隔壁。OK， 来不及，差1秒。行。传送。这一溜，小方直接修，直接下拿。OK。这一溜怎么点他们？我挂九。多少？
Okay, so for the rankings, if the system is the same as last year, where even if there's a tiebreaker, it's basically whatever team won between those teams are in a tiebreaker. Whichever team won out of those 2 during the group stage would be ranked higher automatically. So in that case, even if Dou wins today, the rankings will still be AWG in 1st and Dou in 5th, because Dou would then be 1 and 3. And the team that would be above them would be either TE or AWG, but they've already both beat them already. so they would automatically be higher. So I think no matter who wins this match, AWG is first seed and Doe is fifth. I don't think it changes it at all. I think the only changes that can happen in this group are between TE and AWG for third place. I think for Group A, as of what I know right now, AXIZ is secured first. ITZY has secured second unless they lose to AWG. But I think they're pretty much secured second from what I know. Doe is secured fifth. So it's between TE and AWG for the last playoff spot.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of mathematics.
I think this match doesn't. I think this match result doesn't actually affect anything in reality. But
well, I mean, you're the maths guy. We're gonna take your word for it. But honestly, ultimately, they still gotta give it their all, right? Like, as the saying goes, like you could be in the losing team of a group, but as long as you give it your best, you can be the SVP, the MVP of the losing team, and that's gonna mean something. It's gonna leave an impression to everyone that's watching, right? So just to answer Alondra as well, honestly, I have no preference. I root for every team. But if you're talking about apples, well, I did put it in AXIZ. But my heart goes out to all of the teams that are competing, because everyone, I'm really sure everyone has given up something just to be here, right? Everyone has sacrificed something, has given up something. Some might be giving up a lot just to be here. So I feel like just saying I have a favorite, I would say everyone honestly just impresses me with their work ethics. So yeah, I'm rooting for everyone. But of course, if you're talking about apples, it's on AXIZ at the moment. So guys, yeah, we're just waiting to see if AXIZ will be able to come back in game number 3. Who would have thought we have to say this? Would AXIZ be able to come back? Because so far in the tournament, they've been winning. They've been winning and winning, Eli.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like they're 3-0 and then Doe's 0-3, but Doe's actually winning. The team that's 0-3 is winning against. It's like when you watch like the if you've ever seen like in the US we have like the March Madness college basketball. And it's basically like the 1 versus 16 team, and then the 2 versus 15 team, and then the 3 versus 14 seed team. It's like when the 16 team beats the 1 team. Like it almost never happens.
Seed 1.
But yeah, but it happened like one time before. Maybe like I think it was back when I was in high school. Maybe like 5-6 years ago, something like that. But it was like a very big upset. You know what I mean? And so today, this would be a big upset if Doe actually wins. Well, Doe is a very good team. It's just 3-0 getting beat by 0-3 team. Very, very rare. But yeah, we do see the substitution for KAKA coming to play Hunter here for AXIZ.
Yeah, maybe they realize the elements are not aligning, right? Like Kakiri's element is not good against the elements of the survivors here. So maybe they're like, okay, obviously the leaf element is not working against the fire element. Let's bring in the water element. That's gonna be KAKA, something like that. I'm not really sure if that's a good analogy, but I really do think like every team is strong. It's just a matter of compatibility and how well they go against each other, because one team can beat, like what you said, this 16 seed team can lose to every single team, but they can be super good against the top 3 teams. So that's really weird. You know what I mean? That's like it might come down to compatibility and elements sort of thing, but let's see if this change-up will be able to make a difference, because KAKA, he's undeterred. This is his fresh round against Doe survivors after all, and Doe survivors.
Can you still hear me, by the way?
Sorry?
Oh, I think my game froze, but I think I'm back.
Yeah. Welcome back from the abyss.
Okay, I'm gonna plug in my Ethernet cable because I don't want any random disconnect. Give me 2 seconds.
Go ahead. I am going to read the comments. Hosu Hisepic. Now I'll do a hair flip next time you're on camera. I don't have a really good hair. Okay, but I have some stories about hair. I went to the saloon and there was this hairstylist that got along with me pretty well. And the funny thing is, whenever I say, hey, I want this kind of haircut, can you do a poodle's haircut for me? And she's like, no, I can only do golden retriever's haircut for you. And ultimately, I went like, on second thought, can you just set my hair to look like a Maltese hair? And, like that's the kind of haircut signals I'm getting. Like people are talking about undercuts and stuff. I'm talking about poodle Maltese haircuts. And the hairstylist understands, by the way. So Eli, I was just talking to the chat about haircuts because he was like, you should flip your hair next time you're on. And I'm like, yeah. And if you go to the barber, what kind of instructions do you give to your barber?
Well, it depends on the day. Usually I like the top part of my hair to be a little bit longer, so leave that one longer. Then usually get more of a trim around the side, sort of like a fade,
okay, all right.
And in the back too. But before I typically had I tried to have my hair more straight, but my hair is actually naturally curly when it gets longer. So I kind of just so recently I decided to go with like a fade, but then more curly on the top, I guess. But I don't know. I keep being indecisive, so it kind of just depends. Also, if RVL wins today, I will show everybody my wig collection, which is nothing because I don't actually have wigs because I actually have hair. So
psyched. So, Eli tried to paint you with wigs.
Y'all thought, not today.
Not today. But here's a very
bald, but I guess not.
He's really not. Otherwise, he will fly out every time he plays basketball, right? But it's not. Yeah. But there's a really good statement right here from a viewer, Rennie, saying, any EU casters, would you ever want to commentate for IGL, IBL? I think having an English broadcast for IGL, IBL would be super cool. So thank you for that statement. I think I speak on everyone's behalf. We would be super excited to commentate. Eli, I think you would be super excited for IGL, IBL too, right? I mean,
yeah, being able to see very high professional gameplay like that and commentate for that all the time would be exactly one of the reasons why I signed up to be a caster. I love the high level gameplay, the competitive gaplay, the all the strategies and things like that. In a professional level like IGL and IBL, you get to see that almost all the time. So that's something that I really get excited about when it comes to Identity 5.
Yeah, we're super excited as well. And we're super excited for Principe Simeon's hair. It looks like Sangria's hair when it's untended. Wow, that's going to be very luscious. But yeah, thank you for sharing that with us. Would love to see you guys' hair. Maybe if you guys don't mind, you can just take a selfie with any of your IDV merchandises or anything with your game up. And just tag us. I mean, we would love to give you shout outs as well. But for now, we're getting into game number 3. First half in Arms Factory. KKK has already banned out Explorer. Explorer is... Who would have thought we live to see a day where Explorer is banned every single game, right?
Yeah, exactly,
and Weeping Clown as well. Yeah. Chocho's gonna cry. This meta is not for her.
No, it's not. But let's see if... what Hunter KKK wants to play, because we also have to consider that AXIZ has to win this round. So KKK wants to actually win on the Hunter side. He wants to go for at least a 3 kill here. So we're gonna see the first officer banned as well. That leaves no rescuers. Wildling and Gravekeeper are global banned. The officer and the merc are banned. So the survivors for Dou really are gonna have to go with a psychologist. They're gonna have to go with a non-rescue character being the main rescuer, whether that's the coordinator or the airplanist. We have seen this before where airplanist goes Tide Turner and is the rescuer. In that manner, we see coordinator go as the rescuer. So definitely they have some options for rescuing. They just don't have a tough guy rescuer, a more stable rescuer. So that gives KKK an opportunity for stronger camping here.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, right? Just banning out all the rescuers here. I mean, I would love to see a forward, but honestly, I think having a coordinator, that's just going to force KKK to bring excitement. And then your skills would pretty much be not applicable in certain situations. But who knows? I mean, Dou, they've done pretty good so far, getting a draw in the first game. And then in the second game, getting another draw. So who's to say they won't do well in game number 3, right? So let's see if this lineup will be able to earn them at least a draw right here. Because KKK, I don't know about you at all, but he does not look like he's happy just getting a draw in this last game.
And so I think here, I'm trying to think about see what hunters he typically plays. I can't find where that match was, but anyways, yeah, I mean, if he wants to play for a win here, we typically see Dream, which is the late round character, but we've also seen a lot of players play Anne, and they're able to get 3 kills with Anne in the later rounds. While Anne is considered more of a tie hunter, it is a hunter that can get 3 kills, but this is what we love about the third round. It opens up these specialty hunter options, which we don't get to see in the first 2 rounds, because the first 2 rounds of this current meta is literally the same thing. But Bonbon is not a hunter we've seen for a while here now. So bringing back the old Bonbon meta, and because Do did not bring a safe rescuer here, Bonbon's camping will actually be quite strong here.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the Short King for a long time, right? So Bonbon, notoriously known for his short legs, but super scary when it comes to camping. I'd love to see how Kakaka will be able to pull this off against this lineup. Of course, mobility will be a downside for Kakaka, but with the bombs and trying to corner survivors, maybe he can make this work, right? Because right now, guys, the advantage is actually on the side of Do. They won 1 round, they draw the first game, won the second game, and now in round 3, Kakaka has to make this impact fast and soon. Right?
Yeah,
so,
definitely. We're gonna get into our spawns here. Looks like Airplane is at middle here. Fire Investigator over near the shack, and Psychologist closer to Factory. Coordinator in the front here. So I'm interested to see, yeah, what trait does he have? Because Coordinator is actually a very good rescuer against Bonbon, because she can just flare gun save, and there's nothing that the Bonbon can do about it unless he brings excitement. So sometimes we do see Bonbons bring excitement here. There's the coach's handshake here. Kakaka looking for a 3 kill here now. He's going to go Blink. It's going to be Trump Card Detention and Blink here. And we have 3 survivors with Borrowed Time, Psychologist, no Borrowed Time, and Tide Turner. But those Tide Turner characters will not have safe rescues against the strong camping Bonbon here. This is the first half of the third round of the Do survivors versus the AXIZ Hunter side. I'm Eli, joined here with Noah Miller, bringing the live commentary for this match.
All right, let's see if the Bonbon, the Short King, will be able to make an impact in this game. Like what Eli has mentioned, he needs to get a 3-man elimination in order to give the survivors of AXIZ a little bit of leeway and win the round ultimately. Heading towards the factory, actually, Chan will be here. That's the Psychologist, very tanky character, trying to do a little bit of the red light trick. Unfortunately, not going to be falling for that. Chan's already on the other side of the map, and without peepers, I'm not sure if that's going to help as well. Chan trying to make that rotation away. The bomb is going to hit for the first time. A second bomb, not going to, oh, it's going to hit as well. So Chan trying to rotate around this factory, super strong kiting area. Chen has to be really careful not to be cornered in this spot, because if you get cornered by Bonbon, you are going to have a pretty bad time right here.
All right, we're going to see Chen trying to force a basic hit, so he does not get chipped, does get that basic K registered there. And we're going to see the vault here going to transition away towards the front gate area. Nope, he's going to stay in this area. Blink's still available. If Kakaka can get close enough, he can just blink to down this Psychologist here. Going to use this power. This is a hard position to blink in, though, because of these, because of this area. The control bomb gets the time bomb to down the Psychologist there. That's a pretty fast down for Bonbon. And he still has his trait to work with. And now the survivors don't know what the trait is, so Coordinator might be scared of a potential excitement. So let's see if they even rescue. They may not even save. Keep in mind, Do just wants to tie here. No, they want to get a tie and win this last, which would then mean that they win the series, tying in this last round here. So they may not even rescue because Bonbon's camp is so good. But it looks like COAⅧ, the airplanist, is going to feed Tinnitus here.
Feed Tinnitus, maybe if there's an opening, he can go in for and swoop in for a rescue, right? Because he has that jetpack to help him close the gap in an instant. So Kakaka is pretty much trapped here at the moment. So we're just trying to finish that really dangerous cipher. You can see COAⅧ actually trying to just decode the cipher at the factory at the moment. Just trying to buy a little bit more time. Just keeping Kakaka on his toes here. And psychologists, I don't think they're gonna rescue, right? The game plan is to just avoid action at all costs. You do not want to give action to Bonbon. Bonbon's not at full presence. And of course, if you just play, you just kite, you just sell, you just kite again, pop Cypher, you can pretty much guarantee a tie if there's nothing wrong with this. Yeah.
See the airplane is dropping down to avoid that bomb there. Does have the jetpack to work with. He's going to use the flying jetpack first just to create some distance here. There is a 2-second bomb followed up by a second. Can he get the chip here? Able to avoid all these bombs so far. Airplane is doing a very good job at Blink for the first hit here. But I think that's fine for the airplane. He's able to avoid all the bombs so far. He has 2 jetpacks to work with. And the last 2 Cypher machines already being worked on. So, yeah, Doe in a very good spot. We'll see how I use this. The control bomb, though. Oh, that's a huge miss. That's a huge miss because now he can just jetpack away here and avoid going down.
My goodness. But that's not going to buy a lot of distance, right? 4 Cyphers is close to completion. COAⅧ is going to be the next one to go down, but while all of that is happening, Doe, they've already popped 4 Cyphers. The 5th Cypher is actually done by COAⅧ all the way at the factory, so nothing's going to be able to stop COAⅧ from finishing that Cypher in the factory. None can pretty much just provide the Nidus here, and knowing that KKK does not have excitement, the gun's going to be so much more valuable right now.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that all these survivors have borrowed time too, so this is no problem for them if they get the Cypher pop. Will Fire Investigator even come to the rescue though?
They're just decoding. They don't care.
Oh no, they're gonna go save now.
Yeah, fortunately. Yeah, I think KKK's just committed at this point. Oh, that balloon, that's gonna help Nan propel to a much safer kiting route. Nan trying to kite as much as he can. COAⅧ is gonna be rescued at the moment. Investigator. Nan, however, is gonna go down. Wow, the pop. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you think you're fluffy? My balloon's fluffier. So KKK meeting his match ultimately. But right now, they're gonna rescue. After the rescue, probably just gonna heal up, and then COAⅧ going back to where his Cypher is at. And he's pretty safe, right, Eli? Because if KKK decides to just go and pursue him with a warp gate right now, well, he has a gun waiting for him.
He does have that indeed. He also has warp now available, so but looks like he's gonna chase this Aeroplanus. Aeroplanus does have Tide Turner, so this is the ideal rescuer here for Doe at this point. We're gonna see the first chip onto the survivor. There's the bomb. They're gonna pop the Cypher machine.
Yeah, pop and rescue, right? Yeah.
Oh, but there's the warp. He can actually cut off the coordinator, but coordinator still has flare gun to work with here, and they know he's already switched his trait. There's the warp. No, maybe.
No.
Still waiting.
Oh, he's just deterring. He's just deterring. Yeah, COAⅧ has a really important job now. He has to make sure he's able to kite to that gate. But wait, KKK not being tunnel vision. He's gonna go straight for the objective, and that is to stop. Oh no, the gun.
Oh, he misses it. He misses it, and there's detention. None of these survivors have any traits. KKK can actually win this game. Wow, there's no way. That flare gun was so cool. If she gets the flare gun off there, well, we're gonna see the juke though on the vault there. If coordinator gets that flare gun off there, then Aeroplanus can get the gate open while the hunter's stunned. But that's not gonna be the case here. Aeroplanus trying to sneak it, but he sees the Aeroplanus. He sees the Aeroplanus hiding here.
My God. Yeah, KKK needs to get this one down at least, right? Though, rest assured, if you get COAⅧ down here, they won't be able to be a draw situation. They're transitioning away.
Oh, he leaves. He thought the coordinator was still there. But
no, everyone's gone.
Other gate here. And he doesn't know where the survivor is.
The blindness kicking in. Oh my God.
Oh no, this is bad. He thinks the survivor's back here. I think they could. Wait. Oh no. Is coordinator near the other gate? Oh, she is. Airplanes can just run to the other gate here, I think.
Oh, he's hiding. Is that a? No, COAⅧ's so far away.
Yeah,
COA�ź can make it all the way.
Game. This is a
wow.
Tie game.
What a game.
I don't think warp will come up in time here. 18 seconds. It's not going to be enough time. What needed to happen is KKK needed to choose a target here, at least secure a 3 kill, but he kept trying to protect the exit gate, and now these 2 survivors can run all the way out to the open gate here, and Doe manages to get a tie here.
My God. Lore accurate. You can't really see much when you're so short. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, I think it's just honestly the stealthy Doe survivors just keeping out of sight. And And KKK, we've seen not just this in Kakiri, but we see this in KKK as well. Like, oh my god, not being able to find survivors, and is so important, and it feels so relatable, Eli, because when I play Hunter, I feel the exact same way. I can't see anyone. You know, you think that he's hiding in the factory. Nope, we're actually in the middle, going towards the other gate. And unfortunately for AXIZ, this is going to be a 2-man escape for the side of DouWu. So they're in a very good position, right? Just tie this game and they're pretty much got this. They win 1 round at least.
Yeah, this means that Yan just needs to get a tie on his side here. For AXIZ, it's really tough. They have to get a 3 escape here no matter what. If they don't get a 3 escape, DouWu will be the winners here. So for those of you who just to explain the win condition here, basically if DouWu Hunter Yan, if he gets a tie or a win, then DouWu wins. If it is a 3 escape, then we go into an overtime round, and if it's a 4 escape, then AXIZ wins. That's the final conditions here. Just so everybody's aware of this spot. So that makes it really difficult because AXIZ has to get 3 out no matter what.
Yeah, it's just really hard, right? Considering that those survivors have been doing everything right. Well, not everything, but they made less mistakes than what the Hunter would be making. And in this case, a Hunter making 1 mistake is so devastating, because that 1 mistake is gonna cost him 1 or 2 survivors out the gate. And unfortunately, both kings, Kakiri and KKK, will be having the same results. Pretty much, that's gonna be a draw ultimately. Yep. And when Yan comes out in the next round, AXIZ, if they want to win this, they gotta get a 4-man escape, right? We gotta get a 4-man escape. But if they get a 3-man escape, we're gonna be seeing a BO3 over time.
Yeah, it's gonna be definitely be a long match. Again, this one does not actually. I'm as far as I know, this one doesn't actually matter towards standings. AXIZ is still gonna be first. DouWu is still gonna be 5th. So they've already secured their spot in the playoffs. But while we wait, I actually want to talk a little bit about the other matches today in the other groups, since this one is again not going to change too much. For the next match, we have Weibo versus RVL, and for that group, it's Group D. Weibo is currently in 3rd, and RVL is currently in 5th. And Weibo is right now is at 1-1, and FL is at 1-2. RVL is at 0-3. So basically, what we could see happen here is if RVL is able to defeat Weibo, we could potentially have a 3-way tiebreaker for 3rd at 3 teams that are at 1-3. But then we would have to go based off of the net wins, because then RVL would have beat Weibo, Weibo beat FL, but FL beat RVL. So that's a 3-way tiebreaker, which means that we'd go off of net wins at that point. So what would need to happen here is that RVL would have to get a 2-0 victory over Weibo. That puts them at -3 net wins. And then Weibo would have to. This is really complicated.
It is.
Basically, they would have to get a 2-0 victory here today, and then one of the other teams would have to lose. I don't know. I have to do the math on that. But basically, RVL, essentially, if RVL wants any chance at making playoffs, I don't know if it's still possible, but if they did want any chance, it would have to be a 2-0 victory over Weibo. That would be the only condition for them to even have a chance there.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one that we're going to watch out for there. And then for ACT versus RD. RD actually surprisingly is hanging on in the group stages, but it's a must-win game for RD. If RD wants to make playoffs, they do have to get a win against ACT here today. And then for Wolves versus RC, that's basically just a battle for the top spot, the high spot. GR will be the 1st seed in Group B most likely, and RC versus Wolves today, the winner of that will be the 2nd seed in Group B. So they're fighting for that 2nd place spot. Keep in mind, going into the playoffs, if you're the 3rd seed, you have a longer bracket to make it to the finals. You start lower in the bracket. You have to play against higher teams to make it to the finals. If you're 2nd seed, you're in better position to the bracket. So the match of Wolves versus RC today will be the decider of who is the 2nd seed in Group B. So that pretty much sums up everything, I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry for talking a lot. Hopefully.
Yeah. All good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the gist of it. Yeah, basically they all have to fight. The bare minimum is just to get a top 3, just to make it to playoffs. And obviously, the one at the higher seed will get less matches and more time to prepare against opponents, right? But guys, if you're still hanging in here, hanging in there, this is day number 8 of the Call of the Abyss 8 Global Finals Group Stage. I see Just a Girl still hanging in there. Hope you have a good day. Vanilla kinda as well. After this, gonna go off and probably find some rendang to eat. Just visiting some Muslim friends for their open houses. But ultimately, just enjoying the games here. Hopefully, you guys have a good day today. If you guys are on Friday today, it's Good Friday. So happy Good Friday to you guys. For those of you who are still in Thursday, well, an early Happy Fridays to you guys. Hopefully, you guys are healthy and safe all the time. And right now, looks like AXIZ, they are not safe from getting an L from Team Dou, because Dou has been on fire. And Yen, he's the one that's looking to put a nail onto the coffin of AXIZ. AXIZ
Right.
needs to get a 3-man escape in order to bring it to overtime, Eli.
Yeah, they have to get a 3 escape here or a 4 escape to win. And Yen just needs to get a tie. So Yen will just play a tie hunter here. We've seen Anne be the tie hunter of choice from a lot of these players. So I would imagine that we might see that be the character of choice. We see some fan signs here for AXIZ in the audience, but unfortunately for AXIZ, they are the ones at the disadvantage here, down 2 points, needing to get a 3 survivor escape to gain back those points and get back into the game here. So Yen, Arms Factory, good map for Ann too. So if he wants to play the Yen Ann here, then that could be his choice. And Prospector Ban, even know that definitely indicates that he might want to play that Ann.
Yeah, I mean, Ann is definitely a very good hunter in order to get that tie. But we've seen situations where Ann might not be the best hunter in this kind of situation, because sometimes the survivors just lock in and you find yourself having to run after 4 survivors at the late game. We've seen this happen before, right? So Yan, honestly, maybe just lock in to 1 survivor, get 1 down after the other, and I feel like he has a pretty good chance of getting a draw. But here, it looks like AXIZ is gonna go to their decoder, the mechanic and a Ford. How do you like this?
Well, Mechanic is typically considered more of a tie survivor, especially in the early rounds. But I would say here it can be good against the tie hunters that are very slow, that have limited map control. Obviously, the Cypher Rush is very important. So if you're playing, they could go heavy to. Sometimes we've seen this be a strategy from some of the Japanese teams, specifically RC. But for AXIZ, maybe they want to go just heavy decoding team comp, try to Cypher Rush very fast and get their 3 escape that way. Mechanic is also good because it can be a good item swap character. So the Mechanic uses up her bot, or even if she doesn't use it up, she can just change items. Maybe Mercenary or Ford can drop a football for her, or they can search a chest, get her an elbow pad, something like that, and she can use those items by trading out her bot for that. So that's a play we also see sometimes as well when survivors need to go for a 3 escape. So Puppeteer here, another character of choice here for AXIZ, just good against those single hit hunters. Maybe worried about maybe a Bloody Queen from Yan, maybe a Geisha. Puppeteer would be good against both of those. Against Anne, it's maybe not as good in some spots, but in some locations it can be quite optimal if you position yourself near a strong palette. And the Explorer from AXIZ finally. So yeah, no, we're going to see the heavy decoder comp from them. They're really going all in with that Cypher Rush and just trying to finish those ciphers before Yan can eliminate all the survivors here. And I think we're going to see them most likely. I think you have to have the 4 borrowed time because they need to have a 3 survivor escape. They need to have a 4 survivor endgame typically to get a 3 survivor escape. So I think we'll see max borrowed time, all 4 borrowed time here.
Yeah,
maybe not Explorer, but everything else.
Explorer, yeah. And they kind of have to get an amazing game. You know what I mean? They gotta get an amazing first kite, especially against Yan if he's going for the Disciple, right? Because if the first kite is super short, then everyone has to waste their time and rotate their resources in order to help the person getting chaired. So Yan right here, honestly, he just needs a 2 elimination. That's gonna help Dou win against AXIZ. But for wait, My mistake. Wait, Eli. If they get a 3-man escape, that's not going to be an overtime. It's just going to be a 1-round win, right? Because no already won game 2.
Yeah, but they won game 3, but it was 5-3 when they won. So
it is, but hear me out. In first game, it was a draw.
Yeah.
If game 3 is another draw, it's just going to be a 1-round win for Daewoo. So they need to get 4 men out. It's not going to be overtime.
But it's not a draw. If they get a 3 escape, then AXIZ wins this round because it was a tie. Already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My maths is not computing. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's going to be a draw in terms of round wins and points if they get a 3-man escape. Yeah, 3-man escape would bring us to overtime. But of course, if AXIZ Wave can end it here, they're going to need a 4-man escape. So, Eli, this lineup against a Disciple, how high are the chances of survivors, do you think, for this game?
Well, they expected the An, and he did play the An. So the goal is to essentially Cypher Rush. An is more of a tie hunter, so the goal is to Cypher Rush An as fast as possible. So there's no opportunity for her to, even if she gets a fast down, there's no opportunity for her to tie because of how fast the Cyphers can move along. That's kind of the goal here. I think we'll see 2 tide turners. I think we'll see 3 Explorer, may or may not have borrowed time. Everyone else should have borrowed time. I think we'll see 2 tides, probably 1 on forward and 1 on either Puppeteer or Explorer. He does spawn near the Explorer. I wonder if he actually can find the Explorer. If he finds the Explorer, then I think it's game over. If he finds the Explorer quickly. If not, then the survivors will be okay. But I expect forward and either Puppeteer, Explorer to have tied. 3 of the survivors will have borrowed time. Explorer may or may not. And it looks like they're going... Actually, it's going to be forward with no borrowed time. And we're actually using triple tide turn. So we do have triple borrowed time, but it's actually going to be forward that's going to opt for no BT instead. And they do have the heavier tide turner lineup here. Forward Explorer and even the Puppeteer as well. So all 3 of the survivors did bring BT. So... And blink for Yin here. So this is the third round, second half. Milo joined with Nell Miller bringing the live commentary for this match.
All right, Yan, otherwise known as Nyan when he plays the Disciple, has to get that draw in order to win. Ato is actually going to hide. Oh my god!
Oh no, that's it. That's it. That's game over. Yes. That's if unless this Explorer kites like a god here, this is game over here. Now I don't see how.
I doubt
he's already
it.
catted him.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This does so many things. He can't escape here. He's gonna get knocked down. That's an instant down onto the Explorer. Mechanics decoding is already reduced because of an injured survivor. We said this at the start of the match. If he finds the Explorer early, it's a loss for the survivors or a tie. If he doesn't, then the survivors would be in a very good spot. But I don't know what they do at this point. That's so bad.
It is. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, getting spotted out by Nyan, like, you do not want to underestimate Nyan's eyes, right? Because, you know, cats have perfect vision, I think. But Takako's going to come in for the rescue. 2 of them are going to come in. The stun coming in. Oh, the zigzag. Beautiful. They're banking on Yan not having excitement, and that's going to happen. Right now, it's going to be a little bit of Tarot game coming in. 2 of the survivors coming in to give a little bit of support. Ato's going to be pretty safe. Spotted out. Wait. The stun.
But he still gets it. He still gets it. But even so, yes, he gives this. I wonder if Explorer will try to re-hide here. He could try to re-hide. Oh, he's actually gonna blink and terror shocks the forward. And now he'll just chair forward. Explorer does get away, but now this creates even more problems for AXIZ. 1, forward does not have borrowed time, so he hardly has any football, so he's just gonna hard tunnel this forward the entire game. He has no borrowed time, and now 2 injuries, which means that mechanics decoding is so slow. Puppeteer even has 1 in order. Yeah. So while that may have been a good turnaround,
what a play!
All of a sudden just backfires.
Yeah, the zigzag as well, and the stun coming in. Oh my god, Nyan is trapped. Both of them are trapped. He can just go for one of them, honestly. Like, just swing, just swing, just swing, Just wait. The puppeteer, right? Oh no, he's gonna get the fort this time.
He didn't flywheel that either, but
he did. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be used at this moment. Only a quarter of his rugby ball left. And unfortunately, it looks like Yan, my goodness, the ciphers are so slow. Only 2 ciphers being done. The third is almost non-existent. There's no 4th and 5th, and everyone's already injured. AXIZ Wave, the top seed of the group, against Dowu, the bottom seed. What a play! I can only say the elements are aligning for Dowu at the moment.
Yeah, there's no ciphers here. They have to rescue with a bunch of injured players here. Explorer will save. Let's get the rescue. Tide Turner. He's just going to farm the forward, though, and that's going to be it. They're all going to try to... I don't know what they're doing, but Mechanic's going to die here.
That's Tarot.
Yeah. And if forward's going to be eliminated. And then then we still need to see... I mean, technically, the game isn't instantly over. They could dungeon escape with 3 survivors, but I don't think that's going to happen here with...
Best case scenario. They need to make no mistakes anymore after this, right? But
Even
Eli,
if they make
honestly,
no mistakes, I think it's still not enough.
and no, but I mean, I don't know. All of their resources are gone, but I guess we gotta trust in Atto. I guess we gotta trust in his page, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But let's see if his page discovery is faster, or will it be the kiting, or will it be Yan hunting them down faster? So right now the puppeteer trying to buy a little bit more time. Doesn't really matter if he's in puppet form or not, because he's just 1 hit away from getting down.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for those cats. Gonna secure the down here. They're down to their last 2 ciphers, but he's actually gonna change to Otto the Explorer. But no, I think he just acknowledges. Yeah, I just want to secure this tie. Just secure this down onto this survivor. They are down to the last 2 ciphers. Otto has a page, and Mechanic has another cipher at 66%. But well, Mechanic's not even decoding. She's searching a chest here, and Otto also will get found out here because he was decoding. So, yeah, even if they manage to get to an end game, I don't think that matters. Anne has full presence, and she can down survivors very easily here. So just going to camp out this puppeteer and make sure she secures 1 more kill, giving the win for Dowu here.
Wow, Atto's gonna get that. The cat's gonna latch on after that. Oh, he's not gonna make this. Oh, he's gonna make the save, but Atto's gonna go down in response. Tuna is gonna try and wiggle his way out of this situation. I mean, the sea is really far away, Tuna. You're really far off the sea, but right now you're just caught in this position where you do not have anywhere to run. And now
he gets the stun before the puppet even activates. So Puppeteer is gonna get knocked down. Explorer's gonna be on chair already. He's already been on chair once. Mechanic in the vicinity, but Mechanic is half health. Well, she has a syringe, so she can heal herself and make the rescue. But with that being said, I don't know where the survivors are going to go after that. We see the Mechanic is going to slow vault in here for the rescue. Cats are going to be waiting on the chair for her here. There's the hit. I think she's going to get stuck here now. She's not even going to make the rescue. And that's... Oh, no. Puppeteer's going to try to make the rescue.
Doesn't matter. It's gonna be in time. He just needs to farm the Explorer, and that's gonna be it. Tuna just trying to run away. Wiggle, wiggle, he says. But the cat doesn't really care. He eats tuna for dinner, right? For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Doesn't really matter. So, what a game, Yan. 4K. This is why you say statistics don't really mean everything, because this guy, that's the average 2 elimination guy, getting a 4K against Dowu.
Yeah,
against AXIZ Wave, that's top seed. That's insane.
Yeah, especially against the Cypher Rush team comp too. We saw a double decoder against Anne. Now keep in mind, I think if this was a normal game where the survivors just cared about getting a tie or one escape or something, they wouldn't have played that aggressively. They probably could have still tied the game with their Cypher Rush, but here they have to win. They have to 3 survivor escape. They have to play very aggressive. And as we know, that didn't exactly work out well for them. The Explorer got found very early on. He downed the Explorer super quickly. Then the forward got Terror Shocked. And Yan actually adding to his Terror Shock record. I think he was like 2nd or 1st or something for Terror Shock. So he actually adds to his Terror Shock statistic. Yeah, from there, you know, Anne is just so good for getting ties, and nothing you can really do for the survivors in that case. So with that being said, AXIZ does fall to 3-1, still holding on to that first place spot though, and Dowu does move to 1-3, still I believe sitting in third though at this point, or is in fifth in this point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hey, the least they can do is go out with a splash, right? Justify that this is not the end for them. They go out with a bang, showing everyone that this is our true potential. Okay, guys, we just have a few bad days, but ultimately we are a very stable team. And just look at that stat itself. Everyone's just trying to kite. You can see a lot of containment time, but very little decoding progress all the way up to the late game. And yeah, forward is just such a bad matchup against the Disciple, simply because Disciple wants action and they're giving it to him, right? 16-9. That's the final score right now, Eli. 7-2. Wow.
Yeah, 2-0 round victory here. And yeah, Yan, I mean, he struggled in this event a little bit before. He kind of had a hard time. You saw his average eliminations only 2, which is actually very low for this current meta. But this time around, yeah, turned it around. Only a tie in the first round, but then he got a win. The opera singer win with the and Yan showing that maybe a little too late to sort of turn things around for him, you know, at this point. But yeah, definitely showing that he's a very good hunter and is ready to come back and be strong for Dowu in their next event.
Yeah, gonna lock in. I mean, there's always gonna be next event, but for now, we're gonna engage in some of the highlights. Please do enjoy.
C6，小方直接下，直接下拿。C6。你能开就行，蓝可以收过球的无所谓，这个球可以。不收了，没事，还是得。C6。我知道。蓝色。ダブル Q してタックルして右足させよう。それしかない。本体行く高子じゃあ。一緒に行こう。ごめん。もう多分もう死ぬ。ラーメンで死ぬ。なんだ。緊急でできないかな。バイ。
All right, all the action coming in, Eli, and yeah, couldn't be disappointed with that. Dowu has definitely given their best, and of course, I just want to give a little bit of shout-outs before I go off. Chocho's going to be coming in after this. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a little bit of a short day today, but just want to give a quick shout-outs to Sylvain. Very wonderful art here. I really appreciate the art here. I don't know if you can see this, but she drew us casters in a really nice art. So yeah, I shared it in my story, but thank you so much. And to Carol as well, screen capping our funny faces, Eli and I. So thank you so much for doing that. We enjoyed it. And of course, I definitely enjoyed today's game as well, Eli. Dowu versus AXIZ, definitely showing that being the last place doesn't mean you're always going to be last in life, right?
Yeah.
You're definitely gonna...
Well, they're a, professional team that they get to play this game all the time at a very high level. So I think they're definitely winning in life when it comes to the Identity 5 action. That's for sure. Imagine how many people be like, oh, I want to, they get to play Identity 5 for a living. They get to, play this game all the time and in front of a bunch of fans, in front of a big audience. And this is like their livelihood. And I think that's definitely winning at life. I think a lot of people would be jealous too of those people who get to do that for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. Like just being in Guangzhou itself, like just attending this event, how many of us can say that, oh, wait, when I was a teenager, when I was in my 20s, when I was a young adult, I get to travel the world. I get to meet with awesome people, meet new people. How many of us can say that, right? So thank you so much to NetEase and of course to this game Identity 5 as well for just opening up opportunities to all of us to make new friends, good friends, and eventually great friends, right? And I feel like the players, they're living their life right now, like Adi, right? Like FT from and Rivals and Omni. You can see Fluffy so just popping off, right? Fluff was just like, oh god, I'm just so excited to be there. It's heartwarming to see that, like seeing places. But yeah,
you guys get to another great thing about Identity 5 is you guys get to take pictures of us and make us have no hair for some reason. I don't know why. I don't even know why that's a thing, but for some reason, you guys really like to make people with no hair. So
Erica, I blame Erica for that. The 8.
Does this look like a wig? No, this is not a wig. See, look at this. Okay, ready? Nothing happened. It's still there. I can't pull it off. It's still there.
Yeah, it's still on. Yeah. The glue's pretty hard, so.
If you put enough glue, it won't come off.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. But Survivors getting the MVP this time. So Nan, wow, very well deserved. I mean, I loved his containment time ultimately because he was just doing a lot left and right for his team. Not to mention the rescues happening were just on point. And honestly, congratulations, Nan, for Do-woo. And super excited to see Do-woo's interview as well later on because they haven't been seeing much of a success here. So first time on stage, Do-woo with the interviews.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜Do-woo战队获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了启言还有程仔来到采访，两位先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是Do-woo战队的启言。
Hello， 大家好，我是Do-woo战队程仔。
欢迎严少，欢迎程仔，今天也是拿下了非常关键的一局，感觉今天大家在赛前还是比较严肃的，压力会有一点大。那今天拿下了2个净胜，赢下来之后，此时此刻大家有没有稍微松一口气的感觉？严少，
就缓一口吧。
缓一口，后面还有更硬的仗要打。那程仔呢？
就还剩一口气吧，要打最后一场。
要憋住。卯足这一口劲，再继续冲下去。那我们来聊一聊今天的比赛。想要先来问一下程仔，因为今天第一局咱们上来也是跟喧嚣拉扯保下了一个平局。其实当时打到中后期，感觉那个局势啊，可能一度趋近于一个4抓了。当时大家在没有自愈，然后又是很多挂飞的状态这样的一个情况之下，大家当时是怎么样找到了机会，说跟他去拖出了一个开门战？
就是还是对方监管者想4抓的心嘛，就是他有一个这种着急的心，我们互相拉扯，就是都不要给机会，然后看能不能坚持住，然后去走一个保平打嘛。然后最后还是陈某就是拖住了那一波时间，非常关键，他有心脏就保平了。
是那一波木偶师的牵制是直接把密码机拖够，然后完成了这样子的一个平局。那当时大家对那语音交流会怎么样？在陈某拖够的时候，大家有没有疯狂的太强了？
但是就是赶紧亮，就是有心脏，赶紧可以保平了。
是最主要是有这心脏，就感觉那一波打完之后，大家就是燃起来了。那想要问一下，来到第2局，想要先来问一下严少，那一局割据，感觉你一开始最心仪的目标还是囚徒吧？
对，第一目标就是想找到他嘛。
但是你在绕了一圈之后，就是回到大房后面那个门，你就是不往左看嘛？其实他就在你脸上，你后面有意识到说他就在你脸上吗？
完全没有，
完全没有，你就眼里只看到那个空军，想着兴奋就试一试了，是不是？
因为那个阵容包括选点是我们已经提前预判到了，然后就是按照那个找不到囚徒就金身把那个空军给秒掉，就是那么打。
一切就在意料之中，其实在打之前就已经给自己规划好了，就是可能没有找到囚徒，我的打法是什么样。那你在挂飞空军之后，第2波找节奏其实找了蛮久的，当时好像又是囚徒在左边，有一点那种擦肩而过的感觉。咱们今天就主打的一个不往左看，
就向前看嘛。
向前看，你向前向右看，就不往左看。歌词可不是这么写的，下次一定要记得前后左右都看一看，好不好？那想要问一下，就是打到后面，其实最后跟野人那个地窖前的单板的博弈，就大家在底下看的应该是心脏砰砰砰的跳，非常紧张。先问一下程仔吧，那一波你们在底下看的时候有没有替他捏一把汗？
就是特别急吧，因为那个猪的时间马上要好了，就如果说再不杀的话，他可能要骑猪去走机要了。
是，就感觉还是非常紧张的一个时刻。那严少，你当时的博弈，你会更加的着急吗？还是说非常的冷静？
我觉得野猪更急一点吧，他想的赶紧得拖猪或者赶紧冲地窖，我就等他下板就好了，他肯定会下板。
就疯狂的抽刀，疯狂的骗他，等他那个板子一拍，拿下一个3抓，有了比分的领先。想要问一下，到了下半回合之后，求生者这一边，因为对面选出了唐人街这张图嘛，包括于说他的角色池像小丑啊、蜘蛛啊，之前都有拿过。大家在 BP 的时候，可能会更想要去应对他什么样的角色呢？
就是还是优先考虑小丑和歌剧这个图，因为这张图这2个角色都比较强，然后去针对他的角色打，这样好打一些。
而且拿出这样的一个体系阵容之后，那一局大家在最后也是走了一个地窖嘛。大概什么时候有安排说那一局咱们就是走地窖保平的一个局面？
是当时去传送小说家就开门战，然后野人的话就是要在中间去卡他，然后找机会走地窖，把我的门拖开，这样有机会。
就其实大家后面就相互拉扯救人，感觉运营的还是非常不错的。那还有刚刚结束第3局的上半回合那一局，在那样子惊险的一个情况之下，你和空军2个人是怎么样子说从邦邦的脸上慢慢的拉远耳鸣，然后冲出了那个小门的呢？
就当时邦邦其实挺急的，他不知道大门其实可能快要开了，所以说他怕大门点了让我们保平啊。但是我们是不急的，我们就互相拉扯，然后找机会就是偷偷的换一个门啊什么的躲起来，不给他视野，然后我们就偷偷的溜走。
就感觉今天不管是启言这边还是求生者这边，大家都是非常非常的冷静，非常非常的平稳的去抓住每一波的机会。那就要问到严少刚才结束的最后一局了。其实从那个阵容来说，冒险家这点感觉有一点点想要去引诱你玩女巫的感觉。你在场上的时候会想要怎么样去应对那样的一个阵容呢？
你没有被引诱玩女巫啊，就是无脑使徒安啊。
不心动。反正我保平，我就先选出一个使徒安，就给你保平。那一局有没有想过说开局能这么快30秒直接击倒的冒险家？
因为那个点的冒险家，就是在我印象里，去年还什么时候有专门练过吧，然后就凭那个感觉去那边找，然后狩猎本能断了之后就找到他了。
就非常非常的精准，冲着冒险家闻着味儿就去了。那在后面对面想要 OB 啊帮扛换节奏这样的一个情况之下，你当时在场上会是一个什么样子处理的情况？
就稳一点嘛，就是只要手上有人就随便打了。
今天真的大家都太稳中求胜，一点都不着急，拿下了2个净胜。对于我们现在的竞技情况来说，非常非常的关键，一下子希望又打开了，格局又打开了。那想要问一下2位，我们最后一场真的是非常非常重要的一场比赛了，有没有什么话想要对最后一场比赛说的？
必胜
2个字，必胜，我们一定要赢。程仔，
全力以赴，战斗吧！
战斗吧，加油加油！我们也是下一场比赛继续加油，我们下场比赛再见了。也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜斗物战队获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete. Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Welcome home.
Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Duncan dead.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 WBG 战队登台喊话。
WBG 骑着摩托冲。
有请 WBG 回忆、幻鹤、陶晚安、过客、梦露、Alex。下面有请 RVL 战队登台喊话。
Go Go Power Rangers！
有请 RVL 银铃、My Lad、Springer、Schmitty、Roland、Green、Anton。这一场对战的2支队伍是 WBG 和 RVL， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待这一场精彩的对决。接下来，让我们把画面交给解说席。
What's up, guys? Welcome back to our second match of the day. That might have been the best. There's actually no shot they did that, but I'm not even gonna lie. That was the best intro that AXIZ's done so far. That was pretty dang good. I'm gonna have to give RVL that one. That was pretty clean. Anyways, yeah, getting into our. For those, hopefully everyone knew the reference because that was solid. Anyways, if you got a childhood, you would know the reference, right, Chocho? Did you know the reference, Chocho?
Yeah, the Power Rangers one, yes.
Okay, just making sure. Anyways, we're getting into our second match of the day. This is going to be a very big match between Weibo and RVL. I'm not sure the exact math on it. If RVL gets a 2-0, the only chance RVL has any chance of making playoffs is if they manage to get a 2-0 here. I think it gives them a small window of opportunity to qualify, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. But either way, this is a big match, not only for RVL, but also for NAU. We kind of talk about every year, RVL and NAU has gotten closer and closer to taking down a mainland Chinese region team. So for the sake of NAU, they're really hoping to get the victory here today.
Yeah, and if we remember the groupings, right, in Group D, I remember, WBG is currently placing 3rd, whereas RVL is in the 5th place. So if RVL manages to get this win here, it would definitely threaten WBG's standing coming into the group stages, whether they're able to survive being in the top 3 or gonna get pushed down here. So we've seen very incredible matches from date match number 1. Just now we saw an incredible match from Dou. We thought that they might not make it, but somehow they won against AXIZ Wave, being the top 1-seater. So I think coming to this, there is nothing impossible for RVL. Let's see how they're going to perform here.
Into our players for RVL, you have Schmitty, Rolling Green, Mylike, Yingling, Anton, and Sprinter. Anton, and then Aaron, who is not currently here, off to the side. Those are the coaches for Team RVL. And then for the players we have on screen there, the 4 starters, Mylike being substitute and Sprinter being the main hunter. Getting to the Weibo Survivor side here, we're going to see them going up against Sprinter here first. This can be a very fun matchup for a lot of us. We have Persica with 52 seconds of average containment time, 0.4 average rescues, 160% on that decoding. Still a 0% escape rate, so yet to escape. You've seen Alex be very strong on the hunter side, but the Weibo Survivors underperforming thus far in this event. That's something Sprinter's going to look to take advantage of today.
Yeah, Persica also, one of the fan favorites here coming into this. So we've been seeing very consistent performance comes to Persica when it comes to kiting, so we don't doubt it. We've seen her here twice in this tournament and also the Prisoner. So let's see their performance today. As for WBG Survivors, when it comes to BO1 matchups, they've always been in the losing end. Never seen them even tight a matchup, but which is expected because of the BO1 hunters we are seeing, the Hula Blue as well as the Goatman. But moving on from here, we will be seeing Guoke. Guoke played the Professor, Psychologist coming to the mix here, but we also spot the Embalmer and Antiquarian on the screen, placing 9th when it comes to average decoding progress. So most likely not the first kiter coming to the match.
Yeah, still with only a 20% escape rate here as well. So the survivors of Weibo really going to look to turn things around today and get as many escapes as possible. What kind of phone is that? Is that an iPhone? What is that? It looks like was that iPhone 12? What is that, Chocho? Are you Chocho? Are you a
no?
What kind of phone do you have, Chocho?
Samsung.
Oh my God! no. Chocho, I think I'm just never gonna talk to you ever again. So, bye bye. Going home, going away, guys. Bye bye. See you later. You guys can have fun with Chocho. I'm just kidding. It's all fun and games, guys. It's all fun and games.
Yeah, but of course, we will head back to the place introduction as we see Juan with first place when it comes to average containment time at 114 seconds, 0.91. Very high containment time, so usually potentially the first kiter coming to the team here. So yeah, when it comes to Juan, you can definitely trust him with those long kites coming to this. We spot the Painter as well as the Whipping Clown. But during the qualifiers, he also played the Embalmer and Perfumer. So excited to see if his performance here is going to be coming through here. As of now, don't see many major upsets coming from this player.
So when you take a picture on your Android, does the image
it's not so good.
Does the image even show up, or is it just a blur? Like, how does that actually look on the screen?
It's not that bad, but I do agree that iPhones have better camera quality, like 100%. I agree on that.
Anyways, we'll look at Huei here, the last survivor for Weibo. Average containment time of 66 seconds. 1.2 rescues being the rescuer player here, and 40% escape rate from Huei here. I'd just like to remind everyone that the interactions between me and Chocho are all friendly. There's no negativity here, unless Chocho throws my ranked matches, in which that case, that would be a little bit different. But for the time being, it's all positive, friendly interactions. Okay, guys? So just letting you know, everything's good. We're chilling. Right, Chocho?
Do we need to like kind of do this vote, right, and see like who supports Samsung and who supports iPhone, because it seems to be like.
Okay, I will say this: if we do a vote, who supports Eli and who supports Chocho, they'll all say Chocho. But I think actually people would support iPhone more than Samsung, at least from the American viewers. In America, it's a running joke that Android just has bad quality, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. It's probably fine. I've seen some really good Samsung phones, I'll be honest.
Okay, guys, are you guys
around.
team iPhone or are you team Samsung here? Because if you're team iPhone, let us know with what color. Samsung is gonna be black hearts.
Okay, we do have Sprinter here on the Hunter side. 2.25 average elimination. It's not really doing him justice. That 1-4 escape against GR where he had to play for a 4 kill kind of brought his rate down. I would say if he was able to get a 1 kill or a tie there, his elimination rate would be above 2.5, which is the standard. So that's definitely what we expect to see from Sprinter. 25% for elimination rate, also not too bad as well. So yeah, that's Sprinter for RVL.
Sprinter, yeah. I think that one time where you got that 4 escape against GR, yeah, that was truly the matchup where that was the winning condition for GR coming into BO3, and they did exactly that, going against Sprinter. So we don't expect anything less from Sprinter here, but we also have the coach introduction here. We have Aaron from Team RVL. But yeah, it seems like, I don't know, I do still feel that it's kind of, I'm seeing a lot of Samsung. So, you know.
Yo, can you confirm that I actually have normal hair?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? You saw me before. What do you mean? Did I have a wig when you saw me last time? No.
I don't know. Maybe like you just like put the wig like really well. The time when I went to Thailand.
No, now you're just no. That's cap. Anyways, what about Sprinter? You think Sprinter has hair?
That's real.
Sprinter got hair.
That's for sure.
So you can say that that's real, but you can't say that my hair is real, even though you saw my hair in person, but you never saw Sprinter's hair in person. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
You're right.
Okay. See, guys, even Chocho does some things back to me, so it's not always one-sided, you know, like it's not always one-sided. But anyways, except she's more subtle about it, so it doesn't actually look like she's doing a bad thing, which is actually smart. You're better at doing it than I am. But anyways, we're gonna see this here in the mechanic here band from Sprinter. Obviously, gonna be looking for an early 4 kill here, getting rid of that mechanic, the decoding character into the first officer and antiquarian from the survivor side of Weibo here, going straight into those Goatman bands, as they know that Sprinter's preferable character for that run one is the Goatman.
Goatman. Yeah, that's right. If we are looking at his past performances on that Goatman, he's played it twice, and at the very least, he was able to tie things out. But the best performance we've seen him with that Goatman was with that 4 kill. So let's see if he's able to replicate here. We do see this Elms Factory. So when it comes to terrain spaces and trying to maneuver over with those cages using the Goatman, it's definitely a lot easier as compared to a bigger map. So yes, let's see what's it gonna be here, because for WBG Survivor side, they have picked up the Dancer right from the get-go, BO1.
Yeah, Dancer is a character we've seen start to become a little bit more common in round 1. RVL has also favored that. Yinling, we've seen him play that Dancer in some of these early rounds as well. Sprinter into that Professor as Sprinter's final ban here. So eliminating the Professor, that's not a character we see. You see Weibo maybe, I don't know if they're laughing about that or what, but the Professor ban did not seem, that's not one that I had on the menu for today as one of the ban options. But Professor is a character that theoretically is good against Goatman, so it is logical. I'm not saying it's a bad ban at all. It is completely logical to ban Professor if you want to play Goatman, considering that the Professor obviously can scale the Goatman hit, and you can help him kite out a cage with that. I'm not sure if that was a character Weibo was going to consider, but it could definitely have been, and that's something that RVL did their research into, predicted the Professor ban here. I don't mind the ban at all. It is a counter to Goatman, so we're going to see that as the final pick, which does allow Weibo to choose that Embalmer and play for that tie comp here. They're actually going to completely avoid going Explorer in this case. So Explorer is a common character we see picked in a situation like this for this round 1 spot, but they're going to favor the Explorer as their tie survivor rather than the Explorer. Embalmer rather than the Explorer.
Yeah, I think we've seen this kind of team coming from them at Arms Factory, going against, I forgot the Hunter, but Juan was on this Embalmer. He kited at the sandbags area, used his own coffin, and then just allowed that fast decoding to go through all the way until the second rescue. So yeah, when it comes to WBG, this is the kind of strategy that they're going for, fast decoding, uninterrupted ones as well. So Spencer, confirming that pick on the Goatman here. guess things are still looking pretty optimistic for both sides. It's just that when it comes down to the gameplay, the execution, because from what we know here, I think this is WBG's map selection with the Arms Factory, so they definitely do want to get the advantage.
Let's see what straight Spencer opts to bring as well. We've seen 3 different options for situations like this. We've seen the Keeper, we've seen Excitement, we've seen Abnormal. So Abnormal is pretty good for a smaller map. It's easier to move the ciphers and Abnormal cipher machines that way, but Keeper is definitely more preferable on an area with a lot of high walls in which survivors can hide, and Keepers can also be used to pressure cipher machines as well. But sometimes we also see the Excitement in preparation of things like the Antiquarian or Dancer stuns when breaking the music boxes. So I definitely think that Spencer will probably lead into Peeper or Excitement here. I feel like Abnormal's not the most logical choice, but we will see here in a moment. And yeah, the Goatman, just like we predicted from Spencer as his round 1 character. This should be a very interesting match. Rival is yet to get a win here in group stage, but they're really searching for one here, and it's going to be Peeper here from Spencer as we get into the first half of the first round of the Weibo Survivor side versus the RVL Hunter for the Call of Abyss 8 group stage day 8. I'm Eli O, joined here with Chocho, bringing the live commentary for this match.
Alright, let's see if RVL will be able to threaten WBG standing in the Group D. So heading straight for the sandbags area, but Juan not rotating inside, but in fact rotating towards the factory area, a little different from what he usually would be playing in this map here. So let's see with this decision made here. I'm not too sure whether Spencer will be able to spot him out here and get a free hit.
I think he saw a trail, but I think he doesn't know where the trail leads. Oh, he does find him though. There's the Peeper drop. The first cage from Spencer here. Oh no, waiting on that. Mind gave it the pallet. There's the first cage. Oh, goes straight through it. Gets the hit right into Juan right away. Beautiful placement from Spencer there. And already has 2 more cages to work with. There's the next cage. There's the switch. Instant down from Spencer onto the Embalmer. No window of opportunity for Juan to kite at all here. And Spencer Goatman, we saw the most previous match against FL. He did not play very well. They had a very good first kite against him. They had a very good early game. But Spencer this time around showing what he's really made of, trying to repeat that match he had against GR. Yeah, and now Juan will be continuing with the kite here. Does have a flywheel to work with, so shouldn't be an instant down situation. Resentment, the first cage, able to lock him out, but he's just gonna block him in,
exactly, and the missing of the flywheel, and he will be seeing the down again. This is a kind of similar situation we saw from the first match of today, right? Where the Explorer got found instantly at the start and he just went downhill from there. But for WBG side, do you think, what should be the focus point here?
Well, at this point, they need to get through their ciphers are slow to begin here. Spencer, he's just going to want to force an early rescue here. He tries to cage and hits the Antiquarian here. He's not at full presence just yet, but this Embalmer really has nowhere to go. There's the switch and the down instantly. Spencer giving no opportunity to kite at all. Every single one of these kites has been literally under 10 seconds. And that's really just the power of that Goatman. He's going to get the Embalmer on share for the last time. Antiquarian already injured. And he has his trait available, trump card, full Peeper here. As long as he plays this well, he can play for a win. But he needs to be very smart about how he plays this mid game.
Yeah, so... question now is whether he's gonna be changing his trait to hit to ciphers more easily, or is he just gonna play the walking game and then take his own time find the survivor? Because looking at the ciphers wise, our 5th cipher has still kind of yet been touched, and 3rd and 4th are being pushed.
Looks like he is going to be looking for COAⅧ. This is the location of the officer here. There's the switch. There's the switch again. Can he hit the officer? He's blocked in. He can't get through that cage. Spencer able to get an early hit onto this first officer here. There's the switch again, but he's gonna, I think, miss this one. At least he does get the pocket watch out in this case. And he's now going to teleport away. This is the location of the Antiquarian. Has full presence, has a lot of cage energy to work with. Antiquarian trying to go for the stun. There's the stun, and this is why we see Antiquarian is a good kiter against Goatman, because she can really position herself quite well. There's the switch from Spencer. Tried to go for the cage trap there, but was not able to get it. Antiquarian trying to kite in this area. Does Sprinter get the hit? Flywheels through the swing there, and the Antiquarian is able to kite this out. Excellent job from the Antiquarian. If there's any opportunity for Weibo here, it would be right now. Sprinter needs to be very careful, but he does get the hit and the down onto the Antiquarian. She's not able to get the stun there. But the last Cypher Machine's already with a lot of progress here. Sprinter needs to make sure he's pressuring these Cyphers if he wants to play for a win. With how good his start was, he wants to be able to win this position, but he needs to oh, he cuts off the rescuer from a distance. That's a pretty good find here.
Yeah, we're using the slow box here. We'll slow Sprinter down a little bit, but the cage will prevent Persica from going for this rescue as of now. Now using the flywheel preemptively, we'll be getting that basic hit, but
He's got the 15
is this
meter
enough?
cage.
Another cage.
He can just cage all the way there. Dancer can't make the rescue. That's the power of Goatman. He's going to switch again. Oh, Dancer switches back through the cage there, trying to break it. It's just a mind game at this point. Dancer's going to go back through. The problem is Sprinter doesn't have a cage to work with just yet. Can Dancer get all the way in here? Oh, she's not going to go away. She didn't realize that Sprinter didn't have a cage. Oh, but he breaks the pallet. Now she just saves for free. Sprinter with a huge misstep there. And that allows a free rescue in the Cypher Machine already at 87%. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Why break the pallet in that spot?
Yeah, it's quite a questionable play coming from Sprinter there. We're not too sure what really happened there, but Dancer trying to body block, but Sprinter understands that the last Cypher is right at the sandbags area. Will he be able to get this free hit onto the first of it? It seems like it will not be happening here. And these survivors are healing up.
Yeah, we're gonna see. He's gonna use this time to take down some of these boxes. Survivors are gonna try to heal up as much as possible here. Looks like they're gonna get the heal onto the Antiquarian, who's already been on the rocket chair. Spencer needs to be careful that he doesn't allow this Cypher Machine to pop. Officer does not have anywhere watches. It's gonna be the Anti going to the Cypher Machine. It looks like trying to decode as much as possible. It's 90%. There's the switch. Gets the hit. Anti's gonna rush it here. No, it's not gonna. She's gonna stun and then she's gonna rush it, I think. Is that going to be enough though? 7 seconds. Sprinter, yeah, he knows he's not going to be able to stop it in time, so he's just going to go to the exit gate at this point. And the goal here for Sprinter is try to get a 3-kill, kill one of these survivors at the gate, and then go for an extra kill after that.
Yeah, and what a smart play coming from Sprinter at the same time. Now able to target down on the person that I believe. Oh, it's not the last share. So, Persica, let's see if she's able to hide it out. Does not have a flywheel, another 7 more seconds. And she does not make it. But the front gate is being pushed right now. They are letting go.
Sprinter's gonna teleport here. Does find the officer who does not have any watches to work with. So he's gonna go down right away here. That's gonna be the chair onto this survivor. So I think this is at least a 1 escape. I don't see how Sprinter 4 kills this, but he can, because we're gonna see a Dancer self-heal and do that Cypher, but he knows the he should know that a survivor is pressuring nearby. Antiquarian trying to stay out of Tinnitus range.
No Tinnitus!
He doesn't get Tinnitus here, which means he's just gonna leave altogether. He's gonna go back. No,
no Tinnitus still. No Tinnitus.
Oh, he does get it now. He does get it now. He knows the Antiquarian's back here. The question is, where's the dungeon? It's at middle. So does Sprinter walk back into range? Antiquarian really try to stay out of that Tinnitus range. Does Sprinter find
no Tinnitus still? No Tinnitus!
Oh, but he got crows. Yeah, the crows. Oh man.
That's just
unfortunate.
unfortunate.
The crows for the Antiquarian here. Dancer is going to go ahead and take the 1 survivor escape. Sprinter able to pull a 3-kill from that position. Still pretty solid, but I think that pallet break was the game-changing play. Sprinter cut off the Dancer from so far away, so he had the 4-kill if he stuffed that Dancer. He definitely had the 4-kill if he stuffed the Dancer, but he broke the pallet. That allowed the Dancer to make the rescue there, and that was the difference in the 3-kill versus the 4-kill there. With how fast that first down was, it really seemed like he was gonna have enough time to get a win from that position. But I wonder if it would have been better to save trait instead of teleporting. Could have saved for abnormal. I don't know. It's really tough to say, but yeah, ultimately that's going to be the 3-kill. She's still pretty solid here for RVL.
Yeah, and not to mention from the side of Team WBG survivors, I think one important thing as well is that after Sprinter was able to teleport on top of the Antiquarian, Guoke on the Antiquarian was able to kite it for a long time, for them to decode ciphers, rotate over, And I think that was also potentially a crucial play. If not, it would have been a definite 4K from then onwards. So great job from the side of COAⅧ with that 87 seconds of containment time. But Juan, with only a slightly less optimal containment time of only 40 seconds, the fact that they were able to get all the ciphers popped, getting a 1 escape against the Goatman with such a good start, such a bad start by the way, is just really unfortunate. But luckily enough, 1 escape is still alright for them. I think as of now, RVL, I think they are kind of maybe a little bit disappointed because I'm sure they were trying to gun down for that 4K.
Yeah, definitely. They were really searching. Spencer was definitely looking for, especially with that start. I mean, he got the Embalmer down literally 20 seconds into the match. So from a spot like that, you definitely want to be searching for a 4-kill. But you see the power of the Embalmer, just being able to rescue yourself, not give an extra injury on the board. It's just very good for securing ties, even on a map like Arms Factory. And then the Survivor's just able to waste enough time at the end there. Antiquarian, you see why Antiquarian's so good against the Goatman, was able to stun and allow for the Cypher to pop there. So yeah, just like that, that's going to be a 3-kill, 3-1 in favor of RVL. So pretty good start for them, but definitely did miss out on that 4-kill. Again, the pallet break was just so game-changing. I feel like if he didn't break the pallet, he can just keep the Dancer from rescuing on. You just stand there. You literally don't have to kill the Dancer. Just stand there, protect the chair, and don't let the Dancer save. Wait for another cage, wait for something. But as soon as he breaks the pallet, then Dancer just runs through and saves for free. So that was definitely the difference maker there, I think.
But what do you think was going through Spencer's mind to just remove that pallet? Like, what was he potentially thinking there? Yeah. There's a question there, but we will be heading into RVL versus WBG's Hunter Alex. But first of all, we will be seeing Roland on this rescuer role here. Mercenary as well as Grateful spotted here with being placed third among all the other rescuers in this tournament here. So yeah, pretty good standing here, 1.62, but also a very long containment time of 62.34, and also doing his job as a Merc Dakota, 132.62% as well.
Absolutely. Rowan getting very high on the rescue statistics there. Very good rescuer player here for RVL. So we're just going to have the standard RVL lineup. I don't think we're going to have anything my legs sub in. For this round 1 situation, it's going to be really tough for them. Alex has been very consistent throughout this event. He's gotten 4 kills, I think, in all of the early rounds. So we have Green here as well. Green with average kingdom time only 47 seconds, very low for Green. Green typically one of the stronger kiter players from the NAU region, but only 47 seconds in this tournament so far. So definitely not where he'd like to be. Trying to step it up a little bit here today, decoding 185% and 25% escape rate for him as well. So a lot of these statistics from both sides looking very similar compared to Weibo as well. So Weibo and RVL sharing similar results from the Survivor side so far. But today, obviously, this is a match that RVL really is going to need to win. And we talk about if RVL did want any chance of making playoffs. I'm not sure the exact math on that. They would have to get a 2-0 victory here. Next, we have Yinling for RVL.
Yeah, Yinling, he played the Coordinator twice already, Prisoner. And we also do spot the Dancer on the screen as well, and also placing 7th when it comes to average containment time of 88.36 amongst all the other survivors in this tournament. So a pretty good kiting time coming from him. Unfortunately, 0% escape rate coming from this player. So yeah, when it comes to the matchups, let's see if Inel is able to break this 0% coming through.
Yeah, definitely. Yinling get to escape. He typically is getting first kite in a lot of these matches, and it really goes to show. It's a little bit of surprise why we haven't seen more success on the Survivor side of RVL with Yinling kiting first and his containment time being that high. You'd expect RVL to consistently be performing better on the Survivor side, but they really struggle into the late game. So we're going to have Schmitty here. This containment time is 67 seconds. 1 rescue per game. We sometimes see Schmitty on that rescue character here and there. 25% average escape rate as well. Still a bit lower than RVL would like to see at this point. As they're really going to be playing for the tie here. They really want to, they can tie Alex, they can take this round 1, puts them in a very great position moving forward.
Yeah, so let's see how prepared RVL servers are going to be here. Going against one of the top hunters from the Chinese mainland side, we have none other than Alex himself. Alex has played the Hula Baloo and Goatman, Opera Singer, as well as the Sculptor coming to the matchups here. Lost 1 game against GR, but won against FL. Let's see if he's able to win here. Now looking at his web here. Oh, ranking fourth when it comes to 4 elimination rate, 60%, very high, and an average elimination of 3.2, ranking fourth, and comes to average time to knock down is at third place, 54.41 seconds.
Yeah, Alex has been one of the best 4-kill hunters so far in this event, with high eliminations, high 4 kills. Alex is sometimes is kind of a hunter who's not always the most consistent. Sometimes we see him do very well, and sometimes we see him struggle. But so far in this tournament, he seemed to be in top condition, and that's going to be the exactly what Weibo needs here if they want to take the victory over Team RVL in this match. And we see the ban picks being decided here at this point. The question is, will Alex want to lead Hullabaloo or Goatman? We know he does have them both available, but he has favored that Hullabaloo in that first round situation, and I think that's something RVL really needs to consider. Obviously, Goatman is a threat, but it's just not a character that Alex particularly wants to play in the first round. RVL really needs to counter into that Hullabaloo. They need to be expecting that here. We're going to see the Mechanic and the Embalmer immediately banned from Alex, so he's really giving no opportunities for tie survivors. He acknowledges that he really needs to play for a 4-kill here, try to put Weibo in the lead early on here.
Yeah, and question remains as to whether we'll be seeing the Explorer coming into the mix here. Great map for the Explorer, and also going against one of the few of the S-tier hunters that we've been seeing every day. So looking at this, we do see Alex banning out the Puppeteer and RVL picking up the Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist is known to be a very strong kiter going against both the Hullabaloo as well as the Goatman. So as of now, it's looking pretty balanced. They are trying to gear up for all of what Alex is going to be picking here.
So Dancer is the last pick here. We know that Dancer is a character that RVL has favored throughout a lot of this event, especially in round 1. We've seen Yinling play that Dancer quite often, but it's actually going to be the Psychologist here as the last pick, which I definitely do agree with this. They are expecting that Hullabaloo. Psychologist can take 4 hits. With the Seer Owl support, Seer can take 3, Aeroplanist, a good kiter in general. They know, and they're also going for the Officer as well, which is considerably stronger against Hullabaloo too. So they know that this Hullabaloo is coming. They are trying to counter comp. They're not even worried too much about the Goatman. They're countering the Hullabaloo as much as possible. And even if Alex decides to go Goatman, this comp is still quite effective against the Goatman here. So they definitely were able to put together a strong team composition for round 1. I do like these ban picks here from RVL. Now they will lose out on the Officer for the rest of the series, as it will be globally banned, but they do get to conserve Psychologist since it was the 4th pick. Psych will be available for the later rounds as well. So overall, again, the ban pick here for RVL is quite strong. I think Aaron acknowledges that their best chance to win is to take this round 1 here. So they're going to use up as many characters as possible to secure that.
And I really like that idea. We are having In-L on the Psychologist, right? Let's see if it's going to be the first kiter here, because we know that In-L, when it comes to the average containment time that we saw among these 4 survivors, In-L is the best performing one. And also when it comes to kiting route at the Red Church the other time, felt that it was very clear, very clean when it comes to his kiting route. So let's not expect anything less from In-L as we look into WVG's hunter selection, it being the Hullabaloo. So the Hullabaloo coming into this mix here. Let's see if the Seer would be able to effectively make use of the bird before he enters the red zone. Also for the Aeroplanist to gain that distance with his jetpack shouldn't be a huge issue as well. So Eli, what do you feel about this?
I feel that this is a this is a pretty good comp. This is a pretty good, like I said, it's a good comp for Hullabaloo. I think RVL managed to put a good team composition together here. For Alex, he will be playing for a 4-kill no matter what. Yes. He's going to be playing left, right. He's going to be playing abnormal. RVL, again, their best chance to win. Try to take these early rounds. Although I will say this, I think in the later rounds, RVL is actually favored in this series, just because Alex seems to be the most proficient in rounds 1 and 2. Once he gets to round 3, I think he'll struggle a little bit more. I think the inconsistencies with his later round hunter pool will hurt Weibo a little bit. And I think that's going to be an advantage for RVL, since Sprinter's later round characters I actually think are quite good. It just depends on the situation though. But I think later rounds favor RVL, but they can't afford to drop the first round. Keep in mind, RVL, if they did want a chance at making playoffs, I think they're going to have to get a 2-0 victory. They can afford to tie a round, but they can't afford to lose rounds here, I don't think. Again, I'm not too sure on that, but yeah, if they're able to, I think Weibo acknowledges as the rounds progress, it becomes a little bit, in terms of hunters, I think RVL's slightly advantaged, so Weibo is going to want to win the first round here, if possible.
Yep, and just as you predicted, Alex with the Insolence trump card, as well as the Abnormal, exactly how you predicted. And for RVL side, we are seeing a full kiting build on both the people that is around Alex later on. So we should be expecting a pretty strong first kite coming into this. At Arms Factory BO1, the second half between WBG's Hunter Alex versus RVL Survivors. My name is Jojo and joined by me is Eli O, and we will bring you the live commentary of this match.
Okay, we're going to see Alex go ahead and rotate towards middle here. It's going to be Schmitty, the ideal first chase target for him. And Schmitty going to rotate straight towards that factory area. Survivors are going to want to get on those Cypher machines as quickly as possible. We already see the Psych and the airplane is decoding immediately. There's an early red bomb onto the Seer here. Can Alex get the follow-up? Schmitty going straight for that window, trying to avoid the clone here. Alex really trying to get that snipe, but Schmitty able to avoid one of the clones here, so already off to a good early position for him. And just going to continue to utilize this window here, and we'll have that God palette to work with. So Schmitty positioning himself quite well in the early chase here.
Yeah, with the full kiting build and flywheel up in about less than 8 seconds, and the bird still in play. I think this is a pretty good start coming from the side of RBL Survivors. But
Alex actually missing the swing on the owl. That's actually pretty good for him. It means those bombs will stay on Schmitty and he can use them onto the next hit here. Schmitty's going to get to this pallet. Will we see the white bomb? He's going to flywheel. One more white bomb to work with though. Schmitty flywheeling too early, which means that Alex is able to get that hit. But still no bombs onto this next kite. Schmitty kind of trapped in a weak area though. We're going to see the white bomb. We're going to see the red bomb. He needs to get this pallet drop. And I think he's going to get knocked down here. Gonna get knocked down for the first time. Pretty decent first kite. We're gonna see 2 Cypher machines actually pop here, so not a bad early game at all. I think the only problem is that middle Cypher is going to be abnormal here. I'm trying to think if the route could have been a little bit different. I feel like Schmitty should have maybe gone to the other window or the pallets behind factory. I'm not sure, but we are going to see a free rescue in the process, and he's actually chasing onto Roland, so he's going to get that hit onto Roland. This will allow Schmitty to make some distance and get away here, but I don't know if Schmitty's really going to be able to kite too long in this area. It kind of just depends. We're going to see Alex flip over. He still has one more flip in about 2 seconds here. Schmitty wants to try to kite past Tide Turner if possible. There's a white bomb. There's the jump, but Schmitty throws the pallet on the wrong side here. He's going to vault, and Alex actually misses the hit, though. So Schmitty able to keep kiting in this area. How close is he to an owl? Only 60%, not quite as far along as he would like. Mind game at the pallet. There's the jump, or at the window. It's not a pallet. What am I talking about? We're going to see the down onto Schmitty here. We see Yinling actually decoding middle. He's the next survivor with Tide Turner, so he'll be able to come in for the next save.
Alright, so InL will rotate away as of now, potentially hoping for the psychologist to heal up the first officer, but they will just have this stress onto the psychologist to come for the very safe rescue as expected later on. Now InL is actually quite far from the chair. Are they planning to sell?
I think you have to rescue, because if you sell, then the hunter will just abnormal middle. But no, they're gonna sell. Okay, well, I guess RVL just wants to save their Tide Turner here. I mean, this does allow Alex to leave the chair a little bit early. He will have his abnormal back here as well. He also finds Roland, who gets disrupted. Roland was getting healed by the psychologist, but he is going to get disrupted there. We're going to see the pocket watch getting utilized here. Roland will just need to try to kite this out as best as possible. Alex is going to go back to middle. I think abnormal. No, he's just going to... they're starting another Cypher as well. Rival has a lot of progress, but they opt to start a new Cypher machine here instead.
Yeah, which is a very curious decision coming from RVL. We'll see if this bites them in the back, where we see, and now we see RVL's Roland. He will be down. He will be seeing the chair, and this corner chair here. Somebody gotta come here and somehow rotate and somehow get the rescue. But we do have the aeroplanist in the mix, so I'm not too sure whether they will be sending one without Tide Turner over.
Yeah, they're gonna send airplanes without Tide Turner. The fact that RVL left that middle Cypher means that their decoding is just slowed down so much here. We're going to see green jetpack all the way in for this rescue. We see Yinling 70% on that Cypher. Psychologist still has triple hits to work with. There's the rescue. Will we see the pocket watch? There's the pocket watch from Roland. He needs to try to kite out this ability, but it's actually going to be a change target onto green. Green's going to flywheel, but does not flywheel. The damage here There's the jetpack. There's the switch. Green still getting hit, though, in this area. Already with one white bomb, but does get the pallet stun there. That's going to extend the kite a little bit longer here. We see Roland already on that last Cypher machine. We're going to see Yinling, I think, will try to do both Cyphers. So they're working on the Cyphers. They're getting a lot of progress here. Green doing a great job kiting in this area. Still has a jetpack to work with. Will we see him utilize it here to continue this kite, or is he going to go ahead and save it for endgame?
Green able to get the second pellet stun. What a great kite coming from Green. Keeping the spark alive for RVL survivors now, using his last jetpack here. He won't have anything to work with coming into the later rounds of the game. Now another black mark will be down.
Even longer here. Oh, but finally gets knocked down at the pallet. You see the pallet throwing speed of the airplane. It's kind of backfiring there. We can see... I wonder if we'll see a Cypher pop or a Psychologist rescue. Psych does have Tide. So she can come in, she can make the Tide rescue here, and they can pop the Cypher machine and immediately go for the endgame. I think they don't know if Alex has detention because he hasn't actually trump carded yet. Psychologist really just needs to make this rescue. She's going to take multiple hits to get it, but does get to stay with Tide Turner. They really need to go for the Cypher pop since Aeroplanist does not have BT. There's the pop for the endgame here. Green needs to die away from the exit gate, and he's going to change targets onto Yinling here, who does have Tide Turner. But actually, Green could die next to the gate with Roland, but Roland's actually going to go to the other exit gate here. So interesting choice from him to take this route. Alex is able to get the double down here. Roland's going to be able to open up one gate here, and he's actually just going to chair on Green. So I was going to say if Roland just went for this gate, opened this gate, it would be open by now, and Aeroplanist could have crawled out, but he decides to run all the way across the map to do the other gate. And so this is a conservative play. This does allow for a one survivor escape. I think it actually cost them the tie.
Yeah, and the tie is at the very least what they need here to prolong this to a BO3 going up against the VBG. And Eli, you mentioned that RVL, when it comes to the later rounds BO3, you feel that they do have a better standing as compared to WBG, right? So as of now, a little bit tough, you're right. But I guess keeping the spark alive for Team NAE region, I think is still something we can look forward to.
Yeah, it's definitely good that they're able to get a one escape here, but I definitely think they could have tied that. So essentially what I'm trying to say is if the two survivors split up, Green gets hit as soon as the Aeroplanist gets hit with Tide Turner. Psychologist should be running away, and the first officer should be opening that gate nearby, because the amount of time it takes the officer to run all the way across the map to do that other gate, this gate would have already been opened. And if Green dies on the gate, he has sticker because of the flywheel, so he crawls a lot faster. So if Green dies on the gate with Tide Turner, Roland has that gate open, he can just crawl out the gate. He makes it out the gate before. I'm pretty sure he probably would make it before Alex gets there. They would be a 2-2. Now it is a more risky play in case Alex decides to turn and go for Roland, who's doing the gate. But I definitely think they would have been able to pull that out. So I definitely think in that situation, Roland should have opened the exit gates. Aeroplanist could have crawled out since he had to go so far away to find Yinling. Yinling can just kite all the way towards the back of Factory, die away. Once he gets shared, then Green calls out the gate with Roland. So I think they definitely missed out on that tie, but they really just wanted to make sure they at least got the one escape, which they did do. So they do tie the first round here against Weibo.
Yeah, I definitely do agree that it could have been a potential missed opportunity there for RVL survivors. Yeah, but we can't discredit our first kiter, Schmitty, with Seer with that great kite, 91 seconds of containment time. But also Green with those clutches, able to get 2 pellet stuns against WBG's Hunter Alex. I think when it comes to these two survivors, containment time, they definitely also have a name for themselves, and we can't exclude Intel as well. So as of now, RVL survivors looking pretty good when it comes to their condition today. Hopefully we see more great surprises coming into the matchups here.
Yeah, definitely. So already off to a very close battle between these two. So a tied round 1. I think this would have been a round that RVL would have wanted to win, though, just because the survivors of RVL, Sprinters Goatman in round 1 looked like it was going to be a 4-kill, ended up being a 3-kill only. Survivors of RVL looking like they were going to tie, ended up being a 3-kill instead. So in this round 1 situation, RVL actually looks to be stronger, playing more stably than Weibo, but they kind of just missed on some opportunities. So, but it's still a tie for the first round, and as we talked about, we do believe that RVL has a more of an advantage in later rounds, at least in round 3. We will just see an Opera Singer mirror match here in the second round, I would imagine. I don't think we'll see anything different. But the round 3 situation, I think Sprinters, round 3 Hunters are more favorable than AXIZ. We'll talk about that in a minute right after we watch our highlights.
不，修沙包不是那一下吗？有搏命吗？
他没搏命。哎，我不开指格。
捐地一定能开啊，不能出意外的。
来，被你带一个
他有一手。
我熄掉了。
抓他了。
算了。
Go early. You can go early. Yeah, go right now. Anyone else, he has to kill you.
Because the only person who can shoot.
Where's he hiding? He can't TP.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Nice. Coming from any EU VCs there.
Let's go, but yeah, I think that was,
Who said that? Who said nice?
I think Schmitty had a voice crack. I'm not really sure. Either Schmitty or Green had a voice crack. I'm not really sure what that was, but anyways, yeah, we heard a "Let's go" or something from RVL there, yeah. So that's our first round. The Power Rangers get the tie against Weibo here in the first round, and that's gonna be a 4-4. So.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Power Rangers truly really living up to their names today. Very stable performance coming from both of them. But from the 4 of them. But coming into BO2, let's see if there's any, adjustments gonna be made here. Maybe we'll be seeing at Milik here. We haven't seen him for the entirety of the tournament here, so it would be a nice addition to see them swap in and swap out once in a while for RVL survivors. But I gotta admit, when it comes to RVL's performance today with these 4 core members, as we've been seeing throughout the group stages, they seem to be on a roll today to potentially get a tie against WBG's Hunter.
Yeah, so the start was pretty good. It was favorable. It seems to be a little bit more favorable for RVL. As we talked about, the round 1 is actually Weibo's advantage from what we believe. Alex has been the strongest in round 1. He's been getting 4 kills pretty much every round 1, whereas Sprinter has kind of been on and off. So we believe that the round 1 was the best. That's the round that Weibo wanted to win, and now that they weren't able to get there, we do believe that RVL will have a bit more of a chance, more of an advantage going into rounds 2 and 3, especially in round 3. The round 3 character pool favors Sprinter more than it does Alex. So this second round will also be very key. This will be a super even round. This is just going to be an Opera Singer mirror. So basically, round 1 favors Weibo, round 2 is even, and round 3 favors RVL. That's essentially how this is going to play out. And the fact that RVL tied the round 1 is good. It's better for them than it is for Weibo. So now we should have an Opera mirror match here. Let's see which Opera Singer comes out on top.
Opera Singer at Chinatown. We've also seen the Ivy potentially being picked up here, but as for Alex, we will see his interview as of now.
就是中间小组赛的中空期，我们把那些问题全部都也就刻苦磨练了一下，所以基本上问题也得到解决。只要在赛场上那个状态保持良好的话，我觉得就没什么问题的。
All right, so it seems like Alex was able to, as a whole team, they were able to identify the kind of faults that they made during the matchups in the group stages and made adjustments to it. So we should be seeing a better version of WBG coming into this matchup. But BO2, you mentioned Alex Opera Singer. You're right, because he's brought it out twice in the group stages and got a 4K and at the very least got a 3K as well. So yeah, I think coming into this, let's see if Alex is able to prolong this win streak with that Opera Singer at Chinatown.
Yeah, so Chinatown is a map that we've seen Opera Singer be pretty proficient on here in a lot of these matches. There's a lot of good dash locations. There's a lot of random poles that you had to have the little shadow circle around it, so you can kind of just dash to it for a speed boost. So there's really some pretty good locations here, but kind of interesting to see how the team comp plays out for RVL. They don't have the officer anymore. They used it up in the first round to help themselves secure that round 1 tie. They won't want to use Gravekeeper since it's not very good against the Opera, so they're going to look into Wildling or Mercenary as their character pick here. As for that, besides that, they should be looking to just counter this Opera as much as possible. Characters like Puppeteer, characters like they use the Embalmer already? They did not. Embalmer's available. So they have no, that was Weibo, yeah. So they have Embalmer, they have Puppeteer, they have Gardener, they have Wildling. They have good characters here still available for this second round. They have Coordinator, although I would imagine Alex will ban Coordinator first. I don't think there's any reason to leave that, especially if you want to play Opera Singer here.
Yeah, and also we can't forget that RVL, when it came to this night at Chinatown against GR, they were able to get a 3 escape as a survivor team. They used the Postman, Weeping Clown, as well as the Acrobat, Smitty with the Acrobat Clutch Dungeon escape, and Inel with the Amazing Kite, as well as Green's Weeping Clown with that support using his rockets. I think it could be a potential that we might be seeing a similar, or if not exactly the same, kind of team comp in this Chinatown map when they went up against GR.
Absolutely. Alex, he doesn't really play so this is kind of why this matchup is interesting, is both of these players don't really play Ivy, and this is a big disadvantage in this current meta, not having Ivy available, because both of these teams will just hard counter comp Opera. Now, as we know, Opera Singer is still a character that doesn't necessarily get phased too much by counters. You can still beat a team comp that counters her, but but it's still going to be a battle for the Opera Singer. It's going to be challenging for them. So Alex, getting to the bans here, actually going to ban Prisoner and Anti first. So Prisoner's not going to be an option. This opens up the Coordinator option, which I think RVL will immediately pick up. There's no reason to not grab that Coordinator, especially considering that Alex is going to lead into Opera. Puppeteer is on the table. That's a great pick. I think it should be some sort of Puppeteer Cord here. Embalmer, if they really want to go with that early on here. Gardener, they have so many good options here for going against that Opera.
Yeah, you're right. So Puppeteer and Coordinator, potential first picks or choices that they could go for here, you mentioned. Now let's see if RVL will be picking those characters. We also do have the Psychologist that's still on the table here. But how do you feel about this? Acro instead of the Coordinator?
I don't think you need to lose Acrobat this early. I feel like sacking the Coordinator here for the global bans is better. Now you don't have Acrobat for round 3, which I think is more advantageous than here, but it appears that RVL prefers the Acrobat in a situation like this. Alex is going to go right into that Coordinator ban, so yeah, now you just lose the Coordinator option. I'm not sure I like that. I think personally Coordinator would have been a bit better here, but RVL would rather just have that Kiter with the Acrobat, rather have the maximum decoding speed if possible. We're going to go into the Embalmer next, which is definitely a good choice. Wildling ban here allows Mercenary to be the last pick for RVL. Yeah, still a good team comp. I definitely think this is perfectly fine. As we know, Acrobat is a very good very good kiter against the Opera Singer in general. Puppeteer, very effective. Embalmer, very good for getting ties, and Mercenary, stable rescuer here.
Yeah, we could potentially be seeing a full kiting build on the Embalmer. Puppeteer and the Acrobat might have tight turners coming to this round. Triple tight turners coming into this. But let's look at what Alex is going to be picked up, because we haven't seen his Ivy, and Opera Singer is most likely the case. And as for RVL, they have just tunneled down on the Opera Singer using this team comp here. So great team comp you mentioned already, but when it comes down to the execution when we hit into the match, it might be a different story. But as of now, condition from RVL's side, it seems pretty good.
Absolutely. So we'll see what the last pick's going to be here. I would like to remind everybody who's currently watching and in chat, if we see people spamming or posting things that are negative, myself and Chocho will just close the chat and not interact with it for the rest of the match. So if you guys don't want that to happen, please feel free to monitor your own behavior and try to keep things as positive as possible. It's really not that hard. It just isn't when you actually think about it. So it's like we're going to see the Opera Singer here from Alex, as we expected. Ivy is not a character he tends to want to play in a situation like this, and RVL just going to be fighting for that tie here. We're going to see that most likely Tide Turner and Borrowed Time on the Mercenary. We'll probably see Tide Turner on either Puppet or Acro, and Balmer will have the max kiting build with Flywheel and Broken Windows. And I'm interested to see how many Borrowed Times we have. I would imagine we'll have 2. Probably Mercenary with BT, and then either Acro and Puppet with BT, and the other one will have Tide Turner plus a kiting build, and the Embalmer will have max kiting build as well. So, but here we go. We're gonna have the Tetris piece spawn as the Puppeteer chooses to go in that hotel, and the Embalmer is gonna be to the left here at the Umbrella Gate.
So question is where Hunter will be spawning here. If he decides to go for the corner and blocking off the hotel area, or he's just going to be spawning in between the 2 survivors here now. He does have the Acrobat as well as the Embalmer, but Eli, any potential first chase here that he should be going for?
Well, I think he'll probably just go straight for that Embalmer. That's going to be the best target for him, as it's literally right next to him. And this is one of the downsides of not spawning the Embalmer directly, inside hotel, as it is a pretty easy chase target, but it does allow rotation into hotel, so it ends up not being a bad spawn. Nonetheless, the problem is he may not have a lot of time to set up the coffin. Here we go. The handshake between the coaches. Second round of RVL versus Weibo. Very intense matchup here. We see Alex with the trump card and Blink in detention here. And Bomber's actually be the one bringing Tide Turner, it looks like. And the other two survivors have borrowed time. So a little bit of an interesting choice for the Personas. We'll have to see how this ultimately works out. But this is going to be the first half of the second round of the RVL survivors versus the Weibo Hunter side. I'm Elio, joined here with Shosho, bringing you live commentary for this match.
Well, let's see. Alex is just gonna hit straight for the Embalmer as you've predicted, since it's right next door. We'll rotate onto the Puppeteer Cypher, so Puppeteer is kind of forced to rotate out as well. So this means that Cypher progress will be slightly slowed. Alex heading straight for the hotel area, but he just drops down.
Oh no, Schmitty off to a unfortunate start here. This may be an early hit. And yeah, he's just gonna get the hit anyways here. This is a good start for Alex. I'm not really sure what happened there. Schmitty, I guess he didn't know where the hunter was coming from, so he just guessed, and did not work out very well for him here. And this is going to be an early, strong start for Alex. We're going to see this pallet being dropped here. Alex is just going to go right around the pallet. He's got Schmitty trapped, and Schmitty will avoid the swing, but he's still trapped at this pallet. We're going to see the switch. He baits it out. Schmitty should have used that time to transition upstairs. He's going to now go up the stairs here, and he is going to go ahead and die on his coffin here, it looks like. So he was able to extend the kite past that early hit, but really not that good for Schmitty here in the early game. Unfortunately, that free hit early on is going to cost RVL survivors here.
Yeah, not the optimal first kite there. Oh, this could have been a much longer kite for Team RVL survivors, but Schmitty will just embalm himself here, so allowing the Cyphers to just continue in their progress here. Let's see how much more time can he buy here. He doesn't have any flywheel, by the way.
I think. I don't think you want to kite this. I mean, he's not going to go anywhere. Just die away from Cyphers at this point. We're going to see him go ahead and die all the way in the corner, away from all the Cypher machines, just allowing for the maximum decoding. The biggest problem is Schmitty wasn't able to get the blink out. That's going to be the downside here for RVL. And this is why I was a little curious why we see Tide Turner on Embalmer. I would have expected the Tide Turner to be on Puppeteer or Acrobat, and Embalmer have more of a kite build, maybe something like Flywheel. But no, that's not going to be the case. Alex is going to use this time just to take down the window. They will move on to their last two Cyphers at this point, and I think we'll see Roland come in for this rescue. Needs to go a little quickly, though. Schmitty's dying relatively quick here, but looks like he will be able to make it in with an elbow pad here.
Yeah, so Roland trying to play a little bit of mind game with the elbow pad, but regardless, he gets stuck.
Roland gets body blocked. He is going to be able to make the save. Needs to be careful. The blink is able to make that rescue, though. Roland needs to get away as quickly as possible. Is able to elbow pad away. Did have to use two elbow pads. I'm not really sure what Roland was waiting for. He was kind of just standing farther away. I guess giving more time for the chair there, but ended up having to use two elbow pads for one rescue. That is not ideal here at all for Roland. Schmitty's just going to go ahead and die inside this hotel area. We're going to see him get placed on the chair. Pretty good Cypher progress for RVL. They're onto their last two Cyphers already, but Alex still holding teleport. He's going to teleport to one of the Cyphers, and he does find where they're healing, it looks like.
Wow, able to spot that out, but luckily enough for Team RVL survivors, they were able to heal each other up, so Roland will see the target of the Hunter actually targeted right now. So Alex does not have anything to work with, but just to have to close the distance with Roland, but Roland was able to expand his last elbow pad to get towards this pallet area. Can he kite it out though?
No, he's not. He's going to be dead at this pallet. Roland threw that pallet down while Alex was breaking it, which means that he kind of just trapped himself back here. And this is kind of the problem with using up those that extra elbow pad, is he just has one less item to work with. Alex is actually just going to leave the mercenary, and I think at this point this might be this is not going to be good for RVL. I don't really know how they can work out of this. Now, we do see the red bomb here from Green. He did slow vault the pallet, though, so he's going to be caught up to very quickly here. It's going to be a mind game at the pallet. Alex is going to walk through. Does get that pallet drop. Green holding down the bomb here. Alex did miss the dash, so Green does have a little opportunity to kite here, but Green actually uses the bomb, and it's just going to give a free hit because of that. I'm not really sure where he's trying to go with that, so unfortunate misstep from Green. That's going to allow The next Cypher Machine will get popped, 50% on it. Mercenary is going to be back up, so they're not out of it just yet. Green needs to bomb here, does bomb on to the stairs, so nice bomb there, but he is going to get knocked down here at this point, and he's just going to go ahead and die in this corner, it looks like.
Yeah, but as of now, based off his kite, he was able to kite away from his last Cypher 51%, so Roland will be decoding that Cypher, whereas in L, the full health Puppeteer will be coming for this rescue. Alex, will he teleport on top of the Cypher?
He will. He's just going to down Roland. The problem, RVL made a mistake here as well. What needed to happen is it needs to be the Mercenary saving and the Puppeteer decoding. Because Puppeteer can kite, he's got full puppets, he's got self-heal available, and he could easily die away from the Cypher. Mercenary cannot do that. So it needed to be the Puppeteer doing the Cypher and the Mercenary coming in for the save. But unfortunately, RVL did not do that, and that's going to actually cost them a bit. Now, they're not out of this match just yet. Now, keep in mind, the Acrobat can start a new Cypher, and Mercenary does have a long share time. Puppeteer also at full health means that he can save, but it also means that Green can just get chased, which is another problem. Looks like he's going to go for Green here. Puppeteer needs to get that rescue as quickly as possible, and they need to start decoding that Cypher Machine as quickly as possible. Alex actually just going to go back, so it means that Green can go right back to decoding here, and still an opportunity for RVL here. Puppeteer just needs to wait this out as much as possible, so Green can get as much decoding in as he can, as possible here.
Alright, we do see on the bottom left that the Puppeteer is just hiding right next door. We'll come for the rescue once the Cypher is almost done, but I don't think it will be enough because it seems like Roland is bleeding a lot faster as compared to what the Cypher is progressing.
Yeah, we are going to see the Puppeteer come in for the save here onto the Mercenary. Is he able to get here in time? There's the hit. He did not use the puppet. He actually just took the hit completely straight up here. We're going to see the body block. Puppeteer able to body block the first hit, so pretty good start there. Gonna just stand in the doorway here. Gonna keep the pallet. Gets another block here. Excellent job from Yinling. Really carrying this match. Cypher Machine 85% of the way done. Roland needs to stay alive long enough. Yinling does take the hit and get down here, but that's okay. As Mercenary can just come in for the rescue.
Just casually running past the hunter.
I'm not sure what that was, but Alex is gonna go for the basement, but Mercenary, as we know, does have borrowed time, can still make this save. I think Roland should have just self-healed. Not self-healed, he should have just force-healed there. We're going to see the hit onto the Mercenary. And the problem is Alex will just wait for Merc to go down. They have to pop the Cypher here. They don't have a choice
They kind of need to force heal here, right? Oh,
yeah. That's going to be Mercenary dead on share. RVL with another unfortunate mistake there. And yeah, Roland, he should have just, if he force-healed the Puppeteer, they would have been fine, but that is a game-altering play here, unfortunately, for them. Let's see what they can do here in the end game. Still looking to at least get one survivor out the gate at this point. 2 survivors still with self-heal remaining, so that's still an opportunity. Green's going to hide here. Does Alex find where he's hiding?
Yeah, that's the question. Oh, but I think he spots out Green over there with that colorful uniform coming from the Acrobat, and he will just see the hit, unfortunately, for the side of Green. And there is that teleport to work with in L, not even daring to touch the other side of the gate. How can RVL survivors even play this out to get that one escape here? Because in the end, we had that 3-man detention period, but just really unfortunate coming from RVL survivors.
Yeah, yeah, hiding there, unfortunately, just not the right play. Green just, he has a bomb to work with. You gotta kite. You gotta waste as much time as possible. That hiding will not do, especially right in a place where the hunter can see you. We're gonna see the puppet from Yinling. Does also block the dash, which means that Alex, oh, he hits into the puppet as well. Excellent job from Yinling here. This is gonna keep the kite alive long enough, but he gets the vault off somehow and continues the kite even more. He's gonna finally get knocked down here. And that does allow the Acrobat to get back up. He's going to most likely chair here and then search for the Acrobat. But I think this gives room for Alex to get a 4-kill here once he goes for this chair here. Yeah, but
I gotta agree with you, man, when it comes to the play from the Acrobat just now. The hiding was definitely not it. Had a ball to work with. If he was itemless or something and he does that, maybe we could try and understand that situation, but coming from Green seems to be a rather interesting play coming from him. But he's trying to hide it out again, and he just gets hit automatically, which helps WBG Alex secure a 5-point lead coming BO2 first half.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to unpack that one. There's a lot of things that just did not really go how they were supposed to go, I think, in that situation for RVL. So from we'll start from the beginning. So from the beginning, obviously we saw the Embalmer take the early hit. That was kind of the big issue, is that I think Schmitty, he thought the Hunter was coming from inside, so he dropped down to try to transition away. But even at that point, you still want to just go to the pallet anyway. Even if the Hunter's behind you, just go to the pallet. Just go to the pallet, use the pallet that way. If you don't know where so guys, for those of you watching, if you don't know where the Hunter is, just go to a pallet and wait for the pallet, see which side the Hunter comes from. So if Schmitty went to the pallet, he could see which side Alex was coming from, drop the pallet, and he would have had all of Hotel to work with. And then, but even then, he was able to extend the kite a little bit, not as long as he would have wanted, but he was able to extend it a little bit there. And then as the game progressed there, they created a position where they had Yinling did an excellent job body blocking the Mercenary until the Cypher Machine was ready. And then Yinling ultimately got knocked down there, which in that situation, the Mercenary will just self-heal, or not self-heal, the Mercenary will force heal the Puppeteer. You just heal the Puppeteer, the Hunter has to hit the Mercenary. Once he hits the Mercenary, you pop the Cypher Machine, and everybody's up for the end game. But the problem is that I'm not sure why Roland decided to try to pallet stun instead, which is just, to put it bluntly, not the right play. And because of that, the Puppeteer gets shared in basement, then the Mercenary gets hit with the delayed effect. The Hunter can just wait for the delayed effect to wear off, pick him up, and then share him, and he is dead on share. So from there on, then it created a situation where it goes from a tie into a only one survivor escape situation, a 3-kill situation. And then in the end game, Green had a bomb to work with. His best play was to transition to a good kiting area, have that bomb to work with. Hiding in an area where the Hunter can kind of see you pretty well is probably not ideal, and obviously he found him. He downed him in that spot. Yinling did a great job. Once he got found again, Yinling wasted a ton of time for Green to self-heal, but unfortunately it wasn't long enough. And then Alex was able to go back and look for Green. In that situation, Green, as Green there, you want to rotate around the building, try to stay behind the building so you can pressure the rescue, or maybe try to go for the dungeon, but unfortunately he just decided to hide again, in which the Hunter found him again, and that resulted in the 4 kills. So unfortunately, while RVL definitely doing their best, there was some things that Alex definitely took advantage of, and this is why Alex is such a strong opera singer player. Every opportunity he gets, he takes advantage of. He turns a tied situation into a winning situation. That's just how strong of a player he is. Excellent job from Alex here in Weibo, going up 5-0 in the second round.
Yeah, great stuff. And I really like how you analyze the entire matchup like that. And it's a little bit interesting that Green decides to hide it out, right? Because we saw his initial kite where he kited from the last cipher all the way to the hotel area. We can see how strong of a kiter he is on that acrobat, but he instead decides to hide it out twice, by the way, twice in a row. So yeah, when it comes to RVL survivors, I guess they thought they could potentially go for just that one escape, but just that single play itself really was just very unfortunate. But let's move on from there as we look into WBG Survivors vs RVL's Hunter Sprinter in the BO2 second half.
Yeah, so now a lot of pressure on Sprinter for a few reasons. One, Sprinter doesn't play Ivy. At least that's not a Hunter we see him really favor at all. So now he has to try to 4-kill with Opera against an Opera counter comp. That's not easy to do at all here. So maybe we'll see him switch to something else. I wouldn't even mind Sprinter. If they go with a hard Opera counter comp, Sprinter could switch into something like Dream Witch and try to 4-kill that way. I actually would like to see that here from Sprinter. Now it would eliminate his Dream Witch option for the third round, but because it would be global ban, but I think that he has to play something a bit risky
we
here.
always thought was quite a strong team. We played them in IVS. We couldn't beat them. And recently, they have been performing very well as opposed to the COA qualifiers. I think teams were doing very well versus them in the qualifiers, but as of now in the group stage, they are performing very well. And so we really have to prepare and strategize in order to beat them.
Yeah. Sprinter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when it comes to strategy-wise, I do feel that BO1 really, it was a great start for RVL, of course. Certain missed opportunities when it comes to opening up which gate. But, yeah, I think if RVL really played the end game really well just now, I think it would have been a different story. Sprinter wouldn't have to come into this matchup to have to 4K WBG survivors, which is not an easy task at all, especially when WBG survivors just need a one escape against Sprinter, and we've seen Sprinter at the Chinatown map. Actually, we've seen him with the... Yeah.
I will say with since Weibo survivors have not exactly been playing up to par as of recently, there's a very good chance that Spencer can 4-kill this. It's definitely likely. I think he'll have a better chance here than he would in other situations. So it's definitely possible. This is not like the round against GR we had to get a 4-kill round 3. This is a lot different situation. There's definitely a possibility of a 4-kill here. It's a lot higher than it would have been in that other match. So the question is going to be, did Spencer prepare Ivy, which we know is not a character he's played pretty much at all. So I don't know if that's something he's practiced as of recently. If it is, will he be able to bring it out here? If not, will he go into a Dream Witch to counter the Opera Singer counter comp? That's the other option he has. So I don't know if that's a risk that Aaron would suggest to him here. So it's hard to say, but I would say that that's something they really do need to consider, because if they're playing a hard Opera counter comp and Spencer doesn't have Ivy, I would really think that picking something like Dream Witch to try to 4-kill and re-counter the counter comp essentially would be the correct option here, depending on what the team composition is.
Yeah, so team composition will be a huge factor here coming from WBG side. Are they able to craft out a team comp that could potentially work against both the Opera Singer and the Dream Witch that Spencer is going to be bringing out here in BO2? Now, we will still be seeing BO3 later on because of the tight matchups in BO1. So, as much as possible, Spencer really need to give back that 4K, right? Because coming BO3, then either RPL survivors or Spencer would have to either 4-escape or 4-kill respectively. So it will be a very, very hard, huge ask, because coming BO3, all the hunters will be slightly weaker because there's no more S-tier hunters to play with. So yeah, question still remains here whether WBG can create that team comp going against Spencer.
Right, so very interested to see how the pick goes. But yeah, we're gonna see. I don't know. I think here, obviously, this round 2 is the match that the round that we considered to be the most tieable round for both sides, since it would be an Opera mirror. But since Alex already gets a 4-kill right away, it's so much harder here for Spencer. You know, Opera is not really as much of a 4-kill hunter as some of the other hunters. It's more of a tie/3-kill hunter. But yeah, Spencer's gonna go Seer Chord ban first, so he is banning for Opera. But I really think if Weibo goes hard Opera counters, I think you play Dream Witch here and try to 4-kill that way.
Dream Witch and 4-kill that way. Alright. So Weibo Gaming. Let's see how they respond to Spencer here. Banning out the Seer as well as the Coordinator. They will be banning out the Hula Baloo as expected. We do have the 2 ST Hunters as usual being banned out. WBG, they still have the Puppeteer to work with. They also do have the Psychologist that they can pick up here. Don't think they'll be picking up the Rescuer this early on as well, since Spencer is not very much pressurizing them in that aspect as well. And they need to Cypher Rush, but they will pick up the Wilding as well as the Prisoner.
Yeah, Wilding and Prisoner here going for the, like we said, Opera counter comps here. So what does Spencer opt to ban next here? Could ban, the problem is he bans Psychologist. He kind of hints that he might try to go into Dream Witch here, which I don't know if that's something that they want to give away. I mean, obviously it's something that Weibo would consider, but it doesn't seem too likely that they think too much about. I don't know. It's really hard to say here. But it's going to be Puppeteer next. So continuing along with the Opera Singer bans, and it's looking like Spencer's still trying to just ban for that Opera. For Weibo, they're going to go with the Weeping Clown next. So another character that you can pretty much can play into with the Patroller, but still a pretty good character against Opera. They're really just trying to count as Opera as much as possible.
Yeah, that's right. So let's see what the last ban from Spencer is gonna be. Yeah, they are just left with one last Kiter or potential Harasser coming into the mix here. So Spencer, is he gonna be banning out the Psychologist? It seems like he's just gonna do right there. Let's see if WBG, how they're gonna respond to it. Is this still gonna be an Opera counter here, or are they just gonna find a well-rounded one that can potentially counter that Dream Witch pick here?
Fire Investigator. Yeah, that's definitely the best pick here. I think that would have actually been maybe a better ban than the Psychologist. The problem with giving Fire Investigator is strong against Dream Witch. It's also strong against Opera, so I guess Psych is also a similar situation, but here you could play Dream Witch and chase Prisoner. That's definitely an option, but I don't know if that's something Sprinter's actually going to risk. He'll just go Opera. Although in this situation, you do have to play risky. You're down 5-0 for this round. You got to try to turn this around. You got to try to do something in this spot. So I definitely think that's a risk they do want to potentially take here. But I don't know if that's something. No, they're just going to go with the Opera Singer here and just try to get the 4-kill with the Opera.
Yeah, Opera Singer. So yeah, he does have multiple choices to go with, but he decides to go for this. Yeah, because with the Dream Witch, the first chase is going to take a super long time, whereas Opera Singer really opens up a potential instant down situation right from the get-go in less than a minute. So WBG survivors, when it comes to spawn locations, it's also going to be a huge factor as to who Sprinter is going to be chasing first. Of course, you would like to chase the...
People are wondering in chat, you cannot pick Barmaid here because Barmaid gets destroyed by Opera Singer. So if they decide to pick Barmaid, then he will 100% just go Opera and just kill the Barmaid in about 10 seconds. So that unfortunately does not work. Opera's one of the hunters in the game that can easily double hit the Barmaid before she gets her healing drink off. So Barmaid would not work, but the Fire Investigator is a better option in return. Fire Investigator Psychologist is a better option, or even the Acrobat would have been probably fine, but yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like WBG, when it comes to the spawn location, this certain mind game, usually we might see the Prisoner at a safer spawn location in the hotel, but no, we'll be swapping out with the Fire Investigator. So let's see where Sprinter ultimately spawns. It seems like he's not going to be spawning on top of the Prisoner. We'll be facing either the Whipping Clown or the Fire Investigator as the first chase, but Eli, which one do you think he'll prefer?
Well, obviously he wants to go for Prisoner, but I don't know if he'll actually commit that far. He may just go for the Fire Investigator. The question is, does he have a abnormal build here, or does he have Blink? Sometimes we see Sprinter play abnormal on Opera. Abnormal when he needs to go for a 4-kill. And abnormal is a good trait for getting a lot of kills, as we know, so because it does slow down that Cypher progress and prevent the survivors from getting to endgame. So I definitely think that here, that's something that Sprinter needs to consider. And it is going to be, that abnormal Opera Singer here. We're going to have 3 survivors with Borrowed Time, 1 with Full Kite. That is the Prisoner. This is the second half of the second round of the Weibo Survivors versus the RVL Hunter side. I'm Eli. I will bring you the live commentary along with Chocho for this matchup.
Not wasting any time. He's just tunneling down on Juan on that Whipping Clown, but will change his mind here, trying to go for the center area, but just spawns right back to the place that he spawned initially, and will try to chase the Fire Investigator at the hotel area. Is this gonna work out for him? The Blink will be up in 17 seconds.
All right, we're going to see here how quickly Sprinter's able to get this down. And there actually was someone asking about Barmaid, so that's why I did bring it up for those of you who seem to, weren't reading that. But anyways, we're getting into the match here. It looks like we're going to see the airbag right away here, getting that speed boost and blocking Sprinter here. It looks like we're going to see going towards that window. Already off to a good start here for the survivors. You see why Fire Investigator is such a good kiter here against this Opera Singer. Does have one more airbag to work with. We're going to see the pallet drop first here. Sprinter, will he go for the switch? There's the switch. Does he get the hit? Does get the hit onto the Fire Investigator, but without Blink, it's going to be a lot harder for him to secure this down, and Fire Investigator will die as far away from Cyphers as possible. Will he get this vault off in time? Mind game around the window. Sprinter get the hit here. Does get the hit onto the Fire Investigator before the revault, and was not able to use the airbag as well here. So the question is, can Sprinter abnormal that middle Cypher that Persika is decoding? I think he might be able to do so here.
Yes, go for it, Sprinter. Like this just creates an opportunity for him, right? Because now Cypher's progress will be just 1 full Cypher in total. So things are looking pretty optimal for Sprinter as the Wilding comes for the backdoor rescue.
Yeah, but does get a free save here since Sprinter did go very far away to get that. I think he should have just hit the he should have just abnormal and then not even broke the connection, just abnormal and then go back. But unfortunately Sprinter wanted to break the connection as well. I think that kind of gave enough time for the Wildling to make the rescue. So slight misstep there from Spencer, but is able to get the abnormal. Decoding progress reduction, just does miss out on the injury, which is sort of, which might backfire a little bit later on, we'll see.
And Spencer will just chair him inside the hotel area. We see that Juan on the Weeping Clown is potentially rotating over, maybe trying to give that to Nidus. No, just gonna decode.
Yeah, it's going to be no rescue, maybe? No, Weeping Clown's coming in. We see him dashing with that rocket there from the distance. Let's get the stun. Will he get the free rescue? Does get the free rescue as well, but there's no Tide Turner, so Fire Investigator gets farmed. Weeping Clown needed to body block a hit there, but it wasn't able to get it. Spencer just making sure the Clown has left, so he's not able to get the stun. And with that abnormal, okay, so while the Cyphers are far behind and the first survivor is already eliminated, the problem for Spencer is he got no injuries on any rescue. So all the survivors are full health. They don't have to stop to heal up. So while this may look good for him, it's not quite as good as he would like. Persica is not able to pop the Cypher machine as well, which means Spencer can abnormal that if he chooses to do so here. And looks like he will do that, knocking that 56 Cypher all the way down to 12%. Spencer getting a lot of control here. Cypher's not that far along. Does he find the prisoner hiding here? Oh, he doesn't. If he found prisoner, that I think would have given the win to Spencer there. But the fact that he's not able to find this survivor is going to be detrimental. He's going to go towards middle. This is the location of the Wildling. That is not the target he needs to find in this spot. He really needs to find either prisoner or Clown here.
Yeah, so now teleporting back, hoping to catch someone off, and it seems like Persica is in the vicinity. I think he will see the blood trace this time around, and will chase him down, but he's got no traits to work with, and he's just gonna get the speed boost.
Yeah, gonna get the speed boost, gonna be able to make it to this window. Does still have a shock to work with as well here. Persica doing a good job of baiting the Hunter here. Will she be able to make it to this pallet here? The swing at the pallet is able to avoid it, and shocks into the pallet, stun there. Spencer tried to get a little aggressive, and Persica taking full advantage of that, getting that pallet stun off, although she is now kind of trapped in this back area. Spencer's going to go ahead and switch, and the flywheel not able to avoid the hit there, but still wasting a lot of time in this area. But because of the double abnormal, the Cypher progress is still a bit slow. 2 slow decoders on the Clown and Wildling. Persica now trapped in this back area. Still doing an excellent kite though, wasting a ton of time for these Cyphers to get ready. And a mind give it the pallet. Spencer walks through to get the down. We see the Cypher pop, but only 13% on the last Cypher, so still a ton of Cypher progress to be decoded here for Weibo. Definitely giving Spencer an opportunity to try to play for a win here.
Yeah, and we do see that the 3 Cyphers are actually at one side of the map, a straight line at this corner area. So when it comes to Spencer potentially Cypher pressuring, I think he will be able to do so. Now Juan will be coming for this rescue. Wilding will be trying to push D6 Cypher here.
Oh no, Spencer misses his dashes. This is the second time this has happened to him in 2 Opera Singer matches back to back here, missing that dash because the shadow path disappeared there. COAⅧ's gonna have to mind game at this pallet here. Spencer walks to the pallet again and gets the hit again here. Twice in a row it's paid off for him, although Wildling will get the board back just in time. And Spencer is not able to knock him off here. We are going to see that first hit, but I don't think that's going to matter. He's going to try to commit to the Wildling because he knows the survivors are healing up. But you see why Wildling just so good against this Opera Singer. There's really not much the Opera can do in a situation like this.
Yeah, not even gonna give any opportunity at all, just gonna right away, while the other 2 survivors, they are now full health. Let's see, how are they gonna potentially push these 2 Cyphers, because they are just so closely located towards one another, and Spencer is just keeping them away from these Cyphers as well. Persica was...
Yeah, Persica was trying to cancel the dash with the stun to turn on a cooldown, but Spencer smartly dropped the shadow trail, so he is still in a shadow. What that does is, so basically what you don't know, if the Opera is in the middle of a dash and not in a shadow realm when he gets stunned, and Persica's gonna, I think, get knocked down unless you can flywheel through here. And Spencer gets through the hit through anyways. If the prisoner shocks while the Opera's dashing, and the Opera gets shocked while she's not in a shadow realm, so she's mid-dash, not in one of the shadow realms, it turns the cooldown on. So the Opera has a 7 or 8 second cooldown for her next dash. But because Spencer dropped the shadow trail, he was still in a shadow realm and did not lose out on that cooldown. So he still had it back right away. And Spencer is going to teleport onto the Weeping Clown here. That Cypher machine is not far enough along. This should allow Spencer to know that they don't have the Cypher that much prepared for endgame here. He should know they don't have another Cypher machine with all those abnormals that have taken place. We're going to see the Weeping Clown able to avoid the stun there. Spencer really trying to get this hit, does miss it with the flywheel there, but he is able to get the hit. But Weeping Clown doubles back to body block the dash and body blocked him out of a shadow zone. So it means that Sprinter is not able to dash for the next few seconds here.
Yeah, I guess the blessing in disguise here is that Whipping Clown does not have any items to work with, so it shouldn't be a long hide. But Sprinter, he doesn't want to play this game of hide and seek. He just wants to go for that Cypher now, but nobody is there just yet. They're still making a run for it.
Sprinter missing another dash here, so it means that he's gonna be slowed down for a little bit here. They're trying to split up the Cyphers. For Sprinter, the goal is try to keep them off of Cyphers until your trait comes back. If you're able to do that, it means you have a lot more mobility as the game progresses. It means you can teleport on the prisoner and put the prisoner on share, down her, put her on share since she's the one who is dead on share. But looks like they're trying to find... Weeping Clown has gotten an item out of the chest. It is an elbow pad. Survivors, again, still yet to decode at this point. And what an intense game here. Wildling is just going to get on that board, though. So, yet again, Wildling unable to be chased in this spot.
Yeah, among the 3 survivors, the one he doesn't want to meet is Walding, and then after he finally sees the butt trace, it is someone that he does not want to see at all. So very unfortunate situation coming with Sprinter, having a face-to-face situation with that Walding, but he will be seeing Juan here as the half-health Whipping Clown. He does have an elbow pad to work with. I'm not too sure whether he's going to conserve this or use it right now to prolong some time for them to decode.
He's going to try to use it, does use it, but I think he will make it to this pallet, but he's still going to get knocked down here. So Sprinter able to secure the down. Will he teleport to that Cypher? Nope, he's going to go for the chair as the survivors are not currently decoding. It looks like it's going to be the prisoner. Prisoner has to come for the rescue. It cannot be the Wildling. As much as they want it to be the Wildling, it can't be, because then the prisoner would just get teleported on. I think Sprinter may teleport anyway. No, he sees the Cyphers not moving. What Prisoner may do is she may connect to that Cypher, okay, well, Sprinter's just going to teleport anyway here. It is the location of the Wildling. Can Sprinter get the Wildling off of the board quickly, though? There's one hit. He might actually be able to get him off the board here. He does get him off the board, which means Sprinter can chase the Wildling. He also didn't lose a dash cooldown there. He's got all of his dashes back right away. Excellent job from Sprinter. He's not going to be long for this world. The other thing is, Weibo 3-cyphered themselves here, Chosho. They have all their cyphers on one side of the map. If Sprinter can down Huei on this side here, which he is able to do, he can pressure all of these cypher machines down, and he can make it so Weibo might not be able to finish the ciphers here. They're only at 50% on that last cipher.
It was so crucial, man, when it came to teleporting on top of the Wilding and not allowing the board to actually hit towards full speed when it comes to running around. So great stuff coming from Sprinter, able to capitalize on everything, but questions come down to whether he's able to spot out the prisoner here and try to deny a rescue here. Persica will be running from the back area. Can he spot her out? Seems like he will not be able to.
He does. He does see the Prisoner here, and Prisoner is dead on share. Now, Prisoner does have a lot of kiting potential here. Shock and Flywheel. Persica's gonna Flywheel through. Gets the shock into the pallet stun again. Sprinter falling for it for the second time. He's gonna be able to come in for the save here. Although keep in mind that
Cypher's not enough.
The Cypher Machine is almost done, and Wildling is also done on share. Both of these survivors are done on share. Persica even body blocks the dash here, turning Sprinter's dash on a cooldown. Will he teleport our way, or will he try to down this Prisoner? He knows Prisoner does not have borrowed time, and he knows that Prisoner's dead on share. Wildling's gonna go for the push here. The Sprinter, he's gonna get shocked. He needs to teleport. Wildling trying to push. Well, actually, he doesn't need to teleport. There's no borrowed time on the Prisoner, so he can down the Prisoner and gets the Prisoner down. They won't be able to pop, or they can't. They have to pop because she's unsure, but they won't be able to get her up because she doesn't have BT. And Spencer will have teleport for endgame here, so there's still an opportunity for him to win, but he needs to play this really smart. Juan's already going to be at the exit gate, I think, so we're going to see them just split the exit gates right away. I think Weibo might be able to get one escape from this. Let's see.
Yeah, and the Wilding's board will be up in 2 seconds, so Hui will be in the safe zone here and forced to teleport to Juan. Let's see if he's able to get an instant down situation here. Alright, able to place that pallet down there. No items to work with, but a flywheel. Let's see, Juan, flywheels! And the charge attack hitting onto Juan here, but the Wilding's opening the other side of the gate, and I don't think Sprinter will make it, which helps WBG secure a 1-point lead in this matchup here against RVL.
Yeah, Wildling's going to be able to make it out the exit gate here. That's going to be a 1 survivor escape. I think, yeah, Spencer had to teleport to the Cypher machine. So he really wanted down the Prisoner because she was dead on share, but Spencer, if he was, we're gonna see Clown get up, but not gonna be able to do much here. What Spencer needed to do is he needed to teleport to that. So he's checking to see if the dungeon's here. He sees that it's not here, so now he knows that he's very safe. He has a very safe chase against this survivor. There's no worry about them getting dungeon, but yeah, I mean, I think Spencer, he needed what he could have done is break the connection and then teleport to that cipher machine and down the wildling. They did not have another cipher. They were all in on that last cipher. So if Spencer breaks the connection and teleports on the Weeping Clown, who's half health, downs him and shares him in the last cipher, then I think he 4 kills. But he thought that he could down the prisoner quick enough and then save his teleport for endgame. The problem is there's just a wildling that you can't chase. And that's why wildling is so good. And that's also I was a little surprised that RVL didn't choose to pick up wildling in that previous round. But yeah, that's RVL seems to be playing so well, but they're just falling short. In the first round, their survivors looked to have a tie on board, ended up being a 3-kill. Spencer looked to have a 4-kill, ended up being a 3-kill. In the second round here, Spencer looked to have a 4-kill, but only was able to get a 3-kill there. And then the RVL survivors looked to have a tie on board, but then an unfortunate mistake at the end resulted in a 4 elimination. So with all that being said, Weibo now taking the lead here in the second round. Now it's gonna be really hard for them to come back in the third one.
You're right. And looking into our match stats as of now, we have Guoke. First Kaider, 54 seconds of containment time. Might not be the best, but when we look at the other 3 survivors, more than 100 seconds at the very least for each of them. I think definitely Hui did a very great job containing the Hunter, and also Spencer really left with no choice, because when it came down to meeting face to face, he was just almost all the time facing the wilding over there. So as of now, I think WBG survivors definitely did come out on top in that game, was able to do that split, forcing Spencer to only target one of them, allowing that one escape. So coming BO3, it will be quite interesting to see if WBG is going to be taking the win home, or if RVL will be able to make a very impressive comeback in the first half.
Yeah, we kind of talk about how you know, the round 3 does favor RVL, as Spencer's Hunter pool is a little bit more advantageous for a situation like this than Alex is, because Alex is has a bunch of tie hunters in round 3, I guess, with the exception of something like Breaking Wheel. But then Spencer has characters like Dream Witch and I guess Clerk, technically Wax Horse. So, well, Alex has Wax Horse as well, but Spencer has the Dream Witch, which is something that Alex does not have. So that's going to give him a pretty big advantage in the third round. But a 6-3 deficit is a pretty big one. So we're going to have to see some sort of impressive performance from Spencer. And as we know, since Spencer doesn't have characters like Hermit, he doesn't have characters like Breaking Wheel, it means that he can't, they'll just counter comp Dream Witch. This is why it's very important to have characters like Hermit or Breaking Wheel or something like that. So when you hard counter comp the Dream Witch, you can pull out something like a Breaking Wheel, which it's in return good against a counter comp for Dream Witch. So, but unfortunately, it does not have that as an option. So that's gonna be the only downside. But we're gonna look into our highlights here for the second round.
Okay.
You come in the hill behind Diner, I can hear you. Behind Diner.
Nice save.
You come behind Diner, I can hear you.
I just decode shooting.
Nice, bro. Watch the
decode. He doesn't have
角落，大方角落。
可以换机的，可以换机的，反正早晚被干扰。
那我这边支撑。
哎，可惜。反正早晚炸门最起码可以的。
可以，好打。
我现在到中场。
可以。
完中，脚把走一个。撞了。
也是高飞啊，也是高飞，好像。
OK， 没事。
也注意
回撤了。
我撑一会儿。变了。Right, so WBG currently leading by round points here in BO2, but moving on to BO3, let's see if RVL will be able to come back from this. Things are looking pretty intense. I mean, even before the
the matchup even started, we were thinking like, you know what, RVL, we saw the condition of the servers and the hunters, you know, maybe they could be able to potentially go up against WBG, but WBG, when it came to the late game play, seemed to be that the survivors of WBG played it a little bit better as compared to RVL.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to pull out a one escape there at the end. And again, I think Spencer, he could have done that differently. I think if he breaks the connection, the prisoner can't reconnect to that same cipher. It'll be on cooldown for a bit. So you break that connection and then you teleport on the Weaving Clown, who's at half health. And they don't have another cipher. Spencer knows they don't have another cipher because he can see the connected cipher, which is the one that he's breaking has very little progress, like 10%. So what he can do is he can just break the connection so they can't decode that connected cipher, teleport on the clown, down the clown, share on the last cipher, and that would be a pretty good position. And then if they try to do a new cipher, which obviously they will do, then you can kind of go, but since they 3-cipher themselves, you can kind of go in between those ciphers and control the game that way. But he went for the down on the prisoner, which is also a good play, and that prisoner doesn't have BT and is dead on chair. The problem was just that the problem was that he had only teleport to chase one survivor in the end game because he can't go for the wildling. He has to teleport away from wildling, and then wildling makes it out the gate. Wildling, the prisoner's kiting, how well that prisoner kited, plus the wildling being in that team comp was the reason why it was a 1 escape. That's why wildling is so good against Opera Singer. So yeah, we're gonna see Spencer try to turn it around in the last round, going out for the hunter side yet again here. Let's talk about the win conditions. RVL has to win this last round 6-3 or better here, which means Spencer needs to get either a 3 kill and RVL survivors need a 3 escape to win, or Spencer has to get a 4 kill and RVL survivors need a 1 escape, and that would tie or a 2 escape for them to win. So basically Spencer at minimum needs to get a 3 kill here. If he does not, then that means that RVL survivors would have to get a 4 survivor escape, which probably wouldn't happen. So essentially Spencer needs to get at least a 3 kill in the spot, minimum.
Yeah, and for WBG survivors, when it comes to pressure, they don't really have a lot because coming into this, they just need a 1 escape. A 1 escape is all they need to keep the spark alive because it seemed also pretty impossible for WBG's hunter Alex to just get 4 escape there, right? So things are looking pretty grim for RVL, so do show your support for our team RVL with that hashtag NAEU fighting. But as for Weibo Gaming, do show your support for individually for all of them. We've seen pretty excellent kite coming from Pasika. We saw her prisoner, the electric shock as well as the pellet stun combo excellently timed twice in a row in a single match. So when it comes to mechanical skills, I do think that WBG side, they do have that kind of experience coming to this. But let's hit into BO3 first half. Yeah, you mentioned that when it comes to BO3, Sprinter's character pool is quite limited in some sense with that Dream Witch. We've seen him pick the Dream Witch, the End, but of course the End definitely did not work out against GR survivors at that point in time.
Also, I'm not hating nobody. You guys know how hard it is to 4 escape in the final round? People just play and get 1 kill. It's not, guys, it's not just one team that can do it. It's just, it's that you can't, any team has a very hard time 4 escaping round 3 because you just play and. That's literally the whole meta. It's like, oh, if you get a 4 escape, well, I'm just gonna play and then I win. Like it's like there's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? You guys get what I'm saying? Like it's not just, I'm not hating on anybody. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think
I'm just saying most teams would not 4 escape. Even GG would have a hard time 4 escaping.
Yeah.
Like it's just like it's like less than 5%. So it makes a lot more sense for Spencer to play for a 3 kill than the survivors having to play for a 4 escape.
Yeah, we've been seeing like many matches, BO1 to 3 a lot, and also BO3 overtime coming from various teams, right? As of now, statistically wise, there's only been 2 survivor teams that has managed to get a 4 escape, and that's only GR at Chinatown that time against Sprinter, and the second time was, I believe, yesterday, MRC survivors against ZZZ's Hunter. That was the only 2 times we saw that 4 escape, so it is actually extremely rare and very hard to do here coming into this matchup. But let's look at Leo's memory for the epic phase between WBG survivors versus RVL's Hunter.
Okay, so will Weibo go with the hard Dream Witch counter comp? I expect so. Unless they just ban Dream Witch, because I feel like by now they should know that Spencer doesn't really have Ivy. Since that's not a character he's played, maybe just go Hullabaloo Dream Witch ban or just hard counter Dream Witch. Let's look at the global bans here. Excellent job from Weibo to not use up Dream Witch counters in their global bans. The only Dream Witch counter they've used in all of their global bans is the Antiquarian. That's it. So Sprinter, and he's actually going to ban Aeroplanist, which means that I don't even think he's going to try to play Dream Witch here. So this is a very interesting choice. I'm not sure about this.
BQ?
But no, well, you have to win, so you're not going to play BQ.
Exactly.
And Seer doesn't make sense. Well, Seer and Arrow together don't really make sense, because an Aeroplanist is, you're banning Aeroplanist if you want to play Wax, but then but then if you want to play Wax, you wouldn't ban Seer. You'd ban Seer if you want to play Dream Witch. So there has to be, maybe Spencer wants, maybe he's going to play Clerk. There has to be something that I'm not thinking of here. So my apologies for not realizing. But
yeah,
it's got to be that he'll try to. Maybe it's just trying to play something like Clerk, something that I don't. It's got to be something we don't expect here, because those two bands together don't really make a whole lot of sense. But let's see here.
Yeah, and I believe WBG survivors might also be quite confused with this ban picks coming from Sprinter. So them responding with a Embalmer as well as Mercenary, very safe rescuer, and also if anything does happen to the Embalmer, he can just coffin himself. So yeah, very, as of now, it looks pretty standard. Let's see his later bans coming from Sprinter. Maybe we'll be able to better understand what is he thinking of here.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be Acrobat. So he's not really going to. I mean, Acrobat is a Dream Witch counter, but it's not like a hard Dream Witch counter. It's one of the more soft counters. So I think Weibo's quite happy with this. That means they can pick another Dream Witch counter here, probably Barmaid or Psychologist. Actually, Mechanic. So they're really just going super heavy on the tie side. They know that if they get a tie here, they're good. They just need to get a tie. I think that should invite Spencer to ban Barmaid last. And then Weibo will pick Psychologist, and then Spencer plays Dream Witch. I think that's his best chance here. I don't think, with the amount of tie characters on this comp, you can no longer play Wax. It's too easy for Weibo to tie. So I think Spencer has to ban Barmaid or Psychologist, and you have to play Dream Witch. I just don't see anything else that works here. So he's going to ban Barmaid.
How you predicted, yeah.
Weibo has to pick Psych or Fire Investigator. Those are the only two picks you can go with. Psychologist.
Exactly how you predicted, Eli. You definitely read the mind of Sprinter as well as WBG survivors there. With exactly the ban picks.
You can't play Wax into this. You just can't. Unless Spencer has something else I'm not thinking of.
With all the 4 S-tier hunters that has already been banned out here, choices are very limited for Sprinter's side. Yeah, let's see if he's going to be picking out the Dream Witch here at the moment of truth in about 80 seconds. But, we can still talk about the personas coming from WBG survivors. How do you think they're going to be playing this?
I think they'll have triple flywheel. Maybe Psych will have broken. Psych might have broken, and we might have flywheel from the survivors, the other two survivors. They might also play suicide builds, which is flywheel and broken windows, no borrowed time in case they're just playing for a tie. But because they don't need to play for a win. Weibo just needs to get a 2-survivor escape here. Spencer needs to get a 3-kill at least. But ideally he could get a 4-kill. But let's see here. What does Spencer go with? I feel like he just has to play Dream Witch. I don't think you can play anything else into this. Maybe Clerk. You could play Clerk into this. If Spencer has kept up with his Clerk practice, Clerk would be fine. But those are literally the only 2 options I can think of that Spencer has.
So Clerk or that Dream Witch. Later he psyched us with the N once again. Coming into BO3. He psyched us once, that time in Chinatown against GR, so it's really hard to see the minds through Sprinter as well as the coach, Aaron, coming to here, but we are seeing the Wax. One unoptimal pick here coming into this. He needs at least a 3k Leo's Memory against the WBG survivors. This is gonna be a very difficult matchup, so guys, do show your support for RVL Sprinter here. With hashtag NAEU fighting, WBG survivors somehow, somewhat needs to potentially make a huge misstep for Sprinter to potentially capitalize on it, turning things around for himself. So let's wait and see the spawn locations, as we have already predicted the personas. We have to see if they have brought the flywheels to try to counter the Dream Witch initially.
I think Weibo prefers to play against Wax here, because they have very good tie survivors. They have Embalmer, they have Mechanic, and while Wax does have some degree of cipher control with the with the wax bombs for waxing off the Cypher machines. It's just so hard here for a non-map pressure hunter to win against a team composition like this. I mean, Spencer's going to go wax here. I think that it's hard for him to win, though, into a comp like this. But you know what? I absolutely have confidence in Spencer. He's one of the best hunters, not only in the NAU region, but also in the world. And if there's anybody who could get a 4-kill here or even a 3-kill with wax, it would be him into a team comp like this. Let's see what he's able to do. This is going to be a very intense matchup. We see the mechanic spawning middle. We see the embalmer spawning in factory. And we'll see the personas here as well. I'm very interested to see the persona picks here from the survivors. I would expect they're going to have a high amount of suicide builds, so a high amount of flywheel and broken window builds. It looks like we're going to see 3 of them, as we talked about, with flywheel and broken windows, and the mercenary with Tide. And it's going to be a warp here for Spencer with trump card and detention. This is the first half of the 3rd round of the Weibo survivors versus the RVL Hunter side. I'm Yellow, trying to show bringing the live commentary for this match.
Right, 3K being a very difficult ask for Spencer, but let's just trust in him and see how is he gonna go here. Now he's heading straight for the mechanic. I believe she has placed her bot. No, it seems like she has not. So he's just gonna change his targets the moment the mechanic enter the factory area, and we'll see Goaka at the shag area. Pellet has already been placed down here, and the pellet boost from the psychologist will allow that distance being built up here, and still 0 wax on Goaka.
All right, we're going to see him transitioning behind this back area here. He's going to wax off this back window, but, does bait him to walk into him a little bit here. Spencer should be able to get the first hit. I wonder if he can get a basic hit as well. Spencer's going to get the basic hit at 92 wax, so already a pretty good start for him, but 4 Cypher machines with a lot of progress because of that mechanic. You're going to see why here. Oh, but Spencer breaks the pallet here. Can he still get the hit? He's not going to get the hit. Spencer with another unfortunate pallet break. That's twice now in this series. And he's going to miss out on a free hit there because of misclick on that pallet.
Yeah, and Psychologist has a flywheel, so it will be pretty magical if he's able to flywheel it, but the basic hit will register onto Goaka.
He still gets it. And Spencer can wax bomb here. Oh no, he's going to warp, but that means the coffin... that means the coffin will just put the Psychologist far away from here. I think it would have been better to save warp for the coffin. It does allow him to get it fast down, but because the coffin was utilized, it means that he can just coffin the Psychologist far away from here. I wonder where the coffin is set up, though. Looks like it's not too far away, but so Spencer can walk there, but yeah, not having that warp here is going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, so Spencer would have to walk all the way there just to chase the Psychologist here. So no trade to work with. Does have 800 wax remaining and will be stopping that Cypher from being decoded. Goaka has a large distance, a long distance away from Spencer. Somehow Spencer needs to get this done as soon as possible because looking at the Cyphers, it seems to be very healthy now.
Yep, does he see the Psychologist hiding back here? He needs to find the Psychologist immediately here. Does find the Psychologist immediately. 44%. Spencer walks through the pallet, but it's fine. It does give a wax boost here, and this will mean he can get the survivor down right away. So he's going to get that down onto the Psychologist, but all 5 Cyphers already with progress here. They're going to have the Cyphers ready really quickly. That's just the power of the mechanic and the limited map control from the wax artist. This is why we kind of talk about how wax maybe not ideal in a position like this compared to something like a Clerk or Dream Witch, but we're going to see the Mercenary come in for the next rescue. Spencer almost to that full presence. Mercenary still a Tide Turner. Look at those Cyphers already almost done here, and Spencer really needs to get a 3-kill in this spot.
Yeah, they definitely have to. And now getting the hit onto the Mercenary. This creates an opportunity for Psychologist to have a flywheel ready soon.
Nah, she's not going to kite. It's a wax artist. You can't really do much here. Spencer's just going to take the hit and get the down. Now, he's not out of it just yet. Spencer does have... Cyphers are going to be almost ready even by the time he chairs here. And even if he teleports, I think the Cypher's going to be ready anyway. 75... not yet. So the Cypher's not ready just yet. He's almost there, but a little bit short, it looks like. It looks like the bot is going to try to finish the Cypher. He's going to teleport onto Juan. The Cypher, I don't know if that's the 90% Cypher or the 74, but Juan is kind of trapped back in this area. Sprinter's going to get the hot wax. Can he get it in time here? Does get the hot wax. Juan has to flywheel, is able to flywheel here to avoid this hit. But he's not really long for this world. Sprinter can just wax bomb off the pallet. There's nowhere he can really go from there, and Juan's going to get down pretty quickly. He also has basement in the vicinity, but I feel like the survivors will just sell anyways. So Sprinter's going to get the down. He's going to either chair on the Cypher or chair in basement. But then survivors can sell. I think basement is a better chair, but he's actually going to chair here. Nope. No, he's going to bring him to basement. And what this does is this means that Sprinter can wax bomb. He's within range where he can wax bomb that gate. So even if you bring the bot to gate, they're going to pop the Cypher here, but Sprinter can block off the gate over and over. So they're going to pop the Cypher. Sprinter knows this. He can block off this gate. He needs to block it now, so the bot's not able to open it. And he is going to stop the bot from decoding that exit gate there. So now what he needs to do here is he needs to hold the Embalmer in basement while also trying to find the mechanic. But the Mercenary can also make a backdoor rescue, so you can't really get too far away from this chair here. And he does acknowledge that.
Yeah, Sprinter just trying to bait out the mechanic or somehow or somewhat. Can he see the mechanic though? It seems like he did not spot out the mechanic at all. So we'll just have to cam this chair here. Both the gates have been opened. Question is whether Persica can hit out. And we mentioned that Sprinter need a 3k coming into this matchup here. So he needs to find the mechanic, trying to down her there and then. But it seems like he's unable to pick up where the tinnitus is coming from.
Yeah, does Mercenary make the rescue in time? It looks like the answer is no. So if he does see the mechanic, okay, so he sees the mechanic in the dungeon, I don't think is in the vicinity. So Sprinter, yeah, so Sprinter can 3-kill this if he downs the mechanic here without letting her somehow kite to dungeon. He's trying to look at where she is through the wall. She can kind of just stay back here. Keep in mind, Sprinter doesn't really care if his attention runs out. He's a wax artist, so he can still insta down with the hot wax play. So he's gonna break this pallet. He's going to walk back over this way. He needs to commit here at some point. He's gonna finally vault. He just wants to make sure he doesn't give Mechanic. Oh, Mechanic runs into him! Mechanic runs into him, and I think Sprinter can get this down here. Even if she goes for the flywheel, he's gonna bait it out. There's the detention hit, and that's gonna be the 3-kill with Wax Artist. Sprinter does the job. And now it's not the 4-kill that RVL really would have loved to see here to make it easier on the survivor side, but he does keep them in the game. The 3-kill keeps them alive. It means that RVL doesn't have to get a 4 escape anymore. They need a 3-kill to tie things up. Sorry, they need a 3-kill to win. A 3-kill would be enough, or 3 escape would be enough to win here. So he manages to keep them in the game. He gives them an opportunity to the survivors. Now the question is, can they capitalize on that in this third round?
Yeah, it's a huge question, a huge ask from RVL survivors, but can I just say, we just gotta trust in Sprinter, man. He was still able to get a 3k with the Wax Artist coming BO3. We thought that the survivors had the upper hand. We saw the build that they had, the team con that they had, and we were like, you know what, I think Sprinter might not be having a good time here, but somehow, somewhat, catching all of them off guard there and able to get that 3k regardless. So great stuff coming from RVL Sprinter. Let's look into our first Kaiser's containment time at 88 seconds on the Psychologist, Walker that's on it. And overall, yeah, not very long containment time there, but I think it was a pretty crucial play when it came to him chairing at the basement, able to spot out the mechanic towards the end. Great stuff coming from Sprinter. Let's see if RVL Survivors is able to respond effectively coming in the second half.
Yeah, even though Sprinter was, the fact that he's even able to get a 3-kill against a comp like this is very good. Obviously, this team composition is very built for getting ties. It's hard to 3-kill with this sort of hunter against this comp. It's hard to win. Now, again, I don't know if the 3-kill is going to be enough, because basically what happens now is Sprinter gets a 3-kill here. It means that RVL needs to get 3 survivor escape to win. If they get a 3 survivor escape, they win. If they get anything less than that, then Weibo wins. So RVL survivors have to get a 3 escape here, and Alex can just play a tie hunter, go for a tie. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe, again, we're still not sure if Wax was right. Maybe it would have been better to go for Dream Witch and play for a 4-kill, or go for Clerk, play for a 4-kill. Because then if he gets a 4-kill, then RVL just needs a 1 escape to tie or a 2 escape to win. Now they have to get a 3 escape to win, and there's no tie situations at all. It's either 3 escape or nothing for RVL. 3 escape or 4 escape, that's it.
I think 3 escape might not be enough here for RVL to win.
It is, yeah.
It's not, because BO2 is a 6-3.
Yep, so a 3 escape would be enough. Jojo, are you questioning my math?
Oh!
Okay, so it's a 6-3 in round 2, which means that Weibo has a 3-point advantage. If RVL gets a 3 escape here, that would be a 6-2 for this round, giving RVL a 4-point advantage for this round, which means they win by 1 point.
I see it now.
Jojo, come on! I'm not. Math is my thing, bro. You're not gonna catch me. You're not gonna catch me lacking.
Dude, I needed to understand, and I'm glad you were able to explain that a little bit more for me.
Catch me lacking. Come on now.
All right. Our math king here. All right, you shall never doubt him ever again. Yes, that's right. And so RVL servers need a 3 escape. A 3 escape is the answer to this matchup for them to win this finally in this group stages, because as of now RVL has yet to win a single matchup, and this is potentially their best opportunity to come through with it. So yeah, WBG's Alex Hunter, when it comes to his Hunter pool coming into BO3, we have seen his Sculptor before.
Oh, sorry, Dion. He's not gonna play Sculptor. He just needs a tie. He'll just play something like Bonbon. Or Anne. Yeah, he's got Bonbon. He's got Anne. He's got Geisha. There's better tie hunters here than a Sculptor. Sculptor's too risky. Sculptor's a high kill hunter, but it's not a consistent hunter. So it's definitely just going to be Bonbon, Anne, or maybe Geisha, but probably not. It's going to be one of those 3 hunters.
Okay. Do you think we might see a Naiad here?
Or Naiad, yeah, that's another one actually. I forgot. He's got Naiad too, so.
All right. So Alex, potentially with the Naiad, yeah, it would be pretty cool to see it here. And coming into...
Someone said today I did 7 times 4 off the top of my head without counting on my fingers, and I thought of Eli.
28, right? 7, 14, 21, 28. Yeah, 28.
28, yeah.
Oh, not bad.
You know, when I was younger, my mom made me learn every single like math timetable. You know, like the math tables where you learn like 1 times 2, 5 times 6, 5 times 7, 5 times 8, 6 times 8, 6 times 9, blah blah blah, etc. Like every single number. I had to learn every single one, all the way up from 1 times 1 to 9 times 9. And then 10, or actually 10 times 10. Well, 10 times 10 is easy. It's just you add a 0. 10 times 10 is 100. So it's you just add a 0. But I had to learn every single one up to that. My mom made me do it. So like memorize. So like if I see it, I instantly know. Like boom, instantly know. Except
Must
6
be
times
nice.
8. What is 6 times 8?
I asked you a pretty difficult one previously, right? That was outside of the 1 to 9.
Okay, but like ask me any number of 10 times 10 or lower, and I'll instantly know it. It's not that
7
hard
times
to
9.
Sometimes what?
7 times 9.
53.
64. 63. 63.
63. Yeah.
Hey, you're caught lacking
63.
there.
Okay. Another one.
Okay. 6 times 7. 42.
No, I got bad, bro. What the heck? Okay, never mind. I forgot everything. Never mind, guys. This is bad.
Hey, I might have lost in addition, but I
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna run it back.
Okay. Let me think. Maybe 8 times 9.
72. Well, you already knew the answer. You can't know the answer. So if I ask you, you're not gonna know it instantly either.
Okay, okay. I think let's get to the vamping phase.
9 times 9. Go.
81.
Okay. Let's see. 7 times 5.
35.
Okay, pretty good. 6 times 8.
48. 46. 48.
48. I don't know. Anyways, yeah.
I think I won lah. Like, let's.
Not bad, guys.
All right. Let's head into the benefit phase, guys. I'm so sorry we digressed here, but from Alex's side, we are seeing the knight and the fire.
Square root of 225.
I can't do that. I'm not good.
15. I can do square roots in my head. 15.
Is it 5?
5? What? Square root of 225?
I really don't know.
15. It's 15.
15?
Square root of 25 is 5. 5 squared is 25. Venti means 20.
I graduated. Okay, that's all that matters.
Did you guys know that tall means large? Grande means large. Venti is the only thing that doesn't mean large. In fact, venti means 20 in Italian. So if you think that getting a venti at a specific coffee brand is getting a large, you're stupid in 3 languages. There's a really funny movie that has that quote. You guys got to look that up. It's so funny. Anyways, by the way, Chocho said 46 for 6 times 8, so she was wrong. I just want to point that out. Anyways, we're going to get into our band pick here. It's going to be Patient and Antiquarian. I
like it.
Okay, this is super easy. What's the square root of 900?
I don't know. Stop asking me.
Okay, what's this? Well, think about it this way. What's the square root of 9?
3, so 30.
Okay, so what's the square root of 900?
30?
Yeah, easy. See, it's not that hard. You guys got me started on this, dude. I blame you guys. 5 times 5, 25. Yay. No longer the math king.
Right.
Okay, no. See, now that you said that, we're gonna talk about it more after this next game. You guys literally, you guys are bringing this on yourself. You said, "Oh yeah, Eli, don't talk about math today," but then you're like, "Oh, Eli's no longer the math king." So now I have to actually prove myself. We'll get to the match right now, but in between the next match, you guys are gonna have to hear it now. You brought this on yourself. Just know this is all on you, not me. Okay, we're gonna see Alex here. Figuring out what character he wants to play. Probably gonna be, like we said, Bonbon is an option. Naiad is an option. We have the Geisha. We have Anne. We have quite a few things here. Looking at this team comp, I'm wondering if they could have. Let's see. Acrobat was available. They chose not to go Acro. They went Prospector in preparation of the end, which definitely does make sense. And Balmer is already global banned. They did have Psychologist, which they chose not to pick up here. They are playing. Trying to think what Alex is going to play. I don't think Bonbon's very well. They have Mercenary as their rescuer. They don't have, which means that Bonbon. They don't have a safe rescuer against Bonbon. So he could go Bonbon. He could go Naiad. Naiad Chase here, although it's not great. Some of these kiters are pretty good against Naiad. He's going to go Wax Artist in return here.
Wow.
And actually, Wax Artist is pretty solid. Against this team composition, we have you have a bad chase into Patient, but you have a good chase into both Prospector and Anti as Wax. Now, I'm a little confused why we didn't see Postman from RVL. I feel like Postman would have been a strong pick here. We saw them play Postman originally in one of their previous matches, and that went quite well. It's a very good Cypher Rush character, very good for kiting. I definitely think that for kiting, I think a Postman would have been a good pick just for having that Cypher Rush getting to the end game. Or even something, believe it or not, even something like Lawyer or Composer spawning in Factory would have been solid as well for decoding. I would have loved to see something like that from them, but they did not pick up any decoding characters, so that may backfire. I'm not sure. But Alex does, again, as we talk about, have some pretty good targets into the Antian Prospector here.
Yeah, so think question as to what personas they're going to be bringing into this here, and when it comes down to execution, RVL as of now seems to be pretty okay when it comes to the execution, but when it comes to late game, there was a little interesting plays coming from them, but let's see how they recover from it. We have Alex on the Trump Card Detention build as well as the Blink. As for Survivor side, we are seeing quite a number of borrowed times and a full kiting build on NL. So this is going to be Leo's Memory build 3, second half, potential last half between WBG's Hunter versus RVL servers. My name is Chocho and joining me is Eli O, and you'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
My mind is taken up by too many IDV thoughts. That's why I'm losing the brain space to do mathematics in my head. Oh no, Green rotating straight into the Hunter here. Oh, this is a very weak start for the Survivors. I'm not really sure what happened there, but yeah, Green just vaulting straight into the Wax Artist, and Alex already with a very fast chase onto the Survivor. Maybe some miscommunication or something. I'm not really sure. Green's not even going to drop down. He's actually just going to get... Somebody cancels the... He does cancel the stun, but Alex is going to get a lot of wax. He's even going to get a hit. Green can't even vault this. Yeah, I think this is just falling apart for RVL. I'm not sure what happened there, but Green just ran straight into the Hunter, and Alex, it's a very, very early free hit. He's going to get the freeze right away here, and Green's going to go down immediately.
Well, this is a very unfortunate start. When he was down, the flywheel was 2 seconds from being ready at that point in time. So Green will be seeing the basement as well from the get-go. It seems to be the RVL survivors. Yeah, I do agree that it could have been a miscomm. There was no reason for Green to just vault into the Hunter's phase and then unable to rotate out as well from the basement area. So Green. Hunter still has Blink, and Prospector has a flywheel. Let's see if they're even gonna commit to the rescue here.
Yeah, there's not much to be done at this point. Fast down into basement. RVL's already into a difficult situation. We will see Roland come in. He is able to make the rescue here. The goal for Green, at least just make it out of the basement. It's just the ciphers are so far behind. Alex is even going to get a full free presence off of this as well. So this is just very bad here for the survivors of RVL. Now, the one chance they could have, we need to see the Antiquarian come in and harass on the stairs. That's their only play here. So the Antiquarian can come in and support the chair here. There's an opportunity. We are going to see Yinling come in here. Will he be able to go for these stuns on the stairs? Is he able to make it at the time here? He is there. Alex is going to drop down the side. Yinling, he's going to try to go for the other chair, though. Yinling was not positioned in time, and we see the miss there. Yinling needed to be on the stairs faster. He needed to be there immediately. He was not there in time, and now that we're going to see the next rescue come into place here.
Yeah, and you don't need to be careful though, because Hunter has hot wax. And just get that free hit already with that wax and able to still get the rescue. He will body block for Green. Green does have a flywheel and 2 magnets, and he's able to throw the first one. Can he kite it out here? He needs to. And by stunning himself though, he wasn't able to stun Alex there. And Alex will just get this hit onto Green, unable to use this flywheel at all. Alex not giving any breathing space for Green to even play around with, and Antiquarian is just right next to him, so he's able to snowball this into a second chair here and standing out in front of the Hunter as well. And the blink still registers.
He's gonna get down right away. This is gonna be most likely a 4 elimination at this rate here for Alex. Yeah, we're gonna see Yinling placed on the rocket chair here. Alex already just needs to secure a tie, which he is definitely going to be able to do in this spot. So that means that Weibo at this rate will be winning this series here over Team RVL, and Schmitty obviously will have to try to attempt a rescue, but yeah, not much to be done here in this spot, it looks like.
Yeah, very, very dire situation for RVL survivors. How can he get to the chair safely? He has the hot wax. He could potentially prevent you from going over there, all the way there. And now we'll be seeing in L over half on the chair. Roland, half health, trying to hide out and potentially come for this rescue. Cypher's just not enough. Looks good, but just not enough, especially with now it's a 1v3 situation for them. It's not gonna be easy at all coming from here.
Yeah, as soon as this survivor expires, it's gonna be over. Roland's gonna attempt the rescue here. Elbow padding in. We're gonna see the wax build up here. Alex trying to get the stuff, does get the rescue off in time, and he's gonna just hit the... Okay, so he's gonna hit the mercenary down. But Antiquarian actually needs to kite until all 3 ciphers have been popped and kite to dungeon, because she doesn't have borrowed time. So dungeon is here, so if Antiquarian can actually kite for every single cipher to be popped by Schmitty here, then and kite to dungeon all at the same time, then RVL can have a chance, but that's the only possible outcome for him here. Misses the stun as well. No, misses the stun here. And we're going to switch to hot wax, which means that Yinling can't even stun.
All right.
84%. It doesn't matter. He's just going to get knocked down here. Yinling is dead on chair. And that's going to be it. That means that Weibo is able to get at least a tie here, which means that they will be winning this match. He's even going to teleport onto the mercenary here so he can down him with no self-heal and then go for that patient, securing the 4 kill.
Yep. And Roland. The moment he's down, he's just going to be left on the ground. Patient trying to pop the 4th cipher, and the last cipher is at 89%. But seems like Roland will not survive till that day where they pop that cipher. So Patient, Schmitty is on this. Let's see how is he gonna play this out here. This end game is gonna be pretty crucial. Roland does not have any self-heal to work with, as mentioned, and just a very dire situation overall for Team RVL survivors. Let's see if they are able to get a one escape against in this situation now.
Yeah, we're gonna see him just trying to find where Schmitty is hiding out. He is in this back area. Now the cipher machine is almost primed. It's just again, Alex has already secured the victory here. He only needed to eliminate 2 survivors, which he has done in this position. So we're gonna see Alex just trying to find where Roland's hiding out. Where Schmitty's hiding out, and does see the trail of Schmitty here, trying to hide behind the car here. What's he able to do? And nice hook from Schmitty to transition towards this pallet. Does get the pallet drop. Alex does have that hot wax to work with though. Trying to get the heal up, but no, is able to get the down here, and that's gonna be the 4th survivor elimination. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Weibo Gaming will be the winner here in this match against RVL. That is going to be a 2-0 victory actually for them, since they won the 2nd round and the 3rd round. 2-0 victory over RVL in this spot. And Weibo, let's check out the standings here for Group D. Weibo has moved themselves into a position, being at 2-0 here, where they'll be the 3rd seed. So it looks like it's going to be GR, and then GR and FT. Sorry, Weibo and FT still are yet to play, right? So
yep.
So GR is now secured 1st, FL 4th, and RVL 5th. Now the question is, who will be 2nd and 3rd between FT and Weibo? Those 2 teams will have to fight it out in their last match to see who is going to be the 2nd seed for that group.
Yeah, 2nd seed might potentially be important here, but we just gotta wait and see how is it gonna be here. But as of now, I'm hoping that you guys having a great Apple session with this WBG win here. Of course, congratulations to WBG. RVL also, putting up a very good fight, prolonging this all the way to a BO3. And even if the survivors weren't able to escape here, we do see 60 seconds of containment time on green here. Can I just comment on RVL's Princess performance today? I think he did an amazing job today. He was able to get the kills as needed, but of course we did see certain interesting plays where he decides to destroy the pallet rather than chase, and campaign it out. So, but other than that, looking at our match results here, 16-10. It wasn't a very far off kind of situation, just that Weibo Gaming, a much more professional and experienced team here coming to this mix here. So very much expected coming from them to get that win here.
Yeah, definitely. Things were looking up for RVL in that 1st round. They seemed to have been playing very well, but then fell a little bit behind going into that 2nd round. And then on top of that, they did miss out on getting the 1 survivor escape in that 2nd round as well. If they're able to do that, then actually this round 3 situation would have been great. They could have just gotten a tie and won things that way with Spencer's 3 kill. But unfortunately, it was a 4 kill for them in that 2nd round. Alex doing an excellent job here. He should be getting the MVP here. 3 kill. Followed by 2 4 kills, definitely propelling this Weibo team to victory here. So excellent job from Alex. We were unsure on if he would continue to stay consistent, which he did in the first 2 matches, but then in this match in particular, played very well against RVL survivors. And getting the win here. So Weibo continuing to keep themselves in this event. Now that they have this victory here today, it does mean that they keep themselves in contention for playoffs. Actually, they are guaranteed playoffs with this win. The question is, will they be 2nd or 3rd? That will be determined on the FT versus Weibo matchup.
Yeah, and Weibo's next matchup is gonna be on day 8, which it's gonna be this is day 8. It's gonna be day 10. Sorry, day 10 against FT. So on the 20th, we will be seeing Weibo Gaming again. But if you guys are looking at the other opponent, it will be tomorrow, I believe, maybe. But let's get into the highlights, guys, and we'll be right back.
You can't TP. Yeah. Let's go! Let's go, Yin Lane.
我现在到中场。
可以。
完了，
加慢走一个。
撞了。
也是挂飞啊，也是挂飞，好像。
OK， 没事。
也注意回
错了。
我穿一会儿。再见了。
很多人死啊，死了应该。死了。
你不好救是吧？不好救我就反。
我有。
对，我说的站位。
9秒1吧。
好一个。
The skill is skill.
Yin Link, can you save first?
No, yeah.
You save Yin Link. Okay.
Congratulations once again to Weibo Gaming for securing that win in our match number 2 of today against RVL. So RVL will now, that was their last matchup against all the other groupings, so that will be their final standing. We'll see seeing at the end of today. But Weibo Gaming, there is still that fighting chance for that second seed. So things are still looking pretty hopeful for them. So let's just wait and see for their last match of the day, which is on the 20th of April. But yeah, overall today has been pretty long matches. We had Dohu initially winning out in match number 1 and Weibo now winning match number 2. We've also predicted that Alex will most likely be the MVP coming into this matchup. So Eli, we'll be talking about ACT versus RD as our third matchup, but maybe you want to provide some insights before we hit to MVP?
Well, for ACT versus RD, that match is very hard to predict. We've seen RD, we expect ACT to have the advantage being the professional team, but RD had a very close game versus MRC. In fact, they only lost by a single survivor escape. They also had a very strong 2-0 victory over ZZZ. There it is. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Over ZZZ. And so today, if RD defeats ACT, they will be advancing, putting themselves in a spot to make the playoffs. But we're going to look into our MVP here for this match. This is going to be Alex here with the 4 eliminations twice and 1 3 elimination, putting him at 3.67 because when you find the average of 3 and 4 and 4, that's 11 divided by 3, which is 3.67. So that's just how math works. You're welcome. And average reduction of 11,800 here for Alex.
That's right. And pretty good matchups coming from WBG as of now. We saw their first matchup against their opponent. Didn't really see a lot of successes, but coming to the later rounds, we saw a lot more consistency coming from both the Hunter as well as the Survivor. Now we'll be heading into the interview phase for Team WBG. We're seeing Persica and Alex.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 WBG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了陶晚安还有艾丽来到采访，先请2位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 的陶晚。
大家好，我是 WBG 的 Alice。
欢迎2位，今天真的是打得非常的帅。第一个问题想要给到淘淘，今天我们力神帅不帅？
太帅了，
太帅了，很夸他是不是？那下一个问题就是今天发现其实我们的造型做了一点小巧思吗？是不是？戴了眼镜，这是有一些什么样子的设计吗？
看不清。
好，非常简单的理由，但是确实是一个新的造型上面的突破，非常的可爱。那我们第一个问题下一个问题还是想要问到淘淘，就我记得当时在第一局面对到跛脚羊的时候，当时你是一个舞女，然后被拦截到就椅了嘛？那一波其实操作起来还是有一点压力在的。那一波你会想要怎么样跟跛脚羊进行一个博弈呢？
来都来了，就跟他搏呗。
来都来了。就是先有没有给队友一些镇定剂，说啊，我包救的这样子。
我说我来了，
你就看我操作吧。最后也是稳稳的救下来。那想要问一下艾丽，就是那一局喧嚣也是完成了一个3扎嘛？当时在和飞行家博弈的时候，其实看到你被砸了2个头，有没有当时觉得脑袋晕晕的、痛痛的？
反正分身在 CD 随便砸。
我 CD 你砸任你砸，反正我也在懂我的技能，无所谓啊，那想要问一下，到了第2局的时候，上来就是一个4抓嘛？那一局感觉就是排人好像开了 GPS 一样。先来说一下开门战的时候，因为当时木偶是在脸上嘛，这是杂技点门，当时你会怎么样考虑？说是先把脸上的人追死再传，还是直接传送呢？艾丽，你还在吗？
干什么？
那我们再来重复一遍，那一波看门战，当时木偶是在脸上，杂技在点门，你会怎么考虑？说先追人还是先管门？
因为杂技肯定点不动，然后看到有耳鸣，反正手里有传授，我就捏手里就不传，然后排人就好了。
有点坏，就捏着就不传，就骗你。但是其实从上帝视角看，杂技是没有在点门，而且是躲在了大房里面嘛。当时你会怎么想到说，往里一排，而且直接就找到了那个人？
因为杂技没点门的话，他肯定在某个地方躲的。这个点很多人都喜欢躲，顺便排一下。
就已经非常有经验了，就是之前有无数个人就是倒在那个地方。那想要问一下，到了淘淘这边，我们下半场因为有力神先打下的优势嘛，咱们要尽量的去走一个或者说是保平。当时其实也是最后一台机拉扯了，真的非常的久。最关键的那一波救援，先是一个电加砸头，然后救下来之后，那一波会想要怎么样操作？因为你自己本身是一个上挂飞，然后加上是没有回光返照的一个状态。
因为我只能救一波嘛，然后就尽量卡血救。
就尽量卡血救。那一波就是刚才说到的，就是你 垫在板里面砸了一个头。那一波其实是之前就有想好的操作吗？还是当时就是反应非常快就操作出来了？
我本来想飞轮躲到进板的，然后看他进板了，然后反正就是飞轮没躲到，然后他进板了，我就垫了。
来都来了，就垫一下砸一下再走。那当时你把人救下来之后，其实电机是压好了，但是你自己没有回光返照嘛，所以需要和回导去进行一个扛刀配合。然后回导当时一个猪直接冲过来，那一波你们两个有一些什么样子的交流吗？
因为都是上高飞嘛，然后说他上猪保我。
上猪保你就已经安全感，当时你是不是就已经觉得啊，非常的有安全感了？
对对对，回导太帅了，我想一猪当关，万夫莫开。
哦，直接一头猪把那个歌剧拱了108000里远。那到了我们最后一局，想要问一下艾莉，最后我们一个蜡像的4抓终结掉今天的比赛嘛？那当时你在面对那样的一个阵容的时候，你会有一些什么样子的追击思路在你的脑子里构思吗？
就打针对，不要被26，然后他那个倒地地方古董一定会OB，所以已经想好了对策。
一切尽在你的掌握之中，也是思路清晰、操作流畅，拿下了一个4抓，而且收获到了2个净胜。那想要问一下两位，今天现场也是来了很多 WBG 的粉丝嘛，有没有什么话想要送给他们的？淘淘先来吧。
感谢大家的支持，下把加油！
继续加油，继续加油！
下把加油！
下把加油！那也是我们期待 WBG 的最后一场比赛，也是再一次感谢两位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜 WBG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete. Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 ACT 战队登台喊话。
梦幻小迷加油，坐。
有请 ACT 丽森、星燕、11、狗狗、蛋蛋、博弈、真真9。下面有请 RD 战队登台喊话。
真真9，我坐下就和你一样高了。
有请 RD 冰冰、咩咩、听听、郑凯、幻雪、浅叶、梦幻小迷。今天第3场对战的2支队伍是 ACT 和RD，紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our match number 3 of day number 8. We have ACT versus RD here. Super exciting matchup between the Chinese mainland versus the HMT division here. I'm Chocho and joined by Eli that is trying to balance his cow crochet thing
on top of my mic.
Dude, we can't even see the head.
Wait.
Where's the eyes?
I don't know. He's like looking down. He's sleeping.
Alright. So we have Eli's crochet cow that will be accompanying us here today on the commentator desk. So let's welcome him.
I'm gonna stand up, but he won't. It's fine. Anyways, what were you saying?
That we have a special guest, and that is your crochet cow.
Oh yeah. Thank you to that. Yeah. Oh my God, Identity 5 guys. Okay. So we have our 3rd match of the day. We have ACT versus RD. And because you guys think I'm not good at math, I'm trying to think of a way to prove this.
Dude, you're a math king, okay? People acknowledge
Give me something
it.
difficult. Give me something difficult. Come on.
Okay, I'm gonna give you something difficult after I tell you what the AI summary said just now when
What
you were
did the AI
trying.
summary say?
It said it was in the past, a few hours ago, or maybe an hour ago. Eli, a streamer, is currently engaged in a heated debate with viewers about his math skills and abilities. Viewers are mocking him and questioning his intelligence.
Well, they're not wrong. It's a pretty accurate YouTube summary there for once. So, Eli Cho and Cho O. Yeah, that's right. Eli Cho and Cho O. Cho O. Pikachu.
I'm having a lot of names this time around in this COAⅧ. I have Joseph and now I have Cho O. Okay.
Quack. Yeah.
Alright, so we just had the player's introduction very briefly, an overall one, but now heading into the detailed one, we will be seeing ACT Survivors first against RD Santa.
Yep. We're gonna get into ACT Zen here. Average potato time of 95 seconds. Very impressive here. 4th overall. Average reduction of 8,800. 0.75 rescues, but still a 0% escape rate. So definitely gonna want to turn that around today. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and for Zen, he was the MVP player when they went up against Team MRC. He played this year, got the MVP with that. Amazing cut coming from him, and we don't expect anything less. But it seems to be that he's the one that's always getting getting chased by the hunter, and just doesn't see the end of day with the exiting of the mana.
14 times 14, 196.
Huh?
Okay. Someone said, "What's 14 times 14?" It's 196. Wait, 14?
Is it?
190, 140. Yeah, 196. Yep, 196. Is it?
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, well, basically you do it like this. Basically, this is how you do it. So 14 times 4 is 56, and 14 times 10 is 140. So 140 plus 56 is 196. So 14 times 4 is
196. You're right.
Yeah, that's how you do that quickly. You got to split it up, guys. That's how you do math quickly in your head. Mental math. Okay, ACT XY here with a continued time of 50 seconds. Average rescues of none. So I guess he's not rescuing, but average heals of 0.5. So I guess he's getting healed, or healing or something. 50% escape rate, so XY making out the gate quite a bit. Escaping back to the manor, so there you go. What's the 5th root of 243? I don't think I can
How
do
do I
that
even
in my
do that
head.
on the calculator? Wait.
That's like, that's a, wait, actually I could, that'll take me a few seconds to think about. 5th root 2 is 5.
I know.
Just hold on now.
All right. All right, while Eli is trying to figure it out, I will be talking a little bit about ACT Gogo. Gogo actually played the Fire Investigator twice in a row in his first matchup, and we also did see this year coming from him.
It's
so
about 3-ish, somewhere around
3.
3.
It is 3, exactly 3. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, did I get it right, actually?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boom.
Boom, yes.
Get right. Y'all thought you were gonna get me. Not today. You're not gonna get me, bro. Not gonna catch me lacking. Keep trying. I mean, keep trying, but you're not gonna catch me lacking. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. All right, but we'll be seeing RD's Hunter this time around. Hajime should be there. Yep, Hajime is over there. We've seen Hajime played for the entire series except for one game where Bin Bin was showed coming to BO2. He played the Hula Baloo, Sculptor, and the N.
Yeah, indeed. Hajime with a 2.29 average eliminations. Unfortunately, a little bit lower, but ask Chocho about girl math. What's girl math? I don't know what that is.
Oh,
What is
yesterday
that,
they already
Chocho?
asked me, and I passed the girl math thing already, guys. I'm not that uncultured. I'm
Wait,
part
what
of
is
the
that?
Gen Z,
What is
just
that
not too
though?
much.
What is that?
Huh, you don't know what's girl math?
No, I don't watch TikTok.
Guys,
Okay.
explain to you what girl math is. I'm not good with words, but I think you guys will have a better job at explaining to it what it means. But yeah.
Is that like that video where like the boyfriend like orders food at a restaurant, but then the waitress is a girl, so then the girl gets jealous and thinks that she's cheating with the waitress for no reason at all, and then she breaks up with the guy?
And how's that girl math?
I don't know. That's just some video I saw.
It's just a situation. Just a random situation that Eli just made up there, but we are.
No, but
seeing
what is
the-
it though? Tell me. What is it?
Yeah, the chat is gonna tell you. Calm down.
Oh,
Be patient.
okay. Damn,
Be
bro.
patient. Yeah, they're gonna tell you, okay? But seems like in BO1 we'll be seeing the Chinatown map being picked here by ACT.
Yeah, Chinatown from ACT here. And so in this first round here, I think ACT obviously the team with the advantage, but RD has been playing so well in this tournament. Hajime trying to give RD an early lead. It's actually been the RD survivors that have been playing the best so far. So we're going to see how they can do. Specifically, Pinpin, very good player on RD, who's been kiting quite effectively throughout the majority of this event. So, but yeah, Hajime, ACT with the survivors here first. I think this is pretty good for them. I think this will give them an early momentum swing, especially considering that RD, their selling point is their survivor side.
Yeah, so now heading into the ban pick phase, we're seeing from these two teams, with Hajime banning out this year and Antiquarian. Usually we might see a first officer getting banned out here as well, or the mechanic, but Antiquarian coming into the mix here right from the get-go. They will be selecting a mechanic and the first officer. Mechanic into this. Yeah, Eli, you're smiling. What's
9
up?
times 10 is 90. That's easy. 10 multiples of 10 are the easiest. 9 times 10 is just 90. But
no way.
Why am I creating a fanfic? It's not it's a video I saw on YouTube before. I don't even know. It's like some YouTuber made a video, like a skit about it. It was pretty funny, but I don't know. Anyways, girl math is like I paid with cash instead of cards, so basically it was free. Oh, okay, that makes no sense. What? I don't
That's
even
the
get
whole
that.
point. That's the whole point. It doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense at the same time.
But that doesn't even make. But that how does that logic? What?
Dude, it's like, for example, okay, the example I gave yesterday was chicken rice. If you go and buy chicken rice, but someone else paid it for you, it's basically free.
Well, yeah. If someone buys you something, you're not paying for it.
Okay, then another example
it's
would
free
be
for you, not for the other person. What?
Yeah, but it's free. It's basically free.
So it's
like, the
basically
whole
just
thing is free.
it's basically just like the most illogical thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. That's what
Okay,
girl
then
math
for
is.
example, if you go into a cab, the cab bill is $20. You give her $50 and you get $30 back. You basically gain the $30. You earn $30.
No, you didn't. You just got cash. You just got your
Dude,
change.
that's girl
What?
math. You're not supposed to
That's not
understand.
even math. That's just like that's just like not logical.
You're just supposed to. No, you're supposed to just accept it. It's called girl math. That's why you're not. Are you a girl?
No, I don't care if I'm a girl. That doesn't even make sense. 7 times 13 is 70 plus 21, which is 91. 13
Yeah,
times
91,
7 is
you're right.
91. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Girl math is always paying more for free shipping.
Yes,
What does that even
yes,
mean?
Yes, that yes.
Oh, it's like when you pay more, so you get the free shipping, but even if it's stuff you don't need, just so you can get the free shipping. Kind of like that.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Whatever.
Girl math.
So it's like okay, so it's like if you have, it's like okay, you're spending $80, but you get free shipping if you spend $100 or more, right? So you just add something random to your cart that you don't even care about, just so you can get free shipping. That's girl math.
I guess.
Okay, whatever. Anyways, we're gonna see. Let's get into our match here. We actually see Opera Singer. Oh my God, Opera Singer in round 1 here from Hajime, and actually, it looks like ACT was expecting that here. Chocho, they have the Gardener and the Novelist, which are very effective characters against the Opera Singer. Also a Mechanic, not very good against Opera, but I guess they just wanted to have that in case it was something like Hullabaloo. But Hajime, yeah, favoring the Opera here for the first round. So ACT, with the exception of Mechanic, has a good team comp for going against the Opera.
Yeah, and I think we have yet to see the Opera Singer on Hajime, if my memory serves me right. So this is gonna be his
girl math is not even math. What are you guys talking about? They said I'm not the math king because I don't know girl math. That's not even real math. What the heck? Anyways.
Calm down.
Oh wait. Here's a good summary. Girl math is basically you making excuses to make yourself feel better about spending money. That's all I needed to hear. That is a perfect explanation. So now I get it. Thank you for explaining that. If someone said that originally, I would have gotten it. Before I didn't get it, but anyways, okay. But so it's just illogical. It's just illogical thinking to make yourself feel better about wasting money. Got it. Okay, got it. Great. Okay, Chocho, take us through the match. Go ahead.
All right, so we are seeing the Tetris spawn from the Survivor side, and Hunter will be spawning near under the bridge area. So don't think he's gonna be hitting for the first officer at the center. He does have someone at the hotel area, so could be potential first chase coming into this matchup here, guys. So let's not wait any longer because we will be seeing Hajime debut Opera Singer here in the global group stages. We are seeing him with the trump card detention as well as the abnormal build, very aggressive, and ACT side we do see only 1 borrowed time. So this is going to be BO1 first half at Chinatown between ACT Survivors versus RD's Hunter. My name is Chocho and joining me is Eli O, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match. Dun, 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 and we
dun, dun.
And you go ahead. Come on.
Okay. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and not go into hotel. Jimmy's gonna go ahead and rotate towards the far side of the map here, looking for a target. Not able to see one just yet. It is XY in the distance though, the Mechanic. So he really wants to find that first, as Mechanic, as we know, just a very weak kiter against the Opera. But if Mechanic has the bot in play, which I'm not sure we've seen that drop yet or not, but does finally see XY here in this corner.
Finally, and we'll start the chase here, coming into the 45-second mark into the match. Now, he's already placed on his bot, I believe, so we'll have quite a number of things to work with, but missing that pallet stun will be crucial here.
I thought that was going to actually register, but not able to get that stun there, unfortunately. Hajime getting an early hit onto this Mechanic. Now Mechanic in a very bad kiting area here. XY not well positioned. Where we get the pulse, but he switches into the pallet. XY reading that switch there, getting the stun there. Beautiful usage of the of game sense, I guess, to get that stun. And we're gonna see him continue to kite in this area. Has this pallet to work with. Hajime missing the dash as well. And this Mechanic kite continues even longer here. Already off to a very good start. And if the bot's in play, it's gonna be a winning position with how good this kite is going for XY.
Yeah, and now I think the hit will register with this charge attack. Good baiting of the flywheel as well. So Hajime will be able to chair, but looking at the ciphers, almost 3 full ciphers, and none of the ciphers nearby will allow him the opportunity to abnormal them as well. So Hajime in a pretty tough situation to potentially come back from.
Yeah, and the bot is in play, so bot's gonna get some decoding here. The ciphers a lot of progress. Can 11 pop the cipher before they abnormal? No, he's going to go back, so the cipher is going to get popped here. Yet, bot is yet to touch a cipher. That's the only problem. This survivor needs to wait until the bot at least gets to the cipher machine, which is now there. So now he can come in for this rescue. And they're already onto the last 2 ciphers. And it's even a Gardener, so there's no risk of a Terror Shock. Just able to get a free save with Tide Turner Mech. Can continue to push that Cypher machine here, and the survivors of ACT on track for a 4-survivor endgame, although Mech does not have borrowed time. Obviously, that's the only downside, and that could ultimately backfire in the long run here, but they do have a very well-positioned late game here with the bot decoding, with one more Tide Turner to come in for the rescue. If the bot can double decode with another survivor plus a Tide Turner rescue, they will definitely have enough time for a 4-survivor endgame here. But the question is really just going to be, do we see that Cypher machine ready in time?
Yeah, he needs to go abnormal the center Cypher to bring him some time here. Yeah, he gotta do it, And now...
Oh! He cancels it. It doesn't reset the cooldown, but it does allow for a free rescue. So the abnormal stays in play, so he can still use it, but it means the mechanic actually gets away a lot farther, and he even missed it. Oh no, he didn't miss a dash, but it means the mechanic can get farther away here, maybe even hide away from the hunter here. Is mechanic able to hide? Does Hajime see the survivor here? I think he did not see him. He saw the wrong survivor, which is the officer, it looks like. Mechanic continue to hide. The last Cypher machine 50% of the way done. If officer's the one getting chased in the endgame, the survivors can 3 escape because officer has BT. But it looks like he's going to change targets here to Zen, the novelist, at this point. Novelist is going to continue to try to farm a book here, not even able to get the hit at this pallet. Hajime is completely lost at this point.
Alright, able to swap around, getting that speed boost, able to vault over, but seems like the hit will still register onto Zen here. Now they are pushing for that 6 Cypher. Gogo is doing that as well as the bot, I believe. So a double decoding situation still happening on that 6 Cypher. I think ACD Survivor still have a pretty good upper hand, and Mechanic has also been healed up here. So things are looking pretty good for ACD Survivors to potentially get that 3 escape, if not 4, coming to this matchup.
So just so everybody knows, if you use a survivor ability or some sort of ability that cancels an abnormal animation, the abnormal won't take place, but the hunter doesn't lose the trait. It doesn't go into cooldown, so the abnormal trait is still available. So even if you cancel it, they can just abnormal it again. But what that did is it wasted time for the mechanic to go and hide away and get a free rescue. That's why that was important. We're going to see Hajime rotating towards the middle area here, but missing another dash here. Not able to get that. The Cypher machines are winding down. ACT looking for a 4-survivor endgame at this point. Novelist, though, does not have BT, so he's going to want to try to chase this Novelist. Is going to get the down. Cypher machine is going to be primed on the chair. We should see a rescue here. And on that rescue... Oh no, they're going to go for the pop. I feel like maybe saving would have been good, but no, they're going to go for the pop here. That's fine. They can just start to rush the exit gates here, and 11 can pressure because he has 2 pocket watches. And so, yeah, ACT looking for a 3-survivor escape at this point.
Yeah, but 11 is kind of being forced here. He does have a watch to work with, but if the hit still registers, then it's going to be a tough situation to come back from. Yeah, so let's see if Hajime is able to potentially tie things out against ACT survivors here. Now, nobody's coming for the rescue on Zen. 11 will receive the attention of the hunter here. Gogo is not going to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to dash around in this area. Will we... I would think that maybe another survivor might want to pressure the save, but 11, he's going to wait out the pocket watch here. It's going to be a cooldown for 15 seconds, and now this is actually going to be a tied game instead of a 3 escape. I really thought they were going to be able to get a 3 escape there, but they did fall a little bit short. Still okay. Star was able to get a tie, yeah, just like that, ACT off to a good start here.
Yeah, very good start. And of course, yeah, RD, I think considering the dire situation that Hajime was in, the fact he was able to tie things out is actually pretty optimal. We don't usually see the opera singer coming in from the get-go. He still will be able to have the Hula Bulu as well as the Goatman to work around with coming BO2. So things are still looking pretty promising for RD side. Yeah, and for ACT, I think a tie is slightly, still acceptable for them for sure. We have ACT in Group C placing 3rd, whereas RD is in 4th. So whoever wins in this matchup here is going to be pretty important because that person will be ranking up, whereas the other one will be heading downwards. So let's see what's it going to be coming into this between these 2 teams.
All right, we do see the overall containment time there. For the Mechanic, it only says 69 seconds, but Mechanic did a lot of time. Was able to waste a lot of time against an Overseer. That's not easy to do. Plus, having the bot in play for more decoding, getting a key pallet stun to waste time. On top of that, able to hide away until the Cypher machine was primed. So, very good job from the mech there. So, That's just
yeah.
That's just ACT.
That's just
playing,
yeah.
playing
Yeah,
good here, so.
Yeah, but I think also just to add on, of course, we still have our special guest here in on the task desk with us. XY's mechanic play. I think one thing that really you mentioned as well is that she was able to kite out from a dead area, and that was something that was pretty incredible. He was able to then rotate to a better kiting area, which is initially where she was from, and things just work out for the better. But if she was able to predict that charge attack, that would have been perfect kite.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's your mic, huh?
Yeah. I actually turned off my mic because on the top of my mic there's like a button, and it like when you tap it, it turns off my mic. Watch. So I'll keep talking, but it's gonna turn off. Ready? So now you can hear me again, right? So you didn't hear me for a few seconds, right?
Sure.
You didn't hear me, right?
I think so.
Okay, so if I'm talking, blah 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 blah, talking.
What a good magic trick, man, Eli.
But like I stopped talking, right? You heard that? So that's why. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, I heard it. But of course, Eli, with our special guest here, we have COAⅧ Kao in the mix here. If you guys have a special name for him, do let us know as well. But now we'll be looking into Pinpin here. Eli, you mentioned about Pinpin being a very stable and very strong kiter, but just to add on to that also, he is also one of the MVP players of RD during these group stages against ZZZ. So when it comes to kiting, you can definitely trust him to do that with that seer especially. That's his comfort pick.
Absolutely. The best kiter in RD for sure. RD prefers it when he gets first chase. He's able to waste a lot of time and has really helped this team propel to victory, especially against ZZZ, and almost getting them the win against MRC as well. So a very strong player overall. Looking at our next player here on RD, we have CY. 56 seconds of containment time, 0.88 rescues, and a 38% escape rate here for him.
Yeah, for the web, it's not looking extended to anyway in very large areas, but overall, just a pretty well-rounded player here, not doing too little or doing too much for the team, just right. And sometimes you just need these kind of members to be in there. And we have CY, consistently participating on behalf of our Team RD in the Survivor side, so we expect a pretty consistent performance coming from CY. We've seen him play the Embalmer as well as the First Officer, so if we see him subbed inside, we might be seeing him on a Rescuer role and Zheng Kai subbed out. Now Huanxue in the mix here, Aeroplanist as well as the Fire Investigator being spotted out here. We also know that he played the Professor going against I believe was it ZZZ or MRC initially. So yeah, overall pretty also an all-rounder one. We do see that the average containment time is optimal at around 70 seconds. Not too much decoding, so could be potential first or second kiter coming to the mix. Yeah, absolutely.
For Huanxue, we've seen pretty stable so far. The majority of the RD team has been pretty consistent. The survivors again have been one of their selling points so far in this tournament, and it's really been Hajime that has struggled a little bit here and there. But we also have Zheng Kai as well. Currently, average containment time of 63 seconds. 1.17 rescues being the main rescuer player here. 50% escape rate as well. You see, the escape rate from the side of RD has been quite high, so they've just really been playing well so far, and if they're able to continue at this rate, they're definitely on track to maybe make the playoffs. They're currently in 4th seed here, but if they're able to defeat ACT today, then they would be able to qualify.
Yeah, so this is gonna be pretty important matchup for these two teams here, really on the brink of getting eliminated and also on the brink of qualifying here. So RD, if they're able to upset this matchup, forcing a Chinese mainland team to be out in these group stages, I think it will be a pretty impressive play, and also RD making a statement coming into COA that they're being one of the stable teams in Group C. Now, moving on to ACT's Hunter, we are seeing Zheng Jiu, ZZZ9 in short. We've been seeing him throughout the entire group stages. We're not seeing Bo1. So he's been playing the Hula Blue, Ivy, Goatman, and Dreamwitch. He's got all the S-tier Hunter in this arsenal. Question is, if he's able to get the advantage in this matchup, because this is ACT's map selection.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna see if he's able to win this first round for ACT. especially considering that RD, you know, their hunter side did struggle a little bit in the first round. ACD survivors able to get a 2 survivor, almost a 3 survivor escape there. So it's really going to come down to who can gain the advantage here in this first round. Getting into our band picks, though, we're going to see what they're opting to lead with. Seer and Antiquarian, definitely Goatman bans right off the gate here, getting rid of that Antiquarian.
Okay. So don't really want the harassment coming in, want to fully capitalize on the situation, especially when one out of the 4 Estes Hunters will be appearing in BO1 now. RD side, they're gonna be picking potentially a priest. No, changing their minds. They will be picking the mechanic here. Actually, a very similar band pick that we're seeing compared to their opponents. We saw exactly the same thing coming into the first 2 picks here. RD, are they just gonna be wholesale copy their opponent's team com here?
Could be the case. That mechanic being available is a character they do want to be able to pick up here. We know how good that mechanic Cypher Rush is against things like Goatman and Hullabaloo. Hullabaloo, sorry. Hullaballoon?
Hullabaloo. I call him Hullabaloo. Okay, but yeah.
Hullabaloo.
Puppeteer.
That's not.
Hey!
What am I saying? What?
Sorry, the Singlish. My bad.
Let's focus Singaporean for a second.
Hey, don't catch me off guard there. Hey.
My bad. Anyways, we see the Knight for the last ban here. And so there you have a rescuer pick. So depending on what hunter they're expecting, we could see Puppeteer's already picked up as well. So we've seen Dancer be pretty common in the first round. Could go something like Dancer, could go Psychologist, could go Acrobat, could go what else is there? Airplanist. Airplanist is another option.
Fire.
Coordinator.
Oh,
Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
So potential Goatman or the Hullabaloo being picked here. Eli, any preferences when it comes to which hunter is easier to counter this team comp?
Well, I would say that it's actually hard to say. Both hunters are not very effective against the mechanic. Against Puppeteer, Hullabaloo is slightly more effective. Against Coordinator, both are not great, but Goatman would be slightly better. So,
Goatman?
Well, Goatman's also not as good against Puppeteer. So they're kind of covering all their bases here. What I would play against this is probably, it's really hard to say actually. I'm not really sure what I would play against this. I would probably play. I actually don't know. This is very interesting. Typically, it's very easy to say which hunter would be better in a spot like this, but if I had to choose, and I only need to get a tie, I'd probably play Hullabaloo here. I think would make the most sense. Yeah, but it's really hard to say actually.
Hullabaloo
Just for me
potentially
personally.
gonna get picked here.
Me personally.
Yeah, you personally. You like the Hullabaloo to be seen here, but for AXIZ, and what is he gonna pick? He's gonna be doing a mirror match up with RD here, with that Opera Singer being picked up here. Eli, how do you like this pick going against this team comp?
Well, Opera Singer is a I would say not a character I would pick against this comp, just because, I mean, obviously you have a good chase in the mechanic, but both the Coordinator and the Puppeteer are very good at kiting against the Opera Singer. Coordinator very good at supporting against Opera, good at rescuing as well. But yeah, if you can find the mechanic first, then it is fine. Opera Singer does deal with mechanic very effectively, so you can just go straight for the mechanic, try to down that survivor quickly, and turn it into a win from there. The only reason why we saw it would go so well for the survivors last game is 2 reasons. 1, the Opera Singer lost sight of the mechanic, and 2, the mechanic also kited quite well in their first kite.
Alright, so RD survivors, let's see how prepared they are coming to this. I think this Opera Singer pick really might have potentially caught them off guard there, but looking into our spawn location here, let's see how they are gonna be adjusting. So we are seeing a Tetris spawn once again, with mechanics spawning at the center. Whereas First Officer is a relatively safe spot in the Lion Cage area, Coordinator at the Umbrella Gate, and Puppeteer very safely at the hotel. Eli, any explanation for this mechanic to potentially spawn at center?
Well, you can drop your bot there, and then you can rotate away. So I guess the idea is drop bot near middle, then rotate all the way to the other side of the map away from the Opera Singer. Opera Singer is probably not going to spawn above the mechanic, so this way you create a position where mech's already kind of far away, so you can drop your bot, rotate away, and make some distance, because again, mechanic is definitely the easiest chase target here.
Right, Mechanic being the AXIZ target here. Let's see if he's just gonna tunnel down on the Mechanic, or if not, just hit for the Coordinator, forcing Puppeteer to rotate away from the hotel area, you know, decreasing the decoding progress coming into this matchup. Now, we are only seeing a trump cut from Zhen Zhenjiu and the Blink.
Detention.
No detention, so he's just potentially just playing the early game coming into this matchup. So let's see, how is it going to be at Chinatown BO1, second half between ACT's Hunter versus RD Survivors. My name is Jojo and joining me is Eli O, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Okay, so it looks like the Adversary is going to go towards this middle area. Probably going to try to find that Mechanic as quickly as possible here. Does he see the bot in the pallet here? He did see the bot in the pallet, so he's going to be able to down the Mechanic's bot early on here. And is going to go towards that Mechanic. Now it is Pin, as we know, is a very good cutter, but actually a missed dash here, so it's going to give some time for Pin to transition away here towards this back pallet. Got to get that pallet drop. Opera Singer trying to mind game, but Pin not going to fall for it. Going to vault that for a speed boost and transition back towards middle here. Bot, unfortunately, has already been knocked down once. Could use the next one as a body block here. Will we see that be the case? There's the charge attack, but the flare gun from the Coordinator actually is going to buy distance for the Mechanic. So it is an early flare gun, but it doesn't actually do too much here. Although Mechanic is able to get here, drop this pallet down. Pin all the way already off to a very good early game kite at this point.
Yeah, still has another bot to potentially body block. Yeah, you mentioned, and now missing a
Wow,
flywheel.
That flywheel didn't work. I thought that flywheel seemed perfectly good. I'm surprised that didn't work there. But yeah, unfortunate timing there. Where we see the blink here get utilized. There's the blink, but a missed blink. He somehow manages to juke it here. Although Mechanic is still trapped in this area. Will we see the bot body block at this point from Pin? And it is going to be... Oh, he's not able to get the body block.
No.
Mechanic's bot is going to get knocked down. He's going to go ahead and break this pallet. He's going to just pick up the Mechanic, and the bot is going to be eliminated here, unfortunately. Still a pretty good early kite, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough just yet.
Yeah, I was able to farm some presence with those two bots now away from this matchup. Now it becomes a 1v4 situation already. So Coordinator doesn't have a gun to work with. Puppeteer has the wanted order. So First Officer is already in the vicinity to come for this potential first rescue. Let's see how much time he can buy for RD to decode a little bit more.
They have Cypher progress on many different Cypher machines here, but it is pretty far spread out. It looks like we're going to see the rescue from the First Officer. Mechanic with that Tide Turner is just going to use that effect to transition away from these Cypher machines and die as far away as possible. Puppeteer Cypher already 80% of the way done. Does have Tide Turner to work with here. Although Puppeteer does have wanted order. That's going to be a bit of an issue since he does know where he's coming from. Let's see if they even go for rescue at this point. Mechanic has no rebound potential. You do want to waste that time with Tide Turner, but Mechanic obviously is not going to be able to kite after the save. Looking at the last three Cyphers, they have one that's about a pop, but they still need to get through the last two, so RD a little bit slow here, unfortunately. Creating a pretty good position for this Hunter. He's not even going to camp, he's going to go straight. No, he's going to flip back here, and we are going to see Puppeteer come in for the rescue with Tide Turner. There's the first swing and a miss there. Puppeteer is going to use that puppet ability, and he's really trying to go for that terror shot, but does get the rescue here and the farm onto the Mechanic. Still a nice rescue from the Puppeteer. Mechanic wasn't going to rebound kite anyway, so he's able to get the rescue off, only giving up one chip, and it ends up being a clean rescue on the side of one Shred here.
Yeah, and looking at the Cyphers, is on a standstill, 3.5 in total, so they kind of need to heal each other up, and hopefully using up the flywheel, and hopefully able to kite out for the second time. But this time around is a full presence Opera Singer, and I think up to now RD, I think they're still unaware that Hunter does not have detention. So if they're able to pop all those Cyphers, I think RD Cyphers might potentially stand a chance coming to this match.
Yeah, well, luckily for them, full presence Opera doesn't really mean too much. Opera Singer is not really a hunter that the presence matters all that much, but we're going to see a perfume here from the Coordinator, and they have the last Cypher machine almost done, but they still need to get through one more here. Coordinator just trying to contain in this area as long as possible. He's going to take the first hit here, and the last Cypher machine being worked on at 23%. That's not going to be enough, but missing the dash here yet again. That's another missed dash. And yeah, it's already looking like a pretty good spot to maybe play for the tie, but gonna go back towards middle here and finds Junkai, first officer.
Yeah, Junkai does not have any items to work with. Half health, first officer.
Oh, he didn't switch. He was waiting to go for the switch there, but didn't do it. Junkai is going to get knocked down here finally, though, without any items. Yeah, he's going to be knocked down, put on the rocket chair here, close to that Cypher. He wants to share between both of those Cyphers, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He knows that Cypher machine over there is a lot of progress. He knows this middle Cypher machine is their other Cypher, so he can share in between and pressure both these Cypher machines. Now, the goal for the op at this point is go for that coordinator, down the coordinator, and share her on that last Cypher machine. That's going to be his best bet to win this game.
Yeah, so
no,
we'll be teleporting back, but if backdoor rescue happens for free, Puppeteer will now tank a hit on behalf of Junkai, but a Terror Shock still registers on Junkai. So last Cypher still being pushed, 75%. Seems to be that they will be able to pop the Cyphers.
Yeah, they're going to have to play. He's going to take him to basement, so this means that they have to just go for the pop here. And that means this Opera Singer can play for a 3-kill in the endgame since they can't really afford to rescue this. They really just need to pop. They cannot save this. They're going to go pop. Go ahead and pop. Go straight for the endgame in this position. The question is, can they manage to get a tie? I don't think so. There is teleport still available, so he definitely can TP away here. And he's going to TP away. Puppeteer, I think, is too far away to make that rescue, so now it's just a matter of time to down this coordinator. Can at least get a 3-kill from this coordinator. Is going to take that, but keep in mind he doesn't have detention. We talked about this earlier. This hunter chose to not bring detention, which we're not really sure why. Detention would have downed that coordinator right away there. Looks like Quantra coming in for the save potentially.
Really?
But he's not going to make that in time. Although the dungeon is in the vicinity, and he's now he's lost sight of the survivor. Does he go back towards this area? Does get tinnitus now, so he does know the survivor is back here. And I think he did see the trail here as well. But the question, no, he's gonna break the. What is it with breaking pallets today? He's gonna break the pallet, and he does have that clone waiting, but he needs to find out where this survivor is hiding. Keep in mind it is. Oh, it's the coordinator, though, not the puppeteer. So he's not gonna be able to take a hit. And coordinator, I don't think he's gonna make it out the gate here. He does have a dash to work with. There's the dash.
Can he get a hit?
The pallet. He gets around the pallet. Puppeteer can't body block one hit. Well, he needs to bait out the. He can bait out the puppeteer's ability here.
There's gonna be a very crucial play here coming into this, but the hit still does not register. We see the puppet.
What?
But
he hits him through the. What? He hits him through
I'm
the.
surprised at all.
He hits him through the window here, and that's gonna be the 3 survivor elimination. What? What in the? I mean, I understand how the hitbox works. You can change the hitbox angle. You start your swing off to the side, and then you move it closer to the survivor, and you could swing around the body block that way. But the fact that it even hit him since he had already vaulted the window, I don't even know how he. I don't even know how he gets that. That's insane. I gotta watch that back. Actually, let's see.
Yeah, it's just really insane play coming from Zhou. And great stuff with the Opera Singer getting a 3K from the get-go BO1, able to secure that win for ACT in ACT's map selection as well. 5-3, so 2 points difference now. Right?
Yeah. Okay, I guess it makes a little bit more sense now that I watch it back. You can swing around the body block. So if you go for a swing and you start it off to the side, and then you turn your camera as you swing like this, it'll kind of swing around the survivor. It'll create sort of like a this thing, which is weird, and it'll swing around the survivor. But no, it is not because the puppeteer is short. That is not. Not because he's a short.
Louis joking.
That's not why. But you can get that angle, and I guess puppeteer's. I guess coordinator hadn't started running away from the window at that point, so it does register. So now that I look it back, it makes a little bit more sense. But still, that was a very close hit there, and that would have probably been the difference in the match. I don't know if Puppeteer would have been able to make it out, but yeah, that's a 3 survivor elimination, which means ACT wins the first round here.
Yeah, great stuff coming right from the get-go. And this ACT map selection, which is exactly what they wanted. They won the advantage. They got it. So now, right now, it will be RD's map selection time for BO2. It will be very interesting. So you guys just gotta wait a little bit for that. Maybe we'll be seeing a BO3. But as of now, still not confirmed because it's not a time match in BO1.
Yeah, definitely. Could go either way here, but ACT taking the early lead. Keep in mind ACT. Oh my God, what is happening? Keep in mind ACT. Okay, let me pull up the standings again here. ACT is currently in 3rd place. and RD's in fourth. So if RD wins today, they would go above ACT in third. If ACT wins, they would stay in third as the third place team. So basically, did MRC and ACT play yet?
MRC and ACT. They already played. MRC won.
Okay. So that means this match is the decider who makes playoffs. So basically, Group C is already secured. Zeta is first, MRC is second. If ACT wins here today, they will be third, RD will be fourth, and ZZZ wins. If RD wins, they will be third, and ACT will be fourth. So if ACT wins and gets third, and it goes Zeta, MRC, ACT, RD, ZZZ, it means that I predicted Group C perfectly for my golden apples. Just saying, you guys should have watched my video. That's on you if you didn't. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and look at our highlights here, and we'll be back in a moment.
开了，直接开去进门，然后代表和我一起卡。对对对，先保持再说，好吧？
那这个化学可以先走。先。感谢等谁 ？OK，牛逼牛逼！死了 ，OK， 可以。哎呀，我不该。就按修。啊，走吧。
And we are back for the matchup between ACT versus RD for BO2. So BO1, we have ACT leading, winning that round point with a 5-3. So now a 2 points difference coming to BO2. I think RD can definitely come back from this. It's not a 4K or 4 escape or what 5-point lead whatsoever. It's something that is super doable. And considering the performance coming from RD, I think chances are pretty high.
Yeah, they definitely can turn this around. Someone said Eli can never body block because he's a short king. That is not why.
Eli's a short king.
No, I'm not. Jojo, am I a short king? Okay, if you try to say that I'm not, or that I am, now you're lying because you know for sure that I'm not. So.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Let's just say this. When Chojo stands next to me, she's like basically half my height. Let's just something like that. So
actually, you know what? I think when you sit down, it might be my height already, or maybe you're my shoulder area.
Okay, so basically it's like this. It's like this. Chocho is like Luis, the small puppet.
Ayo.
And I'm like the opposite.
Ayo.
That's the height difference, basically. Yeah. That's the height difference. Actually, no, I'm like Ripper. I'm like Ripper, and Chocho's like the little girl. That's the difference.
That is so far. That's so far.
Okay, fine. Let's change it. Okay, who's a little bit taller? You can be who's a little bit taller? You can be
Entomologist on a beast. That's my height.
No, that's too tall. You can be who's someone who's not
Explorer.
That tall? Explorer. No, Explorer. Yeah. No, you can be that one clown skin, but it's like the mini clown skin. You know that one, like the hunter clown.
Dude, no.
Chocho's like the mini clown, and I'm like Ripper. That's the comparison. There you go. You're welcome, guys. Now you guys know the difference in heights. So, yeah.
Nah.
Okay, no. To be precise, I am. What is it in CM? 186 CM. If you don't know what that is, and if you need to know feet, just look it up. I don't know. 186 CM. That's my height. And Chocho's like 2. So
nah. I am nah. Anyways, we did see the map selection over there. It is the Red Church, and it has been selected by RD. So if we look into the past matches of RD, I'm not too sure. I don't think they've won at the Red Church map before. So this is a pretty interesting pick coming from them. Let's see if there's any strategy that we are not too sure about, but they will be able to execute it.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see the Hunter side for ACT going at it again here. So no breaks, all work, no play. The grind don't stop. Hit the gym every day. That rhymes. All work, no play. The grind don't stop doesn't really rhyme. I need to find a way to make that rhyme. Oh, never mind. We're looking at an interview.
阿弟的监管者也是发挥非常好的监管者，就是一定要去好好打。然后，在打 MRC 的时候，阿弟的求生者发挥也非常好，就是一定会认真对待的。
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, with that interview, yeah, they were just gonna be playing to their best potential here. Of course, ACC now leading with that one round point win. So if they're able to get the BO2 win as well, it's gonna be a 2-0 sweep. You know, allowing the placement in the third place for ACT to be a little bit
I have
more
to convert
solid.
to apples. Chocho is 2 apples tall, and then I'm like 6 apples tall.
Nah, guys, I'm 3 apples tall.
Okay, Chocho's 3 apples tall, and I'm like 6.1 apples tall.
Dude, you're not double my height, dude. You know math.
Okay.
You're literally the math king
Okay,
here
fine.
among
You're
everyone, dude.
okay. It's more like it's a little bit more like Chocho. I guess the closest comparison would be Chocho's 5 apples tall and I'm 6 apples tall. That would be the closest comparison. Because Chocho's like 5'3" and I'm like 6'1", 2. And unless you wanted to do like in apple form, then it would be like I'm 6.1 apples tall and Chocho's 5.3 apples tall. But if you want to round it to the closest number, then I would be 6 apples tall and Chocho would be 5 apples tall. If that makes sense. Does that make sense, guys? Chocho is 4 pineapples tall. Okay.
Pineapples are bigger than apples. I'll take it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I gotta take it.
I'm 6 watermelons tall.
6 watermelons. I'm pretty sure the pineapple, you know, the green part of it. I'm pretty sure that's a bit taller than your watermelon.
No, that doesn't
which
count.
I'll
though.
totally take. No, that counts. That
no,
counts.
because when you put it on top of it, the other one, it pushes it down, so it doesn't count.
Oh. Okay. That's how you
Yeah.
gotta say, huh?
That's how it makes sense. That's called physics. I'm sorry, Chocho. Do you not know how physics work? Like, I can explain this to you. Excuse me. Like, hello.
Oh, stop roasting me. Stop roasting me as we hit to the
No, I'm
mapping
just kidding.
phase. Yeah.
Chocho, I even gave you a compliment last time. You weren't here. I think it was with Kuro. I don't remember, but Chocho actually is good at academics. Yeah. So,
Aw.
yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And never mind. I'm not giving you any more compliments. See that? This is why I can't give Chocho compliments. I can't. Too much emotion.
You're boosting my,
Oh
you're
my
stroking
God.
my ego.
Too much emotion. Oh my God, I can't handle this. My mind. Okay, too much. It's just stressful. Okay, back to the match. Anyways, we have Seer. We have the Antiquarian here. Let's see what the survivors choose to pick here. For RD, it's gonna be.
You can sing a what?
Knight
We are singing the night.
and the psychologist. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. The thing they're just potentially gearing up for the Goatman or the Hula Baloo pick that Zhenjiu is gonna be selecting ultimately at the end, and we see the psychologist as well able to tank 3 hits. So as of now, pretty strong team count that we're seeing from RD side, and we've been seeing that consistently coming in the BO1. But unfortunately falling a little short, only able to get a 1 escape. But then again, we need to compliment Zigzag Ant's ability to read the situation and sharing at the basement. That was a very important play for him, and for his team. So now we see the Gravekeeper getting picked here, Eli. We've seen the Hula Baloo cancelling the shovel of the Gravekeeper.
Indeed.
So do you have any advice for people, you know what, wanting to play the Gravekeeper against a Hula Baloo? What advice would you give them?
You said what?
Okay, Hunter's Hula Baloo, Survivor is Gravekeeper,
Yeah, but Hula
and we've
Baloo's
seen
banned.
in this. All right, but I'm talking about a what if. A what if?
No, but it can't be a what if. It's actually physically impossible because Hullabaloo's already banned. So
All right,
therefore
We'll be seeing
your
the Goatman
question
here, you're
your
right.
question is invalid. Okay.
Oh, he's just canceling me out. No.
You got canceled. Congratulations.
Oh, okay.
They banned Hullabaloo and Chocho's question at the same time.
My bad,
it was
guys,
it was
my
a 2
bad.
for 1. It was a 2 for 1. Yeah.
I guess my eyes are not icing anymore. I can't see anything anymore. Yeah, it's too small.
It's
My
okay.
argument is that it's too small.
It happens to everybody as they get older, so don't worry about it.
Bruh.
Anyways, okay, so we'll see what Hunter. Goatman is still available here, so but this counter comp is very good for countering Goatman. We have Professor, which is good against the Goatman to absorb hits. We have that the psychologist, which can take 3 hits against Goatman. We have the Knight, which can be used to cancel the Goatman's swings. And we have the Gravekeeper, which Goatman has a hard time hitting essentially, but it's actually gonna be the Goatman still here for for ACT here. Yeah.
Yeah, seeing the Goatman here, if we're just gonna look a little bit backwards to ACT's performance with that Goatman, played it once and got a 3K. So let's see if he's able to replicate the same result coming into this matchup as we soon head into the spawn locations here. Let's see if it's gonna be a T spawn, a Tetris spawn. What is it gonna be coming from the side of RD survivors?
We're going to see the psychologist will be in the middle here. The professor over to the left side, Gravekeeper near backgate, near God Pallet. And actually the Knight in reception. We typically see the Gravekeeper choose reception because there's a lot of pallets to shovel under, but it's actually going to be the Knight that's going to spawn there instead. So, well, overall, this team comp for RD, I think they got a pretty good comp here for going against Goatman. You have the scales from the professor, which are good. You have the psychologist, which can take 3 hits. You have the Gravekeeper, which is not really chaseable for a Goatman, and the Knight, which can cancel the swing after he puts up a cage. So definitely a pretty good comp for going against this Goatman here, but we will see if this ACT Hunter can get the win here.
Yeah, get the win.
How do you say
3K.
the Hunter's name?
真真九.
真真九.
Yes. Trump card detention we're seeing here with that Peeper, not too aggressive. We're not seeing the abnormal.
Like Jen,
and
like Jen
RDs,
or Zhen Zhen?
Zhen.
E-N.
Okay, you think about it. You think about it while we head into this matchup, right?
Okay.
Right, Red Church, BO1, first half, BO2, second half, BO2, first half between these two teams. My name is Shochan Joy Means Eli, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
This is the result of commentating 8 COA days in a row. Okay, anyways, we're going to get into the match here. We'll see the Goatman going towards... That was a pretty funny comment, whoever said that. We're going to get into the match here. Immediately going towards middle here, actually bringing Peepers here as well. Which target does he find first? It looks like nobody just yet. Still looking for an optimal chase target. And yet to find one. He may go towards reception for COAAY here, which... honestly is not exactly the best target. The Knight, as we know, is a pretty effective kiter against the Goatman. Well, let's see what he's able to do here. He's gonna put up a cage, but he does have Peeper actually to cancel out the Knight's swing predict. There's the switch. He does an ability predict, and the ability predict actually is correct, and a swing predict. He gets a double prediction correct. He mind gamed the mind game here, but it doesn't matter because Goatman is broken, so he just puts him in another cage and gets a hit before he even has the next helmet available, and already has another cage to work with, and he gets the hit before the cancel even happens. And Goatman, what a powerful hunter this is.
Yeah, less than 1 minute and a half into this matchup, we're seeing the first down on our Huanxue on this night. Looking at our ciphers, about 2 ciphers in total. So let's see, we'll be seeing the Gravekeeper coming for this rescue. Will he be denied of this rescue? Will he be able to spawn out here?
Looks like we're going to see Grave is going to come all the way in for the save at this point. Will we see him just go for the farm? We're going to see the cage and the hit here, so at least he gets the injury on the rescue. Knight still with 1 more helmet and a flywheel to work with. Is he going to go ahead and use it now here? It looks like he's going to wait. There's the flywheel. Okay, into an ability cancel. He misses the first one, but he guesses them both right this time. So while the Knight got him, got it right the first time, it swings back into the Hunter's favor, putting them both right this time, getting the Knight on share for the second time. And RD, yeah, unfortunately off to a slow start here, and things are not looking too good for them as of right now.
Yeah, and kind of now Zheng Kai is coming for the second rescue. Psychologist was able to heal up the Gravekeeper using the Wi-Fi heal. Professor is the only one that is pushing the ciphers wholeheartedly as fast as possible. Let's see if Zheng Kai, is he able to get a safe rescue this time? Maybe he's able to body block one time. But able to do the kick.
Put him away from the cage. Okay, so that's going to force him out of the shovel. He is able to get the rest. He did have a scale that he could have used, but I guess he wanted that cage to disappear. And Knight, no opportunity to kite. The Goatman able to get the down immediately here. They're onto their last 3 ciphers, but yeah, unfortunately just really not fast enough at this point. The trade is still available for this Goatman, and this is looking like potential for elimination at this rate. Again, this is a do or die match for RD. They must win this series against ACT if they want to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, so much at stake here. Let's see. RD survivors, Zheng Kai is the half-health Gravekeeper, does have 2 shovels to work with, but Zheng Jiu will be unable to spot out Zheng Kai with that Peeper, so we'll live to see another day. So Zheng Jiu will be forced to change targets here.
Okay, so we're gonna see Mind Game of the Pallet hits the Psychologist through getting that chip. Psychologist will go down to 1 more cage here. Will we see the cage at the window? There's the cage placement. Psych going down immediately. Nowhere to go here. Goatman, as we know, just such a strong hunter. That chase ability is so hard to avoid. Gonna get placed in basement here as well. Yeah, just like that. That's gonna be the Psychologist on share. It is for the first time, but the Cypher is just nowhere near done at this point. RD on the back foot here. I don't even know how they can get any survivors out at this point. This match is looking so good for this ACT Hunter. We're gonna see the Peeper get dropped here. Try to force the Professor to save early here. There's the switch. Professor, is he able to get the scale off in time here? He does have the scale, and he will scale, break through the cage here. So this does give an opportunity to make the rescue, but 2 more cages available for this Goatman. I don't think he's going to be able to make this before half. He's just going to put up a double cage, blocking him in. He can't even make it to the basement. He needs to break this first. He's going to have another cage here with 40 resentment, and he gets down. No flywheel to work with. A stuffed rescue here, and this should secure the 4 elimination.
Yeah, that was definitely the nail on the coffin there with that play from Pimpin. Do you think there was any other play that Pimpin could have gone for coming into this? Or was the basement chair just so detrimental that to a point that RD survivors have no way of coming back? Now Zheng Kai opened up the chest in the graveyard area, but he still has 2 shovels to work with, so even if he has a syringe on the floor, he has to use up those 2 shovels first. Now Zheng Jiu trying to spot out where Zheng Kai is. Still the tinnitus on recognized here, so Zheng Kai able to survive for a little while more.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna see the Professor just sitting on the ground here. Gravekeeper with a little bit of energy left on the shovel. They just don't have a last Cypher Machine. That's the problem. The Hunter still has trade swap available, and that Cypher Machine is just not anywhere near done at this point. So essentially what's going to happen here is you can just keep dropping Peepers around the map. You can drop them on Cypher Machines. You can drop them near the Professor. If the Gravekeeper ever goes for that, he can just he'll be able to see him with the Peeper here. Yep, just going to continue to drop Peepers on all these Cyphers, making it so they're unable to decode.
So as of this case, it's just gonna be a slugging situation coming from Zheng Jiu. He wants to secure that 4K. He doesn't want to give you any opportunity to get that 1 point lead, especially when ACT is currently leading in their round point win coming BO1 just now. Now BO2, if he's able to secure this, then if their survivors get 4K in the second half, at least BO3 they still have the advantage. They have the map selection coming BO3, so things are looking pretty solid coming from Zheng Jiu. Now able to place the Peeper. Gravekeeper has already used his shovel, but he will be up really soon. Will he be able to get the hit? Swing miss?
Well, he's just trapped, so he's going to get knocked down here. Professor will be able to get back up soon, but yeah, again, it's just a matter of time here for this Goatman to just clean up the board here. That's going to be a 5-0 advantage here for ACT. They've already won round 1, so that means that RD Hunter has to get a 4 kill no matter what. That's just to force an extra round here. Gravekeeper is going to struggle, but does not matter. He'll just down him right away again here. There's the cage switch, gets him out of shovel, but he can just put up another cage right away. He's got so much resentment to work with here. And there's the switch again, the cage, and the instant down from the Goatman. And you continue to see why Goatman is just such a powerful hunter. He can just keep dragging this Gravekeeper around the map until he finds where the Professor is knocked down. And Professor's slowly bleeding out at this point. Does he see him over in the corner there? It looks like he does see him there, and he's going to go for the chair. Professor will get up now at this point, but yeah, Professor's just going to get up here. Oh, he's going to put up a cage, then break it. Professor has flywheel. He has scales. There's a swing and a miss there going through. Does get the down onto the Professor. That's going to be the 4th survivor elimination for ACT, and they add on to their lead here over RD. Keep in mind, this is a must-win match for both these teams. If ACT wins, they will qualify for the 3rd place spot and go on to the playoffs. If RD wins, they'll qualify for the 3rd place spot going to the playoffs, but ACT already with a large advantage here.
Yeah, huge advantage. And can I just also congratulate Zheng Jiu for his first 4K elimination in the group stages. We've seen him get a lot of 3Ks, but for the first 4K, it's coming from RD survivors. and with that Goatman at the same time. So BO2 still at a very strong range. We haven't seen his BO3, so let's see if RD Service is able, RD Hunter is able to cope with the pressure, get that 4K back, and push to a BO3.
Absolutely. So just like that, even if we see a 4 elimination here, it does mean that RD needs to win the last round. And it was a 3 survivor escape, right? A 3 kill from RD in the first round, right? Or for the RD survivors, They only got 1 escape. So yeah, so basically what needs to happen at this point, the RD Hunter Hajime needs to get a 4 elimination, and then RD just has to win the last round. If they win the last round by one extra escape, by 2 points, then we will go to an overtime round. If they win by more than that, then they will actually be the winners of for ACT. But the Hunter does need to get a 4 elimination here. It's going to be a very high uphill battle for RD.
Yeah,
RD,
which really begs the question as to RD, you know, they picked this map, Red Church, but from the server side, they were unable to really strategize properly, or when it comes to the execution, there was certain misalignment when it came to that. So I think if we're going to look into the root problem, Eli, what do you think were the highlights or potential misplays coming from Team RD?
Well, I think their team comp wasn't that bad. It was just that he got the knight down very quickly. And then the survivors they picked to counter the Goatman just didn't really end up countering the Goatman. He was able to get him down pretty quickly in a lot of those matches. And he was just not ideal. The professor, the professor got stuffed. Well, let's see. It was the knight that got down quickly, and then it was the psychologist that got down quickly, and then in basement. Then the professor got stuffed on the rescue, and then after that, the game's over. So
yeah, just really unfortunate sequence of events back to back. Sorry?
I don't know how many seconds were in the match. I don't know. Sorry. The region is MS. MS was the Korean qualifying team for the last few years. Although I don't know if they were last year, but they were one of the Korean teams in the past COAs.
Yeah, and they really made a huge impact with the Hell Ember pick from Itake. So, yeah, but this time around, we're not seeing that from the South Korean division. We are seeing MZ representing the Hunter side, Hunter faction of Team ZZZ. Now, we are seeing the second half of BO2, potentially the last half, if RD's Hajime is unable to secure that 5-point lead right back. So, ACT survivors, pressure is pretty light. They just need a 1 escape coming into this matchup here. Red Church, we've seen multiple survivors coming from GR, Weibo Gaming. They were able to get very multiple escapes, 3 escapes, 4 escapes into this matchup. So things are looking pretty good for ACT to potentially end this in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, definitely. They just need to get 1 out the gate here. And Eli doesn't want to match. That's not even math. I don't know how many seconds were in the match. I didn't count every... Okay, what was the overall time for the match? Let's see.
All right, so you guys testing Eli. So he's gonna do it. We'll wait for you.
So it was okay. So the match is ending here. It was 7 minutes and 31 seconds, which would be 7 times. I don't even want to. How many seconds? 60. Okay, 60 times 7 is 42. 420 plus 31. So it would be 451 seconds.
451.
451, yeah.
Okay.
Although for some reason, I guess the in-game said 450, but it was 450. It was 451. But anyways, yeah. Because there was 1 second as they were surrendering. I guess it's 1 second. But yeah, 450, 451, whatever. Same thing, basically, essentially.
Exactly. Don't test Eli, I guess, guys. He's pretty
you guys
accurate.
don't know your history for IDV? Okay, well, MS was the Korean qualifying team for COA 6, and I don't remember if it was COA 7 as well, but COA 6 they qualified, and then they were like the team that always qualified from Korea for a while, and then eventually they didn't. RD's qualified from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan every single year, I think. I'm not even sure what teams are in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan besides RD. I've never heard of another. I've never heard of another team from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan except for RD. I don't even know if there are any, but I assume there are. It's just that RD is the best. So yeah, and we see why. I mean, RD here they are able to. They almost won against MRC. They won against CZZ. And against ACT, they're having a bit of a tough matchup here, but they are a very good team, so Yeah, definitely would make sense that they continue to qualify. As for other regions, Southeast Asia, let's see, what other teams do I know? I know quite a few from Southeast Asia because we've commentated those qualifiers before. So we got FT, there was ZT, there's Sky, which we have now, there was GH, there was EMP, which is recent, there was GK back in the day. There's a team GK, right? Wasn't there a team called like Gum or something in like COAⅧ?
Are you talking about SEA teams?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gum. The one got J.
COAⅧ. Yeah, that was COAⅧ. That was a long time ago. But COAⅧ, there's a team called Gum. There was who else do we have from Southeast Asia? What about the Owl teams? What are the Owl team names?
What Owl team? Like Night Owl?
I don't know any of the Owl teams. I don't remember. The Night Owl teams.
North Square.
Oh, Noir. Noir was a team.
Noir.
There was. What was that other team?
There was this team that Death Row was in.
Ooh.
Right. What was the team name? I forgot.
Oh, Death Row. I don't know the team name. What about in SCA IVC? There was for the top four that one year. It was Noir, ZT, GH, and who's the fourth one? I don't remember.
Was it like 4EW?
I don't know. Oh, that's also a team. Oh, Utopia is another team.
Oh yeah, Utopia.
There's quite some teams that I know. And then from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, I don't only know RD, unfortunately. Korea, I only know ZZZ and MS, unfortunately. NAU, I could probably name about 50 teams that have played in NAU. So that's because I'm from there.
I mean, it's expected, right? Since you're NAU.
Yeah.
But
anyways,
yeah, I guess that's just
picks.
extra info for you guys.
We got our band picks here. It's going to be Fire Investigator, Postman, Patient, and still a Rescuer to go. But actually, Night Band from Hajime last year, so they get to pick any Rescuer they want at this point. With the Forward will be the pick here. So no Opera, no Goatman for Hajime. I wonder if they'll actually go with Hullabaloo here, but it looks like they're choosing to go Forward as their last pick. Noir is Noir is a team name. NOIR, not Nar or whatever you guys are saying. Noir was there's a team called Noir, like NOIR, you know, like that. Anyways,
North Square, yeah, North Square.
Yeah.
Did Cho just say Nor?
Nor.
Very cute, very cute. Yeah, we are seeing the forward pick here. And just a reminder to all of us, right, is that AXIZ server just need a 1 escape, so things are looking pretty chill as of now. Getting a 1 escape for ACT, I feel at least, it seemed to be a pretty easy task for them. But then again, this is RD's Hajime we're talking about. His performance here during the group stages has been pretty solid, but him needing to get a 4K here, 4K on nothing situation, is gonna put him in a very tough spot.
It definitely, so we'll see what Hanard he goes to. Obviously, the Hullabaloo is available. Ivy is available, but Ivy doesn't seem to be a character he really is really favorable for him. So I'm interested to see what they choose. This team composition, not really sure what they're trying to counter. I guess it remains to be seen what Hajime's next pick is going to be. Because you really wouldn't pick Forward for Hullabaloo, you wouldn't pick Postman for Hullabaloo, you would pick Patient. The only character you pick for Hullabaloo here, which it is going to be Hullabaloo, the only Hullabaloo pick you would go for is the Fire Investigator. So yeah, interesting choice, but they do have that decoding speed boost with the Postman here.
Yeah, so let's see how's that going to be put into effect here. But I guess at the same time, spawn location would still matter. If Fire Investigator is just way too far and out of the way for Hajime, I guess it's still possible that he might go for the other survivors. And yeah, we've learned our lessons when it came to chasing survivors is that we shouldn't be too picky. The more you take time to choose, the more time the survivors will be outside decoding. So let's see what's it gonna be for Hajime, because 4K or nothing situation with the Hullabaloo, and this is a Hullabaloo kind of counter team against him. So let's look into the spawn locations. Let's waste no time anymore. This is gonna be potentially the last half for these two teams here.
Okay, looking at our spawns here, we have Forward actually taking in the middle spawn, so Forward can stun when the Hunter comes through the middle area to help the stars buy some distance. We're gonna see Postman at Shock, Fire Investigator middle broken, and the Patient at the God Palette at Baggate here. So Hullabaloo's actually gonna spawn bottom left over at top broken here. So his first chase most likely will be that Fire Investigator.
Right. So, yeah, you mentioned already, Fire Investigator will be the potential easiest chase here for the Hula Blue. So, yeah. Hula Blue. So, let's see how it's gonna be. Yeah. As you see the coaches shake their hands, we should be seeing a persona that we should expect against the Hula Blue. But the question is whether Hula Blue will be bringing the abnormal trait here, or is he gonna go aggressive with some other build?
And it looks like he's going to be Warp is going to be the option here. So interesting, no abnormal actually. And for the survivors here, they have 3 no borrowed times, 1 borrowed time on the patient here. And this is going to be the second half of the second round of the ACT survivors versus the RD Hunter side. Emilio here, Twitch Review live commentary for this match.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be seeing the Jimmy hitting straight for the Fire Investigator as you predicted, Eli and Gogo. Oh, this is gonna be a super hard one. Able to miss the first clone over there, so things are looking good for Gogo here.
We're gonna see the he's but he found the postman hiding out here. Yeah, what did you say? Pulling a green is insane. He's gonna find the postman here, getting the second bomb right away here. Ford in the vicinity though, going for the stun. Ford is gonna get the stun to buy distance for the postman, and you see exactly why the Ford wants to spawn in Middle Church, so he can go for those stuns there and help the survivors make distance.
Right, so luckily enough, he didn't get a basic hit, but able to predict his placement there with that clone again, getting a red one. So now 2 more, a black and a white one. He will be able to be down here right at the center church area. Let's see, the black one.
Just the flip. He's trying to get it here, but he's gonna go all the way into the corner. Flywheel, not able to cancel, but does get the down here. Ford in the vicinity though, needs to be careful. We don't really see Ford versus Hullabaloo harass that often, but let's see if what 11 can do in this area. If he keeps the red zone on one side, the Ford can't stun through it. It'll just cancel the football. So that's kind of why we see Ford being not very useful against the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, and because of the so much harassment coming from 11 here, we do have a stun rescue here coming in through. The forward Cypher is actually only at 18%, so Cypher progress is not very optimal. And Zen, let's see if he's able to kite it out. No flywheel to work with. The red ball. Now let's see if he's able to get another one on him. He will miss this one.
Yeah, only 1 red bomb there. Will Ford continue to stun? Ford goes for the stun again, gets another stun, allowing this postman to make it all the way through to this back window here. Helping his kite continue, and Ford again buying even more distance. Now he is out of football, so he will just have to go back to decoding at this point. But keeping this postman alive a little bit longer isn't really going to make much of a difference though. It looks like Zen is gonna avoid every single bomb there. 1 more black bomb hit does get the down here onto the postman. Because the Ford was supporting here as well, Cyphers are not as far along, and Ford's decoding is slower than most rescuers.
Yeah, which is a little bit curious coming from ACT, right? Because they need just a 1 escape to bring this to a 2-0. Why did they bring in a forward, a harasser coming in through? Maybe they have brought in a decoder or a kiter, a stable rescuer, focus on decoding, but let's see, ACT, let's see that if the option really is right in the back there now. Able to get a very safe rescue. Postman, another black one, black zone, and the hit register. So now we'll be seeing the last of Zen here in this map. But looking at our ciphers, Eli, how are you liking the cipher progress?
Yeah, it's still looking, it's not great, but we see the warp still being held for Hajime here, a trait that we're still curious why he brought it. It doesn't really seem to be that effective. The only thing I can think of is that he was worried with when the Ford goes for a stun, then he could simply just warp after the survivor after it made distance, but it ended up not even mattering here. Continuing after the Fire Investigator though, Fire Investigator gonna get down to this clone here and put on the rocket ship. Hajime on track to potentially get this 4 elimination, which is very interesting considering that ACT did not really pick a comp for Hullabaloo at all. It's kind of just a random team comp almost that you'd see in round 3, not a comp you'd see here in round 2. But I mean, 1 Cypher Machine remaining, so they're still on track maybe to work this out here, but we see no more Tide Turner available, and there is a basement chair at this point.
Yeah, so 11 will see the Hunter's attention here. Coming into just tunneling down. Not even gonna hit back at all. So I guess opens opportunity for Patient to hit down for the rescue, but we'll just push at Cypher. Oh, whoop.
Wow, getting multiple hits right away here. Ford needs to eventually flywheel here. Not able to flywheel as the red zone shuts off the flywheel. We're going to see the rescue, though, onto that survivor there. Fire investigator maybe going to go rush down that Cypher machine while the Patient comes for the rescue, but it's only 37% at this point. And this might be looking like a potential 4-kill here, as we see. It's actually going to be XY going to the Cypher. And he sees Fire Investigator. Fire Investigator's survivor who is dead on chair here. Only one airbag to work with. He's going to use that airbag. Can he make the rescue here in time? Chocho, he's got one more dash to work with.
Flywheel, flywheel.
He needs the flywheel through. Does get flywheel through and does make the rescue in.
Right, so pretty crucial rescue coming from Gogo here. Let's see, 11 does not have any ball left to work with. Does have a flywheel. Cypher will almost be primed here, but Forward does not have borrowed time. Cannot get the Cypher pot at the same time. Using his last hook. How do you think ACT should work this out though? They just need a 1 escape.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get away from the Cypher machine so the Forward can go pop it. Patient does have BT. Oh no, he's just going to go back to it.
Alright, so this is just a standstill situation, right? I think best in this situation. You good? Alright, so Eli will be offline for a little while we look into this matchup. Let's see. 11 is opening up a 6 Cypher. Eli, do you think this is the right choice?
You still hear me, by the way?
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was lagging a little bit, but anyways, yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, I think opening another Cypher is fine. He's actually gonna get a syringe and heal up here. If he can open a new Cypher machine, then yeah, if he can open a new Cypher, then the Patient could pressure. But Ford just needs to heal up and let Patient stay hidden long enough for them to pop the Cypher. For him to heal up, and then maybe they can pop the Cypher from there.
Yeah, and now 11. Hajime still not gonna commit. Still not gonna commit. XY still in the vicinity. The moment Hajime decides to tunnel down 11, he will try and steal some of this Cypher progress on that Cypher. Now 11 is once again opening up the second chest at the top broken area. Let's see what lucky item he will be getting now. Hajime, gonna tunnel down.
Illusion, maybe not the most useful, but he's able to get that heal up. Does get a black bomb on the Forward, but that's fine. I think one survivor needs to start a new Cypher while the other one pressures. He's going for the Forward, who... okay, Patient's gonna finally start to decode the new Cypher machine, so this is definitely the correct play here, and 11 can pressure this other Cypher, though Patient stops decoding here, actually.
Yeah, he wants to hit back to the 84% Cypher. Now able to get the first hit already. Not the last one. Black mark, and he will be down.
Oh, but he flywheels through. Oh, but it doesn't matter. He didn't get the reset there. Will he just go for the chair here? Is the question.
Seems like he will not
go for the chair, but I feel like Patient should have rushed the Cypher machine while. Well, that's just gonna. I don't think that's pointing to the Patient. I think it's pointing to the Forward. I was gonna say he should have just rushed the Cypher machine while the Forward was being carried, so that way he could prime it, then maybe save, then go and pop, or he could just pop. But I don't know. We're gonna see. XY does get found out here. Forward does have sticker because he has that flywheel, so he will heal up very quickly here. We're gonna see the jump onto the Patient. Patient still has. Or does not have any items to work with here. We're going to see the first red bomb onto the Patient. There's a black bomb. There's the jump. There's the switch. Missing the first hit. Missing the second hit. Patient falls around the third hit, but finally does get that hit registered. Patient needs to kite this out as much as possible. There's the jump and the down onto the Patient here. There's going to be... Is he going to chair him, though, is the question. Forward still has self-heal available. He does have illusion. He's going to chair, so Forward needs to get up right now, I think. And he's going to teleport towards...
A wrong Cypher.
Huh.
So 11 should be able to go for this rescue. Hajime thinks that he's gonna steal the Cypher, but that's not the case at all. So this allows for an opportunity for ACT survivors to potentially come back from this.
Well, yes, but I don't know if that really... I still don't know how much it actually does here, because Ford doesn't have self-heal, so... But he's actually not going for Ford, he's going for the Patient, who again doesn't have self heals, or does have self heal, so that's actually better for ACT. No, he's going back.
All right, so he has the time to explore his options here. So 11, he's gonna commit to him. Might.
Nope, he's gonna
What
leave
does
and
he
go back to
want?
that cipher. Having commitment issues.
Commitment issues, but Hajime still trying to camp this 84% cipher. Patient is on the bottom left. We see that he is rotating around the red carpet. Teleport is not ready just yet. 32 seconds more. 11 trying to stay around this area, but quite far away because he is half health. Tinnitus still not activated, and free push for the patient.
Yeah, but he may just go to the patient at this point. Looks like he is going to go to that patient. Patient does not have any items here, so he's just going to commit to the patient. But patient still does have self-heal, so he can't necessarily leave patient on the ground. He's going to go after the patient, going for that first swing here. Switching into the red zone, gets the down onto the patient. He's going to chair the patient for getting an illusion. Oh, wait, didn't he already have an illusion? Or, I don't know. Is he going to chair the patient? He's going to leave him on the ground, which is a little risky, but he's going to use that clone to point to the location of the forward. Really just a matter of time here. Does see the trail of the forward.
ACT survivors. I think later we will talk a little bit about the team comp here, but looking at this, 11 trying to fly, able to fly successfully, but another black mark, and he will be down. So playing with fire here in front of the hula blue. Patient was able to stand up, and now 11 with this magic wand. Can he make use of it?
Yeah, we're gonna see him break that pallet there. Still, Steve Magic wand to work with 60% of the last cipher. Can he use the illusion? Does use the illusion, able to avoid the hit here. And Hajime gets lost for a second, but does find him again here. Avoids the first hit, but does get knocked down. And then he's going to teleport on the patient. That will be the 4 elimination here onto this to these survivors, it looks like. And that means that ACT does force an extra, or sorry, RD does force an extra round here.
Yeah, yes, that's the case. Abyss:II pretty close up neck-to-neck matchup coming from these two hunters. We saw a gold man and now the hula blue, actually telling us exactly why these two hunters are the STS hunters coming into BO1. But seeing these hunters in BO2 as well, we do see the exact same results we expect. But Eli, I just really want to ask you about this. ACT with their survivor team comp, do you think they made the wrong selection with that forward pick?
Yeah, the character selection was a little interesting from ACT. We didn't really see Hula Blue was still available. They didn't really pick many Hula Blue counters. It was sort of like they had they had Postman, not really a round 2 character. They had Patient, not really a round 2 character. We had the Forward, again, not really a Hula Blue pick. So yeah, definitely an interesting team comp. Maybe they expected him to play a different hunter that wasn't Hula Blue. I can't remember. Did he play Sculptor before? Or was that somebody else? I think.
Yeah, he played Sculptor and N before.
Okay, so that's probably what they were expecting. That comp would have been better for something like Sculptor. So I think they were imagining that he might go with something like that. And instead, he does not. He goes with the Hula Blue, which is still available. I think that's something they needed to consider. And I think they just didn't really... I guess they didn't consider he was going to play Hula Blue. And Hajime taking advantage of getting the 4 kill there.
Yeah, but you know what? If we look at it from in the long run, right, when we see BO3 is going to be ACT's map selection, with ACT leading in terms of round points. So things are still looking very favorable for ACT to potentially stay on track to stay in the 3rd place. But RD, their performance coming to this, especially from Hajime, truly eye-opening. We saw the Hula Blue just now, and we also saw his opera singer in BO1. So things are still looking pretty tight, 50-50 chance still, but pressure is not too much just yet, because in BO1 it is only a 5-3. So possible if they get a 3 kill, 3 escape from RD side, it might just turn things around.
Yep, definitely could be the case. So RD, yeah, trying to work themselves back into this game. They are still behind though going into the 3rd round. Yeah, so I need water.
Right, while Eli gets some water, guys, also do hydrate yourselves. And it's almost close to, if you're living in the SEA time zone, it will be close to dinner time. So do have your dinner, have a great time, because today's matchup is going to be pretty long. We're currently in match 3, and we'll be heading towards BO3 after our quick highlights, which will not start just yet. But as we look into BO3, we'll be seeing more non-meta hunters into the mix, which is super exciting, right? We always be seeing that.
Why does this cap stay on the thing? Like, it just like won't go off for some reason.
As Eli tried to figure that out, we will be heading to the highlights, and we'll see you guys right back.
那交号位吧。
那个交错100串，上面100串，那个什么100串，还有多流量。
啊。哎呀，可惜。
Okay, so we will be heading into BO3 now, very officially, between ACT versus RD. Eli, any win conditions, if there's any coming into BO1 first off?
Yes. So if ACT gets a 5 point on either side, then they win. So like if they get a 4 survivor escape, they win, or if they get a 4 kill hunter 4 kill, they win. So that's the solution for them.
Yeah, that is definitely a solution. And for ACT side, we'll be curious to see if their sit up straight, your posture is bad. That's why.
Bro. No, I've just been sitting for a while. We've been how many hours is it? I don't know. A while. 6 hours and 15 minutes. I gotta stretch. Okay.
All right. Yeah, and for ACT side, we haven't seen the survivors actually get a 4 escape just yet. And this will also be our first time seeing ACT playing a BO3. So we'll be quite curious to see what hunters Jinzhenjiu is going to be bringing out, but we do know that he's played the Dream Witch once before.
Yep. So definitely could be Dream Witch here, and if ACT, I wonder if ACT will play. Who picked map in the first round? Was it RD?
It was ACT, so now it's ACT again.
Okay, so they get to pick map here. So that means that RD will pick Hunter or Survivor first. I would imagine they'll go Survivor first. This will kind of give them an idea of what sort of Hunter needs to be played in the last round for them to win or tie. Yeah, that means that for ACT's Hunter, yeah, they could just play Dream Witch, play a aggressive Hunter like that, get themselves maybe a win and just secure it that way. But yeah, for RD, they have to. So basically, the win condition here is we have to see RD has to win this last round. And if they win the last round by just one extra survivor escape, so let's say it's like a 5-3, like let's say it's a 3 survivor kill and a 2 survivor escape.
3 survivor kill.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Correct. You're right.
What? Were you?
Nothing.
Okay, let's say it's like a 1. Okay, so yeah, like a 3 kill or a 2 survivor escape, and then it would be for RD in RD's favor. Then it would be tied, which means we go to overtime. But if it's a I don't know how to explain this. It's complicated. Basically, RD has to win this last round. If ACT ties this last round, then they're fine. ACT can tie or win this last round, and they're good. RD has to win this last round.
So RD, let's see if they are able to do it. We've seen them come up with very impressive plays, especially when they went up against Team ZZZ. We saw the way Pin was able to kite, but as of now, we have still yet to see Pin do that, do the kind of kite, as well as show us the MVP play that he has in his arsenal. So let's see, RD survivors will be up first. So if Jinzhenjiu really able to get that 4K, it should be game over from there onwards. But we will still be playing the second half to accumulate points for the group stages. Yes, RD. The minimum requirement for RD survivors right now would be a tie. Minimum requirement. That's the thing. So let's see if they will be able to gain exactly that.
Well, it's not the minimum requirement. They just need to not get 4 killed. They can get a 1 escape here, and then their Hunter can 4 kill, and they would still win. RD needs to get at least 1 survivor escape. They just can't get 4 killed here. As long as it's not a Hunter 4 kill, then RD can still come back for sure. But it just puts more pressure on their Hunter. So they want to relieve as much pressure as possible from the Hunter, essentially, by getting as many escapes as possible. They just cannot get 4 killed. There we go. She's right English. can't all die. Yeah.
Yeah. So for kill, it will be Joe's goal here, whereas Survivor's side is to at least get a 1 escape. And so clarification, as we slowly hit into BO3, we've seen that it will be the Leo's Memory. We've been seeing Leo's Memory a pretty popular option coming into BO3 and also in BO1, especially against the Japanese division. We've been seeing, what do you call it, the Hermit coming to the mix. So just now, we also saw the Wax Artist mirror matchup as well. So yes, options are open for Joe to select. As we head into the ban pick phase here, we will be seeing the Seer and the Antiquarian in the global ban phase.
Okay, so let's see where with the survivors off the ban, it'll probably be Ivy and the Hullabaloo. Even if it's a hunter that Joe doesn't necessarily want to play, we might see that ban anyway, just because they're very strong, which we will see that is the case here. Now the question is, what do the survivors want to pick for? We expect Dream Witch is a possibility, so they might just try to countercomp the Dream Witch as much as possible. Plenty of options. You have Fire Investigator, Psychologist, Psychologist global bans, Fire Investigator, Antiquarian, Barmaid, Acrobat, Embalmer. A lot of good options here available for RD. Looks like we're going to see the Mercenary first, and the
Fire Investigator.
What is it gonna be? Barmaid. Okay, so they're choosing in preparation of the Stream Witcher.
Oh, but if they tunnel down just like that, Joe could just psych them and bring in like a bringing in a geisha, something like that. Yeah. To really just counterpick this Barmaid pick here. So a little bit going on the unsafe route right from the get-go. This can potentially allow Joe to change his mind, select another hunter, and adjust his ban pick accordingly. Now we'll be seeing the Fire Investigator getting banned out here. Still as the postman to vote, and we're finally seeing the Kurt here in BO3. I hope it's confirmed though.
I don't know though, because Explorer is very weak to Dream Witch.
Exactly.
Yeah, Explorer can get found by Dream Witch very easily, and no, they're gonna go Acrobat. Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't really make a lot of sense here. We're gonna see the Acrobat getting picked, still continuing along with these Dream Witch bans. So probably Embalmer will be the last ban, I would imagine. Unless there's another Dream Witch ban I can't think of. Psych's already gone. Anti's been banned. So I would imagine Embalmer is going to be the last band here. That makes the most sense if you're trying to play Dream Witch. But actually banning Explorer, so maybe not even wanting to play Dream Witch at all here. Interesting. That just means RD can pick Embalmer for their last pick.
Oh, exactly. So RD does have that before. They have used that before. They also used the Professor. I'm not sure if it's today.
Arrow.
But we will be picking up the airplanes. How do you like this team comp against the Dream Witch?
Well, Arrow is a pretty decent chase target. The Acrobat and Barmaid are a bit harder, especially if it's Patrol or Dream Witch. So, yeah, it's gonna be not too bad. I guess the Airplanist is there in case he decides to play something else. You have another Kiter in return. As for something like Geisha, you have a good chase into Barmaid, pretty good chase into Arrow. Not a good chase into the Acrobat though. Acrobat's a good Kiter against Geisha, so could go with the Geisha. Could go with the Dream Witch. Getting a tie here for ACT is fine. That just means the survivors need a tie and ACT wins. So you might just play a tie hunter, something like Anne, something like Geisha, or could even go more aggressive, try to win things right here with that Dream Witch.
Yeah, that could be the case. Yeah, and this is potentially the deciding factor.
Nobody's
whether ACT
playing Joseph. Sorry guys.
Does qualify.
What to tell you?
Yeah, very just not too strong. Yeah, just not too strong. Joseph at this point in time, not within the meta. So we are seeing the servers gearing up, preparing for this.
Nagito Merc.
Is,
no.
What?
It's the Nagito Merc.
Is that good or bad?
That's the rank thrower skin.
Rank thrower skin.
Yeah. That's like
alright. We have the rank thrower skin on Junkai.
The most rank thrower possible is Nagito Merc, like the king of rank throwers.
Oh man, but it's so expensive.
No, it's the king of rank throwers. Trust me, it's not good.
Okay, so we trust Eli's words on this. Let's see how his elbow pads is going to be playing into this as we see the Wax Artist potentially picked out here. Eli.
What do these hunters really seem to prefer Wax Artists on Leos? It's not the best Wax map, but I mean, obviously it is playable here. So I guess they do have the airplanist for that's pretty good kite against Wax, depending on the location. You have the barmaid though and acrobat, which aren't quite as good, and the mercenary good rescuer. So overall, it's a decent team comp for going against Wax. They were a little bit more concerned about the Dream Witch, which I totally understand, but I think Wax is a solid pick here. It's a hunter with win potential that also can be safe for securing ties. So it looks like we're going to see the survivors spawn the acrobat in the shack, airplanist middle here, barmaid in factory, since she's probably the easiest chase target for going against a Wax in this case, and the mercenary off to the middle right side. Wax artist will spawn off to the middle left, and let's see where he opts to go chase first. Will he go for that acrobat, airplanist, or the barmaid? I'd probably go towards middle, try to get a jetpack out of the airplanist, make him run into factory, at least he rotates on top of the barmaid, and then turn and go towards shack to chase the acrobat. Would be how I would do it, but that remains to be seen here.
Right, Eli played the Wax like this before, so he definitely knows how potentially this match might go. So Zhenzhen will bring trunk detention as well as the bling, whereas survivors side we have a full kiting build on the barmaid, and multiple board times on the survivor side. Let's see if they last all the way to the end game at Leo's Memory BO3. First half between ACT's Hunter versus RD Survivors. My name is Chocho and joining me is Eli O, and he will be bringing the live commentary of this match.
All right, so it looks like we're going to see the Wax Artist rotating towards CY here first, which is the Acrobat. Yeah, so going for that chase target. Looks like we're going to see Trump Card Detention as well with the fast pallet breaking speed. Junkai also in the vicinity, the Mercenary, but I don't think he's going to chase onto that here. It looks like he's going to... they are rotating on top of each other, though, so they're going to lose out on some decoding progress. Does see the Mercenary. Will he actually commit to this target? I don't think so. Yeah, Mercenary's just going to get an elbow pad out of the way here and chase onto the Acrobat here.
Yeah, Acrobat has 3 bombs to work with. CY will be at this 2 pallet 1 window area. Let's see, how is he gonna cut it? Oh no. Still on 0% wax, so doing a great job negating all of that. And Shinjo, let's see if he's able to get a free hit out of this. CY not giving an opportunity to do that as well. And looking at the Cypher progress, looking pretty healthy as we see the first hit registered onto CY. Now no flywheel as well, so it's a 3-9 build onto this Acrobat. Junkai Cypher also getting locked once again.
Absolutely. We're going to see the CY continuing along towards shack area. He's going to pick it out of the window, but going to get a lot of wax at the window here. The blink is now available, but Acrobat, excellent route, just completely rotating straight out here so he can't get blinked in this spot. CY is going to get... I think he's kind of trapped in this back area, though. Still has that red bomb to work with. Needs to make sure he does not run into the Wax Artist here. Will he be able to... Oh, the red bomb's not even going to stop him here. He can actually just blink to... Oh, but misses the blink! But still gets the hit to secure the down onto the Acro there. 2 Cypher Machines pop 50% on another, but unfortunately that's not going to be just enough yet here for RD.
Yeah, imagine if he was able to vault that. Maybe another 20 seconds kite could have been optimal here for Team RD Survivors. Now they do need at least a 1 escape coming into this matchup, and it seems like
a free hit
like this. Mercenary expanding one of his elbow pad to hit for the rescue. Can he get a free rescue here?
He is able to get a free rescue, so that free hit ends up not mattering too much, but... Well, actually, I guess it does, since Airplanist does have Tide Turner, but he is going to get healed up by the barmaid, it looks like. Mercenary trying to body block for this Acrobat again. RD Survivors really trying to play for a 3-survivor escape in this position. Mercenary continuing to body block here, doing a good job of allowing this Acrobat to make it to this next pallet. We're going to see the pallet dropped as well. Is he just going to hit the Mercenary? He's just going to hit the Mercenary here. And Mercenary's going to go ahead and stop body blocking. Just going to leave down to the last 2 Cyphers already, though. As long as this RDCY Survivor does not die on the Cypher, he actually misses the wax bomb onto the window as well. As long as he doesn't die on the last Cypher, RD could be in a pretty good spot to go for a 3-survivor escape here. Already onto their last 2 Cypher Machines here.
Yeah, if CY is able to kite out for at least another 30 seconds, they are definitely gearing up for that end game. Getting a lot of survivors out now. ACT's Jinjinjo, can he get the down soon? let's see, 60% wax on him, now heading up to 80%. Should be able to get this down soon.
We're going to see the red bomb there through the pallet is going to get shut down. Wax only at 120, but he is able to get that down here, although this is only what, the second share for the Acrobat at this point. So yeah, the survivors definitely looking to get a 3 survivor escape here. And keep in mind, all these survivors do have borrowed time. This Cypher Machine at Shack is going to pop, it looks like. So the airplane is going to just come in for a tie turner safe here. The only thing the Wax Artist can do is maybe try to stuff the rescue, but they can honestly just double save as the barmaid primes this other Cypher Machine.
Yeah, definitely. And we do have the trump card on Chenenjiu, 20 seconds left in terms of cooldown, and Zheng Kai will be coming for the backdoor rescue, able to get CY safely, and Cypher is prime, just like that.
We do see the airplane is making the save as well. Will we see the pop right away? We're going to see the pop, so Mercenary does not get picked up. He's going to chase onto the airplanist at this point. Can airplanist kite in this area? No, he's going to get hit down. This is the first share for the arrow, but he is going to get knocked down here in this area with detention. We see them trying to open up the other gate, but then they stopped opening it, or what? I'm not really sure what happened, but they're going to stop to heal the Mercenary first. Barmaid, I think, is going to do the gate, but they need to be careful. If he teleports there, someone needs to be close enough to make the rescue.
Yeah, Zheng Kai is here. Zheng Kai is here. He will be giving that to Schneider's prevent.
He switched to warp, so he can warp to that gate. We're going to see the warp to that exit gate there, but CY is not out just yet here. Barmaid is able to get out the AXIZ to force out the Barmaid here, but then go back maybe.
Zheng Kai's elbow pad. This is gonna be crucial. He's able to get a 25% wax bomb onto him. Can he get out? All right. It seems like it's gonna be a three escape.
3 escape here for RD means they are tied up in this series and right back into this match. Excellent job from RD survivors, keeping that Acrobat alive long enough to make it out the gate here. This keeps them alive in this match, and it actually makes it so we are completely tied up in terms of points. So now if the RD Hunter is able to get a tie, then we would go to an overtime round. If the RD Hunter gets a 3 kill, it means that RD actually will win here.
Yeah, and when it comes to non-meta hunters, he has the Sculptor and the End, and both hunters he was able to get a tie game. So it seems to be that ACT's play coming into BO2 second half is potentially going to bite them in the back coming into BO3, as we see that in ACT's map selection, RD survivors were able to clutch that 3 escape.
Yep.
Going against the Wax Artist. Eli, what do you think were the highlights or lowlights about that matchup?
I think the first kite seemed to be relatively good. He was able to get blink out as well, but the rebound was really, really clutch. The fact that he was able to essentially keep the Acrobat alive long enough with the body blocking the wax there was really crucial. And with that being said, they were able to just keep him. The fact that the time the Acrobat went down, it was already, the last Cypher Machine was already almost ready. They even had enough Cypher progress to go for a double rescue. That's just how much time was wasted. 131 seconds there from the Acrobat, and the Wax Artist falling short there. You see what happens after we get out of these first 2 rounds. The first 2 rounds are so crucial, and once we get out of those first 2 rounds, we get in a spot where these hunters just struggle to get wins. When these S-tier hunters have been expended, the rest of the hunters just in this game, I guess, are just not as good when it comes to tournaments. So as you can see, that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, and as of now, we will be heading into second half, right, where we see ACT survivors once again, and the goal is 1 escape. Is that right?
The goal, no, they have to get at least a tie just to force an overtime round. So they need to get at least a tie to force an overtime round here. If they get a 3, let's see.
ACT 1 BO1 by the way.
Yeah, 5-3. Georgia, do not question my math. Trust me.
Like ACT got the map selection though. Like as in like they got 5-3 BO1.
Try to just go on. I'll just.
Oh yeah, you're right once again.
Yeah. There we go. Just waiting for that moment. Wait for that realization. Okay.
More sleep. I'm the one.
Okay. So basically,
oh my goodness.
What has to happen here is we have to see if ACT wants to win here, they need to get a 3 survivor escape. So 3 survivor escape means ACT wins. A tie means we go to overtime, and a 3 kill means that RD wins. There you go.
Okay. All right. So if ACT wants to end it here and now in BO3 second half, they need a 3 escape.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Right, as we hit into the second half, we are seeing the ACT Survivors and RD's Hunter getting ready for this. 3 escape from ACT Survivors. We have yet to see that. As for their performance today against RD's Hunter Hajime, we're seeing a tie, followed up by a 4K situation. So 3 escape seems to be a pretty hard ask. So coming from what you just said, it seems to be that tie would be their best shot here, whereas RD Hajime just need to get a 1. He needs to get a tie as well, right?
Yeah, he needs to get a tie.
Why is my math not mathing
So
today?
if he gets a tie, then we go to overtime. If he gets a win, then RD wins, and if he loses, then ACT wins. That's simple. Pretty easy.
All right. All right.
Pretty easy,
Right.
I would
So
say.
tie for the Hunter is the winning. No, 3K. 3K is the okay. Alright, so let's see what's it gonna be here for Hajime, because he has I'm pretty sure his arsenal is not just Sculptor and M when it comes to BO3. There's definitely a lot more that he can play around. We've been seeing a lot of Wax in Leo's memory, so if Hajime does have a Wax and if the team comp is favorable towards that Wax, I think we will be seeing our 4th Wax Artist matchup of the day.
Imagine we see another Wax Artist. That's crazy.
Yeah. Another Wax Artist. I'm not too sure whether the ACT Survivor side is gonna bring out a Kurt. A Kurt would be good against the Sculptor, the N, and also
How long was the match? I don't know how long the match was, guys. I wasn't looking at the timer. Okay, let me look back. I'll do the math on it now. I know it's too late, but I'll look back on it now just to prove you that I know math. It was, let's see here. So the match ended at. Wait, what? Oh, I went way too far, but I will get the last match. Oops. Okay, this match ended at 5:13. So, oh my God, 5 times 60 is 313 seconds. There you go. Approximately 313 seconds. Does that answer your question, guys? 313 seconds.
That's a pretty short match now that I think about it. But as we head into the Olympic phase between these two teams here, potential last half between these two teams. So deciding matchup also, we mentioned that whoever wins is going to be the one qualifying to the 3rd place, whereas the other one is going to be pushed down. Now, Seer and the Antiquarian being banned out here, and from the Survivor side, we do see them responding with the 4 ST Hunters being banned out here. We have the Mercenary and Embalmer pick being here. So, Eli, do you think ACT are trying to also get a tie on the Survivor side with these 2 selections here?
They are at least trying to get a tie here. Obviously, they don't want to lose. Also, Embalmer's just good on Leo's memory because you can coffin into the factory area, which is a very good area to kite in. So you get the coffin, put him in the factory, and you can rebound in there quite easily. So that's another reason why we'd see Embalmer here.
Alright, and the coordinator will be banned out where they respond with the prisoner. Prisoner will be able to help with the accelerated with increased decoding progress coming into the start of the match. But if he's getting chased out first, the best he can do here would be to link those ciphers up. So ACT, as of now, looking like a pretty okay team comp here. We do have a decoder, a kiter, as well as a rescuer. What's left here could be potentially a harasser, or if not, another kiter to round out the mix. So ACT, they have brought out before the psychologist. Psychologist actually is actually open. Do you think they should be going for the psychologist coming into this matchup?
Well, it depends on what hunter they're worried about. Looks like actually Weeping Clown though. So actually with the Weeping Clown, they have pretty good tie comp. They have the Embalmer, they have fast decoding with the prisoner here. So pretty good composition overall for the survivors. But Hajime, we'll wait to see what he plays. We did see RD. Didn't they sub their hunter last time for round 3? But this time that's not going to be the case, right? So it's going to be just Hajime playing here. So we really are not 100% sure on Hajime's favorable round 3 hunter. But again, if this is a tied game, we go to overtime. If it's a 3 escape, that means ACT wins. And if it is a 3 kill the hunter. So basically, if it's a tie, if this is a tie, we go to overtime. If the RD hunter wins, RD wins. If the ACT survivors win, ACT wins. That simple.
Yeah, love the easy explanation coming from you, Eli. As we wait patiently to see what Hajime is gonna pick here, we've been seeing Wax once again, for the third time today, at Leo's memory. So, Hajime, I do see some of you guys saying Gamekeeper would be good here. Eli, do you share the same sentiment? That the Gamekeeper pick here?
Yeah, Gamekeeper would be fine. You have good chase on the Prisoner, obviously Embalmer. Weeping Clown has to dodge the hook, which is not too easy to do as well. So Gamekeeper is not bad at all. It's also a hunter that doesn't lose that often because of strong chasing ability. So at least it's pretty consistent for ties. It's hard to win as Gamekeeper, but it's a pretty good tie hunter. So at Leo's against this comp, I would definitely consider playing Gamekeeper here. It's something that I personally would use. But let's see if that's his choice. And it is going to be the Gamekeeper here for Hajime.
Yeah, Chet, you definitely called this out with this Gamekeeper. Let's see how is it going to be here, because it's been... I'm not too sure if we've seen a Gamekeeper in the group stages. I feel like I have some memory, but at the same time, I can't be 100% sure, so do let us know. But Gamekeeper coming into Leo's memory, Eli, you've already said that this could be a pretty good option going against this team call. But what ultimately would matter here is how the ACT Survivors and RD's Hunter is going to execute here going to this matchup. So what would matter here would also be the spawn locations as well as the personas, which we'll be seeing in a very short time. Potential first chase coming into these matchups. Eli, as we look into the spawn location, any guesses?
Well, Prisoner is going to be the best target. You don't have to deal with the coffin if you chase the Prisoner first. You also can get rid of that decoder option early, so definitely going to consider trying to down the prisoners quickly as possible. And actually, Prisoners spawning in Shack, but it actually baits the hunter to spawn over here. I think he thought the Prisoner was going to spawn in Factory, so he spawned over in this corner, but actually it's the Prisoner that's spawning in Shack, so his closest target is actually the Weeping Clown, which is not exactly ideal. So if anything, this is actually a pretty good spawn for the survivors of ACT. Again, keep in mind, ACT is looking for a 3-survivor escape, but at minimum a tie here. We're going to see the coaches shake hand. This is one of the most intense matches we've seen so far today. And who is ultimately going to come out on top? Is it going to be ACT? Is it going to be RD? RD fight. Again, the winner of this match makes it into playoffs. The loser does not. It all comes down to this. This is the Warp trump card build here from this Gamekeeper. This is the second half of the third round of the ACT Survivors versus the RD Hunter side. And BLAO joining with Chocha bringing a live commentary for this match.
Hajime picking the Gamekeeper for the first time in the group stages. Let's see how is he going to perform. Heading straight for the factory area where Weeping Clown was initially located, but he is tunnel visioned onto the Embalmer. So Embalmer actually making a very good rotation away from his coffin, able to hit towards the front gate, back gate area. Let's see the first hook here. Will he be able to catch XY out?
He looks like he is going to get the first hit right away here, getting that mind game. Still has one more hook to even pull himself closer and close the distance here. We're going to see that. Oh, well, never mind. He misses the hook, so he's not going to close as much distance as he would have liked, but still an early hit onto this Embalmer. So, yeah, Embalmer going to relocate towards this next area. Has the hook back already. That's how good Gamekeeper is. Trying to get the hook here through the pallet. There's the trap. Doing an excellent job just breaking the line of sight. Able to avoid the first hook. Mind game here from AXIZ. He's going to break the pallet. Still has the second hook to go here. Has to use it within the next few seconds. And not able to get it. Just going to pull himself closer. But Embalmer stuck all the way in the corner here. And is going to go down, I think, to this basic hit. Just trying to waste as much time as possible. But still able to secure the down here. And a pretty early down for Hajime. But keep in mind, with the Prisoner Cypher Rush in play, and with Gamekeeper being a very difficult character to actually get a win with, it does not seem too likely here for him to actually win this game, but still on track to potentially tie. We see a lot of Cypher progress being utilized, and Balmer gonna coffin right away here, but the Gamekeeper is already waiting nearby.
Yeah, so let's see. We'll be able to get another down once again, but this helps promotes the smooth Cypher rush coming from the Survivors. And Go just in the vicinity, trying to potentially OB XY coming into this.
Will we see the rocket to push him away? Well, we might see the rocket to... Yeah, he's going to use the rocket to help carry him away here, all the way into factory. It looks like getting him all the way to this this God Pallet, and Prisoner's going to break off here. And just the support here. There's the warp, though, to close the distance. Can Weeping Clown body block this? The pullback. The swing. Misses the first swing. Can he get this body block here? No, he cannot. Embalmer is going to get knocked down here. He's going to be placed on Sheriff for the second time. Weeping Clown getting... This is a very risky harass, though, because he is dead to one hook. Does rocket there, but he does have to use that rocket, so that means he can get the chair. But the basement is here, and we know how strong basement Gamekeeper is. This is a very difficult rescue for this mercenary. I think it's a rescue they still need to commit to, because if they do get this rescue, they can win the game, as they do have their last two ciphers being worked on here. But will mercenary even go for this? Rescuing basement Gamekeeper is so difficult. I think it's still worth it, but we do see the mercenary coming in. It's going to be an early save here, but it does mean that he gets the safe rescue off here. He's going to need to body block here as well for this Embalmer. Last Cypher Machine 40%. Hook hits the Merc, not the Embalmer.
Having a traffic jam situation over there. 11 able to body blocks. But this time around, not too lucky with it.
Yeah.
So Prisoner will be able to pop his Cypher. XY just gonna stay here so that it helps Mercenary get out safely. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Last elbow pad. Is he expanding? But he makes a misstep. Unable to get out, and he will be down near the basement area. Don't think this is gonna matter. Wait, will they mess?
Maybe it will if they can pop the Cypher as he chairs the mercenary. No, they're not going to be able to pop it in time. They're not going to be able to pop it in time here. And actually, Gamekeeper can win. Will they come for the rescue? No, they do get the save off, so it doesn't actually matter here. This is looking like it's going to be a potential tied game. What is the Gamekeeper going to do in this spot? Trying to hit the mercenary. Does hit the mercenary, and we do see the Cypher pop get activated here. Hajime trying to find his endgame chase target. Already on the exit gate is that Weeping Clown. Still has warp to work with, still has trump card to work with. Trying to get this hook onto the Prisoner. There's the trap. He has full presence, so he does have infinite hooks here. And not able to get over that barrel.
Alright, playing very patiently at the pallet area. Gate is already open, so that guarantees at least one escape. And able to get hook onto the Prisoner, so we'll be seeing him down here. Now, where is the mercenary? He's opening the other side of the gate. So a correct play coming from ACT, which means that this will help garner the tie game that we are seeing here to prolong this to a ABO3 overtime.
If he, yeah, he's just gonna force the survivor out, and the other survivor can get out this exit gate here, which means that RD does manage to tie up this round. And put things into an overtime round here. So RD making the comeback here in the third round.
Yeah, I definitely love to see how these two teams are fighting it out, right? Because this is a deciding matchup between these two teams. The fact that they are battling it all out makes absolute sense coming into this. So BO3 overtime for the second time in the group stages we're seeing now between ACT versus RD. Eli, any highlights of that match you'd like to mention?
Well, I think the survivors, they're close to almost getting a win there, but the basement share at the end was pretty important. It forced the mercenary to save earlier than he would have wanted. If it wasn't a basement, the mercenary could have waited a lot longer before going to the rescue, giving more time for the survivors to decode the last Cypher Machine, and they would have probably had it maybe almost prime by the time Tide Turner ran out. I'm not really sure, but you really see why against these non-S tier hunters, body blocking is just a very key factor. You can body block these rebound kites, you can support these teammates a lot, but against the S tier hunters, it just doesn't really work. You see these hunters barely managing to get ties against these survivors when they're not playing the S tier hunters. So it's just
So BO3 overtime is gonna be pretty interesting, right? As we see more of those non-meta hunters getting played, being played into this matchup. But I'm trying to see what other hunters, these two, Zhen Jiu as well as Hajime will be picking out. in BO3 overtime. But I think what would matter as well would be the map selection, right? Because now it's all the way back to RD's hands again. What are they going to be picking here?
Yeah, what will they choose in this position? But yeah, RD, because they'll have an advantage now. They should be able to potentially win this last round. I mean, we talked about ACT. They seem to be so favored throughout this whole match. They started off with a early round victory, then their hunter got a 4-kill. We're like, oh, this match is probably going to be over pretty quick. But then Hajime able to get a 4-kill for himself, keeping RD in it. Then RD Survivors getting an escape here and turning things around. So definitely the fact that they're able to work this back into their favor and force an overtime is really good.
Yeah, it's very, very good for Team RD. Currently, I still feel there is that fighting chance for RD. Like we've mentioned, whoever wins here will be able to qualify, right? So looking at whatever character pool is left is getting more and more limited for the hunters. But at the same time, similarly for the survivor side, right? With BO3 overtime, we'll be seeing a total of 10, 3, 6, 12 global bans in total. We'll figure out the math later on when we see the BO3 overtime. But as for now, ACT versus RD as a pretty long match number 3, guys. So do remember, hydrate yourselves. We will do in behind the scenes, and we still have match number 4, Wolves versus RC. But as we head into the highlights, we'll be right back for BO3 overtime.
Okay. 哇，文队，那一起救吧，抢完一起救。OK， 我们就修，换修，可以。直接弹吧。对。好看。兵在脚下，我帮你看看。来，大好。大门里面卡，他必须要传送赶我。没事，我能卡。
As we head into BO3 overtime between these two teams, ACT versus RD, is gonna be a pretty close one. We're seeing a neck and neck situation where they're all tied up in points, and BO3 overtime will be the deciding one. And if it comes to a situation where they're still tying things out, then we will be looking into the time. So many important crucial details coming into BO3 overtime. We'll see if RD is prepared for this as well as ACT.
Yeah, so again, this is a match that is a must-win for both these teams. The winner will be moving on to the playoffs. This will be the third place seed in this match, depending on who wins. I want to look back. I just had the standings up. Let me pull that back up here. It looks like it's going to be... So for this group, we have... Okay, so yeah, for this group, it's Zeta in first currently, MRC in second, ZZZ will be in fifth, and ACT versus RB, the winner of this match, will be third, and the other will be fourth. Keep in mind, the top 3 teams make playoffs, so the winner of this match will be qualifying. This is the 4th round here between these two teams, the overtime round. So let's see if we're able to, let's see who's able to win it here.
Yeah, and we will be seeing ACT versus RD's Hunter, and Ever Stepping Down being picked here, and Ever Stepping Down is actually a pretty good map for RD because they have actually previously won when they were playing in the group stages using this map. Pretty intense one. Let's see. RD Survivor, RD's Hunter Hajime will be coming into the mix here. Still no Shift in the Hunter. We're not seeing Bin, so Sculptor and N. Most likely we might be seeing an N coming into this mix here if he's gonna be picking one of the 2 hunters that he's used in the later rounds.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what a character he has, because again, we expected Binbin, right, the other hunter to be playing, but it looks like that's not the case here. So now we've seen Wax Artist from him, we've seen the Hullabaloo, we've seen the Opera, which all those characters are no longer going to be available. So now we got to figure out which character he actually has as a 4th round pick. Typically these 4th rounds are really just determining, it's determined by which hunter has the best character pool for overtime, for later rounds, who can play the most hunters as we progress here. So for Team RD, Hajime, let's see if he does have more of those hunters that will be available for him here. We've already seen, we saw the Gamekeeper, from him. So the Gamekeeper's been utilized already. So maybe we'll see Anne, maybe we'll see something like Wax Artist. I don't know, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna find out in a quick moment's time. While the players do get ready for this, guys, we need to understand that also for these players, if you see certain plays where like it doesn't really make sense, is a BO3 overtime we're talking about. They've been playing since the first half of BO1, so they've also been waiting for the rest of the day, watching the other teams as well. So do understand, do help and support them through the live chat. Of course, Team ACT versus Team RD is going to be a very intense one, as we've mentioned, and really comes to show whether if they have the stamina to pull through, right? Because we've seen for Hajime's side, we've seen them play all the way to BO3, but for ACT, we've been seeing more of a BO2 matchups with them, so I think ACT might have a tough time coming into this as we head to the Bempic phase.
All right, so we are going to see with the global bans, of course, Gamekeeper is no longer going to be available here on Ever-Sleeping Town. We'll see Priestess and Antiquarian, and this 4th round with this opens up more of these other hunters. It's more exciting for a lot of people to watch here. And for our global bans, we have a lot of survivors already banned. That is 3, 6, 9, 9 bans already for the survivors. So those will no longer be those will no longer be available. And Goatman, Ivy, Opera, Hullabaloo, and Gamekeeper. So this does mean we will see some sort of unique hunter here from Hajime.
Right, so I like it from ACT. They still have this character still in their arsenal. Seer as a very key player here, as well as Forward. Forward maybe not too much of a key player, but able to produce those stuns effectively. If it's against an end, Good would be able to XY, whoever that's on the forward will be able to give those stuns, hopefully preemptively, so that the double stun on the cat will not happen. So hopefully the stuns will be during the kite. Now, we will be seeing the aeroplanist being banned out here. ACT Survivors still has a lot of options to work with. As we see from the global bans, they still have the Psychologist still up for grabs as they continue on to pick the Whipping Clown.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Aeroplanist and the Acrobat as the final band here. So we are seeing some actual unique characters. Forward support. This will be interesting to see how this works in this match. We saw the Weeping Clown support in the last round. Almost enough for ACT to win, but not quite enough. And then we see the Seer here as well for Gogo's with the last pick. It's going to be the Composer. So definitely kind of a fan favorite pick, I would imagine. Composer is also a good coding character, good Cypher Rush character, and also good for certain areas of this map if you can spawn them in ideal kiting locations.
Yeah, and we do see like a pretty fast decoding team other than the forward. So overall is just very decode focused. We won't be seeing a lot of OB, maybe from 11 on the forward. That could be possible, but this against a N.
Well, we're yet to see if it is an Anne. Keep in mind, Anne is not really good on Ever-Sleeping Town. It is possible that we might still see that get picked, since Anne is known to be one of the stronger round 3 hunters, but it's not the most ideal hunter for this map, I would say. But let's see what Hajime decides to pick against this team composition. Seer can waste quite a bit of time against Anne. The Composer can make distance between the Anne, which can sometimes help them kite out a cat. We have the Weaving Clown, which can just simply dash away, and it's hard for Anne to get the jumps that way. And then Forward is a good supporter against Anne to help the survivors make distance. But Yeah, we're still just waiting for the pick here from Hajime. What does he decide to go with?
Yeah, and also right from the side of ACT survivors, right, we don't really see them being a huge fan of the psychologist, as we see Hajime confirm his pick here with the wax artist. You like it or not?
I mean, yeah, Wax Artist is good for this map. It's good into Seer, it's good into Composer, it can even be good into Weeping Clown. Forward support against Wax can be pretty good in some spots, but yeah, overall, Wax Artist is a pretty solid pick here. That's probably the hunter I would have chosen in a situation like this as well. I definitely agree with this. So yeah, it's gonna be that Wax Artist here. For Jimmy. The question is, what kind of build does he opt to bring? Sometimes we see Insolence. We might see Insolence Detention with Warp. That's a pretty standard build. We might see Trump Card Detention with Warp, or we might just see Blink Trump Card Detention. So those are all the options here for Hajime. And also he could go for a fast ballooning speed as well, which is sometimes we see with Wax Artist.
As we slowly head into the spawn locations, an L shape coming from the survivor side. We have Centaur having the forward, Composer and Seer will be outside graveyard, whereas Weeping Clown at the first stop of the tram. So we wait as we see Hajime's spawn location. Is he gonna spawn among the four of them, or is he gonna be spawning right below the Weeping Clown, locking the graveyard cipher? There are many options to go with, but Hajime is still a little bit undecisive as we wait patiently for the hunter spawn.
And it looks like he's going to spawn closer to the Composer, so pretty good spawn here for Hajime, being able to chase that Dakota right away. Definitely going to be optimal for him in this spot. Yeah, so getting into our match here, let's see what kind of Persona webs they have here. Will it be a Flywheel or Broken Windows? Keep in mind, Broken Windows is better against something like a Wax Artist, whereas Flywheel is going to be a lot more effective against something else, not Wax Artist. The Wax Artist can easily bait out Flywheel, and it's typically considered to be not as favorable. But Hajime really searching for as many kills as possible here. It is going to be, the Insolence Detention with Warp here. As we predicted, we have Seer with no BT, the other three with Borrowed Time. This is the first half of the fourth round of the ACT Survivors versus the RD Hunter side. I'm Eli joining with Chocho, bringing you live commentary for this match.
Question as to whether the Tram God is going to be interrupting the kites for both the Hunter or the Survivor. So just gonna wax out the center cipher, preventing cipher progress initially as he heads towards the graveyard, where we see Zen, the Seer. He's not gonna chase, he's just gonna look around and just try to spot out his first Survivor, but as of now, still no one in sight.
Yeah, we're gonna see, gonna go for the wax on the middle cipher machine here, and then it's just gonna continue after the forward. Not really the ideal chase target though, so I don't know if he's actually gonna commit to that. We're gonna see the waxing off the alleyway cipher, it looks like, and gonna just take down all of these pallets, I guess. So still looking to find a chase target at this point. We'll have Warp online in a few seconds. He wants to chase either Seer or Composer. Those are his ideal targets in this spot. Does he see the Seer in the distance there? Both the Composer and the Seer are here. The question is, does he actually find one of them? And it looks like he has gotten to the trail of the Seer at this point.
Yeah, so Seer has a full kiting build with that bird, so we shouldn't be seeing Incident coming from Zend, as XY is actually nearby, so they're kiting on top of each other, preventing cipher progress from moving much.
Looks like he's going to vault that for a speed boost to transition away here. Still has the Seer Owl to work with. Just going to go ahead and drop all of these pallets in this area. So already a pretty good early kite here for Zen. We're going to see him vault that. Revault 92% on that wax. Not able to get it all the way there though. Still holding onto that Owl and Flywheel. Will we see the Flywheel or Owl? No, we don't see anything here. Getting utilized. He's going to vault this. Does not have a speed boost just yet. Hajime going for the warp. But the Seer predicting it and revolting, he's going to warp back, but does block off the window. Zen caught in a bit of a bad area, and he goes down with no usage of the Owl here, it looks like.
Which is a very unfortunate situation. If not, he would have been able to kite it out, but 11 will be coming for the stun rescue safely. And let's see how the bird will be used here now. Able to lock that one of the ciphers at the geisha area, slowing the decoding progress again. And Seer will be heading into the tram as Hajime follows right along, as they will be seeing each other at the fake gate. 11 unable to keep up there, so he won't be able to stun anymore. Let's see, Seer, he will be left alone here with the bird. Will he be able to kite out as we see, I think, the whipping clown nearby?
Yeah, Whipping Clown gonna try to support the survivor off of the... Oh no, but he rockets into the tram. I think he was trying to push the Seer there, but he accidentally just shoots the tram with the rocket. And that means that he's not going to be able to get that support there. He's going to try to body block here as much as possible, but Seer is going to finally use that owl, it looks like. And just standing in this pallet here. But what? He walks straight into the pallet. And I think Seer can just continue to kite here, it looks like.
Yeah, he will live for another day as the Whipping Clown finally, this time around, able to use the rocket to bring Seer to a, not really safety, but to a further distance now. The bird is not ready just yet. It's almost, though, at 80%. So this is going to be a crucial... Is he able to body block? Seems like he will. So the Seer bird will be generated in a while's time.
All right, we're going to see him break that pallet there. And Seer just going to continue to kite along. They have not started the last Cypher machine just yet, but going to switch to that hot wax. Going to down that survivor here. Still has... holding on to a new owl, looks like. So... we're going to see the fast balloon pick up here, and the forward able to pop the middle cipher just in time here, so he's not able to wax bomb it. That's a pretty big pop. Composer popping that last cipher as well here. But the forward does not have does not have Tide Turner. He's going to wax off that corner cipher. Let's see if Composer can get to a new one quickly, but they have not started the last cipher machine just yet.
Yeah, so there's a huge problem here, but they kind of need to... They're just gonna sacrifice a Seer with a bird and flywheel. So a huge sell here if you're asking me. And now Hajime will be finding his next target, which is Gogo, that is opening up the 5th cipher, but we also have the 6th one being worked on. So problem is not too big as Composer is pushing the cipher, our fastest decoder in this map.
We're to see the warp onto the Composer, but does get that vault, or on the Whipping Clown does get that vault off in time. The last cipher 30% of the way done already. Gogo trying to just die away as much as possible. All the way in the corner here, we see 11, the forward, coming in. He's going to come in for the next rescue. Warp is on cooldown, so he's not able to warp to the last cipher. Composer will be able to prime it. Forward can come for the save, and all of these servers do have borrowed time here, so definitely going to be pretty optimal. Forward already coming in for this, maybe coming in a little bit early if he could stuff this rescue with the hot wax before the cipher's primed. Oh, but no, he's gonna flywheel that. Yeah, beautiful flywheel there. That's gonna allow him to make this rescue. There's the hot wax, there's the hit, there's the rescue, but he actually cancels the hot wax, which means that he cannot get the no attack recovery down here until the hot wax comes back online. They can't pop.
Just heading straight away for that.
Well, they can't pop just yet because Clown's just dead. He's 96, so I'm not sure about that, but I guess I guess it's fine. I guess the idea is you can pop here, and he doesn't have warp to make it to the gate. Yeah, so they can just get 2 out the gate. So there's not gonna be any opportunity for a 3 survivor escape for the end game kite, but I don't think Whipping Clown is gonna be able to kite anyway. So it's gonna be a 2-2 for this round, and yeah, we continue along another tied game. RG continuing to get ties against these mainland Chinese teams.
Yeah, and going against the mainland Chinese teams, you would think that RD might struggle, but seems like this is the best version that we're seeing of Team RD coming into these global stages. We usually see them not really making that this far, maybe like a 2-0, but they are really making a statement here going against Team ACT, trying to potentially bring the win and trying to make it to playoffs, and these are all very key plays coming from Team RD. So with this tie, now pressure is back to the opponent's side, to each faction side, as to whether ACT's Hunter can get more than a tie, and whether RD survivors can potentially try and escape faster. Is that right? Escape faster with a tie.
So basically, if it results in a 2-2, it's whichever survivor team escaped the quickest. So, and that could be also the reason why they pop so quickly as well. They're just trying to make the time go as quickly as possible. So then their Hunter, because that was a pretty fast match. So basically what can happen now is we can see that RD has to get a very fast 2-2, essentially, or they have to get a 3 survivor escape. Those are essentially their two conditions here. You see the first kite from the Seer, 116 seconds, pretty solid, but of course that was with support of the Weeping Clown, and the time for that match was 5:45. So that's a fast match indeed. Fast survivor escapes there. So again, for RD, they need to get a 2 survivor escape here with a faster time than 5:45, or they need to get 3 survivor escape. That's the only way RD can win this match.
Alright, so this is going to be an important time to remember, guys. 5:45. I'm just going to write it down as well. As we look into the second half, which is definitely, I promise you guys, the definite last half between these two teams, ACT versus the RD, as we see the Hunter side of ACT and the Survivor side of RD, which is going to be pretty important. RD actually picked this map, so when it comes to getting the advantage, we're hoping that the Survivor side will be able to get it. But if they're unable to, but they're able to get the tie, they need to escape super duper fast as well. So let's see what Hunter ACT is gonna pick here. Actually, if ACT is playing this smart, do you think bring in a Hunter that takes up a very long time in the match would work out for him?
Yeah, you could just play a Hunter that takes a long time, that slows the game down. We sometimes see Hunters do this. They play things like Dream Witch, which are usually long and slow games. You play things like Hermit. You could play things like not Photographer. I know you guys would probably say that, but no. While it does slow the game down, he would probably lose, so that's not good. He needs to get a tie at least. We've seen Hunters bring abnormal builds, again, just to slow the game down, get ties that way. So there's definitely quite a few options here, but he's we'll see what ACD Hunter wants to use here.
Yeah, so Zhenzhen will be prepping up as we potentially look into a, you know, you mentioned the Dream Witch, Hermit, all those long-lasting characters that really prolongs the match. Maybe even Mad Eyes coming into the mix here. Definitely possible, but yeah, you're saying the Joseph, yeah, most likely not. And as for RDs, I'm not too sure what other global characters they still have after the global ban sessions. We do know that they have been picking really strong characters from BO1 to 3, right? Leaving no gaps at all. So maybe when it comes to character selection, RD might be limited in that sense. Picking up fast decoding could be a possible option for Team RD.
Definitely could, yeah. Get a fast decoding team comp, get through the game quickly, get 2 survivors out. That's something we have seen be common here in overtime rounds. We could see the Composer. We know what Composer, Prisoner, Mechanic. I don't know which characters are global banned for RD. We're gonna have to see here, but there definitely are some options to consider. So we'll see what they ultimately decide on. But yeah, thinking about their picks here.
Can you imagine? Like, these players themselves, I mean, they are stressed about their matchup, of course, because it's a deciding matchup to see if they're gonna make it. But at the same time, it's currently BO3 overtime, which means they have been playing for maybe 3 hours at the very least. 3 hours at the very least. So exactly, when it comes to this game, it's really not that easy. You think that you're just playing that half of the survivor side, but you're also taking up a lot of energy watching your Hunter's performance, stressing yourself out, and that's the case. I think whoever wins ultimately, we just gotta give congratulations to them, but at the same time, we gotta commend the effort coming from the opponent's side, whoever that's losing in this, for their effort, because BO3 overtime is definitely not an easy game to play, as we see Zhenzhen and the coach are kind of frowning when it comes to this match.
Yeah, so trying to figure out which character he wants to play. Yeah, slow Hunters to slow the game down. Dream Witch, Clerk, Hermit, things like that can just delay the games. But you also have to make sure you're getting a Hunter that will help you get a tie too. Looks like we're going to see the Seer and the Priestess first as the first 2 bans here on the Hunter side. And of course, the Opera Singer, Goatman, Wax Artist already gone, so we'll see Ivy and Blue banned, I believe. And yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and you guys, actually, you know what? The Kurt might work here. It's just that there isn't a lot of terrains or hiding spots for the Explorer here in this map, so that might be a little bit of a trouble. But RD will be picking up the Prisoner instead as the Decoder with the Antiquarian as the Harasser. Alright. If there's any unfortunate situations coming at the start of the game, at least there is the Antiquarian to potentially bring the match back by a little bit while allowing the prisoner to decode at the side. So yeah, opportunities are open for RD. As of now, Team Com is looking pretty solid as they potentially pick not a rescuer, but a postman.
Yeah, they're picking fast decoding gear, trying to get through this game as quickly as possible. But the problem is a comp like this is not particularly good against Dreamwitch. So if we see a Dreamwitch here come out and play for a tie, should be able to slow the game down enough for a potential win. They also don't have any rescuers since all of their rescuers are global banned, except for the Wildling, which we might just see banned here. But no, actually going to ban Weeping Clown. So Wildling is available, but then again, do you even want to play Wildling or Forward because they're slow decoders and you want to get through this game as quickly as possible. So we might just see some other character be used as a rescuer here. Let's see what they opt to choose at this point. As a rescue option, there's no safe rescue at this point. It's just...
Yeah. RD has been known to pick very safe team comps, which is why we see the Wilding once again here. Yeah, fast, but at the same time we do have slow decoder as the Wilding in the matchup here. When it comes to sustain, against all kinds of hunters, having prisoners and postmen as decoders is going to be a liability into this matchup here. Really depends on the players when it comes to the kiting routes and also the hunters' experience when it comes to the picks that we'll be seeing here. This is going to be difficult, but Pimpin, at least he is on the Antiquarian, so when it comes to stuns, we should be seeing a pretty good ones coming to this, but Zhenzhou should be seeing a Dreamwitch pick coming into BO3 overtime round, trying to prolong the match, but COAⅧ trying to promote the Cypher Rush. So yeah, as we wait patiently for this.
Alright, so I do think Dreamwitch or even something like Clerk would be very good for just slowing the game down quite a bit. Those would be the best slowdown hunters. Also Hermit as well for slowing the game down. But you also make sure you at least get a tie. So if you can make the game very slow while getting a tie, then as ACT you can win. But you need to at least make sure that happens here. And to counter that, RD is playing a heavy decoding comp. They're trying to get through the game as quickly as possible. And yeah, it's going to be Dreamwitch just like we talked about. So that definitely makes the most sense here. It's a slow hunter that slows the game down quite a bit. And it makes it's not only is it pretty good against this team comp, it also makes it so the survivors of RD have to get either a win or a tie very quickly. And Dreamwitch plays the game very slow. So it's almost as if they have to get a 3 escape here.
Yeah, which is very, very difficult. And we need to remember that the timing that RD survivors have to beat if they get a tie is 5 minutes 45 seconds. So pretty tight time that we're seeing here as we head towards the spawn locations in a while's time. Who will be the ultimate first chase here? It might be determined right now.
We're getting into our L spawn. Getting into our L spawn here. This is gonna be the Wildling spawning at Geisha. Interesting spawn. Prisoner over near the corner house gate spawn. The postman will have middle 2-story and Antiquarian in middle here. So Dreamwitch is gonna spawn same place as the Wax Artist in the last round. Will he go? Well, obviously he's not gonna go for the Wildling. So will he go for the prisoner or the postman? I guess if you're a Dreamwitch here, you probably would like to go chase the prisoner. Postman, once he gets downed, it can still be useful. You can still send the letters after being rescued with Tide Turner. So I would say that probably going to go straight for that prisoner, get that character out of the way immediately.
Yeah, as we head into the persona, we see the Dreamwitch with Insolence, Detention, as well as the Blink, no Patroller, and RD side we are seeing a kiting build on the prisoner. And this is going to be our definite last half of this matchup between ACT versus RD, determining matchup between them to see who will qualify at either Sleeping Town, ACT's Hunter versus Sing RD servers. My name is Chocho and joining me is Elio, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Dreamwitch going towards the middle area here, which is the Antiquarian. Not ideal chase target at all. Actually choosing to go for the postman, it looks like. And he also has insolence and detention with blink, so no trumps card, no patroller. Just going for the straight blink build here. And yeah, first chase onto the postman here. Let's see that where he's gonna put that leech, blocking off that route to the window here, trying to catch CY off guard. He needs to make sure he does not give a free hit to a spawn follower. That's going to be the key in this spot. Just gonna run away. You can go in the open here as a postman because you do have that dog to slow down the hunter.
Yeah, but he's able to actually effectively transition within this pelleted area, really forcing the hunter to use the main follower, the leech follower to move around, and successfully gets the one onto the postman. So this kind of forces the situation where now insolence, the first insolence has already been popped. He will be able to leech onto the postman where it pressures the Geisha Cypher. So great placements coming from Zhenjiu when it comes to the Dream Wish, and the flywheel. Pretty big play coming from CY, but will he be able to transition towards this pellet area? That's going to be the deciding factor, whether he's able to extend his kite. And now his teammate is here for the support. Wilding
going to be able to body block that first hit here. Trying to transition away. Again, they either want to win this game or try to finish as many ciphers as possible. I think they're acknowledging against a Dream, which is going to be very difficult for them to win on time. So they may just be trying to play for a 3 escape at this point. Postman already off to a good first kite at this moment in time, but we will see the leech continuing to follow after this postman here. Let's see if he's able to use this leech to down the survivor. Is going to switch to the leech and gets the hit through the pallet actually, so is able to get that first down already. And the kite was looking pretty good, but that leech hit at the end there, securing the down quickly, ended up being a pretty big play.
Yeah, and now looking at 2.5 ciphers with the other two still yet untouched. We are looking at 2 minutes 10 seconds, and the time they kind of needed to be, if they are tying this out, it will be 5 minutes 45. So let's see. And Welding will be coming for the rescue, but Huanshue's cipher will be interrupted. So there's going to be also another crucial detail coming from Zhenjiu.
Looks like that Wildling, yeah, is going for that save here. Gonna get that first hit, the rescue onto the postman. Gonna get on that board, so he's not gonna get double hit, and trying to maybe support this a little bit, but we do have the Blinko still available, but that dog is going to slow him down. Prisoner able to shock to avoid the hit. He needs to be careful of doing that Cypher Machine next to the Dream Witch. The Blink will be available though, so we are going to see that getting utilized in a second here. And the Hunt as well, increasing the speed of the Dream Witch at this point. We will see the Blink to down the Postman here with that Leech. Down to the last 2 Cyphers, but against a Dream Witch, it's going to be very difficult. We see already 3 minutes on the clock here. The time to beat, I think it was 5:25. If I'm not mistaken, so
yeah, 5:45.
45 or 25?
45.
45. So Survivor's making pretty good progress here on time, but Dream Witch can easily start to pressure some of these ciphers and slow down the game.
Yeah, which is that's the thing, right? CY actually did a great cut. This is actually his 3rd leech hit, but he keeps dying at the center area, which helps Dream Witch really capitalize on cipher pressure, map pressure into this matchup. So things are still looking not too good actually, because we saw a 2.5 when CY first down, and now cipher only progressed maybe to like 3.5. As we see the Antiquarian come for the rescue with that tight turner. Can she support? That was going to be a huge question here.
I'm going to see that flywheel to avoid the hit from the post onto the postman there. Cypher Machine at 50, another Cypher at 50 here. Time still seeming to be on RD's side somehow. Looks like the Antiquarian is coming in for the support. The Leech continuing to follow after. They need to make sure they don't die near any of the Cypher Machines. Graveyard is that last Cypher, so they need to make sure they don't die on Junkai's Cypher Machine. That is crucial. They're going to trying to de-leech. We're going to put another Leech into play onto that Antiquarian, which could be used to get the hit here. Gets the hit though. Cypher Machine not ready just yet. Antiquarian needs to try to support, but is not going to be able to do so.
It's alright. The time is ticking. 5 minutes 45 is their goal. So even if anything, they should just pop the cipher, try and open up the gates, go for that tie, because right now it should be optimal time to actually escape, to get that win, to secure for the qualifiers. Let's see. RD survivors, can they make it? Junkai is in the vicinity. He's gonna get hit by the tram. Maybe not.
No, I don't think so. But the problem is, this is where Dream Witch can still slow the game down a lot. They need to get out the gate with the next 50 seconds. Or else it's going to be the win here for ACT most likely, unless they can somehow 3 escape. So you see the Dream Witch just trying to slow this down as much as possible. Pinpin Leech is going to be coming in here, but he needs to able to avoid that hit. trying to distract it as much as possible. It walks straight to the pallet and gets the down. He needs to use this follower to chair the survivor
25
here.
seconds.
Prisoner trying to rush that exit gate, 50% of the way done.
Wilding.
Able to...
Wilding
I don't
needs
think
to
he's
go. The Wilding
time.
is removing his leech.
Yeah, Wildling needs to get to the gate right now. There's 10 seconds left. Prisoner's gonna get the gate open. Will Wildling be able to get out in time here? Prisoner
Wilding. This is gonna be a
out.
foot race at this point in time.
42, 43, 44.
And they escape.
What? That's the exact same
exactly.
time.
What?
Who
This
won?
is an exact timing.
There's no way. I don't think I've ever seen this.
This is such a close matchup. What the? We are seeing now there's nobody announcing who's the winner because the timing was almost exactly the same.
I don't know.
I don't know as well. That was just perfect play coming from both teams. Both able to get that 5-minute 45-second mark. And now we're just waiting for them to announce to us who ultimately wins this matchup. Just based off milliseconds, guys. Not even seconds now, just milliseconds into this match.
Let me look back at the first time to see. It said it was 5:45 on. They showed it in the match stats, right? It was 5:45. So
RD
I
wins.
guess RD
We hear it from
does
the back.
win.
And
I don't know if that's-
congratulations to RD from the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan division, winning against a Chinese mainland, securing their 3rd place slot into the playoffs. A huge congratulations for Team RD.
I want to see the match stats exactly what time they show, because that was 5:45. Like we were looking at 5:40 for the last match, ended at 5:45. No, wait. I think it was 5:45 when the exit gate was active. Was it when the exit gate was activated or when it was they actually escaped? Let me look back.
This
Let's
is
see
so
here.
crazy, my goodness.
I'm gonna look back at the exact time.
Alright,
So that game ended at. Let's see. Sorry, continue. I'm gonna look here.
Right, and yeah, just congratulations to Team RD. We did not expect such a close matchup between those teams, and this is a very big upset for Team ACT, a Chinese mainland division team, a professional team, by the way, and RD a semi-professional one only. So this is just.
It was 5:47. They didn't have the right time on the stats, but I just checked. It was 5. The timer showed 5:47 when the second survivor escaped. Or was it, or 5:46? I mean, it was like let me see the exact. I'm gonna pause it right when they leave the game.
It has been decided, guys. RD really ultimately winning this. Truly the matchup to behold here. BO through overtime, allowing them to qualify through. I think it's definitely worth celebrating for them.
Yeah, it was 47. So RD wins by 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Wow.
Wow, they were literally, if Wilding didn't actually go for the gate and decides to like prioritize his own like thing in the graveyard, it would have been a different story. And loving whatever that's happening here. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the closest matchups among in the group stage, in the global group stage of COAⅧ.
Yeah, I mean that was literally because again it said 5:45 on the match stats from the round before, but I guess I look back on it was about 5:47. 5:47, 5:48, and this one was 5:45. So literally 2 to 3 seconds difference in which RD is able to win. I've actually never seen something that close before.
Yeah.
So wow.
Never. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think RD Survivor is also managing to play with the time so well. I'm not sure, like maybe somebody was counting or like what was happening, but when it comes to the seconds, they were so close, and also for RD ACT Survivors, so close yet so far. And this is the kind of like the advantage, right, when it comes to the second half where you have your survivors playing here, able to really hit for those. But
Well,
amazing,
this says 5:44,
amazing stuff.
so I mean, I don't know.
Still 1 second. Still 1 second.
This one says 5:44, so I guess maybe the in-game timer isn't exactly right, but yeah, RD wins by according to this, they win by 1 second. They win 5:44 to 5:45 in terms of time. So exact 17 to 17 after an incredibly long match, and RD wins by 1 second. That's crazy. So
yeah.
Wow. I mean, not only is that kind of crazy, it's RD is now defeating a Chinese mainland team to make it into playoffs. They just knocked ACT out of playoffs. RD is now the team that will qualify instead of ACT. And they win by a single second as the non-professional team. We're going to go ahead and look at our highlights, though, for this match.
OK， 你正常溜就好，现在节奏真的很好，可以。哇，没对，他比较传送感我，没事，我能卡人，等会吗？没事。前锋可以撞救，就撞见，你下板，我带你走。完了，有机会能扛到，往里缩，扛到了。四龙角，我摸到了，能摸到，我就四龙角，够了。
Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear RD's voice chat at the end there, but yeah, RD is going to be the winner. According to our statistics, RD wins by 1 second. So for those of you who don't understand, when it gets to an overtime round, we go based off of if it goes to an overtime round, it's whoever wins that last round. But if the last round's a tie, then it goes off of whoever had the fastest survivor escape. And in RD's survivor match, they escaped in 5 minutes and 44 seconds. And in AT's survivor match, they escaped in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So RD, the non-professional team, beats ACT by 1-0. And that means RD has secured third spot. And no, ACT does not have to win 2-0 tomorrow. ACT is just out because RD, the first way we determine our placement is by which team beat which team. So if RD has defeated ACT, which they already had, RD is guaranteed to be higher. Even if the net wins are higher for ACT, RD will be higher just because they have already defeated the team they're in the tiebreaker with, which is ACT. So that means that RD is going to be advancing, at least from what I know. That's how it was in last year's COA. I assume that the rules are the same this year. So that means RD has secured third place. So for that group, it means that it means that Zeta Division is the first seed in that group. It means that MRC is second, RD is third, ACT is fourth, and ZZZ is fifth. That group is final. Those will be the final standings for that group. There cannot be any more changes to it at this point, even if the other matches go differently, unless MRC beats Zeta. Has MRC played Zeta yet?
No.
Okay, so unless MRC beats Zeta, then MRC can be first and Zeta will be second. But besides that, that group cannot change.
Right, so tomorrow, then that means tomorrow's first match is also going to be a deciding matchup for Group C, whether we'll be seeing the exact same thing as you've said already, or are there going to be major shakeups in the first and second seed. So yeah, as of now, things are looking very, very intense as we look into our MVP play here. Hajime on the Hula Blue. Yeah, this would be his first MVP play, by the way, with a average elimination of 2.5. Not too high, but you know what? It seems to be that RD survivors are also carrying their own weight in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. So with that being said, we kind of talked about how RD is really propelled by the survivor side, which we did see throughout the majority of this match, but Hajime getting average eliminations of 2.5, which is definitely impressive after 4 rounds. Was able to tie in the last 2 rounds, getting that clutch 4 elimination in the 3rd round just to keep RD in the game. It really looked like that wasn't going to be the case, but we're going to get into our player interview here as RD does win by 1 second.
Right.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 RD 战队获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了前夜还有梦幻小迷来到采访，先请两位和我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello。
这位是小迷，旁边那位是前夜，欢迎两位。刚刚也是经历了一场非常非常激烈的加赛，想先来问一下两位，刚才我们真的是以1秒之差获得比赛的胜利。先来问一下前夜吧，因为当时其实在台上大家可能处于一个比较蒙圈的状态。但是想要问一下，你们在看到后面那个 RD win 的时候，大家在场上看到其实有抱在一起吗？大家有在说一些什么吗？
大家都蛮开心的，然后是郑凯都跳起来，眼睛还掉地板了。
还有这样的故事，然后他是不是非常狼狈的又把眼镜捡回来了？
对。
感觉大家在台上就非常非常的兴奋。那小明呢？你在底下是不是也是高喊激动啊
？1秒之差。
是非常非常的激动人心的那样子1秒钟的胜利。那再回到我们的比赛好了，因为今天其实是第一局有落后嘛，我们是一步一步紧咬着比分，最后完成一个触底的反弹，一个翻盘。想要先来问一下小明，其实，在第2局的时候，那一局的喧嚣后手4抓给我们留下了非常深刻的印象嘛？那一整局你自己打下来，有没有一些让你印象比较深刻的一些关键的点？
开局我知道木屋刷电机，邮差肯定狗弹木屋，所以说我就在找邮差，然后刚好找到，然后就把他杀了嘛。然后后面伴随火灾在修电机，传送过去把他秒了，差一台新机就基本上就控场就赢了。
非常快速的续上了2手节奏，然后就进入到了我们喧嚣的一个节奏，完成了一个4抓。那到了 BO3，想要问一下钱爷，咱们求生者上来也是完成了一个3跑。那一局其实在前期击倒之后，佣兵和你有一波扛刀的配合嘛？当时大家有一些什么样子的交流？
我们在修机的pin，他跟佣兵说可以来帮我扛蜡，那跟扛刀，然后我就正常溜。
交流的非常及时，因为非常安心嘛，后面有队友来帮你扛，就是满满的安全感。那到了开门战的时候，因为对方手里还有技能，那波开门战大家会是一个什么样子的拉扯情况？
因为不知道他切的是传送还是移形，然后飞行家给我们报他切的是移形，我们就另外3个都直接冲门。
直接冲门，3个人出去之后也是扳回了咱们的小分的劣势。那到了刚才的加赛，其实有聊到小明这一次应该是整个深渊第1次打加赛，你在打之前的话，会不会有一点点担心或者紧张？
会
有一点紧张。那一开始因为你先上场嘛，大家会给你定一个什么样子的目标呢？是说快速的去拖时间，还是说去快速的拿到一个多抓？
保平的话就往多抓走，如果要留1个的话就去拖时间。
感觉就是给你很多条选择，对吧？根据场上的形势及时去变换。那到了我们后面求生者这一边，因为当时面对到对面是一个张狂闪现的女巫，其实还是蛮凶的。那一整局大家会是一个什么样子的思路？在小迷优先保下平局的情况之下，咱们会有一些什么样子的交流呢？
因为对手角色池就是可能拿女巫往保平打，但是他可以就是拖时间，所以我们就选修机比较快的去抢时间。对，
抢时间。那其实最后真的就是1秒之差嘛，非常非常的极限，拿下了比赛的胜利。那最后一个问题想要给到2位，今天也是完成了咱们小组赛4场的比赛，想要问一下大家在这4天比赛，然后在广州的这段时间有没有一些收获啊、感想可以和我们分享一下的？小明先来吧。
可以跟好朋友一起过来打比赛，
很开心。大家每天可以一起训练、一起吃饭，然后一起比赛，而且赢了比赛就更开心了，对不对？那钱燕呢，有没有认识一些好朋友呀？
也是见到比较久没见到的一些朋友，然后收获了很多比赛经验。
很多比赛经验，有哪些好朋友？
年景
看来年景也是一个非常擅长交朋友的小朋友。好的，那也是希望你们友谊长存，也是再一次感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜RD获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
欢迎来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人小小。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请成都狼队登台喊话。
手把，我想再看你跳一支舞。
有请成都狼队487小果冻、小明、小蝶、夜雨、宠爱。下面有请 RC 战队登台喊话。
寵愛、僕たちの鹿対策は完璧だから鹿は使わない方がいいぞ。
有请 RC Kilai、Mono P、Sofa、City、老李、阿卡、Shota。今天第4场对战的2支队伍是成都狼队和 RC， 紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待这一场精彩纷呈的对决。下面让我们把画面交给解说席。
There you have it.
Guys, we are back with our last match of today, of day number 8. We have none other than Wolves versus RC. My name is Joseph, and next to me I do have Joe-Spice with us this time around for our last match of the day, guys. Hope you guys are excited as I am, because now we will be seeing this matchup. But Posh, how are you feeling about today? And I know today has been a long one. You've been watching as well.
You've been commentating since I don't know how many hours ago, but shout out to the commentators from a while ago, even Eli, you know, pulling like BO3, and then an overtime. It was quite intense. Shout outs to RD, by the way. Holy smokes, a do or die type of game, and they won by milliseconds. That's crazy. 1 second? I don't know what it is, but I'm glad I wasn't the organizer there to call that, because that was too close. But right now, main event time. We have Wolves on one side, we got RC on the other side. Some words by Chongai and also Rowley. And this matchup is in the Group B side, which is a group that we don't normally cover as of late. I'm looking at the team in Group B. It is Wolves, RC, GG, Omni, and Sky. And I think it's actually GG that's in the good spot here. And Wolves and RC are in like the middle, like second and third spot.
Yeah, you're right. Wolves second, RC third. So based off the rankings, we would probably feel that Wolves might have the better hand at this, and it's a Chinese mainland versus a Japanese division. We've been seeing kind of like a Japanese dominating the Chinese mainland division teams. So let's see. I mean, it's a 50-50 matchup here, but yeah, should we kind of?
Ooh, you want to call it? You wanna divide the chat? Are we really gonna do this? Are you gonna put your curse on the line? This is your curse, right?
I am.
Okay.
I am, guys. I am.
Okay. All right. We're gonna say.
Please don't like hunt me down, guys. Like, I'm so sorry. But...
All right. Count of 3. Say who you think is gonna win. 3, 2, 1.
No.
RC. I'm saying RC is gonna win.
I'm saying Wolves. We already pointed out when
we did.
You know, the screen was to us, so
that
will be our final selection here coming to match number 4. As we look into RC, we have Mono P, Raulier, Aka, CT, Shota, Soba, and Kyrie. Kyrie.
I'm gonna call it Kyrie Irving. Well, Kyrie.
Okay.
Kyrie. Okay. So I do realize that the odds are stacked up against RC right now, because I know Wolves is ahead of them in terms of points and also in accolades. But after seeing RD win, I'm like, gosh darn it, let's go with RC. Let's go with the underdogs, even though they are a franchise-based team. We're going to start things off with Kirai over here. He does have, he's an excellent kiting, survivor. 55 seconds, 56% escape time. You're seeing his fire investigator, you see his aeroplanist, but trust that he will get the job done when push comes to shove.
Yeah, and for this Group B has been also pretty intense with this teams here, but as we see Curry, are you hungry? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Chat, can you spam some food emojis for Chocho? Just so we see some food lined up. Don't worry, Chocho, I got you. I could take over for a little bit if you wanna. No, I'll eat after this. Probably
what
at
if
10
it's
p.m.
overtime?
at this rate.
What if it's overtime, bro?
If it's overtime, then I'll eat at midnight.
Oh, I love the commitment. Love the commitment.
And as we proceed, we'll be seeing Raulier, a very familiar face as well. Prisoner and Novelist is one that we spot as he's gonna like vomit.
Is he okay? Someone give him some water. Help.
Don't know,
Okay.
it does seem that the players, right, we saw from RD Hajime, he was also coughing quite a lot just now during his matchup. And then
Yeah.
now Raulier is at the same time, so...
Don't you ever
players
get like?
will really-
Do you ever get like super nervous that you feel like you're gonna throw up? Like, oh my god, I'm so nervous, and you like feel like okay.
No, I need to go to the toilet instead.
Oh really? Because you go number 2 then when you get nervous.
I'm not sure. Am I usually nervous? I just get it over and done with, lah. Like, it's just...
Dude, I feel
how it is.
when I get nervous, so I relate to these players. But Soba, he was called out, the main shot caller of the team. There you see he's putting up the RC hand signs there. Hopefully he's not going to get a cough today. But yeah, we've seen him on the Embalmer. We've seen him also on the Priestess. Chongai was asking for the Dancer to come out. So I wonder if he's going to be bringing any of these other specialty characters out in the mix.
Yeah, so that's with Soba here. Has been actually kind of like the mood booster in the team, I do feel as well. With his incredible personality. Definitely the kind of, you know, he has the personality to lead. That's the thing with Soba.
Yeah, he's asking for water. See, that's how good of a leader he is. Yo, give him some water, guys. Horton, give him some water. In chat.
And next up we have City here. You know, we do see the rescue ranked at 7th among all the other tournament rescuers. So yeah, ranked pretty high, 1.5. Not much containment time and a pretty standard decoding, 116%. So 50% escape rate is looking pretty good on him too. Very stable kind of rescuer coming from RC. As we slowly head towards the opponent's side, which we'll be seeing of Wolves.
Chongai.
Yeah. And Chongai,
I would say that Chongai has to be very careful dealing with RC because RC's play style or their team composition reminds me a lot of GR with how they really like to go for team fights or go for over support with Rowley. So it really depends on how he's going to bring it up. And anyway, here's Chongai, folks. Wow, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Chocho, talk me through this.
Well, look at that web. It's almost maxed out except for the Terror Shocks. So we have him in first place for time to knock down. Fast means that he's able to get the survivors down quick. His fall elimination rate is at 100%. His average elimination is also at 100. Is also at 4. And average deduction points at the first place, 12,000. That's the maximum number of points you can get. An average number of 8.75. This guy is a monster. He's coming to gun you down, and potentially he might be one of the top few hunters in this tournament. This time around. So actually quite interested to see his performance coming into the playoffs, right? I think these two teams, they're not going to be knocking each other down to like 4th or 5th, but
yeah,
it's still going to be important to know whether you're going to be in the 2nd seed or the 3rd seed here.
Yeah, you definitely want to not be in that 3rd seed because you play more matches. So I think they just want to climb as high as possible. So hopefully the survivors of RC will be able to feel or like face the wrath of Chongai because I mean, that looks like a full Persona web, and how dare they does that? Like, you're not supposed to fill it up all the way, guys. Persona points aren't meant to be all the way. But Chongai, he's built different. I'm excited to see how he's going to perform. I'm excited to see everyone in chat. What's going on, guys? Saying what's up to Rain, Tovia, Salty Sugi, Rennie, Domi, Just a Girl, Alina, Foz, Nico, Jade, Alice, Vanilla Kinda, Lacrimosa. Bunch of names. Shiyuna, Sina. There's a lot of names here, Chocho. And they were giving you some emojis. Possibly giving you suggestions of what to eat later. What's your comfort food?
Yeah, I guess so. Comfort food.
Nice.
I'm gonna say this again, chicken rice.
Dude, it's really just chicken rice. That you don't.
Dude, chicken rice with the chili. That chili is so important. It complements it so well. If the chili is bad,
so like
then
McDonald's
chicken rice is
has chicken and just get right. Like it has to be specific chicken rice, right? Or
yeah, the roasted chicken rice, the one you get from like those hawker centers, food courts in Singapore. It might be cheap, but it's good.
Okay, that's your comfort food. I thought you'd go with like congee or like some soup.
No. Oh, yes.
Oh,
so in this
changing your
area of
answers. What a
Singapore,
fence
right?
sitter. Oh my God. I'm kidding. What?
Yes, I still remember how this porridge, I think it's some like Hokkien or Teochew porridge where like it's super duper thick and tastes super well. But I know we're talking about food here, and let's not talk about food. I'm super hungry, guys.
Yeah,
so
sorry, we lost the
just-
plot. Okay, let's go back to the match.
As we head into this match, right, we are seeing the lawyer. I think this could be potentially the first time we're seeing this in the group stage, at least in my knowledge.
We've seen a lawyer before. I forgot which team brought it out. I don't know if it was actually RC that brought it out, but I recall that there was one lawyer because I called in like, oh, is he gonna jump? Oh, of course he's gonna jump because he doesn't get terror shock. So interesting lineup here. Yes, I believe I remember seeing this lawyer because it was the pirate lawyer.
Oh, so that could be Raulier, right? Actually, I
yeah.
love this thing about Raulier. Remember the last COA when we saw him, or was it IVS? He wanted to counter the opera singer and brought out the teeth. It was just insane gameplay coming from Raulier. Nobody was able to think of that, and he was able to execute it well at the same time. And now coming in with a non-meta character here, the lawyer. We're not seeing lawyers so popular in this current meta, but I'm glad that that they're able to bring this to the table, showing us that it's definitely still a viable choice, a good decoder coming to the mix.
Yeah, and I think that, at round 1, global ban, it's okay to afford to lose the lawyer, try at least get a fast decoder on the team. The fact that they brought Embalmer makes me think that they want to really respect Chongai's Survivor win streak, and that they want to make sure they can at least get a 1 survivor out in this. It's all defensive if you think about it, because just the aeroplanists can kind of go for the I was gonna say fart stuns, those jetpack stuns. But we do have an opera singer here by Chongai, saving the hullabaloo, saving the Goatman, round number 2.
Yeah, which is a very smart choice coming from Chongai if he feels that an opera singer would be a good pick here. Now, we need to recall that in our match number 3 today between AXIZ and RD, they also had a BO1 Chinatown, and both hunters brought in the opera singer as well. So it seemed to be that that's the trend for today, or at least we'll be seeing more of this happening in the later days, that Chinatown BO1 will most likely be seeing the opera singer rather than the orthodox 2S tier hunters, the Polar Blue and the Goatman.
True. So spawn locations here, opera singer spawning all the way to the right, Gravekeeper at the center, giving Embalmer the top spawn, Lawyer the umbrella gate. We have the aeroplanist right next to the opera singer. First chase, Chocho, who do you have in mind?
I spy my little eye, and I do feel that it is gonna be the Embalmer.
Embalmer. So making his way towards the Embalmer. Hopefully Chongai will be able to catch off the Embalmer, because at least, it's spend the coffin right away, make the survivors decode a lot less, and once you're able to do that, it could be GG's for there. But we're going to head towards the persona builds here. Again, Chongai with the 4K win record, an aggressive, abnormal, detention, and trump card build, while we have 3 flywheels and 2 tide turners. Full kiting build on the Embalmer and the Lawyer here. So once again, folks, this is RC versus Wolves, Posh Spice and Chocho on the mic for this first half of round number 1.
Right, not the opera singer, but the Chopra opera singer coming into this. He's not going to be chasing the Embalmer, but instead the aeroplanist at the hotel area. Pretty tight spot for Chongai. Let's see if he's able to keep up with the notion here as he destroys the pallet.
Chongria already breaking that really strong pallet. Kyrie getting caught out here in the open. I thought he'd stick up to the second story more, but he's going to try to make a rotation here. Goes for the levitation to just go through this corner. So he's making great rotations around here. We still need a little more time left for some ciphers to get primed here, or at least get a 3 cipher going before he pushes for the mid game. But nice. Okay, but gets punished for dropping down that pallet. Really thought he was going to stay disciplined and stay away from that pallet. But Kyrie immediately using his jetpack here, has 1 left and the other one's on cooldown.
Yeah, and he does have a flywheel to work with, but he's kind of in the open area, which forces a basic hit onto Kyrie here. Nothing he can really do here. The flywheel, let's see if he can use the jetpack. He's able to use it, but the hit registers, so this cancels out the second and third jetpack movement coming into this now. Kyrie will be seeing the chair for the first time, but Cypher progress not too optimal for this start.
And this allows Chongai actually to expand his radius here and just to try to kick some ciphers since he did bring the abnormal trade. City's already making the rotation happen, and he made that 60% cipher dissipate to just that 1%. So that means RC survivors are going to stay in this game longer. Rowley getting caught here out in the open, allowing Chongai to just chase him above, but he still knows that he has to guard this rocket chair with his life if he wants to be able to continue on here. But Chocho, it seems like they're far off. They're not going to make the half blood rescue, but maybe go for a full blood.
Yeah, and looking at this, right, this is definitely an opportunity for Chongai to potentially get that 4K game here. Now, City will be trying to go for that rescue. Should be okay, wouldn't be negated here. So, coming into this, let's see, City, will he be able to get a basic hit? Will register.
Wow.
A flywheel on the Gravekeeper.
And pallet stun. It's really rare to see a flywheel on a Gravekeeper, but so far, Kyrie needs to kite this one out. Pre-dropping pallets. I like this. Dungeon's already here, so they kind of made up for 2 ciphers. But Kyrie needs to provide a decent enough kite, but unfortunately not much here to work with. He did bring just a flywheel and a tide turner, so that's not going to help him out. So RC still put in a sticky situation here. Hopefully they're able to disrupt and discombobulate the momentum that Chongai has started with in this first half of the game.
Yeah, so 2.5 of the ciphers that's being decoded. Usually we don't see this kind of situation from Team RC survivors, but because of Chongai with the very strong chase as well as the abnormal, it's really turning tides, turning this matchup around. Let's see, RC survivors, they're actually doing a good job trying to get out of harm's way, but CD with that Gravekeeper shovel will be able to survive for a little while as Chongai teleports back and spots out Soba.
Soba, he called him out at the start. He's catching him out here in the pallet. He's already dropped down his coffin, but now just drops down the pallet. So now this allows some ciphers to move while Soba gets the attention of Chongai. Out here in the open, it's still okay. He's got to transition to a better kiting spot. There are some pallets here, but look at how awesome he's able to just maneuver around here. And now Soba put in a tough spot. He's going to teleport, flywheel, but he baits it out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of hunters always do that. They just wait it out, force out the baits out the flywheel, and just get that basic hit. So I mean, regardless, though, great stuff coming from Soba, but now he's able to coffin himself, and now will interrupt the other cipher, which is Rowley's one. But he already pops it, so the abnormal becomes nullified here.
That's actually a great pop. If any cipher had to pop, it should have been that one, but he still has access to down Soba here. So now Soba, unfortunately, does not have any borrowed time. He's going to have to kite for a little longer. He's going to hold around this pallet, go through, very risky, but still able to do it. Rowley now is going to get caught out here in the open, but it's a lawyer, flywheels through and gets through the pallet.
Love the daringness coming from Rowley, and it eventually pays off because that wasn't a single hit registered. Now City trying to push for that cipher, able to pop it once again. So where's that 60% cipher? This abnormal must be placed to use. As Gravekeeper, it's a shovel hit.
Yeah, so now he's changing targets. They're opening up, it's the center cipher, I believe, but yeah, he's gonna have to use the abnormal or just trait swap right away for endgame. But Rowley's pushing the cipher over at the backside of the hotel, and there's still a 60% cipher. Oh, sorry, this is Soba, my bad. So Soba has to be very careful since he did get rescued already. He's on his second rocket chair. And now he's trying to rotate to a safe spot here. But Chocho, it's looking like RC really putting the pressure on Chongai here to try and push for the last cipher.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's not even about Chongai anymore. It's just RC survivors when it comes to Cypher Rush, attracting the attention, pushing those ciphers at the right time is just perfect and comes to the excellent kite at the same time. Look at Rowley once again.
I think the daringness is because he's a lawyer. He could just vault anything without any consequence. Like, he's just going to do like that.
Right?
He's going to hit through. It's fine. No terror shock, folks. This is all good. Still holding on to the abnormal here. Last cipher is moving accordingly. That means Soba's on that last cipher. Not sure if he can afford to pop it because he's already here.
Yeah, we need to be careful, right, Soba? Because you don't have a borrowed time. It's going to be in fact, all three don't have borrowed time. So it's just going to be a very tricky situation coming the late game as we see Soba finally down. But the 63% Cypher is being pushed by Rowley, so City E is coming for the rescue. Question is whether the rescue would be safe and at what situations should they be popping the Cypher? Because all of them know 3.
Yeah, that's why. But Gravekeeper had to go through a chest just to find the magic wand. I think they're going to go back to the bridge to try and push that Cypher. That's where Rowley's actually going. And City's going to at least try to go for a save here. But Chongai is kind of forced to guard this chair. So it seems like they're going to push the back Cypher while City is going to try to approach for the rescue because Chocho, it's already primed.
All right, so if a Terra Shock happens here, 4K. So,
it's GG.
Yeah,
okay.
and able to get a free rescue. Can he body block? This is going to be very crucial. A body block would mean the world for Team RC here to potentially get that tie. Unable to do so, and they will just pop.
So now wow, he's actually going to try to go for a detention hit onto City. City, the magic wand, no, able to actually go for a flywheel first. So amazing stuff, but Chongai getting the double down. Rowley has not touched the exit gate just yet. And Rowley actually considering his options here. He's going to go for the gate or not.
Wow, Chongai really played the late game well, able to understand that none of them had borrowed time, needed to target down that Embalmer, and he did exactly that. Now City will be potentially seeing the chair if Chongai is unable to find the survivor. And that seems to be the case as he makes a slight misstep when it comes to the Shadow realm, but
he has
the other gate
teleport as well. This is getting very dicey. 60%. It's not open just yet. I think he's going to go for the teleport. Oh, there it is.
Can he make it? Can he squeeze in?
Oh my gosh. Flywheel through. But he gets the knockdown.
Flywheel. Triple sticker.
Oh,
and he catches him, securing a 5-point lead for Team Wolves right from the get-go.
Wow. Big exhale on Chongai's side there. He was like, whoa, that was close. I'm surprised he didn't go to the teleport sooner. He tried to dash his way there, but I guess he was considering like what if he wasn't at the exit gate. But it was quite the daring performance. If a team goes into a match without borrowed time, they're really banking on how the early and mid game are gonna go. But really went Chonghai's way there.
Yeah, Wolves really just doing a great job here. It's just question whether as to Wolf survivors later are they able to put that cherry on top, right? With a clean performance as well. As of now, actually for you, Posh, was there any highlights that you like to mention about that match? Yeah.
Well, Chongai had a really good start. Like the way he was able to just be very decisive. I mean, he got the down already on the airplanist, and I mean the airplanist had some good moments, but he kind of forced him to go for a full blood rescue, and there wasn't any support saves, so he canceled out the tide turner of the airplanist. Then all of a sudden you started to see like he was really ramping up the pressure on the survivors. What was crucial, and unfortunately they really played maybe they should have brought a full kiting build instead of tide turner, or like maybe if the airplanist had a tide turner that could have helped out. But like you said, he really capitalized on the fact that there was no borrowed time on the survivors towards the end there. Focusing on the Gravekeeper first because he's already down the Embalmer, and then just going for the teleport for the survivors.
Yeah, I think really when it comes to Wolf Chongai, we saw that his persona web, not persona web, but the web when we introduce him, it's just maxed out, and it clearly explains here in this matchup, right? We saw that he had a great start, but then RC servers, there was an attempt to potentially bring the match back, you know. Soba did an amazing kite with the Embalmer. But ultimately when it came to the end game, Chongai was just too clear-headed. He was just so clear-headed to a point that he just knows what needs to be done, what should be done at what time. And that is exactly why Chongai might be potentially the best hunter coming into COAⅧ here.
I mean, he's already like first in a lot of fronts. The only one he didn't get was the second place spot in, I forgot, deduction points. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
But it was with knockdowns, with 4K eliminations. He's up there. So yeah, he's definitely slated to be like MVP hunter in Call of the Abyss group stage. And I think if you have the best hunter on your team, the survivors would definitely shine as well, because we have XMX with the first place in escape rate, as well as average rescues in 7th. He is known for, I mean, basically first officer, wildling, gravekeeper, mercenary. So XMX of Wolves, definitely lets everyone else shine because you know you can rely on XMX for the rescue.
Alright, so the XMX when it comes to this should be able to see him with very stable kites, and seems to be that because his average containment time was 57 seconds, which means that there were chances that he might potentially get chased at the start, but he survives all the way till the very end and still manages to escape. So that's the power of Team Wolf Survivors here. As we talk a little bit about Jelly, I think he's the leader and also the commander when it comes to the voice comms in this Survivor team. Ranks second in terms of average kills, which honestly probably doesn't mean too much here. What matters here would be the escape rate, the containment time, which we are seeing that it's looking at a pretty okay. Maybe sometimes he escapes, sometimes he doesn't. Maybe he's the first chase, that's why it's the 63 seconds containment time. Coming from Jelly, has been pretty consistent, but I think there were certain plays that I saw that was a little bit interesting from Jelly.
Okay. Hey, average heals, you kind of want that on your team, but you're right. When it comes to the grand scheme of things, you definitely want a lot of containment time and escape rate. 487, folks, make some noise in the chat. He's a fan favorite in the chat. Been a member of one of the pillars of Wolves. His Seer plays, his Priestess plays. Definitely there for the containment and also for the support in his team comps. Definitely one of the highlights of his career also is actually his Call of the Abyss win. So can't wait to see how 487 is going to play. I'm actually surprised that he's not higher when it comes to containment time.
Yeah, 487. We've known him for a long time in the competitive scene, and yeah, very strong kiter, of course. We've seen him with the Prospector at the same time, but last but not least, we have D-King. This kid has finally become of age to compete in Call of the Abyss 8. Yeah, he's when I was competing that time, which was years ago, he was definitely too young. I think he was 14 years old.
You're dating yourself, Georgia.
I'm not dating myself. I was just saying I was watching his stream and he was really an impressive young player. It's just so unfortunate that he was just so young at that point in time. But finally, he's now joined Wolf Survivors as a stronghold here. Definitely expecting a lot from Xiaodia coming into this matchup.
Yeah, that's usually how they get scouted, right? Like there are these players that just they're streaming or they join tournaments, but they're too young to compete in the big stage. And DK definitely a product of that. So do support your grassroots tournaments, folks, because you might find the next uprising star like D-King. So now we're gonna go to Aka here. Impressive hunter stats, not first place, but you got 5th when it comes to 4 eliminations. You got 3rd place when it comes to average deduction points and average knockdowns at 3rd place. So pretty good. I mean, against Chongai, it's still kind of daunting, but in this matchup, he can go with the meta. He just has to be stronger in the 2nd round. I would say for Aka, he just needs to, get the 5-point game and then worry about it in round number 2 because his team definitely needs to stay alive in this matchup just so that they can have a better placing in the playoffs.
Yeah, and not to mention, he also recently took out the Nightmare, got an MVP with the Nightmare, 4K. And it was just crazy because it was just a massacre situation. Whoever comes for the rescue, it was a confirmed double down situation. That happened in that same match 3 times in a row. And that's just Aka.
I actually thought that he brought out the Nightmare in qualifiers just as like, all right, you know what, I have this one in the bag. He's clearly not, or he's surely not going to bring it out in the group stage, right? But he did. And honestly, that was not in my 2025 bingo cards that a Nightmare is going to make it in the Call of the Abyss group stage, but leave it to Aka to create his own meta. So I can't wait to see what he'll bring to the table. He can go meta, he can go off meta. You got to trust in Aka.
Yeah, and you know what is not on my 2025 bingo card?
What?
Seeing a Bonbon today.
Oh yeah, that was wild, right? You witnessed the Bonbon today.
Yeah, the Bonbon. But you know what? The thing is that the Bonbon we've been seeing not so often, right, coming into this current meta. I'm just glad that we were still able to see it today.
Was there a Bonbon yesterday too? Well, no, we were talking about, like, I know one of the commentators, I think it was Kuro that brought up maybe Bonbon, but it didn't come out. Man, I wonder if Kuro on his 2025 bingo cards would be commentate a sculptor match. Hasn't happened yet.
Maybe though. Maybe in the playoffs where we see Kuro once again. Most likely we might be seeing that, but as of now, we will be heading into the ban pick phase as Aka bans out the Seer and Priestess, with the Survivors responding with the Gravekeeper and the Aeroplanist. I don't really like this pick from the get-go because of the Hula Bulu and the Gravekeeper Shabo.
Oh yeah, that's it's definitely I would say traumatized us, and I'm pretty sure traumatized a lot of players and rescuers. Thing is, sorry, I just burped a bit. I was drinking a lot of water. When it comes to this matchup, do you think Akka is going to bring out Hullabaloo or kind of go mirror match for the opera singer or go clown? I saw someone asking for Akka's clown. It could be possible, but oof, going for an acrobat too. So yeah, I'd suggest go for the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, I mean, I would also want to
Silence.
see the Hullabaloo coming into this matchup here. Of course, not the Goat Man, mainly because if we if you become choosy as a hunter, you're probably not gonna get anything. You're gonna probably lose a lot of points coming to this. But I feel that there is definitely reason, right, why these hunters coming into Chinatown, they are not picking the Hullabaloo and Goatman. We've seen this from ACT purchasing RD as well. Maybe they just don't really fare very well here. So Akka, if the situation really comes to it, I think he might be looking into either the opera singer, which he is not performing that well on that. He's only got a 2k previously, or he's just gonna bank it all in the Hullabaloo, which he has been consistently getting a 4k matchup.
I like those odds. Bring the Hullabaloo out, because this is not a good team comp if he's going to bring out Goatman. We've seen how well Novelist can kite out the Goatman as well as the Aeroplanist. At least you got to bring out the big guns. It's already, your back's kind of against the wall here in round number 1. You don't want Wolves to cancel out the BO3. Just bring it out and then recuperate in round number 2, because I think their survivors could also last a little, or at least deny Chongaya the 4k. At least maybe they kind of figure stuff out. But again, it's not us. We're not the choosy ones. It'll be the hunters that are choosy with their hunter picks at least.
Yeah, and also we need to remember we saw the stats from these Wolf survivors, right? XMX, right, is at 100% escape rate.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to get that 4k here against this survivor team here, is just gonna be a huge challenge. Not gonna be easy at all, as we see the Ivy picked here. Then none of us predicted here. Yeah.
I mean, this does counter Novelist. Novelist can't stare at Ivy, or else he'll get corrupted and get like attracted to the Ivy. But I mean, you could actually kite away from it with the Acrobat and the Aeroplanist. So Akka really has to have godlike reaction times or godlike multitasking if he wants to make this work. And also, Chocho, this is a huge map, so distance could become a factor, and Wolves just need that one survivor out. So they're kind of in the place to dictate how this match is gonna go. We see a similar spawn, the L spawn here. Let's see where Akka's gonna choose to spawn the Ivy.
Yeah, this spawn is actually quite interesting, because usually against the Ivy, you want to spawn far away from each other. So allowing the Ivy to spawn center could be also an option here for the side of Wolf survivors. But no, we are seeing a very standard spawn. Let's see if it's gonna work out for them. As we head into this matchup, Ivy, potential first chase here could be the Acrobat or the Aeroplanist. They are two nearby characters, and kiting characters coming to this matchup as we have the coaches do a handshake and look into the persona. We should be seeing a standard build for the Ivy, but as for the survivors, are they geared up for this Ivy?
Kyvy is gonna have a insolence blink detention here, and we do see 2 tide turners. Got a full kiting build on the Novelist, so he might take first chase. And you see a bit of borrowed time onto just the Gravekeeper and the Acrobat. Of course, XMX is going to have borrowed time because he's the sole survivor. But anyway, that's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. Let's get into round 1, second half between RC and Wolves.
Let's see if Akka is able to get that 4-point lead here, 5-point lead here against the opponents here, as he hits his shadow towards the hotel area, unable to spot up anybody, as his main body hits towards the center where the airplane is initially spawned.
Yeah, so this is the setup that does burn a lot of Ivy players, and it is very crucial. I mean, you do have the goes for the scare right away. It's very crucial for you to get the optimal first chase here, just to snowball everything. He does have insolence, so he can get that second skill, get that second skill faster. But it's going to be hard going up against 487. He's actually a masterful kiter.
Another spray?
60.
This is going to be important.
Oh,
and able to get that spray onto him, attracting him one more time.
Oh my god.
Your greed, Aka, your greed. Allowing Novelist to use his skill there. Giving that speed boost, unable to get that hit. Your greed to do another spray, Aka, is gonna hurt you in the end, as we see 487 effectively kiting out this Ivy.
We've seen a lot of hunters, actually, their greed not paying off here. He's gonna go for a blink hit here, so that was quite expensive. You already got the 100%, so could have got that hit and then use the blink to down Novelist, but right now it seems like 487's gonna reroute his kiting and just stay away from these ciphers. So Cypher's looking quite heavy. He's gonna have to start putting down his what's that? Sorry, yeah.
Ashrakan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashrakan on the Cypher, preventing the Cyphers from easily decoded by this group of survivors. Now we're looking at the Cypher. One of them is almost gonna pop here with 487. Still has a flywheel, no book to work with though. So this should be okay as we see another spray. Oh, sprays on cooldown. 92. He's almost there.
Oh man, yeah, they're he's just pulling so much distance, and this is where you feel that Chinatown is just a really big map for Ivy to get that much presence. See, now changing elevations as well. He's gonna try to go for that spray here, but the Novelist doing a great job. 487 still at 23% corruption, still doing an amazing kite here, and Aka unable to stop this Cypher rush from happening. Two other Cyphers are moving along well, Chocho.
Yeah, everything is just going so well for the side of Wolf survivors. Another spray would work here. Let's see, 47. This is going to be a crucial one for Aka to potentially down for the first time. Missing the spray. My goodness.
Yeah, this will go on for a long time. And now Novelist flywheels just for him to get a little bit, not much corruption here. Gravekeeper has 47 while Novelist still sitting at 16 while they're about to work on their last Cypher. Aka still unable to get one survivor onto a rocket chair.
Yeah, Wolf survivors really have the upper hand coming into this. Aka, I'm not too sure how he can move on from here to potentially get that 4K. The max he can do here is just to get as many survivors as possible and not give them a 5-point lead. Yesterday we saw an 18-1, I believe. So
yeah,
let's see how Wolf survivors is going to be kiting this out. Alright, able to get 100%. And finally, a down after 4 ciphers.
That's a 3-minute kite, by the way. But then again, you know, Aka is the Ivy, you know, setting up the Ostrakons and like moving around in the shadow form. So I think it's still okay, but it's really hard for him to actually get a 4-man elimination. He could try as the tension. He can try to tie this one out, but the survivors are put in such a good spot. Aka now is forced to just I would say like try to defend this chair for as long as he can, but that last Cypher with 46 gets the push, tries to get a bit of the corruption here, but he's gonna try and go for the rescue before the half, able to get it, and 100% on the Gravekeeper, double down.
Yeah, I do feel that this is a great move coming from Aka, but question is whether this double down is really gonna be a huge factor for them to potentially turn things around. Now he's gonna be teleporting towards the Cypher as DKing is gonna be jumping away with that. Another scream and he will be down, so he gotta play this really carefully as he blinks through flywheels and still gets the hit regardless. Unable to flywheel the 100% though.
Yeah, so injuries are stacking up, but his original target, the Novelist, is out of sight, out of mind. Jelly is actually healing up 487. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up, able to actually get the Ostrakon over there at the hotel area. He's going to leave this spot here and try to chase after the two. So at least the Novelist is still injured. So now they're focusing their attention on trying to heal each other up, which does buy a little bit of time. Jelly at the second story, while Acrobat just really hiding away from the clutches of Aka.
Yeah, so things are still looking very optimistic for Wolves. They are actually quite injured in this matchup. We can see Aka trying and attempting to go for that map control, Cypher control, but would it make a huge difference here now? XMX will be at 99.
Wow.
As he safely gets into the shovel form.
Yeah, so that was a clutch shovel, I would have to say, on Gravekeeper's side. But now Akka still scrambling, still wanting to down another survivor here. Gets the Gravekeeper though, so at least they were still able to save up the exit path. I think Akka forced to chair the Gravekeeper just to add a little bit of pressure, but at this point they got their options spread out here. 2 ciphers still remain. One just needs to pop, and they push for that end game for at least just 1 survivor for Wolves to win this first round, I mean.
Yeah, and we did see DKing the Acrobat, removing the Ostracon before he still continues to decode that cipher. We're seeing that being pushed very well, as DKing also sensed that Akka is nearby. Gonna be using the Ostracon, teleporting over and getting that hit onto one of the last ciphers. So Akka really prolonging this matchup, and we'll see if Wolves will be able to survive this, because the longer this match prolongs, right, the less items they have to work with.
Yeah, and they just spent the Tide Turner. Akka's not even chasing after the Gravekeeper that was just saved, so no more Tide Turners on deck for them. Injuries are piling up. He did try to go after the Novelist. Now XMX is going to be the target here, but he knows... Oh, is he going to even try to attempt? No, he's actually going to go towards the hotel area and try to see if anyone's going to try to pop this cipher here, but that's just a free rescue. He's going to try to go back and forth here. He's checking if anyone is moving the cipher in that side of the map, but we continue on the chase here, Chocho.
Yeah, and I think one good thing about this is that all the ciphers are quite spread out. It's just that it takes a lot of time to remove those Ostracons, and it's just so hard against Akka at this point in time. But I do still feel that Wolf survivors can potentially bounce back from this, as we see them healing each other up.
I think this is still... I mean, Akka's still put in a bad spot here. It's already 7 minutes in the game. He hasn't eliminated anyone yet, so he's really spreading out his attention. And like you said, all these ciphers are pretty spread out. You can only keep teleporting so many times, but the numbers game will eventually catch up on you. So let's see if he's going to try to hunker down onto XMX to at least get him out of the game. It seems like he's going to keep teleporting back and forth here, not fully committing to any survivor just yet. Jelly able to take out an Ostracon area just so they can push the hotel cipher.
Yeah, and able to swap their positions a little bit. Jelly is the only full health survivor here, so he needs to be careful not to give a free hit. We are seeing all ciphers on the map has been touched, and the 7th cipher is being pushed by, I believe, DKing. Sorry, that's XMX, sorry. So yeah, they're pushing 2 ciphers at the same time, so this kind of forces the situation for Akka to only to have the attention on only one of them.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, because slowly but surely they're playing a really conservative game here, because they're really managing their resources. Well, I mean, the corruption percentage very well. And yeah, every time Akka keeps changing, these ciphers keep moving closer and closer, inching their way to be completed. And hasn't sent anyone out just yet. Gotta love the never say die attitude of Akka, but at this point, it seems like they have his number here, and how well they're able to actually just get his attention, move away, open up a cipher, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it's a 1v4 situation that Akka has to face here. So many Ostracons initially, but now we are kind of drained down to, I think, 4 or 5 on the map. So actually Wolves are doing a good job, slow but surely, that they're trying to get those ciphers to pop.
Right.
But it has almost been 9 minutes into this matchup, and ciphers still looking very optimal, because Novelist is pushing that last cipher, but getting the attention of the Hunter once again, it will be on a standstill.
Okay, Akka might be fully committed to actually going after 487, but this allows Jelly to try and push for the cipher here. So that is about to be prime, Chocho, and 487 doing a great job, able to actually move and play around these pallets, gets the down, able to make the pop happen, but unfortunately no borrowed time for the Novelist here.
No borrowed time, that's right. So Cypher, they're just gonna prime. DKing is also trying to prime a 6 Cypher.
Wow.
And they're also trying to prime a 7 Cypher.
they're just covering all grounds. They're being thorough about this, guys. But this is kind of tough to see. Akka still on the back foot here. He still has to be able to defend properly here. They're playing with the borrowed time here, but able to actually farm off a hit onto the Acrobat. Now with 3-person endgame, does not have any teleport, will have to go towards this exit gate that XMX is opening up. So at least he's able to get it. Oh, but he's still got a shovel to use.
Yeah, and Jelly is opening the other side of the map, so things are looking very good for Wolves to potentially just go for that one escape here as Aka trying to shift attention to the other side. But as of now, things are still looking very good. We do have that Ostracon at 24 seconds before you can teleport over again. So Jelly, trying to push for this again.
Okay.
Is he can teleport over Aka?
Okay, XMX trying to push as well. Aka's trying to make it on foot as well with the ethereal form here, but XMX has to stop pushing the exit gate. Main body is here. We're going to teleport right back to catch anyone here, but they still got their jetpacks. So now just a really back and forth battle here for the exit gates, but they have definitely fulfilled their win condition if they're able to just get one survivor out. XMX is down. This is his last chair, I believe. So now once he gets chaired, this allows them to open up that exit gate for them to tie out this game.
Yeah, so able to tie things out, as you mentioned, and now we're seeing Wolves leading in BO1 with a 7-2. What a great start for Team Wolves here, but can I just say for Wolves survivors, it was a very, very long matchup. We can definitely agree on that. But really little to minimal mistakes coming from Wolves survivors. We saw that they were great game sense. They were definitely used to this kind of games. So when it comes to playing the long game like this against an IV, we saw such great performance coming from Wolves survivors, able to get a tie game as well. And I think for Aka's side, even though it's just a tie, we did see that it was almost a 4 Cypher Kai by 487, the Novelist.
Yeah, this makes me bring up our original point. Like, maybe he could have gone Hullabaloo, because come round number 2, they're just going to ban out the Hullabaloo, because Wolves have done masterfully going up against Goatmans or Goatman matchups. And now they're in a really strong spot here, Chocho. So, yeah, when it came to how Aka played that, I don't think there was much to say about like him overextending, because he kind of had to. I think Wolves just had his number and they really knew how to play the matchup. You can only do so much, but starting with 487's kite, it took so long to get that spray. I'd say maybe the one of the things, or one of the first domino pieces to fall down, was that greedy spray he got. He got the scare already, but he didn't immediately hit 487. He wanted to go for another one, but the Novelist already had a book ready, so it prolonged the chase even more to have him down at like the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, and usually against an IV matchup, you don't really see a lot of containment time, because majority of the time it's just a shadow form that is like moving around in the map.
Yeah.
But look at this, 487 with 138 seconds of containment time. Definitely something that we can look into, and also could potentially be the MVP player coming into this.
Possibly, and this could possibly give 487 a chance to get on the board as one of the top containers, because I think when it comes to containment time, he's definitely up there. He knew how to circumvent and navigate his way through that matchup. And yeah, 487 Wolves, guys, might be the MVP here. And your curse might be lifted, Chocho. My goodness. Wolves.
Let's not. You know what? I thought that maybe the ACT RD matchup was going to end in a 2-0 fashion, but it clearly did not, and suddenly RD won. I don't think any of us, did any of you guys put RD in your top 5 rankings?
Ooh,
because
Chocho shining a light on you, chat. Ooh, how dare you not?
Yeah, because they definitely showed me a different light today. But as we hit on to the highlights, guys, let's not go anywhere. We'll see you guys very soon.
Highlights.
じゃあ俺現代評価ちょっと待ってちょっと待って家シフト家シフト破りかさあさあいや3号不用秀我觉得可以留飞轮没事对对对走，没事，够了。我看桥东地啊。我们那个飞行家天赋是什么？天门吗？我可以跳门。导致家是不是2个？我要了，但是我要辞职。我死了。
And welcome back, folks, to the matchup between Wolves and RC. Poch, Spice, and Chocho at your service for this one. And Wolves looking like I would say, looking real strong on both sides. Not just the Hunter side, but also the Survivor side. Now, come match number 2, RC might have to step it up. They don't have, Aka does not have access to his... I would say they ban out the Hullabaloo. So I'm just going to say he's not going to have access to the Ivy and Hullabaloo round number 2, which... maybe bring out the Goatman or something else, but what can RC do here, Chocho, to try and rally back into this round number 2?
Well, they definitely need to, I think, because it's kind of a dire situation with the 7-2, right? If it's very, very hard for Aka to get a 4K now, especially against this Wolf Survivor, it's very, very strong, then they have to win by rounds. But then again, it's a huge ask because Wolf Chong-ai, we saw his web. It was maxed out. So it will be hard for RC Survivors to want to go for like a tie. It's easier said than done. Both teams are professional players, but it does seem that Chinese mainland team Wolves here is having the upper hand here. But I think one thing that is quite curious, right, as I was looking into their favorite maps, maps here, both sides actually do have won at maps at Moonlit River Park, Red Church, and Ever Slipping Town in the group stages.
Okay.
So these 3 maps are definitely the maps that they want to pick. But if they do pick it, it's going to be towards their opponents as well. They all have same map advantage when it comes to that.
True. So might as well go Lakeside. Go Leos. Go into a map that you have not picked. I'm not sure. That could be the play. Because at this point, I think what they need to do is not overpower Chong-ai. So it seems like they're going Arms Factory. Okay. So banning out Ever Sleeping Town. We're going to keep it close quarters here. They don't have to worry about Chong-ai's it's an opera singer anymore. But they have to choose. They have to pick their poison. Are they going to ban out the Hullabaloo, ban out the Goatman? Especially in a map like Arms Factory, they're actually really good maps for either of those 2 hunters.
Yeah, and we also did see that because of the Arms Factory is actually selected by RC, so we would hope that RC would be able to get the map advantage here. As we head into BO2, first half between Wolves Hunter, Chong-ai once again, and the server side of Team RC.
So Chocho, let me ask you a question. How choosy are you? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10?
Depends on what is, but we'll head into the interview phase.
其实我感觉是跟其他队伍差不多的，因为对我来说就是每一场都是很关键的那种，就是只要就是发挥好自己应有的操作啊，然后或者说实力啊，基本上就可以了。
Got a bit of a cough too, but there you go. If they play as they should, everything should go by all right. The reason I asked if you were choosy is like I wanted to ask you what's like your what's like a red flag for you or like your biggest ick
in a relationship or like
in a person, like ooh, like you have a crush on this person but they do something you're like oof, never mind.
When they eat they chew loudly.
Chew loudly? So you don't like ASMR like
no, I don't like the yum 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 yum. I like the quiet one.
Do you know anime characters who choose the yum yum yum?
But you get the point. I'm not eating anything right now, so you get the point. Like the sound coming out of the mouth when you're eating.
So loud chewers.
Chewing, yeah, loud chewers. Those are my icks. I don't really like that.
Okay, do you got another one that doesn't relate to food because we're trying to stay away from that topic?
Oh yeah, we're trying to stay away from that. Right?
Yeah,
okay, sorry. When they are late. You know, when for example, we're supposed to meet at this timing, maybe 7 p.m. But then you come like 7:30, 7:15. I don't like people that's late.
You don't
unless we're really close friends, then I don't mind. But coming late is a red flag.
A red flag for you. What if they have like a valid excuse? Oh wait, sorry, you don't accept excuses unless like it's.
Unless you tell me the train breakdown or like the bus like hit something and then something just like kind of caused you to be late, then yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I have this weird not really ick or red flag, and I don't know if you guys like this is a little weird, but if your wallpaper in your cell phone is yourself and not just group of friends, just you.
Oh, that's an ick.
That's weird for me.
Oh, okay, then I'm still fine because mine is a family photo.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you're with family or like you're with friends, that's cool. You're with your significant other, you're with your pet. But if it's just you, I find that a little weird. I don't know if that's just me, chat. But
confidence.
So you'd put like your profile picture as yourself, like just like a selfie of you.
No.
See?
Isn't that so weird? I mean, I would
that's
find
what
it
I
weird
said.
as well.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like, I think it's weird. So I don't know.
Some people love themselves.
They could, but I don't know. For me, that might be a little. I mean, it's okay if like it's your profile, but if it's your lock screen, like that's a little like whoa, a little too much. But anyway.
But yeah, there's a egg as well, but not too much of an egg as compared to my nom nom nom.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you with the late because I do value time as well. But the nom nom noms, what if it's really good food? I don't know.
No, just why do you gotta chew so loud? Just like close your mouth and nom nom nom. Like what do you gotta...
Anyway, Explorer, talk to me about that, Chocho. It's an arms factory. This could be their strategy for the comeback.
Finally, we're seeing the Kurt here.
Can I just say, whenever we commentate, there's always an Explorer. I don't know if you've like ever commentated another match without me and it wasn't an Explorer. I feel like we summoned this
just
Explorer.
now with Eli,
you're right.
They tried to pick a Kurt, but then they swapped it and then picked an aggro in the end. So in the end, I didn't see my Kurt. But we'll be seeing the Kurt now. So at Arms Factory at the same time, we didn't see. I think was it yesterday? There was a very weird situation where the N managed to the N was able to spot out the Explorer right from the get-go.
There you go. Okay.
And then Eli was like, yeah, GG's from here. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Hopefully they'll do the hide strat here and not have Chocho scream out, "Why are you running?" So let's all
Why are you running?
Let's all keep quiet in chat so Explorer can cook. Okay, so we don't reveal to Chongai where the Explorer is at. But yeah, saying what's up to everyone in chat. See, Caro gets me. But yeah, okay, if you're with family, that's all good, the photo. But if it's just you, I don't know. It's a little weird. That's just me. But unless you're, I don't know, just me. Anyway, back to the matchup here. Share your icks, guys, if you have any. Chongai, what can he pick here? He's got access to the Goatman and the Ivy.
I think it's gonna be the Goatman here. But Ivy is actually great in the Arms Factory map. We've talked about it, right? Because it's such a small map. When it comes to cipher control, map control, Ivy would definitely excel. We saw just now Aka, right? So much pressure in the Chinatown map, and that's considered a big map. Imagine that happening, but in the Arms Factory, it's just gonna be super dire situation, especially all the way to late game. Ivy, when it comes to late game, super duper hard to deal with. But for the Goatman here, it would also be very hard against this Team Kong. You're unable to find the Explorer. You have to chase the Seer or the Aeroplanist, so it's gonna be a tough pick for Chongai. But I definitely trust that he's able to do it. That's the thing. Chongai is a little bit built different. Like he doesn't care about the team comp. He's the
exception. Yeah, he's definitely the exception to the rule here.
Why is he like scolding the coach?
He's hungry. Okay, is that an ick?
No. I'm just like curious. Like, why is he like so passionate and like looks so angry, and then just talking to the coach and then started facing him too?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't read lips here, but yeah, he was talking very passionately there. So he's gonna pick the Goatman in this matchup. Let's hope that we have the Explorer to hide out, because yeah, we've seen how kites can go sideways, especially going up against Goatman. Let alone if it's Kurt over here. At least there are some grassy patches for Kurt to be able to hide out in.
Yes, as we slowly look into Choatman somehow. You guys come up with the best name, seriously. Choatman versus RC survivors. We'll be heading into the small locations here. Also a deciding factor as to whether Explorer can be easily found here. Now we have the Explorer spawning at... Wow.
Okay.
Getting protected.
Yeah, you gotta protect. Yeah, so no, he's not gonna make his way or suddenly he's gonna kite towards him. So let's see what you're gonna do with this Explorer all blocked off. It's really turret gaming at this point. So Chongai's gonna try to go as close as he can to the center, spawning right at the top middle. But yeah, I like this, giving the Explorer like just the best possible like grassy patches and also the factory area just in case if kite goes sideways. Seer might have to have a full kiting build here, because he will take first kite for sure.
Yeah, so wow, so rare. I mean, I would probably usually see the center area having the mercenary, especially like if Hunter was to spawn there. Maybe this mercenary would have been a better spawn location, but let's look into the game plan. Maybe certain strategies or tactics that RC has here, as we see the coach have a very gentle handshake heading into this matchup here. We'll be seeing the persona trump card the tension. This was the abnormal. Very aggressive build coming from Chong-ai. As for the Seer, yes, you're right, Paul. She called it full kiting build on him. So this is going to be Arms Factory BO2 first half between Wolves Hunter versus RC Survivors. My name is Chocho and joining me is Pochi Pai, bringing you the live commentary
Call me Pai?
of this match. Yes.
And the match. Chocho's hungry, guys. Let's go. As Nico said in chat, that Kurt Protection Squad is here from the Chote Man. That is Chong-ai's Goat Man. We do note that Rowley might have to take this first kite. We're seeing if he's going to try to spot anyone out at the center here, but doing a good job so far. Out of sight, out of mind. Soba is in that small form trying to dig for a page. We do see Rowley's actually playing like an explorer here, Chocho, just hiding it out and doing a good job. But this does build up the resentment of this hunter. Oh, he's able to catch him out. Oh, but look at that. Able to actually use the owl right away, and he's able to possibly go for it. But ooh, goes back and forth here. That's what happens when the resentment builds up, folks. Another cage, another hit.
Yeah, and look at the ciphers looking pretty not too good if Seer downs here. Does make use of the flywheel here, so is he able to kite out this cage is gonna be a crucial point here as he kites it out. Nice. So he lives for another day, and the cage is just not ready yet to the resentment.
Yeah, those back-to-back cages really played well in Chong-ai's first chase, but yeah, the second one a little displaced here, but actually quite close, and unfortunately Rowley does fall down, unable to make it towards the factory area. We do see Soba is already making his way. He's already got a 50% page, and he does have Tide Turner.
Yeah, and yeah, I think it will be very hard to break Chong-ai's 4 elimination rate and just the average 4 kills in each round. Now Soba is actually hiding here. I don't think Chong-ai sees.
Oh, sorry.
He survives for another day.
Oh,
yeah.
He's doing a great job. What? That's crazy.
You can't chase what you can't find. Wise words. And now Kyrie is kind of locked behind this cage here in this corner, but will not be getting. Oh, and a free rescue, a backdoor rescue coming from Explorer here.
Backdoor rescue. Soba hiding behind this pallet. This actually provides a lot of distance to Rowley, and Chong-ai knows that, okay, this isn't. Oh, what? He thinks that this is the Seer.
Oh, no.
That's fine. He's gonna hide. He's gonna hide. Oh my god, he doesn't see. Oh, he saw him. Wait, did he see him? Oh, he saw him. Oh no. Oh, Soba, good job though. That worked out a little well. I don't know, a little too well, but not in Chong-ai's radar here. But there you go. Explorer falls down.
Yeah, you get paid. You know, you gotta pay when you gotta be so sneaky. And Soba getting that 2 hits really quickly, but looking at our ciphers, I mean, the swap just means that they kind of restarted the situation, and pulling off a early rescue as well might not be the best optimal situation here.
Yeah, they still have Tide Turner Mercenary, so that's fine. Soba has to be very careful there, but yeah, a good thing there was no cage. So let's see if he can try to hide it out. Oh no, you see the track marks on the floor. So 50% page is already on Aeroplanist, so that's good. But now Kyrie's still in the mix here, so another hiding strat here.
Oh my goodness!
God, chat, keep quiet.
Maybe just gotta speak softly, and maybe Chong-ai will be able to find this Kurt. And it seems to be the case where Kyrie will get the hit instead. Oh, we'll have loved to see the flyer being played into action here. Very unfortunate situation. Also getting the cancel on the Aeroplanist jetpack, so Soba leaves. But the one to order!
Oh no, it's betrayed! Soba, what's going on?
You gotta pay!
Oh, again. Oh no! He's gonna actually get trapped between 2 cages here, but nice usage of it. Let's see if he can kite it out. Able to actually get through this pallet. Oh, but he's already gotten hit. The wanted order. How dare this game?
Yeah, this game is just not to Soba's favor at all.
I know.
My goodness, but I have to say, man, great hiding coming from Soba just now.
incredible.
Definitely unexpected.
Yeah, Mercenary has the 35% page, so second time onto the rocket chair for this Explorer. You see some track marks on the floor here, so all this back and forth, unfortunately, is still not promoting any end game for the survivors, but unfortunately, Rowley does get knocked down. Still saving the Tide Turner, by the way, on the Mercenary side, so still doing okay. Soba's really playing with fire here. He's actually hiding again in this area.
Oh my goodness, and another wanted order onto the Explorer.
Are you
Why
kidding me?
are you hiding? Why are you hiding? You!
Am I a joke to you?
Luckily.
Am I a joke to you? Is that why you're hiding? Oh, and the Seer falls as well. It's going sideways. Soba's out of the game. Man, what is it with this wanted order?
No! We have loved to see how the Explorer can potentially play this out here, but that will be it for the Explorer play here. As we see Seer still on the floor and the abnormal play on that Cypher now. They have to decode another Cypher. It won't be right to just force the Cypher.
And this is, okay, so as entertaining as the team fights were and the hiding was and the Kurt Protection Squad, if we go down to the brass tacks of it all, Chonghai, 2 eliminations already. You still have a 35% page, but everyone's injured. So he's looking at a 4K game here. I mean, you gotta love how RC is like, you know, really trying to go for all the support here, but it begs the question, you know, it's kind of like moth to a flame. Chonghai just playing his game here, not really overextending so much, just constantly rotating between survivors. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get the ciphers enough to pressure Chonghai.
Yeah, so this seems to be a definite 4K game for Chonghai once again, not breaking that 4K win streak on any of his hunters coming into group stages here, and that's the power of Chonghai just by himself. Yeah. And Aeroplane is trying to potentially go for a dungeon escape. We have seen some slugging play coming from, I'm not sure which, I think it was a Japanese team, and yeah, there was kind of like a debate with how the game should have ended, but
yeah, I remember that.
But this is gonna be crucial, right? Because
I think that was able to find AWG. Yeah, the bleed out versus. Oh, but we do see that the Mercenary did get up, so not sure if there's gonna be bleed out strategy. Tried to go for the jetpack here. He's still gonna stay outside, able to actually go through, but this is an awkward cage placement. Kyrie, oh no, unfortunately unable to kite this cage though.
Yeah, the power of the resentment being built up so quickly. Now Goatman will be able to find City in this area. He's still holding on to the 35, but if you look at the Cypher progress, it's still just not quite enough with that pellet stun from City. Great stuff. Let's see. He's just gonna vault over preemptively, but it works out for him.
Yeah, so exit paths have already been spent. Mercenary is gonna eat that hit, and Chonghai is gonna live up to his 4K Chonghai with his Goatman. Again, you gotta love how he was able to use the Opera Singer at the start to save this Goatman, this S-tier Goatman in game number 2. Just having a lot of bans. RC, I mean, fan favorite people. It's like they're always for the people who give us some amazing and clutch matches. But against Chonghai here, it was a good run. We played a little hide and seek here, but yeah, Chonghai wants the gun for more, and he's gonna do just that.
And will now be able to secure that 5-point lead with none of them having this self-heal anymore. So once again, continuing that 4K streak, Chonghai really not allowing them to breathe for a second. But gotta say, man, the game is definitely loving Chonghai here. We saw the double wanted order on the Explorer. How unfortunate do you have to be to have that kind of situation placed on you?
What are the chances, right? And exactly. That must, and you as a Kurt main must have like, ouch, that hurt. Ugh. And then he was trying to hide, and then like the wanted order was there. Maybe the pages were there. That's why he was hiding at that spot. But you got to give up to Soba, able to hide it out really well. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off, and they weren't able to get as much survivors out. Talk to me about the match, Chocho. I'm a little disappointed with that wanted order there. Darn it.
Yeah, I mean, other than the wanted order, right? Like, if we just exclude all of that, Soba did an amazing job when it came to last minute having to hide. He really just bam, and then Chonghai was like, wait, where is he? The thing is that as long as Soba is in this Kurt form, he won't be able to find him at all. It's just that the wanted order, I think Soba at the point in time, he also didn't know that I can be this unlucky for the second time to get the wanted order. And then he was just standing there, just waiting it out. My goodness, coming from this Survivor team, I think a little bit of a mistake coming from Soba, not thinking that he's going to be that unfortunate. But great fight put up by RC survivors. You would think that you won't be able to chase what you can't find.
Yeah.
But Chongai is just with the wanted order, magical gameplay there.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? We love this game, but sometimes the game doesn't love us back. And unfortunately tonight, the game didn't love Soba back enough for him to hide away with his Explorer plays. And I think they were really banking on that because they chose this map and they had the Explorer lineup. They had the whole Kurt protection squad, but how can you protect yourself from the game giving you up with wanted order? I hope he doesn't buy a lottery ticket tonight because I don't think he's that lucky. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe he's got to pray a little bit, something, give back, like karma. Play to his favor.
I think Chongai really used up all his luck in this matchup itself.
Wow.
Like, he just like compiled everything and was like, yeah, this is going to be the last half. I'm just going to play everything I got and just, and that's exactly what happened there. My goodness, Chongai. I mean, actually, you know what? Maybe even without the wanted order, do you think Chongai would still be able to get the 4K though?
Maybe not 4K. I think I could make an argument possibly a tie or a one man escape because Chongai is really good, right? But he knew when to switch targets, and I just think if Soba was out there like decoding and just playing the mind games, he didn't really play it too much, right? Rowley had a good kite at the start. They were playing with their tide turners very well. But yeah, once he was found out, I just feel like it really went sideways. It's hard to say because, I mean, he does live up to the 4K types stat. But now I guess that's the what if, right? What if he didn't have tide turner? What if he didn't have wanted order? Could have this been a different outcome? Or is Chongai just that built different? But I really think he's just that lucky. It's kind of crazy.
So lucky.
Well, okay.
Like,
would you consider yourself a lucky person, Chocho? Like, what's your luck stat right now? Like, what do you think?
Like, if you, I think I'm pretty good these days though. Like, I do feel pretty lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too much in the unlucky side. So
okay.
I think I'm 70 to 80 maybe, quite high.
Oh, nice. Okay. Give me like 3 random numbers. I'll put it in the lotto. I'm kidding. Because like, I have a friend that he's insanely lucky. Whenever he goes to like those parties and there's raffles, he always wins something. Like even if it's a small thing, his name always gets called in raffles. It's kind of, I don't know if that's his superpower.
Maybe. There are people like that. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm part of that now.
Yeah,
I think I'm 30 right now. I'm dropping back to 30.
Oh God, I thought that like your luck stat. I think I'd like to feel contented. I feel blessed, but lucky like to like win the lotto. Not so sure. I'm not sure. But yeah, pretty lucky to have you guys here in chat. What's up, guys? Hopefully you all are feeling lucky today seeing this matchup. And hopefully the luck will continue for Wolves here because they're looking at actually being able to end things early tonight for them to cancel out the BO3.
Yeah, and also I gotta agree on what Hanako said here. Chongai is just a force of nature, bro.
True. You can't interrupt a force of nature. It is what it is.
Wow, I'm definitely gonna remember Chongai and this Wolves team in general.
Okay.
Hunter is amazing. Survivor is also super well-rounded, reliable, very consistent as well. They are, to me at least, they're looking to potentially really pop off when it comes to the playoff season. This is Wolves. Wolves, you definitely need to look out for them and get ready with your apples, guys, because they're definitely not gonna be coming in very fierce.
True. So I know we talked about icks and red flags. What's an opposite of an ick or a red flag?
Green flag?
A green flag. Yeah, what's a green flag for you? A silent eater? Someone that eats quietly?
Yeah. Not really. How is that a green flag? You just have manners when you eat, that's all. But
so good manners. That's a green flag for you.
I think a green flag is if the person is just friendly.
Friendly. Okay. How about like
has a good relationship with people, his
Okay.
his or her family. I think that's a good green flag as a person. Yeah, you know that they are naturally in nature quite nice.
Is it a green flag for you if, let's say, you're out with someone and then they walk on the side of the road with the cars in it, or like they
acts of
open the door for you?
service.
Yeah, acts of
Yeah.
service.
That's also a very, very green flag. My dad does that, so it's a green flag to me.
Well, there you go. Okay, cool. So acts of service. There you go. I'm trying to think, what's a green flag for me? Oh, you know what? Yeah, when it comes to like being like respectful and also having good relationship with family, I think, or at least having a healthy boundary or like a healthy relationship. Or if it's not that good, it's still fine as long as you don't really speak ill of them. Like not at least when you meet, but yeah, or with friends. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a green flag. But of course we did digress a little bit as we are seeing the ban pick resuming in front of us. Our BO2 second half, potentially the last half if Wolf Survivors is able to get at least a 1 escape. So with our ban picks here, we are seeing the Goatman being banned out, which allows Aka to pick up the Hula Blue.
Yeah. Huh. Wow. This is interesting. I actually thought that they'd actually opt for him to go for I guess they're more comfy in the Hullabaloo match, which is quite odd. But looking at the bans here, banning out the Explorer, that's good. I don't know if they were ever planning on going Explorer, but they did pick up the Mechanic, so they really want to just get that one survivor out. And rounding it up with the Seer, Psychologist, and First Officer. So I'm liking these picks so far, but I really want Aka to go for the Hullabaloo. I don't know if he will go with the Hullabaloo because he has other hunters that he can go for.
What would be surprising here if Aka decides to go for a Mad Eyes.
Ooh, that's what I was actually hoping you'd say, because I'm like, but I want them to do their best, and I think Hullabaloo can do that. But Mad Eyes in this lineup, and I'm pretty sure Wolves have an inkling. They know like Aka could have the Aka Eyes here. But the Akabaloo or the Aka Eyes?
Let's just pray for it right now. Intense one.
Oh, we didn't pray hard enough, Jojo!
No, as we see the Hullabaloo getting picked here.
That's fine. Let him cook, and then if it pushes for round number 3, that's when we pray. But we'll see, because Wolves, you know what? Their luck stat has been pretty high tonight. And if they get a 2-0 up against RC, man, they're going to be so amped up for the playoffs, or they'll be so confident heading to the playoffs if they're able to do that.
Yeah, but as of now, Aka is on a win streak with the Hullabaloo, getting, I believe, all 4Ks whenever his Hullabaloo appeared. I think it's 3 times. So, Wolf Survivors, will they be able to withstand this Hullabaloo? As we see a similar spawn, we have our...
Protect Tracy!
Yes, protection squad here coming through. Let's see the spawn location, and if it's as predicted from you in the previous round, we should be seeing the Psychologist with a full kiting build, or if not, the Seer.
So it seems like he wants to go as close as he can to this mechanic, but yeah, I think they just want to rush the ciphers and get one person out. That's all they got to do. But like Chocho mentioned, Aka's got a really good stat with this Hullabaloo. Let's hope the IDV gods are on his side when it comes to people hiding, but I don't think anyone's going to hide in this match. The bot placement needs to be super important. So, gentle handshake.
Yeah, RC's coach is pretty cute with that. But let's look into the persona as we see a standard build on Aka's side and the abnormal, very aggressive build once again. And Wolves with a full kiting build on the Mechanic and Seer, and a normal build for the First Officer and the Psychologist. So this is going to be Arms Factory for the potential last half of this match between Wolves versus RC. My name is Chocho, and joining me is Pushpice, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this matchup.
Akabaloo, is it do or die time? He needs to get a 4-man elimination for him to be able to continue on competing in the group stage here. And it seems like he's already making his route towards the factory area where 487 is at. He's going to hold up his hand for the double surprise. He has not planted it down just yet. He knows there's a chase here. Able to actually catch the Seer with the black mark. but he really wants to be able to try and go for that red one just so that he'll be able to kind of silence and lock him out in.
Yeah, another white one, which is within range, not too much. So, as the Sears bird will be ready in a quick second, Flywheel will be up in 8 seconds. So, 487 has everything to work with. Question is whether he can get the white mark now.
Oh, baits out the owl, so that's good because it doesn't reset the marks that the Seer has. But 487 once again living up to his name here of how one of the best kiters in the tournament, but now gets that reset. Does not have any more owl. He does have a flywheel and he's got a window boost here just from to work with. Can Aka down him right away? Flywheels unable to get it.
My goodness, 487 this time around with a short kite. Aka, this is the reason why Aka's Hula Blue has been getting 4Ks. Look at the way he's playing it.
Yeah.
And now we are seeing all 4 ciphers being pushed, and this is because there is a mechanic bot to work with, a 1v5 situation.
Yep, XMX is already here. This might actually be a backdoor rescue, but we're going to see a little bit of the abnormal here, just so the ciphers will stay a little bit, but it's a 5v1 at this point. 487, though, trying to hop back into the factory. Aka has other plans. 1 red mark, and he will be falling down.
Yeah, the red mark, it will be crucial as he gets it once again, but we can't forget his bird is now ready.
True.
So they definitely need to come for this second rescue. First officer actually was a free rescue, so he could potentially come again. There is no more Tecturnals in the table here for Team Wolf survivors.
Yeah, so it's a little unfortunate that like the cipher progress is still one to be very worried about if you're a hunter here. The injuries aren't really stacking up, so Mechanic could still decode a little bit, and the bot is still quite healthy. So XMX really going for this clutch save here. 1 more red mark. He needs to predict properly, able to get it. So injuries are stacking up. Like you said, 487 does have a bird, able to actually force it out here. But 1 more mark, and he will be falling down. But this buys time, Chocho, for the team.
Which is alright. Now he will be seeing the down, but it's definitely alright. The rescue itself plus the bird timing was definitely enough time for them to decode a little bit more, as we see that the the abnormal trade will be up in 10 seconds. They need to pop that 97% cipher as well as the 77 one.
Okay, I think he has oh no, the 80% cipher is not this one, so he might have to swap traits here. It's not gonna go well here. First officer is already injured, but nice pocket watch used by XMX. Maybe he just wants to tarnish his record without making him escape. It seems like he's hunkering down to really focus on to this first officer.
Yeah, and as of now things are looking okay. It's just that it's on a standstill as we see the 6th cipher just started decoding, so XMX really need to make this kite count as he's trying to dive towards the corner, accepting his fate.
Yeah, and this is going to be hard for a, I would say, rebound kite, because you're going to have to either go psychologist or mechanic, but none of them have tide turner. So now it's switching to teleport here just so we could stop the end game from happening. So it seems like it's the psychologist, but psychologist can't tank those 3 hits. But we're going to see a trapeze just to try to catch the psychologist. Nice avoidance of the white mark here. We're going to switch stages, but it's right behind him.
Yeah, D-King with a great kite here that we're seeing. Another black and white one, and he will be getting his 2nd hit. Still not close to being down yet, as we see the first officer pushing the sandbag cipher. Things are looking very optimal for Wolf survivors to potentially pop these ciphers.
True. I mean, D-King doing an amazing job here, avoiding the marks at all costs. He could tank 2 more hits, while this kite is prolonging the chase of Aka to focus onto the cipher that is moving. So, doing a great job, D-King. Has to survive a little longer here. Can eat that hit. Now he needs to transition away. Nice movement to avoid the double surprise, but the 2nd down. Uh-oh, that was fast.
Fast, but enough. Because looking at the sandbag cipher is at 80%. The moment Jelly, which she's already here, come for the rescue, it should be an okay situation as long as it's not a terror shock, because he does not have power time. So that's going to be key play coming into this as he hits for this rescue. Cypher's Prime.
Okay, gets the hit. Flywheels. Oh my gosh. And now we continue on here, just downing Jelly. It seems like he knows this is not going to be a borrowed time mechanic, but the mechanic already has the doll, I believe, position. No, not on the gate. So now they're going to try to split push the gate. 3 bodies are still out because mechanic still has the bot included out here and out and about.
Yeah, and both survivors, they just need a 1 escape to secure their 2-0 win here. Now XMX seems like he's gonna be the next line of target here. Will be forced, but he has no items to work with.
Yeah, he just needs to kite it out.
And as
oh my god, he can't chase with the white mark. Able to actually juke back and forth. XMX continuing on. One more red mark and he's gonna fall down. Able to actually, no! Able to get the first officer here, but the exit gate is already opening. I think DK knows, yo, I just gotta get out of here just so we can get the victory. Yeah.
Yeah,
XMX.
like Jelly is like right there, but like I don't care. I just need to get this gate open first. Like that's the priority. You are second option. As he hits for this rescue here, should be able to make it. Yeah, this could potentially be a 1 escape or if not a tie game here. They're just trying to rush for it. There is no flywheel, no items to work with. As Aka tries his best to prevent them from going out of this gate, but nothing is really stopping them here. As Wolves once again securing that tie game, and XMX doesn't have any 100% escape rate anymore.
I mean, that's the consolation that Akko is able to tarnish, right? But Wolves can actually clap back and say like, yo, your hullabaloo is not a 4K hullabaloo anymore. We were able to get a tie game. So congratulations to Wolves in dominant fashion. Take this game 2-0 up against RC. And Chocho, safe to say, curse is lifted for you. Let's go.
Oh no, I need to do this. This one for rules, team rules, yes. Yeah, it was just a dominating performance coming from Team Wolves, right? And exactly, second place and third place. I just wonder whether because of this win, maybe Wolves is gonna be placed number 1 in Group B. That's the huge question that we'll be seeing later on after the interview phase with Wolves. So I'm not too sure, because it seemed to be that today we have quite a major upset for majority of the teams here. We had Dou versus AXIZ Wave, but Dou winning ultimately, though they are placed 5th in their brackets. And also RD winning, and now Wolves once again. So safe to say is that definitely not the end of the group stages that we're seeing here. It seemed to be just that there are still matches ongoing. And nothing is definite here.
Wow. Okay. So, I don't think it's going to change the placement of... Maybe the 2-0 would change it. But Chocho, ending the group stage, it's Wolves versus GG.
Oh,
yeah.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, this is grand finals of IBL. But yeah, that's going to be their next match. It's going to be on Sunday. It's the last one. You and Kuro are actually covering that. Oh, no, it's Kuro and Eli, my bad. So we could just watch on the sidelines, because that's going to be a really interesting one. But here you have the matchup, folks. Wolves taking it 14-4. Consistent 7-2, 7-2 victory. I'd say Survivors doing really well. Able to play with the meta, play off meta as well. I just really feel for RC right now, but RC still in 3rd place, I believe, so it's still all good. I think, was this RC's last match? Ooh, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what a. Yeah, because it's the last match here, you wouldn't want to end it a loss, but I think they are still quite safe, right, in the 3rd seat. So yeah, I guess it's still all right.
We'll have to wait and see, because in that group stage, Omni and Sky are going to face off against each other. But I think we got victory. I think RC got victories over Omni and Sky, so that's fine. So yeah, I think we'll just have to wait for the tabulation to happen, and we'll update you guys on that. But yeah, it seems like on Sunday, last match of the day, it's going to be Wolves versus GG. And if this was any indication of how it's going to pan out for Wolves or GG, I'm glad I'm not going to give my prediction for that one. I don't know who's going to take it.
Yeah, and I think today is just lucky that my curse has been lifted. Yeah. So just for today. Just for today.
I feel like they made you go overtime, and the IDV gods are like, you know what? Let's make this quick for Chocho. Let's put the wanted order on Sova twice.
Oh, but I would definitely be keeping a lookout for Soba's performance in the playoffs as we head towards the highlights, guys. Don't go anywhere.
那个被人家订婚什么？快点，他到你。
折れてる。いいよ。
誰がページ持ってる？
俺30。
兄ちゃんが3割持ってるよな。
要把它
2秒直接往角落死。大步直接贴了。我去贴分身。
大会有大心脏，我也有。
知道，我在双卡，我在双卡放。哎，没事，秒就走过。我已经贴了，卡着。上面角落，没事，上面角落。
And there you have it, folks. The highlights of the matchup between RC versus Wolves. Wolves, congratulations on winning in spectacular fashion. And now, Chocho, it comes down to the MVP, which we kind of, Chongai is like a clear favorite, but what impressed you about the Wolves Survivor side?
Definitely Novelist first kite by 487.
Yes.
I remember it's a 4-cipher kite, 138 seconds against an IV. But if it's not that, then it's gonna be Chotman.
Chongai himself. Oh, so his Goatman, not his opera singer.
Not his opera singer, the Chotman. Because the Wanted Order, that was so crucial.
The Wanted Order should be the MVP then, if that's the case.
Oh yeah, then the Wanted Order, sure.
But I agree with you. 487, amazing kite. But it's gonna go to the opera singer of Chongai here. So again, either it's honestly very swappable. I feel like Chongai just deserves to have this, and I think he's been consistent MVP. I remember a stat. It was he had 3 MVPs, but now this one or 4. This is his 3rd MVP status. So he's been doing the work, folks. Congratulations to Chongai. I'm glad I'm not surviving against him.
Yeah, as we hit quickly into the interview phase, seems like we are having Chongai and 487 for this one.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜成都狼队获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天请到了宠爱还有487来到赛后采访，现在请两位和我们大家打个招呼吧。谁先来？
大家好，我是狼队的487。大家好，我是狼队的宠爱。
欢迎两位，我们2比0非常迅速的拿下这一场比赛的胜利嘛，也先请两位分享一下今天打下来整体的一个感受吧，爱酱。
我觉得还好嘛，然后毕竟都4抓了，就挺爽的。
看到最前线的反图，就是宠爱4抓下来之后，整个人就非常的蓬松。那87呢，今天打下来整体感受如何？
就是我们是后上的嘛，我觉得就没什么压力嘛，就正常，别给大机会就好了，就是
没办法，这个宠爱太超模了，上一把就是一把4抓，实在是太厉害了。那先来问一下宠爱好了，我们今天第一局的那个4抓，其实在中后期的时候有注意到你一直是把市场捏在手里面，而且有底牌。当时你对于场上局势会有一个什么样子的判断？想怎么样去用到技能呢？
其实我不教技能，其实一直都怕那种就是他们电击很快嘛，然后我就想一直捏这个技能，然后看看有没有机会能切掉。
其实你可能因为对面马姬有一台不太了解，有一点慌。其实他们知道你有市场，他们也挺慌的，就这样来回的一个博弈和拉扯。那想要问一下487，到了第2局的时候，当时面对艾维，其实一开始那170度涨得稍微有一点快了，但是一个极限的换位，你把自己给成功的盘活了。后续的话，你会怎么样去规划调整自己的一个牵制路线？
就是不要给他卡直就行了，然后就尽量死一个。干扰不到的地方，然后地下室什么的也不要死，然后就慢慢打就行了。
是，就是当时就牵制到上挂的时候已经有4台密码机了嘛，但是打到后面监管者确实一直有在控场去干扰到你们修机。当时的话会有一个什么样子的交流？有提前说去为开门战做一个什么样子的准备吗？
就是都别给机会，然后要卖的话就是提前说一声，然后就可以了。
就大家交流沟通的非常的及时。然后想要问一下，到了我们第2局的时候，宠爱这边，因为一开始对面的主场选到了军工厂这张图，包括于冒险家，可能就是在地图跟角色上面都有一点点克制到邦的血统啊，有点克制到邦玩家。那面对到对面，可能一开始就是一个正方形保护型的悬点，你当时会想要怎么样去击破他们？
其实这个正方形悬点就是训练里，然后也练到过嘛。然后就拿自己练的最多的一个悬点，然后去打就行了。
就是把平时掏的最多的拿出来去面对他们。那其实，在整一局看下来的时候，其实中间确实有时候是找不到人吧？
对。
这真的一点都找不到。
对。
对。但是你在找不到人的时候，今天 你告诉我们吧，就是你给这个通缉充了多少钱，就能这么准？
数不清吧。
数不清，数不清。那问一下COAⅧ，平时他跟你们训练的时候，刚刚有说有练到吗？就是他平时通缉也这么准吗？
有通缉到了，我们就说不玩冒险家了，换一个，下把就不玩冒险家，不给他玩了。
哦，就是只要通缉到冒险家，冒险家就跟这局游戏没有什么关系了，我们先走了。那一局其实打到后面，感觉就完全在你的节奏了嘛。那2波通缉运用都非常非常好，最后下来之后，你第一个说的是什么？
通缉开挂了，
通缉开挂了，通缉今天得了 MVP， 真的2个通缉感觉是把整个局面都盘活了，每一波想要找的时候，通缉就给你找到了，非常非常的好。那到了最后一局，想要问一下COAⅧ，咱们走一个就可以拿下2个净胜嘛？那一局面对到一个10场的选校，你们会想要打出一些什么样子的效果？
很熟，就是练了很多了，就是这个选点包起来，然后从台下到现在就我一直在说嘛，然后就是交流起来，就是只要不干扰队友，然后就是差不多溜一下，然后救人可能比较关键啊，然后就后面就打运营，应该就是能跑1个以上的啊。
就感觉今天狼队就是把他们平时训练的东西完全都打出来了，做了非常非常充足的准备。那今天赢下了，咱们也是一个3连胜的姿态，进入到马上最后一场比赛嘛。上一次 GG 在采访的时候也有说到，还是非常期待和你们最后相遇的那一场比赛的，所以想要问一下2位有没有什么话想说的？宠爱有没有放狠话？来吧。
没问题。我选什么？你选什么？
镜像 PK。
对。
行，期待一下好不好？那87呢有没有什么想说的？最后一场比赛。
也是老对手了，就是还是就跟他们打就是很开心，其实就是就很熟了，然后就是加油拿下他们就行了。
成都夫妇是真的，大家关系非常非常的好，然后一路以来也是相爱相杀，非常期待你们在下一场的遇见。那最后想要问一下，今天现场有很多你们的粉丝吗？有没有什么话要送给他们的？爱酱。
就是感谢各位粉丝，就是不远万里，然后过来看比赛嘛，然后也看到这么晚，就是也很感谢各位粉丝的支持呀，然后以关注，感谢。
辛苦大家了，看到这么晚，还有一个问题，那边有一个大大的小手，我记得你好像有发一个视频啊，说什么扣1有小丑看，在座有扣了1的吗？有机会吗？咱们就是说，
看教练吧。
看教练吧。那我们先期待一首好不好？那最后87有没有什么话想要送给他们的？
加油加油！就是大家的鼓励都有看见，然后就是我们也自己加油就好了，打好每一场比赛，加油加油加油！
加油加油加油！我们也是下一场比赛再见了。最后也是再一次恭喜成都狼队获得了本场比赛的胜利，感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜今天获胜的所有队伍。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And there you have it, folks. The champs of tonight. You got Chongai and 487 representing Wolves. If you press 1, apparently, you'll summon his clown. So, amazing performance by Wolves. I would have to say, coming from RD versus ACT to this, I think it was like a roller coaster emotions for you, Chocho, because you've seen overtime and now you saw like a BO2. How are you, like, the end of day number 8?
I think it has been definitely a very hectic but quick 8 days that we're seeing here. We still have 2 more days in the group stages, right? It has been quite overwhelming if you ask me. So many matches back to back that we're seeing here, and like 8 to 10 hours of streams here. But let's look into our today's results as of now, as we have DOU winning against AXIZ, WBG winning against RVL, RD winning against ACT.
Wow, 55 minutes 45 and 5 minutes 4 seconds.
44.
What the heck, folks?
Exactly.
That was wild.
I gotta go rewatch it later on. Definitely. I gotta go rewatch it. And now Wolves winning against RC.
My goodness. Yes. Day number 8, full of highs, full of lows, full of ups and downs, but we've made it to the end. Here are the group brackets, I believe. So GR and Weibo Gaming leading Group D. You got Group C, Zeta, MRC. Wolves on top of GG with 6 net wins. This 2-0 really placed them on top here. So I'm excited to see that matchup that will be over on Sunday. And AXIZ versus ITZY leading the charge in Group A.
Yeah, and we're seeing AWG really might be falling a little short here. AWG, Omni, ZZZ, and RVL ranking 5th in their own groupings here. So potential elimination coming through here. Let's see if they have any last-minute matches that they could potentially push themselves up.
We'll just wait and see what the schedule is because we are rounding things out. Ooh, Sky versus Omnia, that's 4th place versus 5th place in the second match. So Zeta versus MRC, AWG versus ITZY, which could help AWG move up in the rankings. Then you got GR versus FL to close out tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, definitely very exciting. We'll be seeing almost all regions except for the HMT as well as the South Korea division. So you guys take note of the timings, and if it ends early, we'll just continue from there. So do check the streams regularly, or if not, stay throughout it. And join us here in the live chat, talk to us, and hopefully we'll give you guys a great shout out coming into this.
Oh yeah, spam ones for some shout outs to Chocho, just like Chongai, spam ones for him to get the wanted order. But yes, we do enjoy talking to you guys. Again, if you are doing something or you want us to be in the background, please do. We really appreciate that. It helps grow the community. Again, Call of the Abyss is always a celebration of not just pro players, but every player of Identity 5. So it's my favorite time of the year, Chocho.
Yeah, and also today is Good Friday, so wishing all of you guys having a good Friday day today. Some of us are ending the day in probably a few hours, but of course for the other regions, especially within the NAE region, of course you guys are probably just starting out your day. So have a good day ahead, have your breakfast, lunch, dinner, drink up, and stay healthy, stay hydrated. Be the best version of yourself, and we will try and hang out through our last 2 days of these group stages. Definitely gonna be a long one.
Oh yeah. So while we're waiting to sign off, I just want to give a shout out to everyone that is still here spamming the ones. I see Rennie, I see Karo, Strawq, Rio, Foz, Rat, Mikbo, Ayu, Vero, J-Rock, Pocket Rat, Calypso, Abigail, Fluffy. Calypso spamming the ones. Really want to get your attention, Chocho. Any other shout outs you want to give out?
My goodness, did you just say everything?
No, it's catching up. Don't worry, it's catching up.
Alina, Sushi, Roye, Just a Girl who's married to 487, Rainy One, Pocket Red, Vero J. I'm really trying to help say everything. JAGCO, Salty Sugi, AC, and everyone else.
Reverie.
And I'm so sorry if I missed you guys. Reverie as well. Thank you guys so much for the positivity in the chat, and as much as possible, I hope to see you guys in the last 2 days of our group stages here. And it has been Chocho and Posh by sharing the mic for this last match, and hope to see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
传送，Z6，小方直接下打。Z6，能开就行，蓝可以收个球的无所谓的，这个球可以省的。他不收了，没事，还是得摸。Z6，
我知道。死了。对。
ダブル Q してタックルして右足させよう。それしかない。本体行くだからじゃあ一緒に行こう。ごめん。もう多分もう死ぬ。ラーメで死ぬ。変だ。緊急できないかな。いけない。ありやな。しゃあない。还有一个，手上有一个的。He can't TP.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go, Yin Lei.
我现在到中场。
可以。
完中
来扛，
脚慢走一个。撞了。
也是挂飞啊，也是挂飞好像。
OK， 没事。
也最
回错了。
我撑一会儿。
在地上。
可能死了应该。死了。你帮我救是吧？帮我救我就反。
我有。
我说在外面。
好贴。
19秒一个。
好一个。
Use skill.
Yin Link, can you save first?
Yeah.
Can you save Yin Link? Okay.
等一下好了，好打。
好干。
死了。啊，走吧。
哎呀，可是闪现的。
OK， 你正常溜就好，现在节奏真的很好，可以。
哇，没事，大门里面卡，他必须要传送赶我。没事，我能卡人。等会吗？没事。前面可以撞救，撞酒店。你下板，我带你走。完了。 有机会能扛吗？往里缩，往里缩。扛到了，死中脚，我摸到了，能摸到，我就死中脚，够了。
亚布里卡，
删了。呀，这手。哎，你没事，够了。我看桥东地啊。
我
们那个被人家听是什么？
这里的 story。
两边啊。
有。
给。
干嘛？
誰がページ持ってる？
俺大丈夫。
啊！2秒直接往角落死。大步直接贴了。
大夫有大心脏，我也有。
知道，我的双卡，我的双卡放。没事。秒就走过。我已经贴了，卡着吧，他死了。上不了落。没事，上角落。要过来。没事。往远处挂。
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward. Not afraid just 'cause I know you're all boy. Through the fires we unite again. No one dares to cross our lane. We'll fight until we reign. Top of the mountains is where we stand. We'll never lose our dreams again. We'll fight until the end. Facing struggles, we fight, we won't retreat. A bond so strong, no one can compete. United we stand, we won't accept defeat. We'll fight together, making victory so sweet. In the journey of life, challenges repeat. Together we